Chapter 701 The Phantom of the Ancient House 51. If it were just a photo or paper figure, this kind of character would be very touching, and Ji Seoyu would like it even more. But when she meets such a person in reality, her first reaction is still to be afraid and not dare to provoke him easily. Yi Kongqing is the same. Although he looks very handsome and has the exquisite three-dimensional facial features of a mixed-race person, he looks like he has a bad temper and is fierce, and she doesn't dare to provoke him. Among the 7 players this time, the 2 best-looking men seem to be difficult to mess with. Her originally lively personality became much quieter in this game. They are just afraid that they will make the other party unhappy, and they will be unlucky. However, she just asked a question and was ignored. It was really frustrating. Although Ji Seoyu didn't dare to show it, he still complained in his heart for a while before giving up. Zhao Yifeng flipped through a few more pages before speaking.
From what I have seen so far, Lu Tiangdong's inference is correct. Ding Yuan is indeed the new emperor's right-hand man, and he does have Ding Yuan's help. Only the new emperor can successfully ascend the throne. The killer organization was also established for the new emperor and helped the new emperor eliminate many dissidents.
Upon hearing this official certification, Lu Tian immediately beamed.
Ha! My IQ is actually online one day.
That little look is quite proud. Zhao Yifeng automatically ignored Lu Tian's proud look and continued.
After the new emperor ascended the throne, he conferred Ding Yuan as a general, and half a year later he married Song Shuyan, Princess Anning.
Lu Tian listened very carefully. Seeing Zhao Yifeng stop, he couldn't help but ask.
Then what? What happened next? I haven't seen it yet.
After Zhao Yifeng finished speaking, he continued to turn the pages of the diary. Lu Tian immediately stopped talking and quietly worked on his classification task, waiting for Zhao Yifeng to read part of it before speaking. The other players did not urge them, and continued to do what they were doing. Only Ji Seoyu was a little absent-minded, looking at Zhao Yifeng from time to time, wishing he could get up and read the diary by himself. What she had in her hand were some booklets recording information about the enemy country, which was not really useful information. Why has she found nothing in the past few days, when all the useful clues are in others? Just thinking about it makes me feel unbalanced. About an hour later, Zhao Yifeng spoke again.
Ding Yuan and the princess were married by the emperor. It is said that the princess fell in love with Ding Yuan at first sight, and through her father, she took the initiative to propose to the emperor that she wanted to marry Ding Yuan. The princess's father is a prince, the emperor's uncle, that is, the late emperor's younger brother. The emperor consulted Ding Yuan about his intention, and Ding Yuan had no objection. So the marriage was completed. This is what the original words in Ding Yuan's diary said.
Zhao Yifeng said, flipping through many pages. And after finding the original text, he spoke.
The emperor's gift of marriage is an honor. I can't refuse. And this is also a great way for me to get to the next level. And I have no reason to refuse.
At this point, he paused for a moment and did not continue immediately. Lu Tian was the first to couldn't help but express his opinion.
Damn it. I thought this Ding Yuan was a good person. Looking at it this way, he seems to be a very well-connected person. Actually, from the fact that he asked the Taoist priest to come back to deal with Song Shuyan, we can see that he is not a good person.
Wen Zhuling's tone was as gentle as ever.
Now hearing this only further proves that the matter of finding the Taoist priest should indeed be related to Ding. It was related.
Chapter 702 The Phantom of the Ancient House 52.
Ding Yuan's ambitions are quite big.
She sat cross-legged on the futon and supported her chin with one hand.
Among the generals, the general is probably the highest level position. He also wants to go to the next level. Where to go? Become emperor?
As soon as Xiaoxi finished speaking, everyone fell silent. Everyone looked at Xiaoxi with an expression on their faces, as if they had suddenly figured out something.
It is indeed very possible.
Wen Zhuling agreed.
Although he did assist the new emperor in ascending the throne at the beginning, people's ambitions will change with their status. At the beginning, he may really only want to be a capable subordinate of the new emperor. But after he tried his best to get the new emperor to ascend the throne, he may feel that this is all the result of his hard work. But in the end, he let the new emperor enjoy the fruits of his efforts, which gave rise to greater ambitions. Damn! Now that this happens, I suddenly feel that Song Shuyan is so pitiful.
Lu Tian sighed again.
But maybe they have been in love for a long time?
Ji Xiaoyu put forward his own opinion.
Although it was for use at the beginning, feelings will still develop after they get along for a long time.
Xiaoxi chuckled and retorted unceremoniously.
I won't tell you how little chance a person as ambitious as Ding Yuan will fall in love with someone he takes advantage of. Just look at Song Shuyan's current fate, and you should know. It is absolutely impossible for Ding Yuan to have feelings for Song Shuyan. It's possible that she has a deep sadomasochistic relationship,
Ji Xiaoyu defended.
Although I bully her and torture her, I still love her very much in my heart. But there's something wrong with the way I express it. Have you read too many bloody romance novels?
Xiaoxi said with a smile.
I suggest you check your brain if you have the conditions. And don't rely on such novels without 3 views to establish your own view of love.
There was a smile on her face. And there was no sign of anger at all. But her words struck a chord and did not give Ji Xiaoyu any face. Ji Xiaoyu. She just wanted to prove that the two people also had feelings for each other. As for saying that to her, the focus of the game this time is to find out the secrets in the general's mansion.
When Zhuling looked at Ji Xiaoyu and said warmly, Ji Xiaoyu, don't worry too much about whether there is love between Ding Yuan and Song Shuyan. Little things.
Her tone was gentle, without any blame. But it made people feel that they were being blamed. Being criticized by 2 people in a row made Ji Xiaoyu feel very uncomfortable. She curled her lips as if she was losing her temper, didn't look at anyone, and stopped talking. Seeing that everyone was quiet, Zhao Yifeng continued.
Ding Yuan has no feelings for Song Shuyan. He said it in his diary. He was just using the relationship. But he pretended to be very good in front of Song Shuyan. Song Shuyan always thought that he was very affectionate. I love her. And the 2 of us have had a sweet life for a while.
When he heard the first sentence, Ji Xiaoyu's face turned red, as if he had been slapped. This directly refuted her previous speculation. Since Zhao Yifeng knew it, why didn't he tell her earlier? He had to wait until she argued several times before speaking. How embarrassing. Zhao Yifeng didn't notice the change in Ji Xiaoyu's expression. Of course, even if he saw it, he wouldn't care. He continued.
In the 3rd year of the new emperor's reign, there was a crisis on the border. Ding Yuan was sent to fight by the emperor. In that battle, he was ambushed by the enemy and was seriously injured. Later he fled into the nearby mountains and was left to live alone in the forest. Ruan Jiaoji was rescued.
Chapter 703 The Phantom of the Ancient House 53. Zhao Yifeng turned a page in the diary in his hand and continued.
Ding Yuan recovered under Ruan Jiaoji's careful care. The 2 fell in love with each other. Ding Yuan took Ruan Jiaoji back to the general's mansion and announced that he would marry her. Due to Song Shuyan's status as his head wife, Ding Yuan had no choice but to accept Ruan Jiaojiao as his concubine. But he personally promised Ruan Jiaojiao that he would not let her be just a concubine forever. In this way, in the 3rd year of the new emperor's reign, Ding Yuan took Ruan Jiaojiao as his concubine. The 2 would be together almost every day. Completely neglecting Song Shuyan, Ding Yuan could feel Song Shuyan's dissatisfaction. But he was completely immersed in it at the time in the mood of finding true love.
I didn't want to be conceited with Song Shuyan, so I didn't care about Song Shuyan's mood at all. Ding Yuan believed that Ruan Jiaojiao was true love and doted on Ruan Jiaojiao. Ruan Jiaojiao's food and clothing expenses were even better than Song Shuyan's. In addition to not having the position of a head wife, everyone in the general's mansion knew Ruan Jiaojiao's status. Taller than Song Shuyan. Song Shuyan made trouble for Ruan Jiaojiao several times out of jealousy, but was blocked by Ding Yuan. The relationship between Song Shuyan and Ding Yuan deteriorated for a time. Later, Song Shuyan went back to her parents' home to complain. The matter reached the emperor, who summoned Ding Yuan. Went to talk. The emperor means that Ding Yuan can pamper his concubines, but he still has to give his wife the respect she deserves. You can't get carried away over a low-status woman. It's not a good thing to offend the prince. Ding Yuan agreed on the surface. But in his heart, he was even more disgusted with Song Shuyan. At the same time, he also had the desire to trample the prince under his feet. During this period, on the surface he and Song Shuyan reconciled. But secretly he began to communicate more actively with his soldiers, and continued to rectify the membership structure of the killer organization. It sounds like he obviously has thoughts of rebellion.
Lu Tian couldn't help but sigh.
He is indeed an ambitious man.
Zhao Yifeng continued to turn the page and added,
in late 4 years of the new emperor's reign, Song Shuyan became pregnant. Although Ding Yuan did not like Song Shuyan, he was still looking forward to this child. In addition to Song Shuyan and Ruan Jiaojiao, there are some concubines given as gifts. But no woman has been pregnant in the past few years. What Ding Yuan hopes most is that Ruan Jiaojiao can give birth to a child for him. But Ruan Jiaojiao is weak and has never been able to get pregnant. So after knowing that Song Shuyan was pregnant, Ding Yuan had a very good attitude towards Song Shuyan during Song Shuyan's pregnancy. Even if Ruan Jiaojiao made trouble several times,
And he also told Wan Jiaoju to stop making trouble on the grounds of knowing the general situation. Hearing this, Wen Zhuling smiled slightly. I now feel that what this man loves most is himself. His love for Wan Jiaoju is also based on the premise that there is no conflict of interest. Once there is a conflict of interest, he will still first think about yourself. That's true. Xiaoxi agreed, and then said, Wan Jiaoju and Song Xuan have been grudges for a long time. Song Xuyan's pregnancy has undoubtedly aggravated the conflict. Coupled with Ding Yuan's change of attitude, it will lead to the subsequent Wan Jiaoju decided to take action against Song Xuan and Song Xuyan's children. I also think this was the trigger for Wan Jiaoju to attack Song Xuan. When Zhuling looked at Xiaoxi, I just don't know if Ding Yuan knows what Wan Jiaoju did. Logically speaking, if Ding Yuan cares about his children so much, Wan Jiaoju should not be allowed to do anything to the child. Chapter 704 The Phantom of the Ancient House 54. Ding Yuan doesn't know. Zhao Yifeng turned over a few more pages and answered Wen Zhuling's question. It seems from the diary written by Ding Yuan that he always thought that Song Xuan failed to take good care of his son, which was why his son died. After a pause, he added, during Song Xuyan's pregnancy, Song Xuyan's father was killed by Ding Yuan for attempting to rebel, and Song Xuyan was also implicated and deprived of her status as a princess. But because she was pregnant, and very early I married Ding Yuan, and made sure that I was not involved in the rebellion. So I let Song Xuan live. Rebellion? Xiaoxi raised her eyebrows slightly and asked, Ding Yuan framed him? That's right. Zhao Yifeng looked away from the diary in his hand for the first time. He looked up at Xiaoxi with focused eyes. Ding Yuan himself wrote very clearly in the diary that he spent half a year writing Dindian designed to frame Song Xuyan's natal family. Because the evidence was sufficient, the emperor did not even give the prince a chance to defend himself before the emperor, and ordered him to be killed on the spot. Except Song Xuyan herself. Everyone else in Song Xuyan's natal family is dead? Wen Zhuling asked. That's right. Zhao Yifeng withdrew his gaze and looked back at the diary in front of him. In the middle of the 5th year of the new emperor's reign, Song Xuan gave birth to a son, who died a month after birth. From then on, Ding Yuan became even more indifferent and dissatisfied with Song Xuan, and did not treat her for a long time. I would like to see Song Xuan. Song Xuan became a little crazy because of the death of her son and the destruction of her family. And she died within a month. Zhao Yifeng turned back the page and said, Song Xuan is no longer the princess, and the royal family does not care about Song Xuan's funeral. Ding Yuan has no feelings for Song Xuan, and originally wanted to bury the matter casually. But at this time, Wan Jiaoju mentioned it. She knew a very powerful Taoist priest. Song Xuan is Ding Yuan's first wife, and his child is Ding Yuan's eldest son. If used properly, it can help him improve his fortune. So, Wan Jiaoju's maid asked her parents to find a Taoist priest. It should have happened before Song Xuyan's death. Lu Tian stroked the timeline. Otherwise, Wan Jiaoju would not have been able to tell Ding Yuan that she knew a Taoist priest. She must be sure to find a useful Taoist priest before she can say this. It should be so. Xiaoxi confirmed Lu Tian's guess. Wan Jiaoju should have started a series of plans when Song Xuan was pregnant, so that when Song Xuan dies, she can give Ding Yuan the suggestion she just made. Very reasonable. So Song Xuan was cremated and put in a coffin in Zai, including the baby being locked in the well. All to improve Ding Yuan's luck? Li Jia was a little frightened. This man is really heartbroken. Ruthless. Even if everyone is dead, they will not let go of the last bit of value. Ding Yuan has climbed up step by step, and is about to touch the supreme position. Zhao Yifeng looked at the words in the diary coldly. He wants to fulfill his ambition, and is willing to try no matter what method. To him, it's just using the bones of a woman you don't like. No big deal. Actually, it's hard to say whether this approach can really improve Ding Yuan's luck. Xiaoxi tilted her head. It's also possible that Wan Jiaoju just wants to take revenge on Song Xuan, so that Song Xuan can't be buried in peace, and can't get along with her children. See you. But this matter is too big, and she couldn't hide it from Ding Yuan. So she used this reason to make Ding Yuan's heart flutter. Chapter 705 The Phantom of the Ancient House 55. It makes sense. Lu Tian nodded vigorously. Relying on his wife's tomb to boost his own fortune sounds like a sinister trick. I feel that there should be no such method. Even if there is, the person who implements it cannot pay any price. No. I agree too. Wen Zhuling agreed. Generally, you really have to rely on your deceased wife to boost your luck. and you should choose a place with good feng shui to bury her. It is unlikely to be the case now. Did Ding Yuan become emperor later?
Lu Tian looked at Zhao Yifeng expectantly.
It's not written in the diary,
Zhao Yifeng replied.
Ding Yuan's records only include how he invited a Taoist priest to come to the general's mansion to calculate Wang's own fortune, and how he dealt with Song Shuyan and Song Shuyan's children according to the way the Taoist priest said. It's gone in the back?
Lu Tian looked disappointed.
I thought this diary could provide a comprehensive understanding of everything that happened in the general's mansion. But I didn't expect that it still didn't tell everything.
Yi Kongqing, who had been silent the whole time, suddenly walked over from the bookshelf. He walked to Xiaoxi and handed Xiaoxi a piece of paper.
I just found it.
While everyone was listening intently to Zhao Yifeng's diary, he was the only one who continued to sort the remaining books on the bookshelf while listening. Do two things at once, without any delay. Xiaoxi took a look and saw that it was a drawing with complicated pictures on it, which looked a bit familiar. She sat up straight.
This seems to be the drawing of the jade pendant?
After hearing this, everyone came over to take a look. Yi Kongqing took out the jade pendant and asked Xiaoxi to compare it with the drawings. It is indeed exactly the same. The dragon pattern texture on it is exactly the same. Lu Tian stared at the drawing for a while, then looked at the jade pendant, and suddenly seemed to remember something.
I know. I saw it in the hands of one of the players.
Everyone turned to look at Lu Tian. Lu Tian explained.
At that time, the player was holding this drawing and looking at it. I happened to be standing next to it and peeked for a while, so I had some impression of this drawing. But what I saw before was a jade pendant, and it looks familiar, but I can't remember where I've seen it. Then do you remember that the player said what this drawing meant?
Xiaoxi asked Lu Tian.
He seemed to have said that the dragon pattern could only be used by the royal family in ancient times, and it was quite strange to appear in the general's palace.
Lu Tian answered quickly this time, obviously remembering.
And I remember he said. He heard another player mention that the emperor of this country does not use jade seals to prove his identity, but uses jade pendants.
At this point, he added,
I don't know exactly how they knew this. It should be clues found in other yards. So, Ding Yuan still succeeded in becoming emperor?
Ji Xiaoyu, who had been sulking, suddenly became curious again, and she couldn't help but say,
that's why this jade pendant appeared in the general's palace. If he really became the emperor, he should live in the palace, and there is no need to go back to the general's mansion.
Xiaoxi did not agree with Ji Xiaoyu's statement.
There is no need for the jade pendant to be placed in the general's mansion, but it should be carried.
Ji Xiaoyu curled his lips and said nothing.
We can put this question aside for a while,
Wen Zhuling suggested.
Read the rest first. Maybe there are other clues.
No one objected and started quietly busy again. Chapter 706 The Phantom of the Ancient House 56. It wasn't until after 10 o'clock in the evening that everyone had read all the books in the secret room. But apart from the few clues found before, nothing else was discovered. Everyone left the secret room and returned to the bedroom in the main courtyard. Xiaoxi closed the door to the secret room and said to everyone,
let's sort out the secrets about the general's mansion that we have learned so far.
When everyone heard this, they were not in a hurry to leave. They all found stools and chairs to sit down, as if they were preparing for a meeting. Everyone knows that the system said that the mission of this game is to find out the secret of the general's mansion. But it never said that there is only one secret of the general's mansion. If you want to clear the game, you probably need to uncover all the secrets. So what they have to do now is not to select the secret that seems to be the most secret among the many secrets, but to summarize all possible secrets.
Let me tell you first.
When Zhuling's face was gentle, she looked at Xiaoxi.
After I've summarized it, you can add more.
Xiaoxi shrugged and had no objection.
Okay.
When Zhuling's tone was calm, and she said one by one.
First, Song Shuyan and Song Shuyan's child were killed by Ruan Jiaojiao. Second, Ding Yuan did not like Song Shuyan and married her just to consolidate his power. Third, Ding originally had the ambition to be an emperor and also had a desire to rebel. Fourth, Ding Yuan framed Song Shuyan's natal family for rebellion, causing Song Shuyan to lose her support and her status as a princess. Fifth, Ding Yuan and Ruan Jiaojiu formed a partnership and used the method described by the Taoist priest to deal with Song Shuyan and Song Shuyan's children after Song Shuyan's death, in an attempt to improve Ding Yuan's fortune. Sixth, although Ding Yuan really likes Ruan Jiaojiao, interests are more important than interests. What you said is quite complete. I don't think there is anything to add.
Xiaoxi paused before continuing.
But I think there are a few more points that we must figure out next.
As she said that,
Xiaoxi raised a few fingers. First, did Ding Yuan become the emperor? Second, what was Ruan Jijiao's final fate? Third, Song Xuan and the baby's rune effects were lifted. Method. The first 2 points are the secrets about the general's mansion that she thinks she must master. And the last point is to fulfill her promise to Song Xuan. Judging from the information she currently has, she can only extrapolate that the first 2 points should be included in the game missions and are secrets that must be mastered. But I don't know if there are any other missing parts that are relevant and difficult to infer. You have to listen to Song Xuan's mouth to know that part. Therefore, it is necessary to find a way to access the effects of runes. You are right. Next, we can use these 3 points as targets to find clues. When Zuling nodded, thought for a while, and then asked, should we go to the Wutong courtyard tomorrow to observe the sycamore tree? Oh? Why are you going? Ji Xiaoyu subconsciously objected. I already know there is danger there, so it would be unwise to run there. She didn't want to die again. It was precisely because I knew there was a spirited sycamore tree there that I decided to go see it. When Zhuling explained patiently, maybe there are some clues in the sycamore tree. When they were in the Wutong courtyard, they looked over everything, but they didn't pay attention to the sycamore tree in the courtyard. Chapter 707 The Phantom of the Ancient House 57. Just like the runes found on Song Xuan's urn, there may be secrets in the sycamore tree. Although they are all NPCs that may cause harm to players, they are also more likely to carry important clues. So when Zhuling felt that it was still necessary to go to the sycamore tree to check. I agree. I had this idea before. Xiaoxi was the first to express her opinion. And if we all go together, the risk is not that high. Because she had agreed to read all the books in the secret room. She had not mentioned it before. If when Zhuling didn't mention it tonight, she was prepared to mention it tomorrow. Now that when Zhuling has mentioned it, of course she will agree. Seeing that Xiaoxi and when Zhuling's attitudes were so clear, Ji Xiaoyu had no choice but to say agreeably. Okay, if you insist on going, then I can't object. But I have to make it clear first. Tomorrow I will never take risks. The implication is that she is not allowed to participate in any dangerous actions. She will only watch. It's fine if you don't cause trouble. Zhao Yifeng choked rudely, but never looked at Ji Xiaoyu. Ji Xiaoyu's face turned red and white. But due to fear of Zhao Yifeng, he did not dare to say another word. It's getting late. Yi Kongqing raised his eyes and looked at Xiaoxi. Go and wash up. He didn't care what Ji Xiaoyu said at all, let alone what Ji Xiaoyu thought. He just wanted to take good care of Xiaoxi. Xiaoxi stood up obediently and followed Yi Kongqing towards the kitchen. Although it was already past 10 o'clock, we still had to boil water. On such a hot day, we couldn't sleep without taking a shower. Seeing this, the others stopped staying and went to the kitchen to work together. Asterisk. The 4th day of the game. Everyone came to Wutong courtyard together. Ji Xiaoyu's face was full of uneasiness. And when he stepped into Wutong courtyard, there was a look of fear in his eyes. Li Zhe was slightly better than Ji Xiaoyu. But after entering the Wutong courtyard, he tried to stay away from the Wutong tree, for fear that the previous encounter would happen again. Others looked up at the thick sycamore tree. The ropes on the branches were still swaying in the windless manner. Very regularly. Aching, let's go up and have a look. Xiaoxi said and put on fairy wings on herself. Yi Kongqing understood and put on the fairy wings in his storage compartment. The two people flew up close to the edge of the sycamore tree. They did not rush into the interior of the sycamore tree first, but flew above to observe the appearance of the sycamore tree. From the outside, it looks like an ordinary, lush sycamore tree. There is nothing special about it except for the rope that keeps dangling. Yi Kongqing flew closer, took out a dagger from the storage compartment, and neatly cut off a small branch in front of him. The sycamore tree did not move, nor did it tremble or cry out in pain. It's quite bearable. Xiaoxi took out a grenade and gestured. Why don't you try blowing it up? Before she finished speaking, there was sudden movement in the sycamore tree. 7 or 8 branches stretched out very quickly, stabbing straight towards Yi Kongqing and Xiaoxi. The two people's reaction was not slow, and they quickly flew higher to avoid the attack of the branches. The branches seemed to have eyes, stretching upwards with Xiaoxi and Yi Kongqing, and kept chasing after them, with an attitude of never giving up until there was blood. Chapter 708 The Phantom of the Ancient House 58. In this game, the defensive props lost their effect, and Xiaoxi could not ignore the enemy's attacks as usual. She concentrated on observing the incoming attacks from the branches around her, and used the speed of her fairy wings to dodge those attacks with ease. Yi Kongqing's situation is better. He was already very good at fighting, Even though he had not experienced many aerial battles like this before, he quickly adapted to it based on his many years of experience. So not only can he dodge attacks from tree branches, he can also fight back. After a while, a lot of branches and leaves that he had cut fell from the tree. I don't know if the sycamore tree felt the pain, as more and more branches and leaves were cut down. Its attack speed gradually slowed down. But this slowdown only lasted for 2 or 3 minutes. And soon the attacks became intensive again. More branches and leaves stretched out, not only attacking Xiaoxi and Yi Kongqing in the sky, but also began to attack other players standing in the yard. Ji Xiaoyu, Li Jie, and Lu Tian all retreated to a slightly farther place. The farther away they were, the fewer branches and leaves would be attacked, and the pressure on them to defend and counterattack would be much less. Xiao Yifeng and Wen Zhuling did not move their positions, but nimbly dodged the attacks of branches and leaves. Because no one can use defensive props, no one dares to use guns and ammunition easily. If one of them is injured, it will not be conducive to clearing the game. Just when the situation was tense, Xiao Yifeng suddenly took out Gatling and fired several shots at the thick tree trunk. When Wen Zhuling saw this, she quickly backed away to avoid being affected. Along with the sound of da-da-da, a burning smell quickly wafted into the air. At the same time, all the branches were retracted, and there was no movement for a while. Xiaoxi and Yi Kongqing, who were flying in the sky, looked at each other. Xiaoxi was the first to speak. "Did you see it?" Yi Kongqing nodded. "I saw it." The two landed together. "There are some words on the inside of the trunk," Xiaoxi said to the others. "At the moment when Zhao Yifeng entered the trunk and all the branches and leaves were recovered, Qing and I saw what seemed to be engraved words on the branches of the 2 thickest trunks at the bottom. Write some words. I didn't see the specific content clearly," Yi Kongqing added. "Then are we going to climb up the tree to read the text?" Lu Tian showed a troubled expression. "But if that's the case, we can easily be killed by the sycamore tree." "Right." When they were on the outside of the tree, they were beaten like this. If they entered the inside of the tree, wouldn't it be like a sheep entering a tiger's mouth? "It's really not safe to go in." Wen Zhuling pondered for a moment and then said, "Let's find a way to cut off all the branches and leaves. It will be safer this way. But I don't know when all these leaves and branches will be cut down." Ji Xiaoyu disagreed. "They will still grow so many new ones. What if they can't be cut down all the time? Then just chop down the middle of the tree," Xiaoxi said. "Even if it is a refined sycamore tree, its body still needs roots to survive. If you chop it down, you will most likely die. Naturally, it will not attack the player again. It will be very convenient to check the words on the branches when the time comes." "Ah, that's too cruel." Ji Xiaoyu couldn't help but muttered. "Then do you have a better idea?" Xiaoxi glanced at Ji Xiaoyu. Ji Xiaoyu choked and shook his head reluctantly. "Since you can't give any more useful advice, please stay quiet and don't let your bodhisattva heart spread out," Xiaoxi said as she took out an axe from the storage compartment and handed it to Yi Kongqing. Chapter 709 The Phantom of the Ancient House 59. "How many times do you think it will take to chop down this tree?" Xiaoxi asked Yi Kongqing. Yi Kongqing took the axe from Xiaoxi's hand. "If you use all your strength, maybe 4 or 5 times. After his physical strength was increased, he actually never used his full strength. Instead, because he was afraid of hurting those around him, he first let himself get used to controlling his strength. But judging from the results after the addition, the effect of 100 times is still quite obvious. In addition, there was already a burnt spot on the tree trunk that Zhao Yifeng had made. It would be easier to target that spot and cut in. Even if the tree is very thick, it should not take too many strokes to cut it down." It seemed that Yi Kongqing's words had angered the sycamore tree. Countless branches suddenly shot out and shot towards everyone like crazy. "Back off!" Xiaoxi said as she took out Gatling and fired. Everyone retreated a little further to avoid being affected. Many bullets hit the branches, and some hit the trunk through the gaps in the branches. The burning smell wafted out again. The sycamore tree was in pain and retracted its branches and leaves uncontrollably. While the sycamore branches were being recovered, Yi Kongqing approached the sycamore tree in one stride. Xiaoxi's attack just now extended along the scar caused by Zhao Yifeng, forming a long scorch mark on the tree trunk. With such scorch marks appearing on both sides, it became easier for Yi Kongqing to chop down the tree. Yi Kongqing already understood what Xiaoxi meant when Xiaoxi took out the Gatling attack. So he launched the attack when the branches of the sycamore tree retracted. He raised the axe and slashed with all his strength along the scorch mark. The axe was deeply embedded in the trunk of the tree with the first blow. The sycamore tree seemed to be in great pain, and the whole tree trembled. Yi Kongqing didn't stop, and followed with a few more blows. Such a thick tree was quickly cut down to a point connected in the middle. Yi Kongqing kicked it hard again, and the tree fell down completely. In order to avoid hitting people when the tree fell, he kicked it towards the corner of the yard. The sycamore tree fell on top of the corner, crushing the upper part of the yard wall. As soon as the sycamore tree fell, Xiaoxi walked over and poured a bucket of gasoline on the tree stump. Then she took out a lighter and lit it with a click. "You'd better not grow anything that I don't like, or I'll burn you immediately," she warned, staring at the tree stump. The upper part of the tree has been cut down and would normally die soon. But there are still deep roots under the stump, which can still survive and grow new branches and leaves. But it was really too time-consuming to deal with these tree roots and stumps at this time. If threats could solve the problem, Xiaoxi didn't really want to light a fire. After all, lighting a fire at this time is not conducive to everyone seeing the words on the tree trunk. Wudong Tree Stump was probably still very afraid of death. At this time, he kept his status as a tree stump quietly, without any movement at all. Yi Kongqing flew above, entered the cut-down sycamore tree, and checked the words on the trunk. It was the traditional Chinese characters that still gave him a headache. Fortunately, there were not many words, so he could still read it patiently. After reading it carefully twice, he made sure that he had read it correctly, and then walked out. "What's written on it?" Lu Tian watched Yi Kongqing fly down, and couldn't help but curiously approached him and asked. Chapter 710 The Phantom of the Ancient House 60. Pure blood can undo the curse. After Yi Kongqing finished speaking, he looked at Xiaoxi. "If you use it wrongly, it will backfire." With just one look, Xiaoxi understood what Yi Kongqing meant. If the curse refers to the spell between Song Xuyan and the baby, we have finally found a solution. I think this is what you are referring to, Wen Zhuling added. For Song Xuyan and the baby, it is indeed a curse. Then the key question is, what does pure blood refer to? Is it real blood? Whose? What does pure mean? Xiaoxi said word by word. Not as if she was asking others, but more like it's thinking. Could it refer to a newborn baby? Lija put forward his conjecture. Children must be the purest. You make sense? But the only baby in the general's mansion has turned into a skeleton. Where did the blood come from? Lu Tian asked Lija. Perhaps there is preserved baby's blood in the general's mansion? Ji Xiaoyu suddenly thought of something when she said this. She clapped her hands. Think about it. Use the baby's blood to save yourself and your mother. It makes perfect sense. But we haven't found anything that looks like it stores blood so far. Lu Tian asked again. And even if we find something similar to blood, there is no guarantee that the blood is the baby's. No. There will be backlash. Who dares to take this risk? You always refute us like this. Then you should tell us your opinion. Ji Xiaoyu said angrily to Lu Tian. She has always been annoyed recently, and she doesn't dare to offend others. But if it is Lu Tian, there is no need to worry too much. It was just a good time to vent her anger. I just think the possibility of baby blood is unlikely. Lu Tian didn't care about Ji Xiaoyu's attitude and analyzed it seriously. Think about it. Song Xuan and her child were killed by Ruan Jiaoju, and Ding Yuan together they became like this. If they knew that the child's blood could break the curse, they wouldn't be able to leave something like this behind. Right? I agree with Lu Tian's statement. Xiaoxi nodded. In Ding Yuan's view, Song Xuan and her child were treated like this in order to improve his luck. If he knew that the child's blood could be broken, it would be tantamount to letting him he has lost his luck, and he will not deliberately leave behind something that is not good for him. I agree, Wen Zhuling said. And the child died about a month before Song Xuan's death. A month later, there was no blood flowing out of the body. Even if it was cut, only some tissue fluid would flow out. Not at all good for collecting blood. Seeing that Xiaoxi and Wen Zhuling both supported Lu Tian, Ji Xiaoyu felt a little depressed. But she didn't dare to refute, so she had to shut up. Wen Zhuling looked at Xiaoxi and asked, Is it related to the player? Xiaoxi showed a troubled expression. Actually, I also have this guess. But it's hard to define purity. When it comes to blood, everyone among the players has fresh blood. So compared to the baby who has been dead for many years, she is more inclined to believe that the blood needed to lift the curse belongs to the player. And this also explains the following sentence very well. If you use it wrongly, it will backfire. Since there is wrong use, there must be a variety of blood to choose from. With 7 players, there are plenty of choices. Chapter 711 The Phantom of the Ancient House 61. However, there are many ways to interpret purity, and Xiao She is not sure which one she is referring to here.
It is true.
When Zhuling said while looking at everyone,
people who do not eat meat and only eat vegetables all year round can be said to have pure blood. People with simple thoughts and no scheming can also be pure. There are others. Purity can be expressed in many ways, and it's really not easy to define. As an adult, I certainly can't be simple-minded.
Lu Tian scratched his cheek in embarrassment.
And I also eat meat and am not a vegetarian. So I think it shouldn't be my blood.
Others also talked about their eating habits and found that no one was vegetarian. Obviously, it is impossible to distinguish between
pure and pure
in this aspect of diet. Several people discussed it and decided to go to other yards first to look for clues. There are not only the courtyards in the general's mansion that they have searched for now, but there are also 3 other courtyards that they have not found. Although the other courtyards are where less important concubines live, there may be clues. Everyone walked together to the courtyard closest to Wutong Courtyard. Ji Xiaoyu fell at the back, his steps a little slow. She rubbed her head. She didn't know what was going on, but she felt a little groggy and uncomfortable. In addition, there is a strange state where the body is not completely under control.
For example, just now, she didn't actually think there was anything wrong with cutting down the sycamore tree. After all, that tree had killed her once. If the tree could be cut down now, she would feel more at ease. But I don't know what happened. But she just said that. This feeling was weird. As if her body was separated from her consciousness. And the words coming out of her mouth were completely opposite to what she was thinking. When Xiaoxi criticized her later, she felt aggrieved and wanted to defend herself. But she couldn't open her mouth. Including that she now feels very heavy when walking. As if it has become a very strenuous task for her to control her legs to lift up. Her head was also a little dizzy. And her thinking seemed to be slowing down. Whenever she wanted to think about what was going on, her thoughts would drift away uncontrollably. When I came back to my senses, I didn't know how long I had been in a daze. She could feel that something was wrong with her. But it became difficult for her to even think about what was wrong with her. Li Jia saw that Ji Xiaoyu had not kept up with him. He turned around and saw Ji Xiaoyu walking forward step by step, as slowly as a staggering old man.
Xiaoyu?
Li Jia asked, raising his voice slightly.
What's wrong with you?
He didn't want to leave his girlfriend behind. But he didn't dare to be left alone with Ji Xiaoyu like before. Therefore, if he raises his voice, he can remind Ji Xiaoyu to come quickly. On the other hand, it can also attract the attention of other players and make them wait for Ji Xiaoyu. After Li Jia spoke out, the others did stop and look back at Ji Xiaoyu. Seeing this, Li Jia gained some courage. He walked to Ji Xiaoyu's side and took Ji Xiaoyu's hand.
Xiaoyu, are you feeling uncomfortable somewhere?
Ji Xiaoyu slowly raised her head and looked at Li Jia. There was a trace of confusion in her eyes, but then it turned into a smile.
I'm fine. I was scared just now, and my legs were weak. But I'm fine now.
Chapter 712 The Phantom of the Ancient House 62. Li Jia looked at Ji Xiaoyu up and down several times worriedly. And then he felt relieved after making sure that there was nothing wrong with Ji Xiaoyu, and that his face was not pale. He grabbed Ji Xiaoyu's wrist.
Let's go. Don't waste time here. Otherwise they might be unhappy.
He said this in a low voice. Only Ji Xiaoyu could hear it. Ji Xiaoyu nodded.
Yeah.
Seeing that 2 people were following them, the other 5 people continued to walk forward. In the following hours, until dark, they plowed through the remaining 3 yards. But there was no special harvest.
What should we do?
Lu Tian was a little confused. I finally saw a little hope. But I didn't expect the clue to be broken again. If this doesn't solve the curse of Song Shuyan and her child, and we can't get more secrets about the general's mansion from Song Shuyan's mouth, then we won't be able to clear the game.
Go to the kitchen and woodshed tomorrow, and then search all the gardens.
Xiaoxi thought for a while and said,
If you haven't found anything yet, you can go to the front hall and search again. I think so too.
When Zuling nodded.
When we were in the front hall before, we didn't know anything about the situation in the general's mansion, and we might have missed some useful clues. Now with a clear goal in mind, we go look for it. You may find something new. That's all we can do.
Lu Tian sighed.
I hope everything goes well tomorrow.
Although there was still plenty of time now. As the deadline approached day by day, he became more and more nervous. He was so afraid that he would fail this time. Then he may really be unable to stand up. Asterisk. Late at night, everyone slept in the main courtyard as usual, in their respective rooms as assigned before. Ji Xiaoyu and Li Jia slept on the big bunk in the inverted room. The night breeze blew in through the window.
bringing a little bit of coolness. Lija had already fallen asleep, snoring slightly. Ji Xiaoyu seemed to be disturbed by Lija's voice, and couldn't sleep. He tossed and turned for a while, and finally got up. She turned to look at Lija, and she could vaguely see a bit of dissatisfaction on her face. However, Lija couldn't feel Ji Xiaoyu's emotions at all, and slept with his arms and legs spread out. Very comfortable. Ji Xiaoyu got out of bed quietly, and searched in the dark for a long time, before finally digging out a heavy solid wood box from the wall cabinet. The four corners of the box are wrapped with metal sheets to strengthen it. She opened the box and took a look. It was empty, with nothing inside. She closed the box again, fastened the buckle, and then walked back to the chaise shop with the box in her arms. Lija slept with his head facing the window, and his feet stretched out. Ji Xiaoyu took off his shoes, tiptoed back to the bed, and knelt down next to Lija. She held the wooden box and stared at Lija for a while, her eyes full of disgust. When Lija snored loudly again, she suddenly picked up the wooden box with both hands, pointed one corner at Lija's head, and smashed it with all her strength. The sharp corner of the metal edging instantly pierced Lija's skin, and warm blood flowed out. After the first hit, the rest became much easier. Ji Xiaoyu hit it again and again, without giving Lija any chance to breathe. In his sleep, Lija suddenly felt a sharp pain coming from his head. Before he could wake up, the heavier beatings made him completely lose consciousness again. Chapter 713 The Phantom of the Ancient House 63. Ji Xiaoyu was very ruthless. Even though Lija had fainted and could no longer snore, she still didn't stop. It wasn't until Lija died completely that Ji Xiaoyu gasped and threw away the blood-stained wooden box in his hand. She wiped her hands with the quilt next to her, wiped off the blood splattered on her face, and then slowly walked out of bed. The whole room was filled with the smell of blood, and Lija's blood gradually became colder in the air. Ji Xiaoyu didn't look back, opened the door, and walked out. Asterisk. Xia, she was sleeping soundly, when she suddenly heard a knock on the door from outside. Ji Xiaoyu's urgent voice also came over. Xia Shi! Yi Kanqing! Get up quickly! Zhe is dead! Yi Kanqing had already opened his eyes when Ji Xiaoyu knocked on the door for the first time. But he did not get up immediately, but looked at Xia Shi, who was lying in his arms. Xia Shi rubbed her sleepy eyes, and immediately woke up when she heard the words. As is dead! She quickly got up, walked out with Yi Kanqing, and opened the door. Ji Xiaoyu was walking around the door anxiously, when she saw Xia Shi and Yi Kanqing coming out. She immediately came up to hold Xia Shi's hand. Come with me to see them. Xia Shi raised her hand to avoid Ji Xiaoyu's touch and asked calmly. How did Lija die? Ji Xiaoyu's hand flew away, but he was not unhappy. But the anxious look on his face was even worse. I don't know. He was covered in blood. When I woke up, I saw that he was dead. I was so scared. I'll run over to find you. Call the others and let's go watch together. Xia Shi said this to Yi Kanqing. Yi Kanqing nodded, and was about to go to the east wing where Zhao Yifeng and Lu Tian were. Ji Xiaoyu stamped his feet. How long has it been since this happened? And you are still like this? Xia Shi turned to look at Ji Xiaoyu and raised her eyebrows slightly. Lija is already dead. Can I change the fact? Ji Xiaoyu choked and did not speak. What's more, doesn't he still have a chance to be resurrected? Xia Shi said in a casual tone. Even if I go there now, the 5-minute cooling time should have passed, and I will definitely not be able to see his body. It's better to get everyone together and go together. As soon as Xia Shi finished speaking, Zhao Yifeng opened the door. What's wrong? Zhao Yifeng looked at Ji Xiaoyu with gloomy eyes. He didn't know whether he was dissatisfied with his sleep being disturbed or for some other reason. Ji Xiaoyu subconsciously took a step back. Obviously, she was a little afraid of Zhao Yifeng. What happened? Lu Tian looked out from behind Zhao Yifeng. There was still a sleepy look on his face, and he was obviously not awake yet. Then, when Zhuling also opened the door, seeing everyone gathered outside, she walked out. What happened? I just thought I heard Ji Xiaoyu say who died? The east and west wings were not far from the main room, and Ji Xiaoyu kept his voice low when calling out to Xia Shi and Yi Kanqing. So everyone in the east and west wings actually heard the noise. I just couldn't hear every word specifically, and didn't know exactly what happened. So people on both sides didn't come out immediately. Ji Xiaoyu lowered his head and looked at his feet, and stammered. As is dead. How did you die? When Zhuling's tone was gentle, with the power to soothe people's hearts. Killed by who? Chapter 714 The Phantom of the Ancient House 64. Ji Xiaoyu shook his head. I don't know. as was already dead when I woke up. He was killed next to you. And you didn't feel anything at all?
Yi Kongqing frowned slightly. Under normal circumstances, one cannot be absolutely silent when committing crimes. Even if the other party is a ghost and makes no sound. There will always be a struggle or cry for help when Li Jie is dying. Even if it is a slight breathing disorder. The person lying next to him should be able to hear it. Even if Ji Xiaoyu wasn't alert enough and couldn't hear the disordered breathing. It was impossible for him to not react at all when the people next to him were struggling. What's more, he was disgusted with Ji Xiaoyu's attempt to rape Xia Shi just now. It has nothing to do with gender. Just an instinctive feeling of disgust.
I didn't hear any noise.
Ji Xiaoyu felt aggrieved as she spoke. And she asked Yi Kongqing in turn.
What do you mean by that? Do you suspect that I heard the noise, but didn't say anything on purpose? It doesn't do me any good.
Yi Kongqing was too lazy to argue with Ji Xiaoyu. He turned his face and looked away. As if he didn't want to talk to Ji Xiaoyu. Ji Xiaoyu looked at Xia Shi.
Everything I said is true. If I heard anything, I would definitely not pretend to be asleep. Actually, there is one thing that I find very strange.
Xia Shi looked at Ji Xiaoyu and asked with a smile.
You and Li Jie sleep together. Why is it that only Li Jie is dead, but you are still alive? How do I know this?
Ji Xiaoyu's tone was filled with anger.
I'm not a murderer. So I don't know what the murderer would think. Maybe I can only kill one person a night. Impossible.
Wen Zhuling immediately denied.
You and Li Jie were killed by the sycamore tree at the same time before. Which means that there is no situation where you can only kill one person a day. At least it should be enough for 2 people. And you have been with Li Jie all the time. And it is indeed strange that you are still alive after Li Jie is dead.
Ji Xiaoyu was silent for a moment. And then, as if she suddenly thought of something, she showed a look of realization.
Could it be that you deliberately left me to report the news to you? Just to create a sense of panic for everyone and make you unable to sleep well. So that you won't be in a good enough mental state to do the task tomorrow.
Xia Shi tilted her head. Her eyes interpreting Ji Xiaoyu momentarily. Ji Xiaoyu looked confused.
Why are you looking at me like that?
Xia Shi didn't respond. And quickly took out a freezing gun and aimed it at Ji Xiaoyu. Ji Xiaoyu didn't expect that Xia Shi would launch an attack after a disagreement. And Xia Shi was immediately beaten up. She tried to struggle, but found that she couldn't move at all.
Xia Shi, what are you doing?
She asked Xia Shi angrily. Xia Shi walked towards Ji Xiaoyu slowly and looked him up and down.
Who are you?
Ji Xiaoyu was stunned for a moment, with a confused look on his face.
What are you talking about? I'm Ji Xiaoyu. You're not.
Xia Shi said as she took out a talisman from her pocket and a pistol from the storage compartment. She pasted the talisman on the handle of the gun and pointed the black muzzle at Ji Xiaoyu's forehead.
You should know what this is. If you don't tell the truth, I don't mind getting rid of you immediately.
Ji Xiaoyu's expression changed. His expression became sinister, and his originally rosy cheeks quickly turned pale.
How did you find out that I'm not Ji Xiaoyu's?
Chapter 715 The Phantom of the Ancient House 65.
You just let it slip. Don't you know?
Xia Shi chuckled.
You said, you won't be able to sleep well.
Ji Xiaoyu had a confused look on his face, as if he still didn't understand what Xia Shi meant. Wen Zhuling also laughed at the side.
Indeed. Everyone is a player. This time the opponent is clearly an NPC in the game. In this case, the players are all from the same camp. So when talking about things, they should say, us, not you.
Only then did Ji Xiaoyu realize that she had spilled the beans, and a trace of annoyance appeared on her pale face.
You killed Li Jie.
Xiao Yifeng walked out of the room and approached Ji Xiaoyu. His tone was not inquiring, but affirmative. Ji Xiaoyu knew that his identity was exposed now, so there was no point in pretending. She snorted.
That man keeps snoring in his sleep, which makes me upset.
There was disgust on her face.
Originally, I thought of using his death to create panic among you, so that I could take advantage of the chaos to attack other people. But I didn't expect to fail so quickly. You? You are not Ji Xiaoyu. Then who are you?
Lu Tian followed Xiao Yifeng and asked in a low voice. Ji Xiaoyu snorted, looking too lazy to respond.
She should be Wan Jiaojiu.
Xia Shi changed into a new, freezing gun, and calculated that the time was almost up. She gave Ji Xiaoyu another shot. Then she looked at Ji Xiaoyu with a smile and asked,
Do you think my guess is correct?
Ji Xiaoyu had a gloomy face and looked at Xia Shi with anger.
Since you know, why do you ask? Although I guessed it, I can't be 100% sure. Of course, I have to ask to confirm.
Xia Shi shrugged. She remembered that Ji Xiaoyu's reaction during the day was a little strange. Thinking about it carefully, it was actually a bit strange that Ji Xiaoyu tried to stop her from cutting down the sycamore tree. Although Ji Xiaoyu is a bit unpleasant, she is obviously not a person who is overly sympathetic. In particular, that tree killed Ji Xiaoyu once. Normally, Ji Xiaoyu would not be able to help the sycamore tree. If Ji Xiaoyu was already possessed by Ruan Jiaoju at that time, then his behavior would be reasonable. But this raises another question: why did Ruan Jiaoju stop her from cutting down the sycamore tree? As she was thinking about it, Xiaoxi suddenly had an idea. She asked Ruan Jiaojiao,
"Were you hanged on the sycamore tree? Do you usually survive by clinging to the sycamore tree?"
If the rope hanging on the branch of the sycamore tree was for Ruan Jiaoju, then all this would make sense. It is impossible for Ruan Jiaoju to want to save a tree for no reason, unless the tree is related to her survival. If Ruan Jiaoju hanged herself from a tree, it is very possible that her soul is attached to the tree. In other words, the one who kept attacking them and killed Ji Xiaoyu and Li Zhe once was actually not the sycamore tree, but Ruan Jiaojiao, who controlled the sycamore tree. There was a look of astonishment on Ji Xiaoyu's face. Even though he didn't say anything, this reaction was enough to explain everything. Xiaoxi guessed correctly.
"Now that the previous doubts have been solved, it's time for you to answer my other questions."
Xiaoxi put the gun with the talisman on it against Ji Xiaoyu's forehead.
"You should know very well what method can be used to solve the problem."
Undo the curse on Song Shuyan and her child.
Right. Chapter 716, The Phantom of the Ancient House 66. This curse was originally made by Ruan Jiaojiao, and the sycamore tree that Ruan Jiaojiao possessed had written instructions on how to remove the curse. Ruan Jiaojiao must know how to remove the curse. Ji Xiaoyu's face was twisted in a ferocious manner, and his voice also changed in an instant. It was no longer the familiar voice belonging to Ji Xiaoyu, but the voice of another woman with a sharp tone, as if she was immersed in anger.
"I'm in Ji Xiaoyu's body now. If you beat me to death, Ji Xiaoyu will die too."
Ruan Jiaojiao smiled evilly.
"Oh, really?"
Xiaoxi raised her eyebrows slightly and responded coldly. She even opened the safety catch on the gun, and the threat was obvious. Ruan Jiaoji was stunned for a moment.
"Ji Xiaoyu, and you are in the same group. Can you bear to do something to her? We just formed a temporary team because of the game, and it's not really a lifelong friendship,"
Xiaoxi said nonchalantly.
"Besides, in the past few days, she would make some mistakes from time to time. She doesn't like me, so whether she dies or not, I won't be reluctant to part with her."
What's more, Ji Xiaoyu still has another chance to be resurrected. Even if he is killed by her this time, he is not really dead. The system never said that players cannot be resurrected if they are killed by players. Ruan Jiaoji was stunned for a while, as if she did not expect Xiaoxi to react like this. After a long while, she squeezed out a sentence through her teeth.
"If my soul is gone, you will never know the way to undo Song Shuyan's curse. If you have a good soul but refuse to say anything, what use are you to me?"
"Is it necessary to stay?"
Ruan Jiaojiao was choked to the point of being speechless, and she didn't speak for a while.
"You think faster. My patience is limited,"
Xiaoxi urged, while placing her finger on the trigger. Ruan Jiaojiao suddenly felt bad when she saw that Xiaoxi actually planned to take action without showing any sign of guilt. She struggled for a few more seconds before reluctantly saying,
"As you have guessed before, the blood of one of your players is needed to break the curse." "Whose?"
Lu Tian stretched his head and asked curiously. Ruan Jiaojiao turned to look at Lu Tian.
"Yours."
Lu Tian was stunned there, and it took him a long time to squeeze out a word.
"Huh?"
Ruan Jiaojiao became a little impatient. She glared at Lu Tian.
"I said I want to use your blood. How to use it?"
Xiaoxi asked again, regardless of Lu Tian's reaction.
"Cut your finger and drip blood on the runes? You can cut it anywhere, but it must be dripped on 2 runes at the same time to be effective."
Ruan Jiaojiao answered this question not very happily.
"If it were not dripped on 2 runes at the same time, would there be any bad consequences?"
Xiaoxi asked again. When she asked this question, she didn't forget to shoot the freeze gun.
"No. It's just that the curse cannot be lifted,"
Ruan Jiaojiao answered reluctantly.
"If the wrong blood is used, will the backlash affect everyone or the owner of the blood?"
Xiaoxi then asked. Ruan Jiaojiao's brows furrowed tightly. She did not expect that Xiaoxi would ask so many questions in such detail, even if she had the intention not to bring up the important point. Xiaoxi had already asked her, so she couldn't help but answer, with a gun pressed against her forehead. Even if she didn't want to answer, she had to worry about her own safety. Chapter 717, The Phantom of the Ancient House 67.
The owner of the blood will backfire.
When Ruan Jiaojiao said this,
She had already given up resistance. Her eyes were lowered, and she looked very weak. What is the result of the backlash? Xiaoxi continued to ask without paying attention to Wang Jijiao's condition. You will die, Wang Jiajiu replied. If you use the wrong blood, the owner of the blood will die directly. Xiaoxi nodded and said she understood. That's it. In this way, it becomes more reasonable for players to have a chance to be resurrected in this game. Not only to have a chance to resurrect and continue the game when killed by a ghost, but more importantly, to have a little chance of trial and error when lifting the curse. Of course, this is based on the premise that the player has not been killed by ghosts until his last life is left. I said everything I need to say. Can you let me go? Wang Jiajiu urged Xiaoxi. I told you everything I know. Well, I really asked all the questions I should ask, Xiaoxi said and pulled the trigger, sending the bullet containing the power of runes into Ji Xiaoyu's head. In an instant, Ji Xiaoyu and Wang Jiajiu cried out in pain at the same time. Wang Jijiu's soul was forced to leave Ji Xiaoyu's body. She fell to the ground and looked up at Xiaoxi, her eyes full of anger. You actually broke your promise. There was a deep burning mark on her forehead that quickly spread around her body. I never said that as long as you answer all my questions, I will definitely let you go. Xiaoxi shook off the runes that turned to ashes on the gun without changing her expression. What's more, you lied first. You're not telling the truth about all the issues. Wang Jiajiu was stunned, and then shouted, Impossible! It's impossible for you. Before she finished speaking, her body completely shattered and disappeared. Ji Xiaoyu also fell in a pool of blood and stopped breathing. Lu Tian looked at the incident in front of him. His mouth opened wide, and he didn't close it for a while. This. He swallowed before asking Xiaoxi, which question did Wang Jiajiao not tell the truth? He really didn't recognize it. But with Wang Jijiao's sophisticated character, it is still very possible that after being threatened, she would deliberately give false information out of revenge. After all, players can only verify the truth through practice. By the time they found out it was a fake, Wang Jiajiao had long since disappeared, and it would not be easy to catch her again. But now that Wang Jijiu is dead, even if it is known that Wang Jijiu lied, it is difficult to figure out what the truth is. Right? He couldn't understand why Xiaoxi wanted to kill Wang Jiajiu at this time. Xiaoxi glanced at Lu Tian and guessed what Lu Tian was thinking from his expression. She smiled and said, Don't worry. I will naturally be able to determine what the real answer is. So I will attack Wang Jiajiu without any scruples. Wang Jiajiu must not be allowed to stay as a ghost. Even if we only read a few words from Song Shuyan and Ding Yuan's diary, we can see that Wang Jiajiu is definitely a deeply scheming and revengeful person. If Wang Jiajiu is let go, Wang Jiajiao will definitely find an opportunity to take revenge. Ghosts can appear anytime and anywhere, making players much more passive, even if they complete all the tasks in advance. According to the rules of this game, they must survive until the last day of the game to be considered cleared. Chapter 718 The Phantom of the Ancient House 68. If Wang Jiajiu is let go this time, he will easily be harassed and assassinated by Wang Jiajiu endlessly later. Instead of the situation going bad and increasing the risk of not being able to pass the level, it is better to nip it in the bud now. Xiaoxi had had this idea all along. Even if Wang Jiajiu really told the truth, she had no intention of keeping Wang Jiajiu. What's more, how could a scheming person like Wang Jiajiu possibly tell the truth? Xiaoxi had this suspicion from the beginning, so she always paid attention to the changes in Wang Jiajiu's expression. Fortunately, although Wang Jiajiu was thoughtful, she was not an expert in acting. She could not hide her subtle expressions, so she could tell the clues. After thinking about Wang Jijiao's previous behavior, she knew that Wang Jiajiu must have lied. On what issue did Wang Jijiu lie? When Zhuling walked up to Xiaoxi and asked with interest, I guess Wang Jiajiu would not lie on all issues. This is too low of a credibility. It's possible that she lied on one or two key points. You guessed it right. Xiaoxi nodded and raised her index finger. Wang Jiajiu lied on one of the questions, and everything else she told is the truth. She was not a person who liked to sell things. So before anyone asked, she just said, she lied when she said she wanted to use Lu Tian's blood. Lu Tian scratched his cheek and smiled sheepishly. Although I don't know what happened, my sixth sense actually makes me think that my blood should not be able to lift the curse. Then whose blood do you think it is? When Zhuling asked Xiaoxi. Mine. Xiaoxi pointed at herself. Why? Zhao Yifeng couldn't help but ask. How are you sure it's your blood? Wang Jiajiu came to see me tonight, Xiaoxi said firmly. She didn't mean to wake everyone up. She clearly came out of the reverse room and was closer to the east and west wing. But she knocked on the door of the main room instead of getting closer. After Yi Ching and I came out, she immediately wanted to grab my wrist and take me away. If I really left with her at that time, you probably wouldn't be able to see me when we came out.
After a pause, she continued.
But I didn't follow Ruan Jiao's wishes and leave. Instead, I stalled at the door for everyone to come over. When you all appeared, Ruan Jiao was actually a little disappointed. Yes. Her expression clearly means that her plan has been disrupted. Ruan Jiao has not appeared in the past so many days. Apart from killing Ji Xiaoyu and Li Jia who were staying in the Wutong courtyard.
She did not take the initiative to go outside to commit murder. But it happened that we found the Wutong tree after the text. Start taking action. Ruan Jiao definitely doesn't want Song Shuyan's curse to be lifted. So I think the first target she chooses to attack is the person who can lift the curse. That's what you said.
Lu Tian thought for a while and felt that something was wrong. He asked.
But the first person Ruan Jiao killed this time was Li Jia. She killed Li Jia because she thought Li Jia snored too noisily. And she also wanted to use Li Jia's death to lure me there.
Xiaoxi analyzed patiently.
What's more important is that I have something to prevent ghosts from approaching. Ruan Jiao couldn't get close to me in the form of a ghost. Possessing someone else to kill me became her only choice. If she wanted to kill someone else, she wouldn't need to go through such trouble and go straight to take advantage of him at night. Just do it while you're asleep.
Chapter 719 The Phantom of the Ancient House 69. After hearing this, Lu Tian was completely convinced by Xiaoxi. If Ruan Jiao wants to attack other players, there is really no need to possess Ji Xiaoyu. It is more convenient to do it in the form of a ghost than to possess one. Only when the target was Xiaoxi with the talisman, Ruan Jiao had to use possession to get close to Xiaoxi. Xiaoxi glanced at the others and added,
even if my conclusion is wrong, the backlash will only hurt me. I still have 2 chances to be resurrected. So I can try it myself.
Yi Ching, who was beside him, rubbed Xiaoxi's head.
I believe your inference is correct.
Xiaoxi turned back to Yi Ching and smiled. Bright and brilliant.
Then shall we act now?
When Zhuling asked Xiaoxi,
let's go,
Xiaoxi said as she took the initiative to walk out.
Now that we know how to solve the problem, we can finish it as soon as possible to save worry.
The others did not object and followed Xiaoxi out of the main courtyard.
I'm a little curious.
Lu Tian couldn't help but ask as he walked.
Then what does pure mean? If I guess correctly, it probably refers to that one.
Xiaoxi did not explain clearly, but just said vaguely,
the reason why it is me, and not a Qing may be because the target of the effect is a woman. So it needs it's also female blood.
Her voice was slightly lower in the second half of the sentence, as if she was talking to herself. Yi Ching, who was beside him, heard clearly. His steps paused slightly, and then he continued walking forward as usual. Obviously, even though he didn't say anything, he already understood what Xiaoxi was referring to. Lu Tian was confused when he heard this.
Who is that?
When Zhuling looked at Xiaoxi, then at Yi Ching, and suddenly reacted.
I see.
She couldn't help laughing.
I didn't expect you two to have it yet.
She didn't say the next words again. Zhao Yifeng, who had not yet figured out what was going on, reacted after hearing Wen Zhuling's words. He looked at Xiaoxi with a more complicated look, and an indescribable emotion surged in his heart. The only person present who didn't understand clearly was Lu Tian. But when he saw that everyone was unwilling to explain clearly, he wisely didn't ask any more questions. Anyway, as long as you can successfully complete the mission and pass the level, it's
okay.
No matter how pure he is. Asterisk. Everyone came to Xia Huyuan together. It was late at night, and Song Shuyan did not hide in the urn. Instead, she sat on the roof and stared at the full moon in the sky in a daze. From time to time, the pitiful cry of a baby can be heard from the bottom of the well, drifting away in the night wind, making people feel miserable. I don't know how sad Song Shuyan feels in her heart when she hears her child crying like this every day and night. Seeing everyone entering Xia courtyard, Song Shuyan floated down from the roof. She stared at several people and then asked,
have you found a way?
Yeah. Xiaoxi responded and walked into the house. Song Shuyan froze on the spot for a few seconds before reacting. She followed, with a look of disbelief in her eyes. Although she just asked this, she actually didn't hold much hope in her heart.
Now she suddenly got a positive answer, which surprised her. After the accident, joy surged up uncontrollably. Chapter 720 The Phantom of the Ancient House 70. But then Song Shuyan became calmer again. She was afraid that her joy would turn into disappointment in the end.
so she didn't dare to show too many emotions. Yi Kongqing opened the coffin and took out the urn. Wait a minute. Lu Tian suddenly remembered something and reminded him. Yuan Jiaoju said before that it must be dropped in 2 places at the same time to be effective. But there is no way to take out the string of runes at the bottom of the well. At this point, he seemed to have come to his senses, looked at Xiaoxi and asked, Oh, are you planning to carry the urn into the bottom of the well? No. Xiaoxi shook her head and denied. Even if I carry the urn into the bottom of the well, it would be impossible for me to bleed in 2 places at the same time. Although poking 2 fingers could achieve this effect, she didn't want to poke 2 holes in herself. Then what are you going to do? Lu Tian was a little dumbfounded. Wouldn't it be better to collect the blood first? Xiaoxi chuckled, not thinking it was a worry at all. It didn't say that the blood must be fresh and hot, and just flowed out of the body to be effective. It seems so. Lu Tian scratched his cheek embarrassedly. I feel like I just didn't get my head around it. Xiaoxi dug out a bag of cotton swabs from the storage compartment. She took out one and put the others away. Then she said to the others, Later, a person will enter the bottom of the well with a bloody cotton swab. I will hold the urn and stay by the well. When I am ready, I will drip blood at the same time, which will satisfy the requirement to lift the curse. I'll go, Xiao Yifeng said proactively. I went down into the well before, so I'm more familiar with the underground environment and the location of the runes on the well wall. Having said this, he paused for a moment, and then looked at Yi Kongqing. And he is very powerful, so it is easier to pull people up. These 2 simple sentences not only showed the convenience of going down, but also showed the role of Yi Kongqing staying outside. It's irresistible. So the candidates for going down the well were decided. Xiaoxi took out a table knife, pricked her fingertip, and dripped a few drops of blood onto the cotton swab. The cotton swab was filled with blood, and the whole thing swelled. In this state, it must be possible to apply blood to the runes. Xiao Yifeng took the cotton swab and carefully slid it down the rope. Xiaoxi squatted by the well holding the urn. After seeing Xiao Yifeng landing, she placed the urn at the mouth of the well. Xiao Yifeng looked around with his flashlight and quickly determined the location of the runes. He raised his head and shouted, I'm ready. Xiaoxi squeezed the wound she had just punctured, and blood immediately came out. She started counting down. 3, 2, 1. As soon as she finished speaking, her blood dripped onto the runes on the urn. At the same time, the cotton swab in Xiao Yifeng's hand was also wiped on the runes on the well wall. The next second, the runes at the bottom of the well and the runes on the urn both glowed red. The blood was quickly absorbed, and then the light disappeared, and the runes in both places disappeared. Xiao Yifeng tried it, and found that his hand could touch the small baby skeleton. He took out a piece of clothing from the storage compartment and laid it out, picked up all the bones, packed the clothing and carried it. I got it, he said to the wellhead. At the same time, Xiaoxi also opened the seal on the lid of the urn. After hearing Xiao Yifeng's words, Yi Kongqing pulled up the rope and lifted Xiao Yifeng out in a few strokes. Chapter 721 The Phantom of the Ancient House 71. Song Xuan, who had been paying attention to the whole process, immediately floated over when she saw this. My child! Xiaoxi suddenly stood in front of Song Xuan. Song Xuan's face darkened. What do you want to do? We have lifted the curse, and the child is 1 step away from you, Xiaoxi said unhurriedly. I think you should tell everything you know. You cannot blindly trust a ghost, especially one you have not known well for a short time. So when you can take the initiative, don't let yourself be passive. Now she can still use the baby's skeleton to blackmail Song Xuan into telling the truth, so as to avoid Song Xuan going back on her word and causing trouble. After hearing Xiaoxi's words, Xiao Yifeng already understood Xiaoxi's plan. He took the baby's skeleton wrapped in clothes into his arms, and took 2 steps back to prevent Song Xuan from grabbing it. Yi Kongqing stood beside Xiaoxi, ready to attack. Seeing this posture, Song Xuan curled her lips. Although she was not happy, she did not choose to rob him. I think you should already know most of the things. I will tell you a few things that you should not know yet. She glanced at the package in Xiao Yifeng's hand, and then continued. Yuan Jiaoju was killed by me. Dead. She poisoned my children and killed me in the same way, which I only found out after my death. She found a Taoist priest to lock my soul and my child's soul in the general's mansion. She wanted to continue torturing me and my child, but she definitely didn't expect that I could move freely inside the general's mansion. As a result, one day I heard the conversation between that bitch Yuan Jiaojiu and her personal maid. I wanted to kill her at that time. Unfortunately, the Taoist priest arrived in time, and I failed and was injured. When I come out after raising it for a while, that bitch will have the amulet paper. I can only wait for the opportunity. Maybe I never showed up, which made Wan Jiaojiao think that I had been seriously injured and wiped out. So her self-protection became less strict. Although she usually carries talismans, she cannot take them with her when taking a bath. And that day, she didn't even have the maid wait on her while she was bathing. So she lost the opportunity for the maid to hand her the talisman in time. At this point, Song Xuan raised her chin slightly, with a look of revenge in her eyes. I grabbed her hair, dragged her all the way to the sycamore tree outside the door, and hung her by force with the hemp rope I had prepared earlier. She burst out laughing, as if she felt happy even thinking about it now. Seeing that bitch struggling and shaking, but still dead in the end, I feel very relieved. Sure enough, you killed Wan Jiaojiao. There was no surprise on Xiaoxi's face. It was impossible for Wan Jiaojiao to commit suicide. After all, she had managed to kill Song Xuan and Song Xuan's child, and she had been supported against all odds. How could she be willing to die when good times had just come? So the possibility of being killed is too high. The person most likely to kill Wan Jiaojiao is Song Xuan, who is full of hatred. So after confirming that the person hanging from the tree was Wan Jiaojiao, Xiaoxi had already made a rough guess. That bitch only dares to do whatever she wants on the back of a man's favor, and then does some dirty tricks behind her back. In fact, she is nothing without a man's support. Song Xuan's eyes showed disdain. After she dies, she has also become a ghost. But she must be attached to the sycamore tree. For so many years, she has not dared to appear in front of me. Without a man to rely on, she is a waste. Chapter 722 The Phantom of the Ancient House 72. Xiaoxi waited for Song Xuan to vent her emotions before asking, "Is there anything else?" Song Xuan vented her anger and was in a good mood. She didn't sell it and said directly, "Later, Ding Yuan successfully rebelled and became the emperor." Without waiting for anyone to ask questions, she took the initiative and said, "Actually, I had the opportunity to tell the emperor that before Ding Yuan's rebellion, the emperor had been in and out of the general's palace several times. But this dog emperor believed Ding Yuan's words and did not even defend my father. I will kill the whole family when I get the chance. I don't want to save him at all. He deserves to die." "Then you are willing to watch Ding Yuan ascend the throne and become an emperor comfortably?" Xiaoxi raised her eyebrows slightly. She didn't believe that Song Xuan didn't hate Ding Yuan. And she didn't believe that Song Xuan didn't want to take revenge on Ding Yuan. If Song Xuan finally gave up her revenge on Ding Yuan because of love, then she can only say that she is invincible in love. "Of course I'm not willing to give in." Song Xuan gritted her teeth. "So I took advantage of him while he was busy rebelling to kill his most beloved woman, so that he would have to suffer the pain of losing his beloved for the rest of his life. Who knew that Ding Yuan was more serious than I thought? To be selfish and indifferent. Wan Jijiao's death only made him feel a little uncomfortable for a short time, and his more thoughts were on usurping the throne. So after he came to power, I deliberately created all kinds of panic in the general's mansion. Everyone always saw ghosts, and the rumors about his moral integrity quickly spread. His emperor didn't last long before he was killed by other people who were qualified to inherit the throne in the name of vindication through the power of rumors." At this point, Song Xuan snorted. "It's just that he didn't die in the general's mansion, so his soul wouldn't be able to come here. Otherwise, I really want to mock him. It's better if you're not in the general's mansion." When Zhuling on the side said in a gentle tone, "This way, you don't have to worry about Ding Yuan's ghost in the future. I have said everything that needs to be said." Song Xuan looked at the package in Zhao Yifeng's arms again. "Can you return my child to me?" Xiaoxi smiled. "Of course." With that said, she got out of the way. She could see that Song Xuan did not lie, and indeed said what needed to be said without hiding anything. Song Xuan was different from Wan Jiaojiao. Everything she did was just for revenge. Now she just wanted her child back, and she had no reason not to give it back. Seeing this, Zhao Yifeng did not continue to hold the package, but stretched his arms and handed the package over. Song Xuan hugged the package and found that she could actually touch it, and tears suddenly welled up in her eyes. Because there were other people around, she held back from crying. She turned to look at the urn placed at the mouth of the well. "These are my ashes." Xiaoxi made a pleased gesture. "You can take your things if you want." Song Xuan breathed a sigh of relief when she saw that she didn't make things difficult for her. She held the urn in one hand and her child's bones in the other, and quickly floated away. Everyone watched as Song Xuan's figure floated far away until she climbed over the courtyard wall
and left the scope of the general's mansion.
She is no longer bound by the runes, and can finally leave the general's mansion.
When Juling sighed softly.
This is a sad place for her, and she will probably never come back again. But she is a ghost, and she is still carrying the body of her child. Where can she go to live in peace?
Lu Tian felt a little sympathetic to Song Xuan. Chapter 723 The Phantom of the Ancient House 73.
That's a problem for her to consider.
After Xiaoxi finished speaking, she looked up at the sky and asked,
I mean, system, we should have found all the secrets of the general's mansion. Right.
Lu Tian's eyes widened in shock. He looked around and whispered to Xiaoxi,
You can't ask the system this question. Right. Even if you ask it, it won't tell you.
He was so afraid that he would be punished by the system if he asked questions he shouldn't have asked.
There's nothing to lose by asking. Maybe the system will answer.
Xiaoxi shrugged nonchalantly.
If the system doesn't answer, the worst thing is that it won't say anything.
Lu Tian.
Dot.
So the gap between him and the big guys is not only points, but also courage. Xiaoxi looked up at the sky again.
The rules of the game say that players are required to find out the secrets in the general's mansion. There are no hints about the secrets. So whether we have found all the secrets or not, you will definitely not tell us. But if a player takes the initiative to ask, you should give a passive response. Right.
After all, the game rules only say that there will be no hints about any secrets. But it does not clearly say that players cannot ask whether the secrets have been found. She guessed that if the system did not find everything, there would be a greater chance that the system would remain silent. But if it found everything, there would be no loss if the system made a sound. At most, the player would be less worried for a few days. The sky was quiet for a few seconds, and a cheerful voice came. Congratulations to all the players. You have found all the secrets in the general's mansion. Next, you just need to survive safely to the 10th day of the game. And then you can clear this round of the game. After receiving such an answer, Xiaoxi yawned.
I'm so sleepy. I have to go back and rest.
In the past few days, I woke up early and stayed up late almost every day. And stayed up late twice. Even when I went to bed at night. I always slept lightly because the environment was not safe enough. And I did not sleep very comfortably. Now that she had finally solved everything, she felt completely relaxed and wanted to sleep very much. Yi Kongqing picked up Xiaoxi and said,
Go to sleep. I will take you back.
He walked out of Xiaohe courtyard with long legs, looking straight ahead without looking at anyone. Xiaoxi was stunned for a moment. Then her cheeks turned slightly red. She buried her head in Yi Kongqing's arms and was too obedient to move. Yi Kongqing's arms were broad and had a reassuring aura. He walked steadily without any bumps, making falling asleep easier. Xiaoxi was really tired. Before she could return to the bedroom in the main courtyard, she had already fallen asleep in Yi Kongqing's arms. Yi Kongqing gently put Xiaoxi on the bed and tidied Xiaoxi's hair. Looking at her peaceful sleeping face, she felt an indescribable peace in her heart. In the past, he never knew that he would have such a peaceful moment. He loved it. Ji Xiaoyu was indeed resurrected. Both she and Li Zhe learned that the game mission had been completed through Lu Tian's explanation during the day on the 5th day of the game. Now you just need to wait for the game time to end, and everyone can successfully pass the level. Moreover, the threat of NPC is no longer there, so everyone can live a comfortable life for a few days with peace of mind. But when they thought about what they had experienced yesterday, neither of them were in a good mood. Although Li Zhe knew that Ji Xiaoyu was possessed, he recalled the scene of being beaten to death by Ji Xiaoyu. And now he felt a little awkward when he saw Ji Xiaoyu's face. Chapter 724 The Phantom of the Ancient House 74. Ji Xiaoyu was still frightened about being killed by Xiaoxi last night. Although her body was not under her control at the time, she did not completely lose consciousness. She could remember everything happening around her. She knew that she had killed Li Zhe with her own hands. And she also knew that Xiaoxi did not hesitate to shoot her in order to kill Ruan Jiaojiao. She resented Xiaoxi in her heart, but she was more afraid. So in the next few days, neither Li Zhe nor Ji Xiaoyu went to find Xiaoxi and the others. The two of them even moved out of the main courtyard and lived in a small courtyard near the woodshed, where they started living as two people. Although Li Zhe was a little awkward with Ji Xiaoyu, after Ji Xiaoyu's many comforts, he finally put aside that psychological barrier. The two of them were sweet together again. Xiaoxi and other players didn't care that Ji Xiaoyu and Li Zhe were separated from everyone. They would say hello when they met on the road occasionally, and they wouldn't deliberately look for these two people if they didn't meet them. Xiaoxi didn't encounter any trouble in the next few days. Xiaoxi slept comfortably all day,
and spent the rest of the time letting Yi Kongqing teach herself more self-defense techniques. After such a long period of intermittent practice, and having a professional coach like Yi Kongqing to accompany her, Xiaoxi felt that her skills were much more agile than before. Especially her reactions during battles were more flexible. Asterisk. The night of the 9th day of the game. After completing a day's training, Yi Kongqing went to the kitchen to boil water for a bath. While Xiaoxi prepared toiletries in the room, Xiao Yifeng suddenly came over and went straight to the point.
Xiaoxi, I want to talk to you.
Xiaoxi was a little surprised. She put down the towel in her hand and turned to look at Xiao Yifeng.
What are you talking about?
Her attitude was casual, and she did not refuse. But she was not cooperative either. For so many days in the game, Xiao Yifeng would look at her from time to time, and she could feel it. But since Xiao Yifeng didn't make any move to get closer, she automatically ignored his gaze. I didn't expect that this guy would come to my door when the game was almost over. I also chose when Yi Kongqing was away. Xiao Yifeng had been living in the East Wing, very close to the main house, and he would definitely be able to see Yi Kongqing leave. Xiao Yifeng stared at Xiaoxi for a while, not knowing what he was thinking. After a while, he said,
When you were in my world, why didn't you tell me about the survival game?
Xiaoxi did not expect that Xiao Yifeng would suddenly ask about this matter. She spread her hands and looked innocent.
I was not sure that your world would become a battlefield of survival games. So why should I tell you about survival games? Besides, even if I said it, you wouldn't understand it at the time. So why should I waste my words?
Xiao Yifeng narrowed his eyes slightly, but there was no anger in his brows. He didn't seem satisfied with the answer, but he wasn't dissatisfied either. After a few seconds of silence, he asked again.
I applied to you for binding. Why did you refuse? I'm not familiar with you. Why can't you refuse?
Xiaoxi asked in confusion. Xiao Yifeng pursed his lips and said no more. He just stared at Xiaoxi for a long time, said nothing for a long time, turned and left. Xiaoxi looked at Xiao Yifeng's leading figure and didn't care much. As long as Xiao Yifeng does not interfere with her life, does not disrupt her pace, and her own attitude is very clear, then no matter what Xiao Yifeng is thinking in his heart, it is not her need to care. Chapter 7 25-point statistics and being marked. The evening of the 10th day of the game. This round of game time is coming to an end, and everyone came to sit in the main hall of the vestibule, just as they did when they first entered the game. But no one chatted politely, just waiting in silence for the time to end, seeing the sun setting in the west and the end getting closer. When Zhuling suddenly stood up, she walked up to Xiaoxi and stretched out her hand.
Nice to meet you. It's a pleasure to work with you.
Xiaoxi looked at Wen Zhuling's non-aggressive smile, stood up, and shook his hand politely.
Me too.
As soon as the two people's hands touched, Wen Zhuling was suddenly stunned. Xiaoxi looked at Wen Zhuling's expression a little strange and felt wary.
What's wrong?
While asking, she withdrew her hand defensively. Wen Zhuling's expression quickly returned to normal. She looked at Xiaoxi with a hint of regret in her voice.
It turns out you have been marked.
Her voice was so low that only she and Xiaoxi, who was closest to her, heard her. Before Wen Zhuling finished speaking, Xiaoxi returned to the white room. Congratulations to player Xiaoxi for successfully completing the game and earning 1 million points. The familiar voice of the inorganic system sounded. Players have half an hour to rest here. In half an hour, they will enter the Xianli Academy game. Players are asked to choose products to purchase, or enter the next game immediately. Xiaoxi didn't say a word or move. She just stood in the center of the house, staring at the white wall in front of her, frowning slightly. Her mind was still thinking about the last words Wen Zhuling said just now. Is she marked? Marked by whom? Where is it marked? How is it marked? What is the purpose of tags? How come she didn't feel like she was being marked? Did Wen Zhuling want to mark her just now? So it was because a person could not be marked by two people at the same time that Wen Zhuling could realize that she had been marked. Then why can Wen Zhuling mark others? Are there people with different identities among the players? Judging from Wen Zhuling's behavior just now, the method of marking others requires physical contact? But in every game, there was more or less contact between players. Based on this alone, she couldn't figure out who marked her. Xiaoxi had too many questions in her heart, but she had no way to answer them at this time. The system should be clear about all this, but she knew that the system would never answer her without asking her. Otherwise, there's no way she'd never heard anything about the mark in all this time. Xiaoxi felt her body carefully, then took out 2 mirrors, placed them one behind the other, and looked at all parts of her body, but did not see any special marks. She opened her personal panel again
and checked her personal information. There were no changes or prompts in the information. It seemed that she would not be able to figure out the matter of being marked in a short time. At least judging from her current situation. She should not be qualified to understand this matter. She quickly calmed down and allowed herself to focus on the new game that was about to start. Since I won't be able to figure out what the mark is for a while, it's better to start with the problem at hand. She opened the mall and found that guns and ammunition were still unavailable for purchase this time. And there were no new props. She decisively closed the mall and waited silently for the break to end. Chapter 726 Xiangli Academy 1. When Xiaoxi entered the new game, she found herself sitting on the top bunk of a bunk bed. Fortunately, she was bent over. Otherwise her head would have hit the roof. She looked at the environment she was in and determined that this should be a dormitory. The room was small in size, with a total of 6 bunk beds, and one person slept on the upper and lower bunks. A total of 12 people including her. But except for her, everyone else was already lying down and asleep. And she was the only one sitting up. Xia Shijing felt strange when the system's cheerful voice suddenly sounded in her ears. Welcome 10 players to Xiangli Academy. Let me explain the rules of the game to you next. Due to the particularity of this game, each player is divided into different places and surrounded by various types of NPCs. So this time players can communicate with me through text messages. And what I said was nothing but except for players. Other NPCs cannot hear it. As soon as the system finished speaking, a pop-up window popped up in front of Xiaoxi. At first glance, it looked like a chat group. There are 10 players and a system logo on the side. But none of the players have names. Not even nicknames. Everyone's avatars are only distinguished by color. Without any text or picture prompts. The system avatar is a big smiling face. The chat window is currently blank, with no one sending messages. Xiaoxi glanced at the people lying around again. No one responded, and everyone was motionless and asleep. Combined with what the system just said, those around her now are probably NPCs. After thinking about it, Xiaoxi lay down quietly, so as not to appear too abrupt if someone woke up suddenly. The system seemed to give all players a little time to react, and then continued to speak after a while. This round of game time is 14 days. This round of the game is divided into 2 stages. The first stage lasts 7 days. Players must find each other, while trying not to violate the rules and regulations of this academy. If all surviving players are not found within the time limit, the game will be directly determined to have failed. If you violate the rules and regulations of this academy, you will have to be punished by the academy in accordance with the rules. And 10,000 points will be deducted each time. In the first stage of the game, except for defensive props, the use of any other props and thermal weapons is prohibited. Only after all surviving players confirm each other's identities within the specified time can they enter the second phase of the task. The second phase of the mission will not be announced until the first phase of the mission is completed. Wish all players good luck. As soon as the system finished speaking, 2 reminder texts popped up in the group. This group can only be used to ask questions about the system and game rules. All other questions are prohibited. And it cannot be used to discuss passwords or other ways to find each other conveniently. This group does not have a private chat function. After Xiaoxi read it, she wasn't surprised at all. If we directly agree on a password in the group and then compare each other during the day, it will be much simpler and easier to find each other. And it will not take 7 days at all. Since the time is set for such a long time, it must not be possible for everyone to find each other so easily. Xiaoxi thought for a while and sent a message to the group. A cyan avatar appeared in the chat box. Are there no hints about the 10 players? Chapter 727 Xiangli Academy 2. As soon as Xiaoxi's words were sent out, the red avatar immediately echoed, there shouldn't be any hints. Otherwise, what's the difference between this and finding a needle in a haystack? Soon, the black avatar also said, that's right. Among the 10 people, except myself, I don't even know the height. Short, fat, thin, how old the other players are. I don't know how many men and women there are. And I can't to discuss the secret code. I can't think of any other way besides asking everyone I meet if they are a player. Several other players also expressed similar thoughts. The system's voice sounded again. It is precisely because the players are looking for each other without any prompts that we have given you 7 days. If there are prompts, the time will be reduced accordingly. Then I would rather shorten the time a little. Please give me a hint. The blue avatar immediately expressed his stance. Maybe what I just said caused you to misunderstand, the system said with a smile. What I want to express is that there is no possibility of prompts. Not that you can choose to shorten the time in exchange for prompts. The group was quiet for a while.
and no one sent a message. The system took the initiative to speak again.
Because this time the players do not know each other's identity. And the academy is relatively large, which indeed increases the difficulty for you to find each other. So you will get a small compensation.
In the upper left corner of the player's personal panel, the total number of surviving players will appear, allowing you to know the number of surviving players in real time. What's the use of this? Knowing the number of survivors will not help us find each other at all. The black avatar seemed very angry and used too many punctuation marks. Determining the number of surviving players can at least allow everyone to confirm how many players they need to find, so as to avoid finding enough people, but thinking that they have not found them all. The system is confident. Isn't it quite useful? There was another moment of silence in the group. But this is obviously not because everyone thinks what the system says makes sense, but because they know that their own refutation is useless. So they simply don't say anything. Seeing that no one could ask more useful questions, Xiaoshi continued to ask.
If you violate the rules and regulations of the academy and are punished, can you resist?
If the player chooses to resist, he may be punished more severely by the academy, and an additional 10,000 points will be deducted each time. Is this counted once as a set of acts of resistance, or as one act of resistance? The white avatar asked questions immediately. A set of acts of resistance counts as one. After the system finished speaking, he asked with a smile,
is it very humane?
Isn't it strict at all? The points deducted at one time are not many, which gives everyone a lot of opportunities to make mistakes. No one in the group had any reply to the system's words, but many people have begun to curse the system in their hearts. 10,000 at a time, and they said the deduction was not much. If there is 1,000,000 points reward for clearing the game once, it will only be deducted 100 times in total. Where can I deduct too much? If you have the ability to deduct 1 point at a time, then you really don't deduct much. What's more, I don't know if there will be passive violations of the Academy's rules and regulations in this game. And I don't know if the frequency of such situations will be very high. If the frequency is high, 100 times may not be enough. This broken system treats them as fools. Chapter 728 Xianli Academy 3. The system waited for a while, but no player sent another message to the group. It seems that everyone has no doubts. So the game officially begins. I wish all players good luck again. As the system's voice fell, the chat window in front of Xiaoshi also closed. The surroundings suddenly became very quiet, except for the occasional sound of the NPC on the opposite side turning over while sleeping. There was no movement at all. Xiaoshi lay down and clicked on her personal panel, and sure enough she saw the words,
total number of surviving players, 10.
In the upper left corner. She closed her personal panel, pondered her thoughts, and decided to find out the rules and regulations of this academy first tomorrow, since points will be deducted and penalties will be incurred for violating rules and regulations. Understanding the contents of the rules and regulations first will help you make plans to find someone later. One thing worth noting is that although this place is called
Academy,
the layout of the dormitories is obviously modern. The background of this game should be different from the previous game. The NPCs are not ancient people. As for the others, we have to wait until dawn tomorrow to get in touch with them. Xiaoshi stretched out and pulled a thin blanket on the bed to cover her belly.
There were only 2 fans running in the room, and there was no air conditioning. However, the windows and doors on the balcony were open, so the air circulation was okay. The room was not stuffy, but it was still quite hot. It was enough to cover my stomach. Asterisk. It's 5 o'clock in the morning on the first day of the game. The alarm bell suddenly rang outside the dormitory. The sound was so loud that even a sleeping person was instantly awakened. Xiaoshi opened her eyes reluctantly, feeling irritated in her heart. Although she had developed the habit of getting up early under Yi Kongqing's influence. It was 7 o'clock. This was 2 hours ahead of time, completely breaking her biological clock. She felt very uncomfortable both physically and mentally. There is an NPC in the dormitory who has already sat up and is making the bed with a tired look on his face. At this moment, there was a knock on the door, followed by the voice of a middle-aged woman with a strong voice.
Hurry up and meet in 5 minutes. If you are late, you will be punished according to the school rules. You must decide for yourself.
As soon as she heard the word school rules, Xiaoshi suddenly woke up. We haven't fully figured out the situation yet, so we can't be too conspicuous. Not to mention that it involves the rules and regulations of the academy, so we need to pay even more attention. She rubbed her face to wake herself up as soon as possible, and then followed the example of other NPCs and made the bed. She followed the others to the bathroom door and found 12 toiletries neatly placed on the sink.
Each toothbrush cup was engraved with a different number, corresponding to everyone's bed number. She slept in bed number 6. She picked up the toiletries number 6, washed herself quickly, and ran out of the dormitory with the others. Along the way, I saw many girls tying their hair while running outside after coming out of the dormitory, scrambling against time for fear of exceeding the time limit. By the time they ran downstairs to the dormitory, they had already transformed into a large army. But everyone did not stop downstairs in the dormitory, but ran all the way to the playground. There are many teachers on the playground holding pointers and looking at each student eagerly. 5 minutes passed quickly, and a few students who did not arrive at the playground in time were dragged away by some sturdy men. Among the students who were dragged away, only one was struggling violently with fear on his face. The others had numb expressions and seemed to have given up resistance long ago. Chapter 729 Xiangli Academy 4. Looking at this situation, Xia already understood that this was by no means an ordinary academy. But she didn't immediately ask the people around her what was going on. Her identity in the game is that she has been in the academy for a while. It seems strange to suddenly ask such a question at this time. So now we have to wait and see what happens. After dragging away the few people who didn't arrive in time, a middle-aged man who looked like he weighed 200 pounds held a loudspeaker and talked while walking on the edge of the playground.
Most students have a very good sense of time, but the team is not neat enough. I hope it can be improved next time.
Then he raised the small red flag on the other hand and said,
Now the morning jog begins. Jog for half an hour. No one is allowed to whisper to each other. Once found out, the consequences will be the same as those who were late. Do you understand me?
As soon as the fat man finished speaking, a loud response sounded from the playground.
Listen clearly.
She was shocked by the uniform sound and felt that her ears were about to go deaf. Unexpectedly, at this time, a lean woman standing near she suddenly pointed at her.
What's the matter with you? Why didn't you respond loudly when the director asked?
Everyone around turned their heads and looked at Xia. Everyone's eyes are different. Some are timid, some are gloating, and some are disgusted.
I'm asking you a question.
The lean woman approached Xia, raising the pointer in her hand.
Are you unable to hear me? Or are you deliberately refusing to answer me?
It seemed that as long as Xia dared to say a word that dissatisfied her, she would immediately give Xia a whip. Xia's fingers moved slightly, and then she remembered that she couldn't use other props besides defensive props. Nor could she use hot weapons like guns and ammunition. If she uses daggers and axes, even if she can subdue this lean woman, she won't get any benefit. The current situation is not suitable for taking action.
Listen clearly.
She shouted loudly to make up for the mistake of not speaking out just now. The lean woman was not satisfied with this, but the fat director nodded.
Yes, the voice is very loud.
At this time, the lean woman could not say anything more, so she reluctantly walked away. The half-hour jogging officially begins. All the students were running in circles around the playground. The speed was not fast, but it was still very tiring after half an hour. Except for the occasional voice urging students not to stop. No one spoke, and there were slightly messy footsteps throughout the playground. Although Xia didn't sleep enough, she had a pretty good rest in the last game. In addition, she had maintained good physical strength through long-term training. A half-hour jog was quite easy for her. After the jogging, the students followed the teacher's instructions and lined up on the playground as quickly as possible. After a while, several middle-aged men in suits and ties appeared on the podium, including the 200-pound male director. At a glance, you can tell that these are the leaders of the academy. Then, 3 people dressed as students lined up to get on the podium.
These 3 are new students,
the fat director said, holding the microphone and gesturing for the 3 students to stand still.
Everyone applauds and welcomes us.
Before the fat director finished speaking, warm applause broke out on the playground. She clapped along and glanced at the people around her. Chapter 730 Xiangli Academy 5. Except for the teacher, the expressions on the faces of the students could not be said to be very happy. Nor did they seem to sincerely welcome new students to join. But they applauded very enthusiastically. If you don't look at their expressions and just listen to the sound, it really makes people think how enthusiastic these students are. She also noticed that the students here varied in age. This is different from the age gap in ordinary schools. In ordinary schools, at least the classmates are all about the same age. Even the age difference between the senior and junior students is only a few years. But here, she saw children in their early teens and college students about her age. This age gap is really too big and is not something that would happen in an ordinary school. While Xia was thinking, the fat director finished speaking. And it was the turn of other people in suits to speak. After standing like this on the playground for more than 3 hours, the sun was getting a little hot, and the speech was finally over. The fat director announced that the 3 new students were returning to the team, and the 3 students walked down from the podium together. Under the podium, there was a muscular man standing there waiting. Other students left in an orderly manner at the request of various teachers. Xiaoxi glanced at the muscular man. The man did not wear a suit, but like other teachers on the playground, he wore a uniform white t-shirt with the words, "Save the next generation and create a better future," written on it. But this muscular man looked unhappy, looking at people as if everyone owed him 8 million, regardless of his appearance or his attitude towards students. He doesn't look like a teacher. I wonder if this could be a player. Just as Xiaoxi was thinking this, the tallest boy among the 3 new students suddenly jumped out from the muscular man's side, and then ran towards the other side of the playground without looking back. Xiaoxi glanced at the direction the boy ran to. There was a large, closed iron door there. Although the door is not open, as long as your hands and feet are flexible, it is not a problem to get out. When the teachers noticed that something was wrong, they had already gathered towards the boy. However, the boy ran extremely fast and his reactions were very sensitive, and he managed to avoid the blockage every time. The boy saw that he would be able to touch the iron gate after running a few more steps. With a smile of victory on his face, he accelerated his sprint and rushed to the door in an instant. The next second, the boy screamed, and then collapsed motionless on the ground. The lean woman who was responsible for maintaining order did not rush to catch the boy like other teachers. Seeing the boy's miserable condition, she sneered, "You asked for trouble. If you were caught directly, you would suffer less. Now not only if you get electric shock, you will still have to be locked in a dark room for a while." Xiaoxi is relatively close to the lean woman. I heard the lean woman's words, but she didn't show anything unusual. Her eyes were still looking into the distance. Several teachers put on rubber gloves and went over to pull the boy back from the door. The boy was not dead, just temporarily in shock. It seems that the gate is equipped with an electric current that is enough to stun people. If one is not careful, there is still a great risk of death. Xiaoxi's eyes narrowed slightly. This place really doesn't look like an academy, but more like a prison. Chapter 731 Xiangli Academy 6. The lean woman let out a disdainful sigh at the boy in the distance. She turned around and saw Xiaoxi still looking at the boy in the distance. She whipped Xiaoxi's arm and said, "Hurry up and walk. Why are you in a daze?" When the whip hit Xiaoxi's arm, it was blocked by an extremely thin light curtain, because the light was very bright now. The little bit of partially lit light screen was not too conspicuous, and the lean woman did not notice it. Xiaoxi turned her head, looked past the lean woman, and silently followed the large army to the teaching building. Seeing that Xiaoxi had no reaction, the lean woman was about to walk over and say a few words, but was stopped by a colleague in the distance. There was another person over there who wanted to take advantage of the chaos and chose to run along the playground wall. But he was caught in time after just a dozen steps. This was a strong boy with a lot of strength. A teacher couldn't hold him back, so he called the nearest lean woman to help. The lean woman immediately rushed over to help, left Xiaoxi and walked over there. Xiaoxi followed the large army to the teaching building. On the way back to the teaching building, no one spoke. Most of the students' faces were lifeless, without the vitality of teenagers at all. The atmosphere in the entire academy also seemed a bit depressing. Under the leadership of the teacher, the students were divided into large classes of more than 40 people, and each entered their own classroom. In each classroom, 3 teachers followed. There are no tables, chairs, blackboards, or even a podium in the classroom. There are only dozens of futons placed on the ground, and 3 chairs placed in front of the classroom. The 3 teachers sat down on their chairs, holding the pointers in their hands and staring at each student. Xiaoxi watched other students sit cross-legged on the futon, and she followed suit. Every student sat upright and looked straight ahead. One of the teachers with a crew cut swung the pointer on the ground. "Today's retreat class is the same as usual. No whispering is allowed for 2 hours, and no movement is allowed. If you can't help but move, a report must be made. Do you hear me clearly? Listen clearly." All the students responded loudly to Teacher Pingda's words. Xiaoxi's ears hurt again, but she cleverly opened her mouth, and no one noticed that she made no sound at all. "Straighten your backs." Mr. Flathead glanced at everyone one by one. "You should all know the consequences of violating school rules." As he spoke, he raised his eyes and looked at the other 2 teachers. The other 2 teachers understood and gave each student the stack of papers they brought. "The school rules of our school are not complicated, But there are always people who can't remember them, and they violate the school rules from time to time.
Teacher Pink 2 glanced at everyone with sharp eyes.
So your task is to memorize these school rules and practice them at all times. Remember it in your heart.
And don't wait until one day you violate the school rules and then yell that you didn't remember it clearly. Then you will be punished twice.
She looked at the piece of paper handed to her. School rules were written in densely packed size 5 fonts. Anyway, at least she didn't have to think of asking others what the school rules were.
Did you all hear clearly?
Teacher Pink 2 asked loudly.
Listen clearly.
He answered loudly and uniformly again. After a while, loud and neat sounds came from the classroom next door. Obviously, the situation in every classroom was similar. Chapter 732 Xiangli Academy 7.
2 hours. Memorize the school rules silently.
Teacher Pink 2 added,
sit with a straight posture. No whispering. No moving around.
The other 2 teachers sat back on their chairs, each looking back and forth at all the students. She didn't pay much attention to the teacher's gazes. She sat cross-legged upright, with her back straight, and concentrated on reading the school rules. This school rule is also very different from ordinary school rules, except for a few that are similar. Most of the others are completely different. There are only 2 similar ones. One is, respect teachers. Be civilized. Be polite. Don't curse. Don't fight. And the other is, be hygienic. Don't smoke. Don't drink alcohol. Don't spit. Don't litter. Take care of public property. Don't be careless, destroy public property. But there are no such things as
love the people and love the motherland. Study hard and think seriously, or unity and friendship.
That are mentioned in general school regulations. The remaining school rules are basically the same as the Overlord Clause. For example, you must strictly follow the teacher's instructions at all times, and you are not allowed to have any objections, let alone questions or refutations. For another example, students who do not meet the graduation requirements are not allowed to leave the college for any reason or in any form. For another example, students are not allowed to resist the teacher in any way under any circumstances, let alone harm the teacher. There are other school rules that are down to the smallest detail. Get up on time at 5 o'clock every day. Fold the quilt neatly. Clean the bed. And arrive at the playground within the specified time to complete the morning run. Toothbrushes, cups and towels on the sink are not allowed to be placed randomly and must be placed neatly in sequence. When answering the teacher's questions, you must be loud and energetic. You are not allowed to be sluggish, let alone silent. When it is time to applaud, you must applaud enthusiastically and respond positively. No cold reaction is allowed, and no applause is allowed. Every class must be attended on time, and absenteeism for any reason is not allowed if the illness is serious enough to be unable to attend classes. A note from the medical office must be issued to prove it. In class, students are not allowed to whisper, pass notes to each other, be distracted, walk around randomly, or leave the classroom midway unless requested by the teacher. She felt her head hurt as she continued reading this line. To sum up, in this academy, apart from obeying the teacher's instructions like a puppet, it is best not to take any conscious action. Otherwise, it will be easy to violate school rules. Judging from these messy requirements, it is absolutely impossible for her not to violate school rules. If she wants to find other players, she must take action in private. And once there is something she can't stand, she can't be completely obedient. So what she needs to know now is the extent of the punishment for violating school rules, so that she can control the range within which she can violate school rules. She took advantage of the school rules to glance at the student sitting next to her. With the 2 people separated by an arm's length, she could see that the young boy's face was a little pale, as if he was malnourished. But he memorized the school rules silently and with great concentration, as if he wanted to write down every punctuation mark. She only glanced at it and then looked away. Given the current situation, she felt it was best not to personally experiment with the punishment for violating school rules.
Chapter 733 Xiangli Academy 8. She recalled everything that happened this morning. It seems that most of the students who enter here do not do so voluntarily. The students who have just come in have a stronger sense of resistance, so they will look for opportunities to escape. And they will also have a more intense struggle reaction when they are punished for violating school rules. Those who stay for a longer period of time appear to be much more numb. Not only can it not run, but it also has little sense of resistance when punished. From another perspective, the punishment here should be quite cruel. Because it is cruel,
Students who have just entered will violently resist out of fear, because it is very cruel. Students who have been there for a long time know very well that if they resist, they will be treated even more cruelly. So they choose to obey and protect themselves from being hurt. If her speculations were correct, then she would not be able to easily use herself to punish the content. But who is more suitable? While she was thinking seriously, a pair of hairy legs suddenly appeared in front of her. She quickly came to her senses and glanced up. Teacher Ping-Tu pointed at she with a pointer. You? Get up. She didn't say a word and stood up silently. I'm here to check how well you recite the school rules, Teacher Flathead said as he walked out. Follow me. She stood still. Teacher Ping-Tu didn't realize that she hadn't followed her until she reached the door of the classroom. His face darkened, and he turned to glare at Xiaoxi. I asked you to come over. Are you deaf? Isn't it okay to check and memorize in the classroom? Xiaoxi asked her own question. Why go out? But as soon as she finished speaking, there were a lot of slight gasps in the classroom. Xiaoxi. Oh. Now she has refuted the teacher and violated the school rules. As expected, given her character, it would be extremely difficult not to violate the school rules here. Unexpectedly, Teacher Ping-Tu was not angry. Instead, he knocked on the door frame with a pointer in his hand and said to Xiaoxi, It seems that you are not proficient in memorizing the school rules. Otherwise you would not have made such a stupid mistake. Xiaoxi didn't say anything, but she felt a little surprised. She had already violated the school rules. But there was no point deduction sound. But it doesn't matter. I can give you a chance, Teacher Ping-Tu said with an adult look. As long as you can recite the complete school rules in the next time, I won't count you as violating the school rules. Then, without waiting for Xiaoxi to speak, he urged again. Why don't you come with me quickly? This time she did not refute and followed Ping-Tu out of the classroom. After walking for a while, she never heard the sound of deducting points. She had a vague guess in her mind. Could it be that points were deducted only after receiving a punishment order from the academy? So as long as there is no punishment order, or the teacher does not see the violation of school rules, then even if the school rules are violated, points will not be deducted. As soon as she thought of this, Teacher Ping-Tu, who was walking in front of her, suddenly stopped. She looked up and saw the flat-headed teacher taking out a key from his pants pocket and opening a door in front of her. Go in, Teacher Ping-Tu ordered Xiaoxi. Hurry up and don't be too grindy. Xiaoxi passed Teacher Ping-Tu and walked into the room. This is the room at the end of the corridor. It is half the size of the classroom. But it is not like a teacher's office because there are no desks and chairs in it. Only leather sofas, wooden coffee tables, fleece blankets, and air conditioners. Chapter 734 Xiangli Academy 9. Yes, there is air conditioning here. There are so many students crowded together in the classroom. But there are only 4 electric fans spinning on it. And there is no air conditioning. But there is air conditioning here. Xiaoxi was looking at the room when the sound of the door being locked suddenly came from behind. She turned to look at Mr. Ping-Tu alertly, just in time to see Mr. Ping-Tu lock the door and turn around. When Teacher Ping-Tu saw Xiaoxi looking at him, his face looked nervous and guilty for a moment. But he soon returned to normal. He picked up the air conditioner remote control on the coffee table and turned on the air conditioner for cooling. Then he sat down on the sofa and said to Xiaoxi, The environment here is much better than in the classroom. You have to thank me for the air conditioning. You know? Xiaoxi didn't respond, just stared at Teacher Ping-Tu. Teacher Ping-Tu waved to Xiaoxi. Come sit here and let me see where you have memorized the school rules. Xiaoxi didn't come close, and even took 2 steps back. Teacher Ping-Tu's face darkened, and his tone became impatient. I asked you to come over. Did you hear me? Xiaoxi still didn't move. Just kidding. A man and a woman are in the same room alone, and the man has locked the door. She will only go there if there is something wrong with her. She didn't stab the other person's head with a knife now, which would be considered polite. Xiaoxi, don't blame me for not giving you a chance, Teacher Ping-Tu said sternly. If you dare to disobey my orders again, I will count you as violating school rules. Xiaoxi had an idea, looked curious and worried, and asked in a low voice. Teacher, can you tell me what the punishment will be if you violate the school rules? Although Xiaoxi still didn't lean over, looking at the tender look on her bright and moving face, Teacher Ping-Tu felt that his heart was tingling. Teacher Ping-Tu told himself to be patient, then put on a pleasant face and said to Xiaoxi, You have just been at school for a few days, so it is normal that you are not very clear about the situation. But I advise you to be obedient and don't try to violate according to school rules. The punishment is not something you can bear.
Xiaoxi shrank, looking very scared.
Then, can you tell me the specific content of the punishment?
As she spoke, she blinked her eyes, and there were even a few tears in her eyes.
I tend to have random thoughts. If I don't know the specific situation, I will always scare myself. I even had a nightmare last night. It's okay to tell you. It's not a secret anyway.
The flat-headed teacher crossed his legs and put his hands on the back of the sofa, acting like a boss.
According to the seriousness of the violation of school rules, the punishment content will be from light to severe. Confinement in a small dark room, various physical punishments, and electroshock treatment. Generally speaking, these are the three things. There will be differences in details during the specific implementation, but there is no need to go into detail.
Xiaoxi nodded, indicating that she understood. And then she asked cautiously,
I see in the school rules that students who do not meet the graduation requirements are not allowed to leave the academy. What are the graduation requirements? Of course, you have to become a really obedient and sensible child.
Teacher Pingtu suddenly smiled at Xiaoxi, with a deep meaning.
Only when you pass the various examinations to make sure that you are completely obedient and sensible and do not disobey your elders. Only good kids can qualify for graduation. So, are all the students in the academy disobedient?
Xiaoxi asked again. Chapter 735 Xiangli Academy 10.
Yes, they are all bad students with some bad habits. Or those bad children who are disobedient and unfilial to their elders.
Teacher Pingtu replied.
Some students are also addicted to games, do not want to make progress, and quarrel with their elders. For these bad children, parents will come here and let professional institutions like ours help them correct their children. Same for you.
Teacher Pingtu waved to Xiaoxi again.
If you want to graduate, you must be good. You know?
Of course. Xiaoxi understood Teacher Pingtu's threat, and she slowly walked towards Teacher Pingtu. Teacher Pingtu showed a satisfied expression and looked at Xiaoxi up and down without hesitation. Xiaoxi was not far from Teacher Pingtu, so she got closer after taking a few steps. Before Teacher Flathead could speak, she suddenly raised her arm, and the next second a silver table knife appeared in her hand. The blade was polished and sharpened, and it was pointed sharply at Teacher Flathead's throat. Teacher Pingtu didn't expect Xiaoxi to come like this at all. Before he could even react, he was already firmly held hostage by Xiaoxi.
Teacher, what did you want to do when you called me here?
Xiaoxi's tone was light, as relaxed as daily chat. Teacher Flathead finally recovered from the shock. He couldn't see the blade against his neck, but he could clearly feel a touch of coldness against the skin of his neck.
You're crazy!
Teacher Pingtu has long lost his previous momentum.
You actually dared to point a knife at the teacher. This is against school rules. You know? I know,
Xiaoxi said with a smile.
Including the previous ones. I should have violated the school rules 2 or 3 times in just 10 minutes. Right.
Before Teacher Pingtu could speak, Xiaoxi continued.
But so what? It's just you and me here now. How will others know if I have violated school rules?
When she entered the room, she had already looked around everywhere and did not see any surveillance equipment. Such an environment has created excellent conditions for her. Why should she worry about the school rules?
When I get out, I will punish you with the harshest punishment.
The veins on Mr. Flathead's forehead popped out. If he wasn't afraid of the knife on his neck, he would immediately want to kick Xiaoxi in the face. He has never suffered such great humiliation in his career.
What you said? How dare I let you out?
Xiaoxi said. The blade came closer and lightly cut open the thin layer of skin on the flat-headed teacher's neck. Goosebumps immediately arose all over Mr. Flathead's body. His momentum immediately weakened again, and his attitude softened.
What on earth do you want to do?
Just as Xiaoxi was about to speak, Teacher Pingtu spoke first.
Don't blame me for not reminding you. If you really do anything to me, you will never leave here in your life, and you will receive the most severe punishment. It's a pity that you didn't have the chance to see the severe punishment I received at that time.
Xiaoxi's tone was soft, not feeling nervous at all because of Teacher Pingtu's words.
Do you think so, teacher?
Her tone was not offensive, but the words she spoke made people feel a little scared. Teacher Flathead became even more uneasy. He had some evil intentions when he called Xiaoxi out alone before. This is very common in the academy. Everyone is used to it, and no teacher will stand up to stop it. Chapter 736 Xiangli Academy 11. Teacher Pingtu likes Xiaoxi, not only because Xiaoxi is beautiful, but also because Xiaoxi looks like a weak vase that is easy to bully. So she should be easy to get. But looking at Xiaoxi's current behavior and attitude,
There is nothing related to the word. Easy to bully. She was simply more difficult to deal with than any other tough guy he had ever encountered before. And she was completely unafraid of threats. No matter what he said, she was not afraid at all. Instead, it made him feel a little scared. Just tell me what you want to do. Teacher Pintu knew very well that his threat would not be effective. So he gave up decisively. I want a topographic map of your academy. Xiaoxi didn't show off and stated her needs directly, including a surveillance distribution map. She had previously considered asking for information about all the students and teachers in the academy, but gave up after thinking about it. Players all enter the game with their own identities. At this time, asking for information about people in the school is of little use, but a waste of time. But topographic maps and monitoring distribution maps are very useful. At least it is helpful to go to various places to explore the situation. What do you want these for? Teacher Pingtu asked defensively. Do you want to escape? Just tell me if you can give it to me. Xiaoxi was too lazy to talk nonsense and dug the dagger a little deeper. Teacher Pingtu immediately didn't dare to ask, and nodded quickly. Yes, I have it in the teacher's office. You actually have a teacher's office? Xiaoxi chuckled. I thought this was your crooked teacher's office. Teacher Pingtu choked and didn't dare to say anything more. But I'm a little bit confused. Isn't there a topographic map in this room? Do I have to go to that office? I don't know where to get it. Xiaoxi looked down at Teacher Pingtu. If I leave this room, the situation may not be favorable to me. This room of mine is reserved for resting, and I definitely won't put the school topographic map. Teacher Pingtu swallowed, looking a little nervous. How can something like the school topographic map be placed everywhere? That's a pity. You are useless to me, Xiaoxi said, applying slight force on her hand. The dagger went deeper. This time the dagger cut through the flesh, and blood seeped out. Teacher Flathead felt the warm liquid overflowing, and he panicked. He hurriedly said, I can draw it for you now. I know all the layout of this school very well, but there is no way you can convince me that there are no errors in what you drew. Xiaoxi paused for a moment, but did not let go of Teacher Pingtu. I would even suspect that you deliberately made mistakes to harm me. Teacher Pingtu. Even if he really had this idea, he wouldn't dare to admit it. But he could also see that even if he promised to draw an error-free picture now, Xiaoxi would not believe it at all. Gritting his teeth, he said to Xiaoxi, I have a topographic map of the entire academy on my phone, but I really don't have a surveillance layout map. It's useless if I ask for it. I don't need to avoid surveillance at all. Do something. Take out the phone. Xiaoxi ordered politely. Teacher Flathead honestly took out a mobile phone from his pants pocket, raised his hand, and handed it to Xiaoxi. Chapter 737 Xiangli Academy 12. Xiaoxi did not answer, but said, Unlock. Teacher Pingtu honestly unlocked it with his fingerprint. Xiaoxi added, Cancel the screen lock. Teacher Pingtu did not dare to disobey, so he had to do some operations and cancel the screen lock. Turn out the topographic map of the academy and show it to me. Xiaoxi ordered again. Teacher Pingtu was used to ordering others, but now that he was suppressed by Xiaoxi again and had to obey Xiaoxi's command, he felt angry. While he found the terrain map according to Xiaoxi's words, he secretly swore in his heart that once he walked out of this room, he would torture Xiaoxi to death in the most cruel way. Xiaoxi asked Teacher Pingtu to zoom in and take a look at the details. And then she felt relieved after confirming that it was indeed a topographic map. I still want to remind you that in your current situation, even if you escape, you will still be caught. Teacher Pingtu's tone was not as threatening as before, but it was still able to be heard. The dissatisfaction in my heart. Bad children are not allowed to wander outside without reform. Xiaoxi did not disclose the purpose of asking for the map. She just followed Teacher Pingtu's words and asked, How can I be controlled by your academy after I go out? As long as I call the police and expose this place, this academy will definitely be destroyed. Call the police? Teacher Pingtu showed a confused expression. What is this? This time it was Xiaoxi's turn to be confused. Is there no police in this world? Although Teacher Pingtu didn't understand what Xiaoxi just said, he still continued. We are responsible for reforming all disobedient children here, regardless of adults or minors. As long as they do not meet the obedient requirements of their elders, they can be sent in. This is the official way recognized around the world. Once there is a situation where a child who has not been reformed runs out, the academy will announce the escape, and the person who ran away will be wanted all over the world. At this point, Teacher Pingtu felt confident again. So you can't escape. Why don't you let me go now? And I won't care about what you did to me today. Xiaoxi. Dot. It sounds like this place has replaced some of the duties of the police station. So there are many academies like this in the world? She asked casually. Of course. How can an academy control so many disobedient bad kids? Teacher Pingtu thought Xiaoxi was frightened, and added, You may not be able to run out even if you hold the map. If you are 1 in 10,000 lucky enough to escape, you will definitely be chased and caught by everyone. If you are caught then, the punishment will be much more severe than now. To be honest, the lack of police in your world makes this matter a lot easier to handle. Xiaoxi had already made her decision in an instant. She held down Teacher Flathead's head with one hand and held the dagger in the other hand. She thrust it into Teacher Flathead's throat quickly and hard. Since there are no such conventional social constraints, she has nothing to worry about. Teacher Flathead was still wondering what your world meant. The next second he felt a pain in his throat, and oxygen could no longer enter his lungs. Countless blood gushed out and splashed on the wooden coffee table in front of him. He struggled painfully, feeling suffocated and dizzy from excessive blood loss. And he quickly lost consciousness. He collapsed on the sofa and could no longer move. Chapter 738 Xiangli Academy 13. Xiaoxi made 2 more cuts to make sure that Teacher Pingtu could not die anymore and would never suddenly jump up and pretend to be dead, and then began to arrange the scene. When she left the classroom with Teacher Pingtu, dozens of students in the entire class and the other 2 teachers witnessed it with their own eyes. Now that Mr. Flathead is dead, or in this room, she will definitely become the first target of suspicion. No matter how much preparation she makes, she will definitely not be able to escape suspicion and may even be interrogated. But Teacher Flathead must die. If Mr. Flathead were alive, she would be at an absolute disadvantage. The school would not care about the evidence at all. As long as Mr. Flathead said it, she would believe it. So what if they are really wrong students? Originally, these students were all brought in for reform, and it was normal for them to be punished. What's more, she has threatened Teacher Pingtu like this. As long as Teacher Pingtu is alive, she will never give up. Only if Mr. Flathead is dead can these troubles be avoided. Moreover, dead people cannot speak, so she wanted to give herself a chance to get rid of suspicion. More importantly, there are no police here, which means there are no professionals to conduct autopsies and investigate cases. Even if there are some minor loopholes in her arrangement, the probability of being spotted is not too high. If she is particularly unlucky, and there is really no way to escape the fate of being punished, then she can only see what the punishment items here are, and whether her top-notch defense items can withstand it. Xiaoxi picked up Teacher Pingtu's cell phone and tried it, but found that it couldn't be put into the storage compartment. She wasn't too surprised by this result, but it also made it very difficult for her to hide her phone. It's summer now. I'm wearing thin clothes, and there's no place to hide my cell phone. Moreover, the school rules clearly state that students are not allowed to use or hide mobile phones. This means that there must be relevant instrument testing to prevent students from hiding mobile phones. It's even harder if she wants to take her phone with her. After thinking about it, she simply took out a pen and paper from the storage compartment and scaled down the topographic map to draw it. Because it was drawn freehand, there is no guarantee that there will be no errors. But as long as she can understand it roughly, it will be fine. She specially marked some key positions with a red pen. She also marked the entrance and exit directions of various important rooms with a blue pen. After doing all this, she looked through other software on her phone and only found an app similar to the Academy's internal communication. There is no other useful information. There are only some photos of beautiful girls in the photo album, and photos of students after being punished. But the internal communication app is still worth studying, and this phone still has to be hidden. Xiaoxi approached the window and looked at the situation outside under the cover of the curtains. She determined that there was surveillance outside the building opposite, but it was aimed at the bottom and could not be seen from here. However, there are also students in class in the building opposite and teachers guarding them, so it is not practical to climb out through the window. Even her opening the curtains might attract attention. After thinking again and again, Xiaoxi turned off her phone, dragged the single leather sofa over, leaned on the wall, and stepped on the back of the sofa, and hid her phone above the air conditioner. After doing all this, she put the sofa back to its original position, wiped away the dragging marks on the carpet, made sure there were no fingerprints of her own on the wall, and wiped the footprints on the back of the sofa clean. Chapter 739 Xiangli Academy 14. Xiaoxi glanced at the flat-headed teacher's posture and saw that there wasn't much of a problem. However, Teacher Flathead's body was gradually getting colder, and she could not wait too long. She used a dagger to cut several small slits in her clothes, and then tore off the collar
and hem of her clothes along the direction of the slits. After doing this, she put the dagger back into the storage compartment, ruffled her hair, and then walked to the door and opened it suddenly. The door panel hit the wall with a loud, pung sound, and she shouted for help.
Help! It's murder!
While shouting, he stumbled out and ran out. Soon, 2 teachers came out of the nearest classroom, a middle-aged man with a mustache, and a woman in her 50s with some gray hair. The 2 of them saw Xiaoxi running over in panic. There was blood on her body, and her clothes were in tatters.
What happened?
The white-haired woman walked quickly towards Xiaoxi. Xiaoxi's eyes suddenly lit up, as if she saw reinforcements. She staggered over and threw herself in front of the white-haired woman, with a frightened look on her face. She raised her hand and pointed in the direction she came from, her voice trembling.
Kill! Kill!
The white-haired woman supported Xiaoxi and comforted her softly.
It's okay. Don't be afraid. Please tell me specifically what happened.
At the same time, the mustache walked towards the room where Mr. Flathead was. Before even entering the door, I could already see the miserable situation inside. The mustache man gasped and backed away. Then he quickly took out his mobile phone, made a call, and called the security team. This was probably the first time a teacher had died in the academy. The incident was so big that all the leaders of the academy rushed over, including the dean of the academy. The dean is an amiable-looking man who looks to be about 40 years old. He glanced at the dead form of the flat-headed teacher at the door, covered his nose with a handkerchief, and asked the security team to wrap up the body and carry it out. Other teachers and leaders are responsible for maintaining order in each classroom, so that students are not allowed to whisper to each other or look around. At this time, Xiaoxi was still holding the white-haired woman's arm. The panic on her face was lessened, and she was wearing the shawl the white-haired woman gave her. The dean walked up to Xiaoxi and said pleasantly,
Don't be nervous. I just want to ask you a few questions.
Xiaoxi swallowed her saliva and nodded nervously.
Can you tell me in detail what happened just now?
When the dean asked, he tried to keep his tone softer.
The teacher wanted to check my memorization of the school rules alone, so he took me to the room.
After Xiaoxi said this, she paused and tugged on her shawl uneasily, as if she wanted to cover her body even more. Be strict. As soon as the dean saw Xiaoxi's action, he understood something in his heart. It is normal for teachers to have twisted thoughts about students with this kind of appearance. But he pretended not to notice anything, and then asked,
Then what? The teacher wanted to get close to me, but I didn't want to. As I was pushing him, a man wearing a mask and a hat suddenly rushed in.
Xiaoxi's lips trembled, as if she was recalling something terrible. Situation.
He came up and stabbed the teacher several times. He ran away before I even reacted.
Chapter 740 Xiangli Academy 15. At this point, Xiaoxi covered her face with her hands and sobbed softly.
When I came to my senses, the teacher was covered in blood and the man had run away. I was so scared that I called for help. While running out,
she didn't say anything else, just cried quietly. The dean looked up at the white-haired woman and mustache beside him. Both men nodded.
We came out immediately after hearing the call for help.
The white-haired woman described the situation in detail,
and saw this girl running out covered in blood. I immediately went to the door of the room and took a look.
Mustache added.
The person is indeed dead.
Seeing this, the dean turned to look at the security captain waiting aside. The security captain is a middle-aged man with a serious face. He looks in his 30s. Although he doesn't have a very fierce appearance, he looks unapproachable. Seeing the dean looking at him, the security captain came over and began to question Xiaoxi.
Where were you at that time?
He stared at Xiaoxi with sharp eyes, although Xiaoxi was covering her face. When she heard such a question, she knew she was being asked. She raised her head and looked at the security captain standing in front of her. Her expression was blank, as if she didn't realize what the security captain was asking. The security captain frowned and repeated the question again.
Where were you at that time?
Xiaoxi came back to her senses and replied softly.
On the sofa. Where is the teacher?
The security captain asked again.
Also on the sofa.
Xiaoxi still whispered.
Is the teacher facing the door?
Xiaoxi shook her head.
My back is to the door. Was the door closed or open? It seems to be a cover-up. I can't remember clearly.
Xiaoxi's expression was a little confused.
Can't you remember?
The security captain looked at Xiaoxi suspiciously.
It's only been so long, and you can't remember it. I was suddenly pulled into the room. In such a panic, I didn't have the extra time to pay attention to whether the door was closed or not.
Xiaoxi curled her lips in grievance. The security captain was quiet for a moment. After thinking about it, he felt that what Xiaoxi said was indeed reasonable, and then asked,
"Are you with your back to the door, or are you facing the door?" "I'm facing the door." "Then when someone broke in, you would definitely have seen it immediately. Why didn't you alert the teacher?"
the security captain asked sternly. Xiaoxi was startled. Her neck shrunk. And then she seemed to have come to her senses and cried aggrievedly.
"It's not like I didn't remind me,"
she said while crying, looking pitiful.
"But when I said someone was coming, the teacher didn't believe it at all. She always felt that I was tricking him."
No one present had any doubts about this statement. In that situation, the teacher would indeed think that Xiaoxi deliberately said such things to get rid of herself. Xiaoxi seemed to be extremely aggrieved, and defended herself.
"And that person suddenly took out the knife after he got closer. I never thought he would do such a thing before. Then when I first saw that person at that time, we would only say that someone came in. But it was impossible to say that someone wanted to attack the teacher."
The security captain thought for a while and asked,
"Then do you know where that person ran?"
Xiaoxi shook her head.
"I was so frightened that I didn't notice this. When I came to my senses, he had already run away."
Chapter 741 Xiangli Academy 16.
"Then you can always describe that person's appearance." "Right,"
the security captain said to Xiaoxi.
"Follow me to the monitoring room to see if the person you just saw is around. I can go with you. But I didn't see his appearance at the time,"
Xiaoxi declared in advance.
"If he had changed his clothes when he entered the surveillance area, I would definitely not be able to recognize him."
When she ran out of the house, she had already observed the surveillance situation around her. There are 2 surveillance cameras near here alone. However, this is far from the level of intensive monitoring. There are blind spots and blind spots between each monitoring. The door of that room happened to be in the surveillance blind spot. It may have been specially designed to avoid taking some inappropriate pictures. Or it may have happened because the person who arranged the surveillance was not good at planning and controlling. But no matter what the reason is, it is beneficial for her to have such a situation. Using the excuse,
"The murderer changed his appearance and made him unrecognizable after running away,"
will work. Regarding Xiaoxi's remarks, the security captain didn't say much. He just urged,
"Let's go and see it before talking."
Xiaoxi did not follow the security captain immediately, but turned to look at the white-haired woman who was still holding her arm. She smiled gratefully at the white-haired woman.
"Teacher, thank you for helping me. I feel much better now."
The white-haired woman patted Xiaoxi on the shoulder.
"This is what I should do."
Xiaoxi was stunned for a moment, but there was no special expression on her face. She said to the white-haired woman,
"Teacher, can I come to you again next time? You helped me so much today, and I really want to thank you." "No need to thank you."
The white-haired woman smiled at Xiaoxi.
"Just pay attention to your own safety in the future."
Xiaoxi looked at the white-haired woman for a few seconds, then suddenly came closer and said to the white-haired woman,
"My head is cyan."
The white-haired woman was stunned, and then realized what Xiaoxi meant. Her lips moved.
"I am purple."
Xiaoxi understood clearly. This is indeed a player. All NPCs here, who are teachers, will never think that helping students is something they should do. So when the white-haired woman said these words just now, Xiaoxi had such a guess in her heart. After testing it again later, she was even more sure of this guess. She would say this to the white-haired woman. Only people who are also players can understand this sentence, because they are the only ones who have been in the same group. Everyone's avatar in the group is a different solid color.
"What are you whispering about?"
the dean asked the white-haired woman when he saw Xiaoxi preparing to leave.
"It's nothing."
The white-haired woman smiled.
"She insisted on thanking me and begged me to promise that she would come to me again next time. Seeing how sincere she was, I agreed."
The dean had no doubts about this, but he still advised the white-haired woman,
"Don't be too soft-hearted when treating students."
The white-haired woman did not refute.
"I understand, Dean."
Xiaoxi followed the security captain obediently towards the control room. Entering the surveillance room is a very advantageous thing for her. Taking advantage of this opportunity, she may be able to enter and exit the monitoring room many times to understand the situation. It's more convenient than sneaking over privately. This can be regarded as an unexpected benefit obtained after killing Teacher Pink 2. Chapter 742 Xiangli Academy 17. The monitoring room is in the front building of the entire academy. Just from the outside, this building is obviously different from other teaching buildings. There are only 3 floors, but it is full of technology. Xiaoxi followed the security captain into the building and reached the control room on the first floor within a few steps. The door of the monitoring room is thicker than ordinary doors. When you open the door and go in, You can see two men wearing security uniforms sitting in the monitoring room, eating and chatting. Hearing the sound of the door opening, the two people turned around at the same time. Seeing the security captain, the two people immediately stood up and said "Hello." The security captain responded and said to Xiaoxi, "Sit over." At this time, the two security guards were also looking at Xiaoxi. Xiaoxi obediently sat in the seat designated by the security captain. But she always felt eyes looking at her. That gaze was not simply looking at her, but staring at her. Xiaoxi stood up slightly and made a move to pull the chair forward. With this action, she turned her head slightly and glanced at the source of her vision. He is a decent-looking man. And more importantly, he is someone he knows. This is also a player. Chen Mingyuan noticed Xiaoxi looking at him and knew that his performance just now was a little too obvious. So he quickly looked away. Then he asked the security captain very rudely,
"Captain, do you have any instructions for coming here? Bring out the surveillance in these two places within half an hour."
The security captain sat next to Xiaoxi and ordered Chen Mingyuan and another security guard.
"Hurry!"
Chen Mingyuan and his colleagues immediately called out surveillance in cooperation. Xiaoxi looked at everyone in the picture carefully, as if she really wanted to find a murderer. The security captain had been paying close attention to Xiaoxi's condition, seeing that she was not perfunctory at all. His suspicion of her was relieved a lot. Chen Mingyuan couldn't help but curiously ask the security captain,
"Captain, has this girl committed something?"
The security captain glanced at Chen Mingyuan.
"Don't ask questions that you shouldn't ask. Only by meddling less can you live longer."
Although Chen Mingyuan was not happy to be reprimanded like this by the security captain, his current status made him inferior, so he had no choice but to endure it. Xiaoxi spent several hours carefully looking at the surveillance footage from the two locations. Then she rubbed her eyes tiredly.
"I really didn't see it. No similar characteristics at all?"
The security captain frowned.
"He was wearing a particularly loose gray coat, a gray peaked cap, and a mask. Basically, all the features that could be covered were covered. I didn't even know whether he was fat or thin."
Xiaoxi couldn't bear it after saying that. She shivered. It seemed that every memory was a kind of torture for her. Seeing that Xiaoxi was so hopeless and couldn't really ask anything useful, the security captain's face became a little impatient.
"Okay, since you are of no use, just go back."
With that said, he stood up and left the control room, with no intention of caring about Xiaoxi anymore. Xiaoxi stood there and bit her lip. She turned to look at Chen Mingyuan with a pitiful expression.
"Brother, can you send me back? I'm scared to be alone."
Chen Mingyuan immediately cooperated.
"Okay, I don't want you to go out and run around alone."
This reason is in line with the thinking logic of the NPCs here. So the security colleagues next to him did not find it strange and did not stop Chen Mingyuan. Chapter 743 Xiangli Academy 18. As soon as Chen Mingyuan and Xiaoxi walked out of the building, they found a place to stand without surveillance.
"What a coincidence."
Chen Mingyuan smiled flatteringly.
"I didn't expect that we could meet in the same game."
He deeply remembered that the man in front of him was a much more powerful boss than him. Even if he couldn't flatter him, at least he couldn't offend him. Don't be stupid like before.
"How many players have you found?"
Xiaoxi didn't want to chat with Chen Mingyuan and went straight to the topic.
"It can be considered too,"
Chen Mingyuan replied.
"It also counts?"
Xiaoxi raised her eyebrows slightly.
"What does also count mean?" "I bound one person, and this person bound another person. If nothing else, we are both in the same game."
Chen Mingyuan chuckled.
"It's just that I haven't had a chance to find them yet, so I can only say it counts."
It was only the first day of the game. As soon as he woke up, he was placed in the surveillance room to guard him. He could not go anywhere else, so he could find his companions wherever he could, although people can be seen in the surveillance. He felt dazzled after just looking at so many surveillances for a while. Besides, there were so many students and teachers in the entire academy. It was not easy for him to find an acquaintance from the surveillance.
"Have you ever used the friend function to chat with them privately?"
Xiaoxi reminded.
"I tried it, but the system is supposed to prevent this kind of cheating, so private chats between bound players are prohibited."
When Chen Mingyuan said this, he sighed in disappointment.
"What is said above is very clearly. Private chat can only be reopened after the bound player is found."
As he said that, he looked at Xiaoxi doubtfully.
"Don't you have a bound companion?"
If Xiaoxi had tried it, she would definitely know what was going on and wouldn't ask him. Since I haven't tried it, it probably means there is no one bound to it. Speaking of which, the last time he met Xiaoxi was also alone. Unexpectedly,
She is still alone after such a long time. Sure enough, big guys don't need to be together. She did not answer Chen Mingyuan's question. She lowered her gaze and glanced at the sapphire ring worn on Chen Mingyuan's left index finger. When she looked at Chen Mingyuan in the monitoring room, the first thing she saw was Chen Mingyuan's hand. But she did not see the ring at that time. Then she saw Chen Mingyuan's face and was sure that this was a player. When she looked at Chen Mingyuan's hand, she could see the ring again. In other words, in order to prevent players from confirming each other's identities through defensive props, the system will automatically block them so that players cannot see the existence of defensive props before confirming each other's identities. In fact, not only that, she guessed that the NPCs could not see these defensive props. Otherwise, if a student wears a delicate and beautiful silver bracelet on his wrist, it will attract too much attention and the teachers will not be able to ignore it. But she stayed in the academy for most of the day, and no one, whether it was her classmates, teachers, dean, or security captain, expressed any reaction to her bracelet. Chen Mingyuan didn't mind that she didn't answer his question, so he asked again. She, how many players have you found? She came back to her senses and glanced at Chen Mingyuan. Besides you, I also found someone else. In this way, we have been able to identify 5 players. Chen Mingyuan showed a happy look. We found 5 out of 10 people at once, and it was on the first day of the game. This is good progress. Chapter 744 Xiangli Academy 19. Please wake up. She poured cold water on her unceremoniously. Your 2 bound companions haven't been found yet, and there are only 3 known players including you. Although they haven't been found yet, they are definitely there. Chen Mingyuan was confident. The bindings are not 100% sure that they will be together. She was unmoved. Besides, even if they are in this game, if you haven't found them, you haven't found all the players. I know. Chen Mingyuan was a little helpless. I also want to find them, but there is no chance of sneaking out. You can find them by watching the surveillance in the monitoring room. She looked at Chen Mingyuan puzzledly. Why don't you take advantage of such a good opportunity and insist on sneaking out to find them one by one? I watched it for a while in the morning, and it made me dizzy. Chen Mingyuan said with an expression of, I have worked very hard. There are 4 pictures on one screen, which adds up to hundreds of pictures. And the pictures are still it will change in real time. And I really can't bear it. You're so useless. You've really blinded yourself to the identity assigned to you in the game. She expressed her disdain unceremoniously. People you know can confirm that the other person is a player just by looking at them. This is much more convenient than testing, hinting, and trying to get to know the other person. But it is not too convenient to be able to stay safely in the monitoring room and find people you know in the name of observation and monitoring. As a result, Chen Mingyuan was about to give up because he was dazzled by seeing too much. She didn't beat Chen Mingyuan because it was inconvenient to do it now. Then I'll just go back and continue looking later. Chen Mingyuan didn't dare to refute Xiaoxi, and honestly said that he would find someone carefully, and then asked Xiaoxi, By the way, who is the other player you found? She is a woman who looks to be about 50 years old. Xiaoxi did not hide it. Her hair is a little gray, and she is a teacher. It seems like the players have different identities in this academy. Chen Mingyuan suddenly discovered this, because he was a security guard himself. He subconsciously thought that all players were security guards from the beginning. But later he discovered that there were not many security guards, and everyone lived together. So it was easy to see everyone. Only then did he realize that other players should have different identities. In his heart, he prefers to be a teacher and subconsciously thinks that all students are NPCs. But the Xiaoxi standing in front of him now is a student. And the other player she found is a teacher. And he himself is a security guard. In this way, every identity in this academy should have players mixed in with it. Did you just find out? She was speechless at Chen Mingyuan's slowness. But she did not express her disdain. She just said, Let's discuss a convenient time and place to meet next time. It's getting late, and I can't stay here forever. How about we stay here at noon tomorrow? Chen Mingyuan said. I have half an hour to rest after lunch. No. Xiaoxi refused. I shouldn't have time to rest at noon. After listening to the speeches of the leaders in the playground this morning, it was almost noon when she returned to the classroom. Not long after that, I was taken away by Mr. Ping too, and I haven't had a chance to have lunch until now. Oh, speaking of which, she didn't have breakfast today either. Chapter 745 Xiangli Academy 20. This academy is really worse than a prison. At least the prison can provide meals on time,
and with balanced nutrition. She was already hungry twice on the first day of the game. Thinking of this, she took out a compressed biscuit from the storage compartment and took 2 bites. Qin Mingyuan's eyes widened.
You haven't had lunch yet?
It's already past 3 o'clock in the afternoon, and we can have dinner in more than 2 hours.
I haven't eaten at all since I entered the game.
She put away the compressed biscuits, took out a bottle of mineral water, and took a few sips. After killing Teacher Flathead, so many people came to check on the situation and asked what happened, and no one cared whether she had eaten or not. She herself was too busy to remember.
I asked before that there is a canteen in the academy.
Qin Mingyuan pointed in a direction.
Both students and teachers can go there to eat. Something happened here, and I didn't have time to eat.
She took out a piece of ham to add to her meal, and then said,
However, if my guess is correct, students should be supervised by teachers when they eat in the cafeteria. Even if there is a break after eating, there will be a teacher watching over me.
In fact, she prefers no downtime. There is no breakfast arrangement for the students here, so how can they even arrange a lunch break? Overthinking.
And this location is not very good.
She raised her head and looked into the distance.
There is no obstruction in front, and there is a road not far away. It is during class time now, and teachers and students are all in the classroom. There is no such thing here. People pass by, and by the time it's lunch break, there will be a lot of people on the road. That's true.
Qin Mingyuan scratched his hair.
Then where do you think it would be better to make an appointment?
After thinking about it, she said,
It's best to stay close to the girls' dormitory and meet at night.
Qin Mingyuan was a little skeptical.
As a grown man, would it be too conspicuous for me to go to the girls' dormitory at night? You are a security guard. You can go on patrol for the reason. You can even directly say that you want to ask me for questioning. No one will stop you.
She said to Qin Mingyuan.
Not to mention the people here and the people in the normal world, with different thinking. No one would think it inappropriate for a man to wander around the girls' dormitory. That's okay.
Qin Mingyuan nodded.
Then I'll find you downstairs in the girls' dormitory tomorrow night. I hope you can find your binding companion during this period.
She said before leaving.
Wait a minute.
Qin Mingyuan hurriedly stopped Xiaoxi.
Why did the security captain call you over to watch the surveillance video? A teacher died. I was a witness. The security captain asked me to find the murderer.
Xiaoxi said concisely.
A teacher died?
Qin Mingyuan opened his mouth in surprise. And then he asked nervously,
Did you see the murderer? Is the murderer also an NPC in the game? Will that hurt the players? Will he become the target of the murderer?
Xiaoxi glanced at Qin Mingyuan with a confused look.
Why didn't I realize that you have such a rich imagination before?
Qin Mingyuan looked serious.
I was too careless in a game before, so I was fooled around by an NPC, and finally died miserably. Now I have learned a lesson. And of course, I should pay more attention to the things in the game that don't look like that. A normal NPC.
Chapter 746 Xiangli Academy 21.
So, you lost in the game again?
Xiaoxi looked funny. Qin Mingyuan.
We
can still have a good conversation without mentioning this matter.
Have you never lost in a game?
Qin Mingyuan asked unconvincingly.
At the moment, there really isn't.
Xiaoxi shrugged. Qin Mingyuan. Jealousy changes people beyond recognition. He shouldn't have asked this. Make him talk bad. Qin Mingyuan took a deep breath, dropped this unpleasant topic, and continued with the previous question.
Then did you see the murderer? This matter cannot be taken carelessly. Don't worry. This matter has nothing to do with what you are worried about.
Xiaoxi waved her hand.
How do you know it's irrelevant?
Qin Mingyuan asked worriedly. Seeing how persistent Qin Mingyuan was, Xiaoxi knew that he would not be relieved unless he made this matter clear. She simply said,
Because I am the murderer. I just pretended to be a witness to get rid of suspicion.
Qin Mingyuan. What the H.L.? Did he hear it correctly? This little ancestor killed an NPC on the first day of the game? And he still killed a teacher as a student. This was so brave. Once discovered, it will definitely not be solved by simple punishment.
You will definitely not tell anyone.
Xiaoxi showed a bright smile to Qin Mingyuan.
Otherwise, it would be very easy for me to drag you into trouble.
She originally didn't want to talk about it because if one more person knew the truth, there would be more uncertainty. But Qin Mingyuan's worried look would greatly affect the progress of the subsequent tasks. So she simply spoke up. Let's talk about it. We should threaten those who should be threatened. Qin Mingyuan felt a chill in his heart for no reason. He nodded quickly.
Don't worry. We are teammates in this game. There is no need for me to betray you. Of course, I don't suspect that you want to betray me on purpose.
Xiaoxi stretched out her hand and tapped her lips with her index finger.
The important thing is that you can't accidentally let anything slip.
Qin Mingyuan nodded vigorously and punched his chest at the same time.
Don't worry. I'm very tight-lipped and will never let anything slip.
Just kidding. He didn't want to offend this little ancestor again. He would definitely be the unlucky one then. So even if he is a funnel, he will definitely be able to keep this matter under wraps.
Okay, I'm leaving.
Xiaoxi waved her hand and turned to leave. Qin Mingyuan hesitated for a moment, but followed closely.
I'd better send you back. This way I can excuse you for taking a long time to watch the surveillance, and avoid you being scolded by the teacher. No, I want to take this opportunity to explore other places.
Xiaoxi refused.
I don't care whether you scold him or not. The key is that if you violate school rules, you will be punished and have 10,000 points deducted.
Qin Mingyuan was a little worried. He finally found a player, but he didn't want something to happen to him so quickly.
Those two teachers know that I was taken away, so they won't suspect anything even if I go back a little late. I won't go back too late, and I will control the time well.
Xiaoxi turned around and glanced at Qin Mingyuan.
If I really ask, you can just testify for me when the time comes.
Although Qin Mingyuan was a little hesitant, seeing that Xiaoxi was confident, he could only agree. This woman looks delicate, but she always acts very boldly. Chapter 747 Xiangli Academy 22. After separating from Qin Mingyuan, Xiaoxi took out the topographic map she copied, chose a suitable route, and carefully selected blind spots for surveillance and operations along the way. The Academy's surveillance is not intensive, and many blind spots can be easily found inside and outside each building. Either it is because of the influence of the world's ideas and concepts that this kind of academy is authoritative enough so that most people who enter here are obedient. So the monitoring does not need to be too intensive to monitor everyone's situation. Either there are more escape prevention measures outside the academy, and even if the internal surveillance within the academy is not intensive enough, it is unlikely that students will be able to escape. For example, the current on the big iron door before was enough to resist those weak students. The place where Xiaoxi is going now is the punishment area. She couldn't easily allow herself to be a guinea pig and feel the punishment, but she could just watch. The few people who were late this morning and the 2 people who tried to escape must be in the punishment area. If you are lucky, you should be able to see what these people are like. The punishment area is in the innermost building of the academy. It has a total of 3 floors. It has a somewhat crude appearance and is still painted in a depressing dark gray tone. Even before you get close, you already feel a breathless and oppressive feeling. The punishment area is not more monitored than other places, but there are people guarding and patrolling the outside of the punishment area, obviously to prevent anyone from escaping from the punishment area. This also made it more difficult for Xiaoxi to get close to the penalty area. Between the punishment area and the teaching area, there is a row of bungalows and warehouses, some of which contain various sundries, and some of which are still vacant, because it is a warehouse for storing sundries. There are almost no surveillance cameras nearby. There are only 2 surveillance cameras installed on the walls on both sides of the warehouse. Several of the empty warehouses don't even have their doors closed. Xiaoxi chose one of the vacant warehouses and walked in quietly, leaning down. Then she closed the warehouse door slowly, trying not to make any noise. After doing all this, she walked to the window and carefully looked at the punishment area behind it through the wall. After observing for a while, she found that there were not many guards patrolling outside the punishment area. 5 in total. 4 of them are dressed as security guards, and the other is wearing the iconic white t-shirt with the words, "Save the next generation and create a better future," written on it. All the teachers in the academy wear such work clothes, so this person should also be a teacher. Among the 5 people, for security guards often get together to chat, and they are not alone when patrolling. But that teacher was acting alone. Moreover, the teacher will not patrol, but will just stand at the door. After standing for a while, he will enter the room, not knowing what to do, and will come out again after a while. The teacher's entry time was relatively long and irregular, and the exit time was much shorter in comparison. The longest time he stayed outside was only about 10 minutes before going in again, when no one was looking. Xiaoxi looked at everyone's faces and found that the 4 security guards were all unfamiliar faces. But the teacher had met them once. On the playground, there is a muscular man who is responsible for leading 3 new students back to the team. The muscular man still looked unhappy as before, as if everyone owed him 8 million. Chapter 748 Xiangli Academy 23. Looking at the muscular man's appearance before,
He seemed to have nothing to do with the teacher. So Xia, she guessed that he might be a player. But now it seems that it is no longer certain. This muscular man seems to be a teacher specifically responsible for working in the punishment area, which means that it is normal for his state and temperament to be very different from other teachers. Although other teachers are not serious teachers, they are only responsible for maintaining discipline and supervising that school rules are not violated. They may come across as mean, despicable, and unreasonable, but they will not be so violent. But if you are a teacher who is responsible for punishing students, it is not surprising that you are more violent. So now, based on this muscular man's temperament and condition, Xia, she was not sure whether he was a player or not. To make matters worse, judging from the security patrols, it would be difficult for her to get close to the punishment area. If it were at night, when the lights were dark, there might be a chance, but it would be too conspicuous during the day. But she couldn't wait here until night. If she didn't go back until night, even if she said, it took too long to check the surveillance to find the murderer, she would still arouse the suspicion of the teachers. Xia, she thought about it for a while, and decided to find another opportunity to visit the punishment area at night in 2 days. After making this decision, she bent down, opened the door softly, and slipped out. When Xia, she returned to the classroom, it was already approaching dusk, and the students in the classroom were still sitting in meditation. Of course, maybe they have already taken other courses, but it just happened that the last class of the day was a retreat class. Although Xia, she came back a little late, the two teachers still believed Xia, she's reasons and did not question her too much. Nor did they intend to punish Xia, she for violating school rules. During the day on the first day of the game, Xia, she violated the academy's school rules many times. But in the end, she avoided punishment because no one caught her. Not long after the retreat class, the whole day of classes in the academy ended, and Xia, she finally had the opportunity to follow other students into the cafeteria. The situation in the cafeteria was exactly as Xia, she had guessed. The teachers watched the students finish their meal and then rushed them to the dormitories, not giving the students a chance to wander around at will. Forget it. The point is that the food in the cafeteria is terrible, not to mention the high requirements of nutritional balance. It is a bit of a luxury to be full because it is so unpalatable that it is almost difficult to swallow. Xia, she is not a picky eater, but her taste buds really can't withstand this kind of torture. She feels that eating these dark dishes is worse than eating compressed biscuits. She really wants to vomit after taking one bite, because there was a teacher not far away who was watching eagerly, and would punish the students for wasting food if they dared to spit out the food. So Xia, she reluctantly swallowed the first bite and refused to take the second bite no matter what. She looked at the burnt black thing in front of her, which looked like a mixture of minced vegetables that were on the verge of rotting. She missed Yikongqing's cooking very much. Even the meat she roasted herself was much better than this thing. The students around them didn't have any appetite for such things. But if they didn't eat, they wouldn't have any food source. Even though they might starve to death, they had to force themselves to swallow even something so difficult to swallow, just to stay alive. Finally, when everyone in the class had finished eating, Xia, she followed the team back to the dormitory under the supervision of the teacher. Chapter 749, Xiangli Academy 24. After all the girls in the same dormitory entered the room, the dormitory door was immediately locked from the outside. Obviously, in order to prevent students from running around, these teachers tried every means they could think of. Before entering the dormitory, Xia, she paid attention to the situation in the dormitory. The windows on the first, second and third floors are all tightly surrounded by iron bars. If you jump from the upper floor, you will die or be disabled. So there are no bars. The dormitory where Xia, she lives is on the 5th floor. There are no bars on the balcony windows. It is quite refreshing to stand on the balcony and look at the scenery outside, although there is no scenery. The other girls in the dormitory had already begun to discuss the order of washing. Xia, she stood on the balcony alone, using the cover of darkness to quietly take out a compressed biscuit and take a few bites. By the time the order of bathing was discussed over there, and someone came to the balcony to collect clothes, Xia, she had already eaten the biscuits and looked out the window with a calm expression. The visitor glanced at Xia, she and left without saying anything. Xia, she didn't plan to have too many in-depth communications with these NPCs, so she pretended that she didn't realize anyone was looking at her. After all the NPCs had washed up, Xia, she was the last one to go over and wash up. Instead of using the public soap and shampoo in the bathroom, she took out the toiletries from the storage compartment and took a comfortable hot bath. After washing, she did not forget to rinse all the foam on the floor, and left the water for a while to disperse the smell and prevent others from noticing that she was using different toiletries. When she climbed into bed, the lights in the dormitory suddenly went out. When the time comes, the dormitory will turn off the lights in the entire building under control. After the lights are turned off, no movement or light is allowed. Once discovered, it will be a penalty for violating school rules. Xiaoxi looked at the feeble electric fan above and slowly shook her head, making a crunching sound, like a twilight old man turning fragile bones. It really made people worry that it would fall off in the next second. At this moment, she missed the summer with air conditioning. Asterisk. On the second day of the game, Xiaoxi finally experienced all the courses in this academy, completely different from the various subjects taught in ordinary schools. Students are not taught any knowledge here. Here, there are only morning runs, brainwashing meetings, retreat classes, and psychology classes. I get up at 5 o'clock every day and go for a morning run. After half an hour of running, there is a brainwashing session. There were new students checking in yesterday, so the brainwashing conference also included a welcome ceremony. There were no new students checking in today, so the brainwashing conference was just brainwashing. Several leaders in suits gave various speeches in turn, all of which were sermons such as students, we must unconditionally obey teachers. As children, we must unconditionally obey parents and elders. Or they were all kinds of praise for the academy. I don't know how these leaders didn't feel tired after saying similar things every day. Xiaoxi listened to it twice, and already felt that her ears were about to get calloused. If it weren't for the close attention of various teachers on the playground, she would even want to yawn. It was almost noon when the brainwashing conference ended. And at this time, all the students were hungry. Xiaoxi guessed that the teachers had breakfast before 5 o'clock and then came to wake up the students. It is impossible for teachers and students to go hungry together. She didn't believe it anyway. At this time, students still had no food and had to attend a retreat class before they could have lunch. Chapter 750 Shemli Academy 25. The meditation class is to sit on a futon. No sound is allowed, and no movement is allowed. It is euphemistically called meditation. Yesterday, students were asked to memorize the school rules silently during the retreat. Today, they actually posted what several leaders said during the brainwashing meeting. Although there was no requirement to memorize it, the requirement to appreciate it repeatedly and understand the central ideas of the school leaders was outrageous enough. After the retreat class, I went to the cafeteria to eat those terrible dark dishes. After eating, I went back to the classroom to continue the retreat class. There is no break time in between. But the teacher will take turns watching the students and use this time to have lunch. 2 hours after the retreat, there is the psychology class. This so-called psychology class is completely different from a normal psychology class. Here, students are constantly required to shout slogans and show determination. And through continuous self-reinforcement, the brainwashing effect is deepened. In Xiaoxi's opinion, it is no different from a pyramid scheme. Although she was very impatient, she still forced herself to follow and shout slogans. After all, now is not the time for complications. The whole day's course basically went like this, boring and full of brainwashing purposes. After dinner, Xiaoxi was walking in the queue to the dormitory. When she got downstairs from the dormitory, Chen Mingyuan came over and stopped her. Chen Mingyuan looked at the teacher in charge of Xiaoxi's team with a serious face. The investigation into yesterday's incident has not yielded any results yet. I still have something to ask her. The death of teacher Pingtu yesterday made a big fuss, and all the teachers knew about it. Therefore, Chen Mingyuan, who was wearing a security uniform, said these words and did not arouse the suspicion of the teachers. Xiaoxi was quickly let go. After walking a little further, Chen Mingyuan breathed a sigh of relief. This trick works really well. Xiaoxi went straight to the point. Have you found anyone? Let me explain first. I tried really hard to find it. Chen Mingyuan almost raised his finger to swear. But there are too many surveillance images. And there is an NPC security guard next to me with me. So I can't show off. It's too obvious. So I haven't been able to find anyone yet. During the morning jog, all the students will appear on the playground. At that time, you only need to focus on checking the surveillance on the playground. Xiaoxi looked at Chen Mingyuan. Not only are there less surveillance to check, but also the people are concentrated and the team is neat. It is very convenient for you to distinguish which part you have looked for and which part you have not looked for. This, Chen Mingyuan smiled awkwardly. We security guards only enter the monitoring room to work after the students officially attend class. Xiaoxi. This is really a reason that no one can blame. After thinking about it, Xiaoxi asked again. What about during dinner?
Although there was no neat line in the cafeteria, at least the people were concentrated and all the students were there. Next to morning jogging, this was the most conducive time to find people. The expression on Chen Mingyuan's face became even more embarrassing.
Our security team had a big meal at noon today, so I was not in the monitoring room. What about tonight?
Xiaoxi asked again patiently.
The shift changes in the evening,
Chen Mingyuan explained.
when you are having dinner. It happens to be when we change the shift.
Xiaoxi closed her eyes.
Chen Mingyuan, you didn't even think about finding someone, did you?
When Chen Mingyuan heard that this was wrong, he quickly took 2 steps back to avoid being beaten, and then defended himself.
I wanted to find someone, but the time was not right, and there was nothing I could do.
Chapter 751 Xiangli Academy 26.
What's wrong with the timing?
Xiaoxi asked.
Can't you just excuse yourself that you have a stomachache and don't want to eat a big meal at noon? And stay in the monitoring room to find someone?
Chen Mingyuan was stunned.
Okay. It seems so.
Xiaoxi glared at Chen Mingyuan.
How dare you say that you don't want to find someone?
Chen Mingyuan felt a little unreasonable and lowered his voice to defend himself.
I didn't expect that. And I didn't mean to be passive and sabotage. I hope you won't cause any trouble tomorrow.
After Xiaoxi finished speaking, she turned around and left.
Hey, where are you going?
Chen Mingyuan stopped him quickly.
I finally got the chance to call you out. Wouldn't it be a shame to go back now? I didn't say I wanted to go back.
Xiaoxi waved her hand.
I'm not like you. I don't know how to seize every opportunity one can.
Chen Mingyuan was so beaten that he felt very uncomfortable. He is older than Xiaoxi, but he has such no status. He is always scolded by Xiaoxi, which always makes him lose face. But forget it. Thinking about his previous experience of going against Xiaoxi, he felt that he had better be aware of current affairs. In this kind of survival game, it is no longer an environment where whoever is older can show off. And it all depends on strength. It's just that he is used to showing off his power in front of many people. But he always looks like a little shrimp every time in front of Xiaoxi, which inevitably leads to a slight psychological gap. Chen Mingyuan packed up his mood and followed Xiaoxi.
Wherever you want to go, I will go with you. With me here, it will be easier for you to move.
Xiaoxi paused in her footsteps and turned to look at Chen Mingyuan. Chen Mingyuan looked confused.
What's wrong? There is some truth to this.
Xiaoxi's eyes rested on the security uniform worn by Chen Mingyuan.
You can still fool people wearing this uniform.
She suddenly had a way to successfully visit the punishment area. Asterisk. Outside the punishment area, the exterior wall lights are very bright, and you can clearly see 4 security guards gathering together, smoking and chatting. 2 of them stood on the left side, and the other 2 stood on the right side. The muscular man never appeared, and there was no one dressed as another teacher to take over the class. It seemed that the teacher would not come to punish the district supervisor at night. Xiaoxi and Chen Mingyuan observed the situation outside the punishment area in the distant darkness for a while.
Do you know those 4 people?
Xiaoxi asked Chen Mingyuan in a low voice without looking back.
Basically, we all have familiar faces, but we haven't spoken to each other.
Chen Mingyuan replied in a low voice.
I am relatively familiar with the colleagues responsible for monitoring, but there is almost no communication with those responsible for other projects. So, they are also familiar with you?
Xiaoxi raised her eyebrows slightly.
It should be.
Chen Mingyuan nodded.
That's easy. If they know you, they won't doubt your identity as a security guard.
Xiaoxi straightened up.
Let's go and proceed as planned. You're taking a bit of a risk.
Chen Mingyuan couldn't help but remind him.
What if the secret is exposed? Don't be so flustered, or you won't reveal your secret.
Xiaoxi glanced at Chen Mingyuan.
Show off that self-righteous aura you had before, and don't look like a weakling.
Chen Mingyuan.
Dot.
When did he become so self-righteous? He really has the strength to be arrogant in front of others. It's just that he doesn't have the confidence in front of her. But there's no need to call him weak. Chapter 752 Xiangli Academy 27. Chen Mingyuan straightened his security uniform, grabbed Xiaoxi's arm with one hand, and led Xiaoxi forward as if escorting a prisoner. Xiaoxi did not resist, acting weak and submissive. The 4 security guards in the punishment area soon saw Chen Mingyuan and Xiaoxi, and they all looked over. The originally vigilant eyes relaxed when they saw Chen Mingyuan's uniform and that somewhat familiar face.
What's going on?
One of the men, whose fingernails and teeth were extremely yellow from tobacco, asked Chen Mingyuan.
Did this girl commit a crime? No. I just brought her to visit.
Chen Mingyuan reached out and pushed Xiaoxi. Xiaoxi staggered 2 steps forward. lowered her head and said nothing.
Visit?
The yellow-toothed man looked confused.
What is there to visit here? I have never heard that the academy leaders have arranged such a process. It has nothing to do with the academy leaders,
Chen Mingyuan explained.
Hasn't the captain been investigating the case of the teacher's death these past 2 days? I want to do my best to help the captain.
Mentioning the captain, the 4 security guards immediately thought of yesterday's incident, although they had not seen it with their own eyes. It was quite miserable when others described it. The main reason is that in all the years the academy has been open, there has never been a case of a teacher being killed. So this incident caused panic in the entire academy. Not to mention the teachers. Even some security guards were worried. Everyone wants to catch the murderer as soon as possible, and the security captain has been personally investigating the matter. But a day and a half has passed, and no results have come out. Privately, many people began to make wild guesses, and even rumors of haunting were spread. Hearing what Chen Mingyuan said, the yellow-toothed man looked at Xia Shilai.
What does helping the captain have to do with bringing this girl to the punishment area?
Chen Mingyuan pointed at Xia Shi.
This girl was your witness at that time, but she looked at so many surveillance cameras and said she couldn't find any trace of the murderer. I'm afraid she didn't try hard to remember, and I wanted to bring her here to experience it. The atmosphere in the punishment area helps her know that only by being obedient can she get a good ending. It turns out it's this girl.
The yellow-toothed man couldn't help but reveal a lewd smile.
She's a pretty girl.
When Chen Mingyuan saw that the momentum was not right, he immediately said,
She is now the captain's important witness. I advise you not to make mistakes.
Just kidding. If she offends this little ancestor, it is possible that she will take action here immediately. It will be difficult to end it then. Xia Shi kept her head lowered so that no one could see the expression on her face. But in the eyes of the security guards, this was obviously a sign of cowardice and weakness. However, after hearing Chen Mingyuan's words, these people still controlled their itchy impulses.
Okay. It's good to show her the consequences of disobedience.
The yellow-toothed man stepped aside.
As long as we can help the captain solve the case, we team members are willing to cooperate.
The other 3 security guards also moved out of the way. Chen Mingyuan was relieved in his heart, but he didn't show it on his face. He still held Xia Shi's arm and walked inside.
You have to pay attention,
the yellow-toothed man warned from behind Chen Mingyuan.
The closed doors cannot be opened. If the punished students inside are allowed to escape, you will be punished by the captain.
Chapter 753 Xiangli Academy 28. Chen Mingyuan raised his chin slightly, with a look of disdain on his face.
Why should I open the door for those people when I have nothing to do?
With that said, he and Xia Shi opened the door and entered the punishment area. The lights in the corridor were not bright, and there was an unpleasant smell in the dimness, which made people feel oppressive and uncomfortable. Chen Mingyuan covered his mouth with a look of disgust.
Damn! It smells too bad here.
His voice was kept low, for fear of being heard by people outside. Xia Shi still didn't speak and just walked inside. On the surface, one of Chen Mingyuan's hands was still holding Xia Shi's arm, as if he was dragging Xia Shi forward. Xia Shi didn't stop until she entered a surveillance blind spot. She looked around and pointed to the stairs at the end. Her voice was very low.
Go up and take a look first.
Chen Mingyuan didn't object and hurriedly took Xia Shi to the second floor. The smell on the second floor is much better than that on the first floor, and it looks cleaner and fresher overall. Chen Mingyuan then put down the hand covering his nose and relaxed. Xia Shi signaled Chen Mingyuan to continue walking to the third floor. Chen Mingyuan didn't ask why and obediently took Xia Shi to the third floor. The third floor smelled faintly of disinfectant, and the layout was very much like a clinic, with several similar instruments placed in each room. But at this time today, no one was inside, so it was hard to tell what the instrument was for.
This is an electrotherapy device,
Chen Mingyuan introduced while standing next to Xia Shi.
I saw them using it on a student in the monitoring room. The student was stunned in the end. It looked quite miserable.
Xia Shi didn't speak. She looked around and found that the layout of each room was similar. After walking to the last room, she said,
It seems that the third floor is specially used for electrotherapy. With so many rooms, I feel like I can give electrotherapy to 30 or 40 people at once.
Chen Mingyuan clicked his tongue twice.
I feel a little scared when I look at it. Go and have a look on the second floor.
Xia Shi urged Chen Mingyuan. So the two people came to the second floor again. The second floor is the confinement room. Each room is very small. The door is still an iron door. There is a small window that can be opened in the middle of the door for delivering meals. There is a ventilation hole above the door. Xia Shi found an uninhabited confinement room and found that there were not only no windows, but also no tables, chairs, beds, or even bed boards. There was nothing else in the room except a small ventilation fan embedded in the wall. In this kind of weather, being kept in such a closed environment, just the feeling of heat stroke from the sweltering heat is uncomfortable enough. Xiaoshi walked out of the solitary room and whispered to Qin Mingyuan.
Open the small window and take a look at the people inside. Oh?
Qin Mingyuan hesitated.
Isn't this good? The yellow-toothed man just said you can't let these people out, and they won't escape if you open the small window.
Xiaoshi explained patiently.
And you are a security guard, and you want to check whether the students in solitary confinement are safe. There is no problem. Or you can say it is to let me see the miserable state of these people. To shock me.
Qin Mingyuan thought about it, and felt that what Xiaoshi said made sense. So he boldly chose a confinement room with a closed door and opened the small window. Hearing the sound of the small window opening, footsteps were immediately heard inside. When the small window was fully opened, the person inside had already stretched out his hand. Chapter 754 Xiangli Academy 29. The person inside stretched out his hand from the small window and begged urgently.
I know I was wrong. I really know I was wrong. Spare me. I will never be late again next time. I will never do it again late.
Qin Mingyuan was confused by this sudden battle. He subconsciously took 2 steps back to avoid being caught by the people in the solitary room. Xiaoshi asked Qin Mingyuan in a low voice.
Does the surveillance here only have pictures? Or does it include both sound and pictures? It should only have pictures.
Although Qin Mingyuan didn't understand why Xiaoshi suddenly asked this question, he still answered.
I heard my former colleagues mention that there are always screams here, and the sound surveillance is too harsh. So I installed a surveillance system without sound collection function.
This is good news for Xiaoshi. She immediately quietly gave Qin Mingyuan some lines, and asked him to interrogate the people in the solitary room in the tone of a security guard. Soon, they confirmed the identity of this person. He was the late student that Xiaoshi saw during the morning jog on the first day of the game. And he was the one who struggled the most, because he had just been in the academy for a week, and could not control the speed of brushing his teeth and washing his face. This student was late 3 times. Although he was just detained in solitary confinement each time, and there was no particularly serious punishment, the mere solitary confinement left him with a psychological shadow. This 3rd time he was late. He would be put in solitary confinement for 3 days, with only 1 dark meal a day, and he could only be let out once to use the toilet. The environment was so stuffy that he couldn't sleep at all, and he had to endure hunger and thirst. He had only been there for a day and a half and almost collapsed. After asking about the situation, neither Xiaoshi nor Qin Mingyuan had any intention of rescuing this classmate. Qin Mingyuan found something to push the other party's hand in, and then closed the small window again. Amid each other's cries, the two walked toward the first floor together. The first floor still had that unpleasant smell, and each room here was not big. They were filled with various torture instruments, just like ancient prison cells. There were no students in the corporal punishment room today, so there were no bloody scenes to be seen. Xiaoshi looked inside, and could clearly see some blood stains remaining on the ground and walls. Although the blood volume is not large, you can still imagine how painful it is for the tortured person.
This place is used for corporal punishment.
Qin Mingyuan lowered his voice and told Xiaoshi.
I have inquired before, and it is said that in the academy for so many years, several students have died due to corporal punishment every year.
At this point, he paused and added,
Xiaoshi, you'd better not cause big trouble. Otherwise, I won't be able to save you if you get in here. I have defensive tools.
Xiaoshi shrugged.
Neither electrotherapy nor corporal punishment can hurt me. But confinement is also very painful.
Qin Mingyuan said earnestly.
Just quietly find other players. Don't kill the teacher like before. Otherwise everyone will inevitably suspect you. I'm not a murderer.
Xiaoshi was speechless.
I know in my mind whether I should take action or not. Stop preaching.
Although Qin Mingyuan still wanted to say a few more words, seeing that Xiaoshi didn't want to listen at all, he could only shut up. After a moment of silence, he couldn't help but ask,
What do you want to do here today? Go to the site and advance to understand the situation.
Xiaoshi replied.
It is inevitable that I may be dragged here for violating school rules in the future. I want to understand it first, so that I can be prepared in advance.
Chapter 755 Xiangli Academy 30. Qin Mingyuan.
He
never expected that Xiaoshi meant this. This woman was already mentally prepared to come in, so his previous persuasion was completely useless.
Okay, let's go out.
Xiaoshi looked around all the places, and had enough understanding of the surveillance layout here. Naturally, she didn't want to stay here anymore. Chen Mingyuan took Xia out obediently. When he met the 4 security guards at the door, he made a few perfunctory jokes before he was able to take Xia away. It was already getting late, and Chen Mingyuan took Xia back downstairs to the dormitory, with Chen Mingyuan as the security guard. Xia didn't encounter any difficulties when she returned late. She was just sent back to the dormitory by a dedicated person. Xia watched the dormitory manager take out a bunch of keys, selected one with the house number 507, and opened the dormitory door. Then the dormitory manager pushed Xia into the room unceremoniously, and then locked the door again. Asterisk. The third day of the game. During lunch, Xia finally met the white-haired woman in her 50s, whom she met on the first day. The white-haired woman was responsible for watching the students eat today. She walked to Xia casually and said, "This student, come here." I was approached by the teacher during the meal. This kind of thing happened from time to time, but no one found it strange. Xia stood up obediently and followed the white-haired woman out of the cafeteria. The two of them chose a surveillance blind spot with a tacit understanding. And then the white-haired woman said, "I found another player. Are you a teacher or a student?" Xia asked casually. "Teacher. You should know me." The white-haired woman paused and then said, "The director holds a meeting on the playground every morning after running." Xia was stunned for a moment, then reacted, "That man who looks like he weighs about 200 kilograms? The white-haired woman nodded. "It's him." Xia sighed with emotion. "I really didn't see this." Although she had seen the fat man several times, she didn't recognize him as a player at all. In every brainwashing session, this fat man was very patient, whether it was the content of his speech or his behavior. He looked like a real teacher trying to brainwash students, not like a player participating in the game at all. In this game, teachers and security guards have greater freedom in their identities than students, and the players do not have personal tasks to complete. But the fat man seems to be devoted to this identity, which is simply unsightly. He is a temporary player. "I actually didn't notice it," the white-haired woman said honestly. "It was only after he came to me to identify himself that I realized he was also a player." Xia was not surprised by this statement. The white-haired woman behaves like a teacher in the normal world, caring and comforting her students, but is somewhat incompatible with the words and deeds of the teachers here. From this point of view, it is actually easy to see her identity as a player. Of course, in the eyes of other NPCs, the white-haired woman is probably just a person with strange thoughts and behaviors. But it is easy for other players to see the identity of the white-haired woman. Therefore, it makes sense for a fat man to take the initiative to identify himself with a white-haired woman. "Have you found any other players?" the white-haired woman asked Xia. "Find one." Xia nodded, not hiding anything. "I am a security guard, responsible for the work of the monitoring room." Chapter 756 Xiangli Academy 31. "Then let's make an appointment to meet each other," the white-haired woman suggested. "We must have met each other before we can confirm each other's identity in person to be considered successful in finding each other. Then tonight," Xia thought for a while and said, "after dinner, we will meet in the classroom where we met last time." "No problem," the white-haired woman agreed, but looked at Xia with some worry. "Can you come out? You are a student now. In this academy, the students have the least freedom. All words and deeds are strictly controlled, and everyone is watched closely wherever they go every day." "Don't worry. I've already made arrangements here." Xia smiled at the white-haired woman. "Just bring the people there." Seeing that Xia was confident, the white-haired woman didn't ask any more questions, and the two of them returned to the canteen. Asterisk. After dinner, Xia queued up and walked to the dormitory building as usual. When she came downstairs, she was stopped again by Chen Mingyuan. Once again she stayed. However, there was another girl standing next to Chen Mingyuan. She was pretty and looked young. "Her name is Ma Yingying, and she is my bound companion." Chen Mingyuan introduced the girl's identity to Xia in a low voice. "She is also a student in this game." Ma Yingying looked Xia up and down for a long time, and then asked a little rudely, "Are you the witness in the teacher's murder case that made a lot of noise before?" Xia didn't say anything. She looked at Chen Mingyuan and said, "Go to the teaching building. I have an appointment there." As Chen Mingyuan walked towards the teaching building, he asked curiously, "Who did you date?" Seeing that she was ignored, Ma Yingying was a little unhappy. But Chen Mingyuan's attitude towards Xia was a bit unusual. She had never seen Chen Mingyuan treat anyone like this before. Such a respectful look.
and she didn't dare to make a mistake in front of Chen Mingyuan. So she had to endure her dissatisfaction. She followed Xia Shi and Chen Mingyuan with a pout on her face.
Didn't I tell you before that I found another player?
Xia Shi replied to Chen Mingyuan.
I just met her today. She said that she also found a new player and wanted to meet her and get to know each other. That's great,
Chen Mingyuan said happily.
I just happened to find one here. When we meet tonight, we will actually find 5 players.
What could be more encouraging than having 5 confirmed players on the 3rd day of the game? Ma Yingying saw that Xia Shi and Chen Mingyuan were concentrating on chatting and did not notice that she was lagging behind alone. She couldn't hide her unhappiness. She walked quickly to the front, took Chen Mingyuan's arm, and said coquettishly,
Brother Ming, why don't you let me participate in your chat? Don't leave me alone.
Just say, okay.
After listening,
Chen Mingyuan patted the back of Ma Yingying's hand.
Be good and don't make trouble. You know? Oh, I know.
Although Ma Yingying agreed so obediently, her eyes were staring at Xia Shi, even with a bit of provocation in her eyes. There was a funny look in Xia Shi's eyes. She stopped and looked at Ma Yingying.
Although I don't know what the relationship is between you and Chen Mingyuan, I am very sure that the relationship between Chen Mingyuan and I is definitely not what you think. Next time you want to demonstrate, please find out the situation first.
Otherwise it won't be my face if you make a joke.
Chapter 757 Xianli Academy 32. Chen Mingyuan was a little confused when he heard Xia Shi's words at first. But then he felt something was wrong. He turned to look at Ma Yingying standing next to him. Ma Yingying's face looked a little ugly at this time, and she looked at Xia Shi with a bit of hostility. Although Chen Mingyuan was a bit slow and didn't know how to read people, he got the general idea at this time. He suddenly felt heavy-headed, and his attitude towards Ma Yingying was no longer as kind as before.
What are you talking nonsense about?
A woman.
Ta Ma? This Ta Ma is my eldest brother.
He knows that Ma Yingying usually likes to act like a coquettish girl. Act like a coquettish girl. And get jealous when she doesn't mind. He usually won't be unhappy, but rather thinks that this is a reflection of his own charm. But the key is that this is Xia Shi. How could he covet the little ancestor that he didn't even dare to offend? It's not like he was tired of living. He is now particularly afraid that Xia Shi will misunderstand him because of Ma Yingying's reaction. And then, he will definitely be doomed. Ma Yingying was stunned for a moment, as if she didn't understand what Chen Mingyuan meant.
Big brother?
This Xia Shi is obviously a woman.
Don't flatter yourself.
Xia Shi said rudely to Chen Mingyuan.
I didn't promise to accept you as my little brother.
After saying that, she lifted her feet and continued walking forward. Although Chen Mingyuan and Xia Shi scorned him, he didn't care about the mistake just now. He secretly breathed a sigh of relief and hurriedly followed.
It doesn't matter whether you accept him or not. We all have to work together in this game,
he said flatteringly.
You can just accept me as your temporary younger brother.
Ma Yingying stared at Chen Mingyuan dumbfounded, feeling that her brain was a little unable to react. She has never seen Chen Mingyuan please anyone so much. Is there anything special about this Xia Shi? Apart from being pretty, she didn't see anything else. Although Ma Yingying had 100,000 reasons in her heart, she didn't dare to ask any more questions at this time. She was actually a little afraid of Chen Mingyuan's anger. After all, she now relies on Chen Mingyuan for her life. And irritating Chen Mingyuan will do her no good at all. No matter what she looks like when she is carrying Chen Mingyuan, she can only be obedient in front of Chen Mingyuan. Otherwise, she is afraid that Chen Mingyuan will get tired of her and abandon her. Then her life in the survival game will not be as good as it is now. Better. Ma Yingying chased after Chen Mingyuan silently. As Xia Shi walked forward, she asked Chen Mingyuan,
Didn't you say before that there was another companion? But you only found one today? No. I found both of them.
Chen Mingyuan was afraid that Xia Shi would think he didn't do his job well today. So he hurriedly explained,
It's just that I was afraid that calling too many people out at once would arouse suspicion. So I only called Yingying. The other one is also a student.
Although this sentence was a question, Xia Shi's tone was very sure.
Yes.
Chen Mingyuan nodded repeatedly, and then couldn't help but ask,
How do you know? If you are a teacher, you have a lot of freedom and can move around as you like. Then you can just go over and say hello.
When you're a student, you worry about calling too many people out at once to arouse suspicion.
Chen Mingyuan followed the direction Xia Shi pointed and echoed.
That's true.
Chapter 758 Xiangli Academy 33.
But they happen to be in the same class,
Chen Mingyuan added.
Although they are not in the same dormitory,
they still have a chance to communicate. No matter what we talked about tonight.
Ying can convey it to Wei Wei.
Xiaoshi glanced at Ma Ying and said nothing. Chen Mingyuan continued.
Tomorrow, I will call Wei Wei out to meet with everyone, so that the number of players that everyone has determined will be 6.
Xiaoshi said. And said nothing more. While the two were talking, they had already reached their destination. At this time, the teaching building was dark, with only a few scattered surveillance cameras above shining with a faint red light. They avoided surveillance cameras along the way. When they entered the classroom, they saw 2 figures, one fat and one thin, standing in front of the podium. The white-haired woman spoke first.
You are here. Go to the next room.
Xiaoshi raised her finger and pointed, indicating that everyone should go to the room where the crime occurred.
There are curtains there, so you don't have to worry about being seen by people outside the window.
The others had no objection and entered the room where Mr. Flathead died. After entering the room, Xiaoshi closed the door smoothly. The white-haired woman took out a small flashlight, adjusted the weakest light, and illuminated everyone's face one by one, so that everyone could clearly recognize each other's appearance.
In this way, we have found 5 players.
The fat man lowered his voice and said,
I suggest that we can come here every night to meet, whether there are newly found players, or there are new players in this game. If you have any unusual findings, you can communicate them. I don't object to this proposal, but you players who are teachers had better take the initiative to come to our students. This will make it easier for us to go out.
Xiaoshi said this and looked at Chen Mingyuan.
If you let him find it every time, students, there are still several of them at once, and it will inevitably make people feel strange if they go there too often.
That's okay. The white-haired woman nodded.
Why don't we allocate who should look for whom now, so as not to find the same person later and cause unnecessary trouble? I definitely belong to Brother Ming.
Ma Ying immediately expressed her position, and at the same time took Chen Mingyuan's arm.
Brother Ming will come to me in the future. I have already laid out this line for him, so he can only come to me.
Xiaoshi looked at Ma Ying and said calmly,
His identity is a security guard. It is not as convenient as a teacher to come to students, and he can't do it for a long time without any reason. Find someone. Wouldn't it be the same for Brother Ming to find you?
Ma Ying was a little unconvinced.
That's not the same.
Although Chen Mingyuan is not smart, he is not particularly stupid. At this time, he has understood what Xiaoshi means. He said to Ma Ying,
I have a reason for her that no one can refute, and it will not cause any people are suspicious. But I am looking for you, and it seems to outsiders that there is no reason. That's right.
Xiaoshi nodded, then looked at the white-haired woman and the fat man.
You two are teachers. It doesn't matter even if you find students for no reason. So each of you can claim one. Apart from you. Isn't she the only student here?
The white-haired woman glanced at Ma Ying.
There is another one,
Chen Mingyuan explained.
Because my status makes it inconvenient to call out too many students at once. So I only brought one here today.
Chapter 759 Xiangli Academy 34.
So, we have been able to confirm that there are 6 players now,
the fat man said with a hint of joy in his voice.
Okay. You bring another one out tomorrow. I will meet you. And I will be responsible for that player next time. Then I'll be responsible for this.
The white-haired woman glanced at Ma Ying. Ma Ying was a little unhappy, but she was not a fool. She knew that Chen Mingyuan could not be towards her at this time, so she could only swallow her dissatisfaction.
I believe everyone can see that the academy in this game is completely different from ordinary schools.
The fat man suddenly spoke again. Although he was facing several players, he still had the leadership style.
We teachers players with high status have a high status in this game background and have easier movement, while players with student status are the most restricted.
So?
Xiaoshi looked at the fat man and asked with a smile.
What do you want to express? What I mean is that in the next game mission, there will definitely be a lot of action for players who are teachers, while players who are students will be more passive and waiting for the results.
The fat man did not beat around the bush and said directly.
So I think that if players who are teachers pay more for the second stage of the game mission, then I hope that you players who are students can give us players who are teachers a little compensation. Compensation?
Ma Ying's voice became slightly shriller because of dissatisfaction.
This is a task that we all have to do together. And you actually want to compensate? Don't get excited.
The fat man raised his hand slightly, with an old-school attitude and a matter-of-fact tone.
I just said that if I pay a lot, then I should be compensated. This request is not too much. After all, who can survive in a survival game?
It's not easy. If I pay more than you, why can you enjoy the same clearance treatment? Ma Yingying choked and was speechless for a moment. If you student players have almost no contribution, but you get through the game in vain, then it's normal for players like me who put in a lot of effort to want some compensation. The fat man emphasized again. Besides, I don't have any on trying to trick you. Otherwise, I wouldn't have brought this up now. Then what kind of compensation do you want? Xiaoxi asked. Her tone was calm and her expression was not agitated at all. And she didn't seem to have any objection to the fat man's proposal. It depends on how much you have to pay at that time. The fat man replied. But basically what I need are supplies or props. How much do you have to pay to be worthy of a prop? Ma Yingying mocked rudely. Even low-grade defensive props require 1 million points to purchase. Do you understand what 1 million points means? At least I know better than you. The fat man frowned, not liking Ma Yingying's attitude towards him. If you pass this round of the game, you will be rewarded with 1 million points if nothing happens. If you have nothing in the game. If you do, then this million will be yours for free. Ma Yingying choked again. You can tell everyone about this matter after all the players are found. Xiaoxi broke the somewhat stiff atmosphere. If you say it now, we can't promise you on behalf of other student players. Chapter 760 Xiangli Academy 35. Of course. The fat man nodded. I'm just warning you in advance. If you don't have anything else to do, we'll leave today. But don't leave together. Leaving in batches won't attract attention easily. After Xiaoxi said this, she turned to look at the white-haired woman. It just so happens that you can take Ma Yingying back with you. Let's get to know each other in the dormitory. And think of a reason to use when you come out to her next time. The white-haired woman did not object and walked to Ma Yingying's side. Let's go. Ma Yingying glanced at Chen Mingyuan and saw that Chen Mingyuan had no intention of keeping her. So she had to leave reluctantly. After the white-haired woman and Ma Yingying walked out of the room together, the fat man looked at Xiaoxi again. You are aware of current affairs and are more sensible than that little girl. Xiaoxi smiled at the fat man. Your words and deeds are very leadership-like. Have you ever been a leader? That's not true. But I have always thought that I have leadership talent. At this point, the fat man reached out and touched his round belly. Now it seems that I am indeed very talented. You are in the leadership, so you will have more contact with the dean. Right? Xiaoxi suddenly asked. Of course. The fat man smiled rather proudly. We have a meeting every day after lunch. And all the leaders of the academy have to gather together at the meeting. So I can see the dean every day. Then what do you think of this dean? Xiaoxi asked casually. Not bad. The fat man commented. He is friendly and looks amiable. Xiaoxi said. Oh. And changed the subject. That's almost it. How about you leave first? Her attitude was polite, and her tone was just a polite inquiry. Not an order. This satisfied the fat man. So he did not object to Xiaoxi's proposal. Said H, low and left. It wasn't until the fat man disappeared far away in the corridor that Chen Mingyuan asked Xiaoxi. Why did you just ask the fat man about the dean? Have you not met the dean? Xiaoxi did not answer Chen Mingyuan's question, but said, I think it's best to be careful about this fat man. Chen Mingyuan didn't expect that Xiaoxi would suddenly say such a sentence. He felt that his mind couldn't keep up with Xiaoxi's thinking. Why did you suddenly talk about this? I didn't see what was wrong with this fat man. There's a problem. Don't you notice that he enjoys his current status? Xiaoxi explained. Not only does he fully recognize his current living situation, but he is also very proud of his status. The fat man's words and deeds were very immersed in enjoying his current status. And he naturally showed the arrogance of a leader towards his subordinates or students. And he actually thinks that the dean is an amiable and good person. The dean has always been very kind to the outside world. When she first met him, the dean had a good attitude towards her. But as long as you use your brain a little, you will know how the person who can open such an academy can be an amiable person. No matter how good it looks on the outside, it's just as bad on the inside. Even a naive person like Chen Mingyuan did not think that the dean was a good person. It was impossible for the fat man not to notice that the dean was only superficially doing a good job. But he said that the dean was kind, which could only mean that he was speaking for the dean from the perspective of the college leader. Chapter 761 Xiangli Academy 36. No matter what the reason is for the fat man to have this mentality, his current words and deeds have been brought into his identity in the game, and they have not changed even in front of the players. So it is difficult to guarantee whether he will do something to the players, because he is too involved in the game. Unfavorable conduct. When you say that, it seems so. Chen Mingyuan nodded repeatedly. After being quiet for a while, he couldn't help but ask.
But aren't we players now in a cooperative relationship? There is no conflict of interest. This is just the first stage of the game.
Xiaoxi looked at Chen Mingyuan.
Don't forget that there is a second stage. There may be antagonistic relationships by then. And in this game, the identities of the players are still there. All different.
Chen Mingyuan was stunned for a moment before he couldn't help but nod.
That's right. If we divide the camps according to their identities, then teachers and students are two completely opposite camps. Hey, wait.
He suddenly felt something was wrong.
Then I am a security guard. How do I calculate this? I can't be in the same camp alone. Right.
Thinking of this, he felt as big as his head. If he really wanted to fight against so many people by himself, he really had no chance of winning.
We won't know what will happen until the second phase starts.
Xiaoxi shrugged and added.
But no matter what, it's best to be wary of the fat man and don't tell him everything. Okay, I'll remember it.
Chen Mingyuan agreed. After being quiet for a while, he couldn't help but ask again.
Speaking of which, if you tell me this now, aren't you afraid that I will be in an antagonistic relationship with you in the second stage? What I'm telling you is not a shocking secret.
Xiaoxi chuckled.
Can you think of a way to deal with me now that you know it?
Chen Mingyuan.
I feel despised. Speaking of which, how much do you trust Ma Yingying?
Xiaoxi suddenly changed the subject.
That's it.
Chen Mingyuan replied casually, and then asked curiously.
Are you trying to say that Yingying is unreliable, and you want me to be careful? That's not the case at the moment.
Xiaoxi shook her head.
I just want to see if you are close enough to talk to her about anything. That's definitely impossible.
Chen Mingyuan snorted.
That girl just wants me to be strong and wants to rely on me to survive in the survival game. As for me, I just think she is young.
At this point, he suddenly stopped talking. He remembered that the person in front of him was also a woman. What he said was too frivolous, and he was afraid of making this little ancestor unhappy. Xiaoxi didn't comment on the second half of Chen Mingyuan's unfinished sentence. She just smiled and said,
I guess you have strength.
Chen Mingyuan. Why did he feel like she was laughing at him? He admitted that he was not as strong as her. But compared to many others, he was still capable. Even if he doesn't belong to the top class, being above average shouldn't be a problem.
Back to the topic.
Xiaoxi returned to the original topic.
I just asked you this, just to let you know that you can't tell anyone what I'm going to do next. Or what I'm going to say. Two bound partners. What are you going to do?
Chen Mingyuan couldn't help but become a little nervous when Xiaoxi said this. This little ancestor has always been bold in doing things. But he must not make any big noise. Otherwise it will not end well. Chapter 762 Shenli Academy 37.
You have to agree first.
Xiaoxi looked into Chen Mingyuan's eyes, and said word for word.
Otherwise I won't tell you.
Facing Xiaoxi's serious look, Chen Mingyuan's attitude became a little more serious.
I will definitely promise you.
He promised. Ever since he realized the reality in the game, Hunting Forest, he has wanted to hug her. But unfortunately, he never had the chance. After this encounter, all he kept thinking was even if he couldn't hold his thigh for a long time, at least he had to hold her firmly in this game. Unless he is very unlucky and has an antagonistic relationship with Xiaoxi in the second stage, he will not do anything detrimental to Xiaoxi. He didn't want to offend her. Xiaoxi then walked over, dragged the sofa under the air conditioner, then stood up and took down the mobile phone hidden above the air conditioner. Chen Mingyuan stared blankly until Xiaoxi seemed to have brought something down. Then asked,
What are you hiding here?
The room was pitch dark, and there was no flashlight to shine on him, so he couldn't see clearly. Xiaoxi said,
Teacher pinged his cell phone. Ah, it turns out it's here with you.
Chen Mingyuan sighed.
Yesterday I heard the security captain asking the people who carried Teacher Flathead's body why they didn't find Teacher Flathead's cell phone or anything. Later they thought it was lost during the transportation. I have been looking for him in Mangsuyuan for the past 2 days.
Unexpectedly, this mobile phone was hidden at the crime scene.
Oh!
Xiaoxi raised her eyebrows slightly.
It seems that the security captain is very nervous about losing his cell phone? It's not very nervous.
Chen Mingyuan recalled the situation at that time and said to Xiaoxi,
But he does seem to care. So there should be something in this phone that cannot be known to outsiders.
Xiaoxi said while turning on the phone. She originally thought that there might be some secrets in the phone. Even if it was not of much use in the first stage, it might be useful in the second stage. So she hid the phone. Now that she heard the security captain's reaction, she felt even more that she had made the right decision.
What's on this phone? Chen Mingyuan's phone lit up. He came closer and stretched his neck to look. I'm not sure. I was in a hurry at the time, so I just took a quick look at the photo album. Seeing that the phone was successfully turned on, Xiaoxi first took a look at the battery level. There is still 80%, which is sufficient. You don't want to be here and read everything on this phone, do you? Chen Mingyuan reacted belatedly. It's getting late now. If you want to read everything on the phone, then you can't watch the rest of the night? Otherwise, why do you think I suggested that everyone come here to talk before? Xiaoxi glanced at Chen Mingyuan. Don't worry. I don't plan to read it all in one go. I just want to read part of it first. She knew very well that she could only have the chance to do other things while Chen Mingyuan took her out. So you have to make full use of your time every time you come out. Even if you only spend half an hour watching part of it every night. You can go through everything on your phone in a few days. This is why she didn't hide Chen Mingyuan's cell phone. Because it was difficult to hide it. She couldn't drive Chen Mingyuan away. Otherwise she would encounter a lot of questioning when she returned to the dormitory alone. And would even be considered a violation of school rules. Chapter 763 Xiangli Academy 38. Only if Chen Mingyuan goes back with her can he prove that she didn't run away secretly. Therefore, Chen Mingyuan cannot be driven away. But if Chen Mingyuan is allowed to stay outside and look at her mobile phone in the house every day, Chen Mingyuan will be suspicious no matter how stupid she is. Instead of making random suspicions and causing unnecessary trouble when the time comes, it is better to make it clear now. So you were planning to come and get your phone from the beginning tonight? Chen Mingyuan finally understood what Xiaoxi meant. And then he asked cautiously, Can I check with you to see what's on the phone? Not yet. Xiaoxi flatly refused. I will not share the important information on my phone with you until I am sure whether you are an enemy or a friend in the second stage. Chen Mingyuan was not disappointed with this result. If it were him, he wouldn't be able to reveal all the known information to the other party in this situation. Who told Xiaoxi to get the phone? He didn't have the chance to get first-hand information. So he could only blame himself for not being as decisive as Xiaoxi. He wisely took 2 steps back inside. Okay, then I'll stand here at the head office. Right. Xiaoxi nodded slightly. Okay. Then Chen Mingyuan could only stand in the corner, watching helplessly as Xiaoxi flipped through her phone. Xiaoxi didn't have very good luck today. She looked through her phone for half an hour and didn't find anything that looked particularly secret. The first thing she chose to check was the Academy's internal communication app. Although there were indeed some unusual messages in it. Judging by the standards of this world, it should still be quite normal. None of this can be considered a secret. For example, in the teacher group, the results of the day's work will be reported every evening. How many students were punished slightly? How many students were punished severely? How obedient they were? And whether any students met the conditions for graduation. For example, some private chats with other teachers. Whether there are any female students you like today. Whether you have succeeded. And how it feels. Another example is that in the photo album of Mr. Pink's personal homepage, he uploaded some videos of corporal punishment of students and various experiences of punishing students. There were many likes and interactions below. If this were in the normal world, it would be a shocking secret. If the news comes out, this academy will definitely be ruined. But here, it's just a normal thing. Not a secret. It took me half an hour to browse this app. So Xiaoxi gained nothing today. But she wasn't in a hurry. She turned off her phone when the time was almost up. Chen Mingyuan looked at the situation before asking, Don't you plan to watch it today? Well, Xiaoxi nodded. It's almost time. If you keep reading, I'm afraid I won't be able to return to the dormitory until the lights are turned off. She had to at least wash up and go to bed before turning off the lights. Otherwise the dormitory guards would unceremoniously accuse her of violating the school rules if they heard the noise after the lights were turned off. Xiaoxi said, stood on the sofa again, and made the gesture of placing the phone on top of the air conditioner. When the phone came into contact with the air conditioner, it made a slight sound. But in fact, she quietly took the phone down again. But because of the cover of her body, it was completely undetectable by Chen Mingyuan in the dark. Then she got off the sofa and pushed the phone into the gap of the sofa seat by pulling the sofa back to its original position. Chapter 764 Xiangli Academy 39. Although Chen Mingyuan had just given a guarantee, Xiaoxi couldn't completely trust him. So the location of the phone has to be changed. This can also be regarded as a test for Chen Mingyuan, which can directly verify whether he sincerely wants to cooperate with her. Chen Mingyuan was completely unaware of Xiaoxi's little move. He had already walked behind the door and waited for Xiaoxi to come over before opening the door. The two people walked along the road choosing blind spots for surveillance. They stopped deliberately avoiding surveillance until they left the teaching building. Xiaoxi returned to the dormitory safe and sound. At this time, the other NPCs in the dormitory had already washed up. No one asked what happened to Xiaoxi when she was called away by security. And no one came to care. But this is a good thing for Xiaoxi. She doesn't want to have too much communication and contact with NPCs. Asterisk. The fourth day of the game. No one found a new player. But Xiaoxi met Chen Mingyuan's other companion Zhou Weiwei when they met at night. The fat man was responsible for bringing out Zhou Weiwei. The white-haired woman was responsible for bringing out Ma Yingying. And Xiaoxi was brought out by Chen Mingyuan. In this way, all 6 known players have met. After the 6 people met, the fat man brought up yesterday's request for compensation. Although Zhou Weiwei was not as fierce as Ma Yingying's reaction, she was still dissatisfied in her words. In the end, of course, no result was reached through negotiation. Xiaoxi still used the reason that the number of players was not complete, and asked the fat man to wait until everyone was there before talking about the matter. Next, everyone shared with each other the scope of their contact with NPCs in the past few days, to avoid duplication of scopes when players are looking for people. After saying this, the fat man couldn't help but say, "Look, you 3 student players have no chance to find other players. You are all relying on our teachers and security players to run around. No matter what the students do, everything is strictly watched, and the range of activities is very limited." There was a hint of impatience in Xiaoxi's eyes, but her eyes couldn't be seen clearly in the dark night, and she didn't say anything more at this time. Almost every 3 sentences of the fat man emphasize how useful his identity is, while at the same time not forgetting how useless it is to belittle his identity as a student, even if he wanted to use this method to get others to agree with his proposal for compensation. Saying too much would be annoying. As upset as she was, Xiaoxi still endured and didn't say anything more. On the one hand, she really needs to rely on her identity as a security guard and teacher to find other players. On the other hand, there is no need for her to make trouble with the fat man at this time. She might not take someone like the fat man seriously if he were an opponent, but if he was a teammate, she would have to be more careful. Although Xiaoxi didn't say anything, Ma Yingying couldn't help but scolded the fat man. "Among the 5 people present except you, only one was found by you. What do you have to say?" Everyone knew that except for the white-haired woman, none of the others were found by the fat man. But after Ma Yingying said this, the fat man was very unhappy. He had never been disobeyed by anyone since he entered the game, and now someone suddenly dared to talk to him so rudely, which made him feel very uncomfortable. "There should be nothing we need to communicate today," Xiaoxi said before the fat man spoke. "Just like yesterday. Let's leave." Chapter 765 Xiangli Academy 40. Ma Yingying did not go against Xiaoxi this time, and very cooperatively pulled the white-haired woman to leave first. Before leaving, she glanced at the fat man rather proudly. In her eyes, this time the fat man didn't have a chance to speak. So she won. So she was eager to leave quickly. Although they couldn't see each other's expressions clearly in the darkness, everyone could see the way Ma Yingying turned her head before leaving. The fat man was not a fool. It was obvious that Ma Yingying turned her head to look at him. And it's as proud as you can imagine. Just thinking about this made the fat man even more unhappy. He didn't say a word, just stood there without moving. But the scene he imagined that other people would take the initiative to say a few nice words to him did not appear. And the room suddenly became extremely quiet. The fat man had a long face. Unfortunately, no one could see his face clearly in the dark. Even if he kept a straight face, it would have no effect. After waiting for about 5 minutes, the fat man walked out without saying hello to anyone. Zhou Weiwei hurriedly followed her, fearing that she would be left behind and no one would take her back to the dormitory. "That fat man is really difficult to get along with." Until this moment, Chen Mingyuan couldn't help but complain. "He chatters endlessly, as if he is the most useful in the world. You were almost like this when I first met you." She said casually and walked over to drag the sofa. While she was dragging the sofa under the air conditioner, she had already taken her mobile phone out of the gap in the sofa. But she still climbed onto the back of the sofa and pretended to take her cell phone from above the air conditioner. "No," Chen Mingyuan refused to admit. "I'm much easier to get along with than him. If you could find out what kind of character you are, you wouldn't have been blown up by me with a bomb before." She exposed it unceremoniously. Chen Mingyuan. "How about not mentioning that embarrassing thing?" She said nothing and turned on her phone again. This time it took more than half an hour to finally read everything that could be seen in the Academy's internal communication app software. I really didn't find any secrets. She turned off her phone again, hit it the same way as yesterday, and then asked Chen Mingyuan to take her back to the dormitory building. Asterisk. The 5th day of the game. After the morning running exercise, it was still the brainwashing meeting of the school leaders. However, this time at the end of the brainwashing conference, today was announced as a monthly cleaning day. All students must participate, and the teacher is responsible for supervision. Then the students were divided into teams by each teacher on the playground. Each team went to receive cleaning tools and was responsible for different cleaning areas. The cleaning team is neither based on the class nor the queue. Instead, the teacher randomly points people. It is said that this is to prevent people who are familiar with each other from taking advantage of the opportunity to get into trouble while cleaning. So people from different classes should be mixed together as much as possible. She was not familiar with anyone, so it didn't matter whether she was a gangster or not. Finally, she and 9 other students, led by the lean female teacher who whipped her, went to clean the toilet. 10 students are responsible for the sanitation of the men's and women's toilets on the first floor of the teaching building, as well as the pools and corridors outside the toilets. The lean woman swung the pointer in her hand and looked arrogant.
You all work for me, and don't let me see the lazy ones. Otherwise, I won't be merciful.
Chapter 766 Xiangli Academy 41.
Do you hear me clearly?
The lean woman's voice was slightly higher, and she was very dissatisfied that these students did not answer her actively.
Listen clearly.
A uniform voice sounded. The lean woman was finally satisfied.
You can allocate tasks among yourself.
Finally, she emphasized.
The scope of activities of the 10 of you is here. If anyone exceeds this scope, don't blame me for being rude.
After saying that, she asked one of the tall male students to go to the next classroom, to bring a chair over and place it on one side of the corridor. She sat on the chair, crossed her legs, and started looking at her phone. Other students did not dare to neglect and began to fill buckets with water and mops to mop the floor. She held a rag in her hand and wiped the wall of the women's toilet reluctantly. This rag was really dirty, although she had washed it twice in the sink just now, without soap or laundry detergent. It was impossible to wash away the dark dirt. If she could wear a pair of gloves, she would feel better. But with so many people around, it was inappropriate for her to pull out a glove out of thin air. Just when she was confused about whether to secretly change the rag and take a clean cloth from the storage compartment to use, a young man's voice suddenly came from behind.
Are you Xiaoxi?
The voice was very low, obviously not wanting others to hear it. Xiaoxi turned around and saw an upright-looking young man standing behind her. He was thin, but not short. The most important thing was that he looked familiar. Xiaoxi recalled it carefully.
Zhan Yu?
The reason why she has an impression of this player is because in the game, Hunting Forest, Zhan Yu was the second player after her to complete a personal mission. Then we met again in the game, under the same roof. She was impressed by this kind of capable players. Seeing that Xiaoxi recognized him, Zhan Yu breathed a sigh of relief.
It's me.
Then he showed a smile.
Great. I finally found another player. Again?
Xiaoxi grasped the key point keenly.
So you have found someone else?
Well, Zhan Yu held the mop and pretended to mop the floor next to Xiaoxi.
She is a little girl who happens to be in the same class as me. On the second day of the game, we found out each other's identities. Confirmed that the other party is a player. That's just right,
Xiaoxi said to Zhan Yu in a low voice while wiping the wall.
I have found 5 people here besides me.
Zhan Yu didn't stop mopping the floor, but there was still a look of joy on his face.
That's great. I've been worried that with my speed, it would be difficult to find all the players in 7 days.
In this way, a total of 8 players including myself have been found, and there are still 2 more to go. Today is the 5th day of the game, and there are still more than 2 days left. It shouldn't be difficult to find 2 more players.
Let's make an appointment to meet somewhere.
Xiaoxi thought for a while and asked Zhan Yu.
Where do you think it's more convenient to meet you two?
Zhan Yu and the little girl he was talking about were both students, so it was a bit difficult to come out at night. Although the fat man and the white-haired woman can help call them out. The problem is that they have never met each other and have no idea what the other person looks like. So it is inconvenient to call them out. Chapter 767 Xiangli Academy 42. Zhan Yu hesitated.
I can't go anywhere except the classroom, canteen and dormitory.
After thinking for a while, he suddenly said,
Otherwise, just stay here. The entire academy is being cleaned today. Although there are teachers watching, it is still a little more relaxed than usual.
Maybe we can have the opportunity to pass on information to other players.
Xiaoxi thought for a while and said,
I can't guarantee that it will work, but you can give it a try. When I went to the cafeteria to eat at noon, I had the opportunity to meet the player who is a teacher.
Because the fat man is in the leadership, he is not responsible for supervising the student's daily life. Chen Mingyuan is a security guard, and he is only responsible for the work in the monitoring room, and is not likely to appear in the cafeteria. Therefore, only the white-haired woman will serve as the supervising teacher and go in and out of the cafeteria with the students. But judging from the situation in the past few days, the white-haired woman is not always there. It should be that teachers who are responsible for supervising students' daily routine also work in shifts. But she didn't know the order of this shift, so she couldn't guarantee that she would meet the white-haired woman at noon today.
If it doesn't work at noon, then I can only talk about it when I meet them at a fixed time tonight,
Xiaoxi said to Zhang Yu.
In that case, you can find an opportunity to ask for leave during the day tomorrow. You can also meet in the bathroom.
Although the teacher watches closely during class, every student has a chance to take time off to go to the toilet once a day. The time limit is 5 minutes. And a teacher will be watching from outside the toilet. Regardless, this is an opportunity that can be exploited.
Okay, let's wait and see what happens during lunch.
Zhang Yu readily agreed.
But there is a question. Today's cleaning has separated all the classmates. How do you notify another player in your class?
Xiaoxi asked a question.
It only depends on whether she and I are close during lunch. If not, then I can only find a chance to talk to her about it tomorrow,
Zhang Yu said helplessly.
I also want to meet all the players I have found at once. But judging from the current situation, it is unlikely. Okay, let's make this decision first. We will definitely meet up tomorrow night at the latest,
Xiaoxi said, looking down at the mop in Zhang Yu's hand. Compared to her rag, it wasn't much cleaner. The key is that this mop also requires manual squeezing of water. She immediately gave up the idea of exchanging cleaning tools with Zhang Yu, and continued to suppress her discomfort as she wiped the wall with a dirty rag. Noon. Canteen. She was lucky today. Not only did Xiaoxi meet the white-haired woman, but the other player Zhang Yu mentioned also happened to be sitting at the next table. The two sides happened to meet each other, and became familiar with each other. Xiaoxi quietly asked the white-haired woman to find a chance to talk to the fat man about the situation in the afternoon, and they would each take one more student out in the evening. The white-haired woman agreed and left pretending to be on patrol. Xiaoxi looked at the little girl sitting at the next table. Zhang Yu's description was correct. This was indeed a little girl. She looked to be about 12 or 13 years old. She was thin and had a sallow complexion. Her big eyes were watery and sparkling, with a bit of childlike innocence. One cannot help but feel a sense of closeness.
Her name is Zhao Yusen.
Zhang Yu sat opposite Xiaoxi and introduced her in a low voice.
She just turned 13. I heard from her that both her parents died in the survival game.
Chapter 768 Xiangli Academy 43. Zhang Yu sighed when he said this. His sympathy was beyond words. Xiaoxi didn't say anything, just smiled at Zhao Yusen. At this time, Zhao Yusen was looking at Xiaoxi carefully. When she saw Xiaoxi smiling at her, she showed an expression of relief and started laughing too. It seemed that she had been a little nervous before, but relaxed after receiving Xiaoxi's friendly gesture. The lunchtime was very short, and there was no rest time after eating. Xiaoxi, Zhang Yu, and other members of their group were taken to the toilet on the second floor by the lean woman. This is where they need to clean in the afternoon. Xiaoxi really couldn't stand the dirty rag. It was also mixed with some old oil stains from unknown sources, which couldn't be washed away with clean water. When no one was looking, she took out a used towel and wiped the wall. Anyway, it will get dirty just by wiping it, and after it turns black, the towel will not be so conspicuous, but it feels much better than the previous rag. Night. The 8 players finally met together, although not everyone was there yet. Everyone introduced themselves to each other cooperatively this time. There are too many people, and if you don't know everyone's name, it will be troublesome to address them. It was also at this time that she learned that the fat man was called Zhu Liwei, and the white-haired woman was called Mei Hua. In every previous communication, there was no time when the other party had to be called by name. She never took the initiative to ask for their names, just like she never took the initiative to say her own name. At that time, except for Zhou Weiwei and Ma Yingying, whose names were known to everyone, no one else actually revealed their names. Ma Yingying looked at Zhao Yusen with the light of the weak flashlight.
You look so young. How old are you?
Zhao Yusen hid behind Zhang Yu and whispered.
13 years old. You look less than 13 years old. So you must be stunted,
Ma Yingying said, looking at Zhao Yusin's sallow face and obviously thin body. Zhao Yusin lowered her head and said nothing.
It's very difficult for a little girl to survive in a survival game. Her food and clothing should not be able to meet ordinary living standards.
Mei Hua couldn't help but say something for Zhao Yusin. She looked at Ma Yingying.
Just stop saying a few words.
Sentence.
Ma Yingying curled her lips and looked unhappy.
I didn't say anything unpleasant. I just told the truth. It's not important.
Xiaoxi interrupted the topic.
We should talk about something useful for the game mission now.
Mei Hua changed the topic.
I observed a teacher carefully today, and I feel that he is probably also a player.
Ma Yingying also wisely shut up and did not continue talking about Zhao Yusin.
Who is it?
The fat man Zhu Liwei couldn't help but ask.
I've been observing for the past 2 days, but I didn't see any teacher who looked like a player. It's Xiao Wenyu.
Mei Hua replied.
I have never heard of this person.
Zhu Liwei showed a puzzled look. That shouldn't be the case. I have contact with all the teachers. Is there anyone else I have missed? It must have been omitted,
Mei Hua explained.
He is neither a member of the leadership nor specifically responsible for a certain class. He is responsible for inspections throughout the teaching building during the day. It turns out it's that person.
Zhu Liwei understood immediately, seeing that everyone else looked like they didn't understand. He explained.
He is specifically responsible for inspecting other teachers throughout the teaching building during the day. Although he is not the leader, he is a senior teacher, but his identity is different from that of an ordinary teacher. He supervises other teachers and prevents teachers from letting students down.
Chapter 769 Xiangli Academy 44.
This teacher usually doesn't have a high sense of presence, and he doesn't have deep contact with other teachers, so I have ignored him before.
Zhu Liwei added this.
Then have you confirmed the identity of Xiao Wenyu?
Qin Mingyuan looked at Mei Hua and asked.
Not yet.
Mei Hua shook her head.
Ordinary teachers are generally prohibited from talking to teachers of Xiao Wenyu's status to avoid the phenomenon of trying to please him. So I didn't find a suitable reason to approach him. Then it seems I can only get in touch.
When Zhu Liwei said this, he slightly raised his fat chin, allowing everyone to clearly see the layers of fat on his chin.
Except for me. None of you a person's status is suitable for contacting Xiao Wenyu. Here we go again.
Ma Yingying couldn't help rolling her eyes. Although the muttering was not loud, everyone could hear it in such a quiet environment.
I'm telling the truth.
Zhu Liwei's plump face showed a hint of dissatisfaction. He disliked Ma Yingying's attitude.
Among all of you, only my identity is the most practical, which means I need to pay for the game. The most?
Ma Yingying said nothing, turned her head and looked at the wall next to her, as if she didn't want to listen to Zhu Liwei's words. Zhu Liwei's stubby eyebrows wrinkled, with an unhappy look on his face.
If you don't agree with what I said, then you can contact Xiao Wenyu yourself. You make it sound like you don't need to complete the mission to pass the game.
Ma Yingying finally couldn't help but retort.
If you have the ability, don't do anything. Just wait to die in the game. Don't make it sound like what you do is completely for everyone. It's like you've made so many sacrifices to get nothing. On my own, I can still pass the game.
Zhu Liwei was also a little annoyed and said rudely.
But without me, you basically have no chance to pass the game. You have benefited from me. Shouldn't you express your gratitude? What are you talking about?
Zhang Yu scratched his head, looking confused.
Aren't we discussing how to find the remaining 2 players? Why did they suddenly start a quarrel?
He didn't even realize what the 2 people were arguing about. Zhu Liwei was just about to mention that he needed other players to compensate him, but was interrupted by Xiaoxi before he could speak out.
I have said it several times.
Xiaoxi looked at Zhu Liwei with no smile in her eyes.
The top priority is to find all the players first. We will talk about your matter after the players are gathered together. There is no need to do it every time. We've all brought it up. But now even if you say it, there won't be a clear result.
There was only a weak flashlight on in the room, but it was enough for people to clearly see Xiaoxi's appearance and the look in her eyes. When Zhu Liwei saw Xiaoxi's appearance, he had an idea that he shouldn't continue talking for no reason. It was obvious that he didn't like being interrupted by others, and he was obviously very angry. But for some reason, facing Xiaoxi's unsmiling eyes, he felt kind. Have a fear? No. It couldn't be said to be fearful, but it was enough to make him wary and prevent him from taking it seriously like when he faced Ma Yingying. Even though Xiaoxi looked like a beautiful vase, it still gave him the idea that he should not be offended easily. Chapter 770 Shenli Academy 45. Zhu Liwei didn't say anything in the end, but just snorted in dissatisfaction before saying,
Anyway, Let me handle Xia Wenyo's matter first. I will definitely be able to figure out his identity tomorrow.
Mei Hua secretly breathed a sigh of relief. It was the best result that Zhu Liwei was willing to help. Otherwise things would have gone very wrong. She looked at the others.
Have you found anyone who might be a player?
The others looked at each other and shook their heads.
Then we can only try to observe the people around us tomorrow.
Mei Hua sighed.
There are only 2 days left. But the last player has not moved at all. I don't know if we can find it successfully. There are still 2 days left. So we should be able to make it in time.
John Yu is very positive and optimistic.
And if it is confirmed that Xia Wenyu is a player, maybe he knows who the last player is. We don't rule out this possibility.
Chen Mingyuan nodded in agreement.
Players will be very active in looking for companions. The players we found before are all accompanied by other players. Maybe the remaining 2 players happen to be together. Then as long as we confirm that Xia Wenyu is a player, we can find another player.
Others did not express any opinions on such remarks. But everyone expected this in their hearts. Everyone briefly exchanged their experiences during the day, and finally left in 3 groups. But this time one teacher had to leave with 2 students. In the end, Xia Shi and Chen Mingyuan were left. Xia Shi went to get teacher Pingta's mobile phone to look at it again. Chen Mingyuan had nothing to do. So he simply squatted behind the door and guarded it. He said he was wary of anyone approaching from outside. But in fact, he was just bored and didn't want Xia Shi to think he was trying to peek at his phone. Xia Shi didn't expect that this was the 3rd time that she had spent more than half an hour looking through her phone. But she still couldn't find any secret information. But judging from the reaction of the security captain, there is obviously some secret in this mobile phone. Could it be that there was some inconspicuous secret that she might have seen? But she didn't see the essence through the phenomenon. So she didn't realize that it was a secret? Or are there hidden files in this phone? Anyway, I don't have enough time today, so I can only look at it tomorrow. Xia Shi turned off her phone and hid it as before, while saying to Chen Mingyuan,
after lunch tomorrow, you can find me in the classroom.
As soon as Chen Mingyuan stood up, he suddenly heard that Xia Shi had given him a new task. He was stunned for a moment and asked curiously,
what are you going to do? Try to find the last 2 players.
Regarding this matter, Xia Shi did not hide anything.
We cannot completely rely on Zhu Liwei, and we are not sure that Xia Wenyu is the player yet. So just in case, we have to act on our own. Although what you said is right. We don't have any clues. We can't be blind and look for the elephant randomly. Right.
Chen Mingyuan was a little worried.
The academy is so big. If we want to search for everyone everywhere, we have to if others don't catch the clues. Then I feel like 2 days is definitely not enough. Don't worry. I have a goal.
Xia Shi dragged the sofa back to its original position and cleaned up the dragging marks on the carpet, as well as all kinds of trampled footprints. Chen Mingyuan admired Xia Shi for cleaning these things so carefully every time, without ever making a mistake or forgetting anything. But now, he is more focused on what Xia Shi just said.
Who is your target?
Chapter 771 Xiangli Academy 46. The 6th day of the game. After lunch, Chen Mingyuan came to see Xia Shi on time and used the excuse of cooperating with the investigation. None of the teachers stopped him. After Xia Shi came out, she and Chen Mingyuan went straight to the punishment area. Yes, the target she was looking for was the unhappy-looking muscular man working in the punishment area. Because muscular men don't work at night, she could only go to see him during the day. The muscular man was the one she suspected might be a player when she first saw it. But later she was not sure whether her guess was correct because of the type of work the muscular man did. Since she couldn't find other players for the time being, she might as well explore the muscular man's bottom. Chen Mingyuan asked Xia Shi slightly nervously.
What are you going to tell him? If he is not the one and you suddenly come up to talk to him,
will he think you have violated school rules and drag you into the punishment area for punishment? I don't know.
Xia Shi shrugged.
If you really want to go in, just go in. This is the worst outcome anyway.
She didn't come here with the mentality that she would be fine. She just came here because she thought she could bear the worst outcome.
Then you can't just go up and ask him if he is a player, right?
Chen Mingyuan said uneasily.
Isn't this a bit too reckless?
Although the NPC will definitely not understand what this sentence means, it will always feel strange in his heart. If you are tempted to cross-examine, you will not only be dragged into the punishment area, but also likely to be tortured and asked to see if it is a secret code. This is not something he thinks too much about. The world is so crazy, and he thinks something like this is likely to happen.
Of course, I won't ask so directly.
Xia Shi urged Chen Mingyuan.
Hurry up and start taking action. Don't waste time here.
Chen Mingyuan did not move immediately.
But you don't tell me anything. I don't feel relieved. You are a security guard. Even if you want to arrest me, you will definitely arrest me. It has nothing to do with you. What are you afraid of?
Xiaoxi glanced sideways at Chen Mingyuan.
You only need to be responsible for calling him over, and then get rid of the other 4 security guards. Don't worry about the rest.
Chen Mingyuan heard that Xiaoxi had already said this, and was too embarrassed to delay any longer. So he could only walk over with Xiaoxi in a swagger. At this time, the muscular man happened to be smoking at the door, while 4 security guards spread out on both sides of the punishment area. As soon as Chen Mingyuan and Xiaoxi appeared, 5 people looked over at them almost at the same time. The security guards this time happened to be the 4 we met last time, and everyone was already somewhat familiar with each other. The yellow-toothed man was the first to greet Chen Mingyuan.
Why did you bring this girl here again? The captain's matter hasn't been finished yet.
Chen Mingyuan greeted with a smile.
This girl has been quite cooperative in the past 2 days, but there has been no substantial progress. But today she suddenly remembered something related to this teacher. I wanted to come over and ask about something, so I brought her here.
When Chen Mingyuan mentioned
this teacher,
he looked at the muscular man. Hearing Chen Mingyuan mentioning himself, the muscular man flicked the cigarette ashes on his hand and turned to Xiaoxi.
What are you asking?
His attitude wasn't very good, but it wasn't very bad either. He neither cooperated nor refused. Xiaoxi lowered her head, folded her hands together, and tightened her fingers slightly. Even if others can't see her face, they can feel that she is very nervous and uneasy at this time. Chapter 772 Shenli Academy 47.
Me.
Xiaoxi's voice was very low. No one could hear the rest of the words. Only a faint trembling could be heard in her voice, which seemed to be very nervous.
Go and chat with her for a few minutes,
Chen Mingyuan suggested to the muscular man.
She is timid and her voice is always like this. You can't hear her if you don't get close.
The muscular man glanced at Chen Mingyuan and said nothing. However, he still stepped towards Xiaoxi. Chen Mingyuan took the opportunity to ask others to lend him a cigarette and fire, saying that he had been very tired recently and wanted to relax a little. The 4 security guards all showed understanding expressions, passed cigarettes and fire, and chatted with Chen Mingyuan. The muscular man walked up to Xiaoxi and asked,
What do you want to ask me?
Xiaoxi didn't look up and asked softly,
My profile picture in the group is cyan. What about you?
The muscular man was stunned for a moment. Then he took a long drag on the cigarette, threw the cigarette butt on the ground, and raised his foot to crush the sparks.
I thought no player would ever find me here.
The muscular man chuckled, without showing any joy after finding the player.
How did you tell?
Although the muscular man did not answer Xiaoxi's question, the 2 sentences he said undoubtedly acknowledged his identity as a player. Xiaoxi felt slightly relaxed.
In any case, at least one more player has been identified.
You don't seem to want to be discovered?
Xiaoxi asked without answering.
How could it be possible?
The muscular man took out another cigarette, lit it, took a deep breath, and then said to Xiaoxi,
I just don't have high hopes. You have been in the game for so many days, and you haven't found any players.
Xiaoxi heard the muscular man's subtext meaning this. If other players found him, he would not say.
I thought no players would find me here.
After a pause, Xiaoxi asked again,
Did you not find it? Or did you not look for it?
When she said this, she looked up at the muscular man. The muscular man looked back at Xiaoxi and saw that there was no fear in Xiaoxi's eyes. He already understood that the timidity and fear just now were all faked by Xiaoxi. He took another drag on his cigarette before answering.
In my job, I don't have the opportunity to come into contact with other people besides guarding security guards. You don't work in the punishment area at night, and you can't go to others during your breaks?
Xiaoxi asked. The muscular man's hand holding the cigarette paused, and he looked at Xiaoxi again, with a more scrutinizing look in his eyes.
It sounds like you have known about my whereabouts before. I only know that you work in the punishment area during the day and are gone at night.
Xiaoxi told the truth.
As for what you did in the punishment area during the day and where you went at night, I don't know.
The muscular man was silent for a moment and then said,
I really don't have the opportunity to contact other people at night. During the day, I can't leave the punishment area unless requested by the leader of the academy. So I didn't find any excusable players. But you don't look nervous.
Xiaoxi tilted her head.
You know I'm a player. And you're not happy either. I have a good attitude.
The muscular man flicked the ashes of his cigarette.
I have been mentally prepared that this mission will fail. So I won't be nervous because I can't find other players.
Xiaoxi looked at the muscular man quietly for a while. She always felt that the muscular man seemed to be hiding something. But obviously she couldn't find out the result now. Chapter 773 Shenley Academy 48. The muscular man should be worried about the possibility of confrontation in the second stage of the game. And he does not want to easily reveal the information he has at this time. She was not surprised by such vigilance. After she was sure that she couldn't ask anything, she simply gave up and got back to the topic.
Are you free tonight? Is something wrong?
The muscular man asked cautiously.
Of course there is something.
She smiled and said.
Apart from you, we have only one player left that we haven't found yet. Regardless of whether we can find the last player before tonight, at least let the other players join you. Let's meet each other so that we can truly find you. I don't have much time at night.
The muscular man refused.
If they want to see me, come to the punishment area. There are several players among the players who are students. Are you going to let them be punished for violating school rules? Or do you think the same security guard bringing different students into the punishment area on the same day will not attract attention?
She raised her eyebrows slightly.
You are so passive and uncooperative at all. Which makes me wonder what important things you have to do at night. Which is more important than completing the game tasks.
The muscular man dropped the cigarette butt in his hand and glared at She with an unhappy expression.
What did you say?
She chuckled. Not afraid.
Did I say something wrong?
When she first met Yi Kongqing was far more ferocious than the muscular man. She wasn't even afraid of Yi Kongqing. So why was she afraid of such a muscular man? Seeing that he couldn't scare Xiaoxi, the muscular man decisively changed his strategy.
Okay, let's meet in the evening. Where? You should have gotten off work from the punishment area before dinner. Right?
Xiaoxi asked.
That's right.
This time the muscular man answered frankly.
Okay, let's meet in the cafeteria during dinner.
Xiaoxi said simply and neatly.
When the time comes, just come over and walk around. All the players will definitely react to you. And you will have met each other. Okay.
The muscular man finally felt relieved and did not refuse again.
Then you can go back.
Xiaoxi stopped talking nonsense and started chasing people away. Her attitude was quite cold. There was a hint of annoyance on the muscular man's face. But he didn't say anything more. Lit another cigarette. And then left. Qin Mingyuan said goodbye to the 4 security guards and left with Xiaoxi. As soon as she walked out of the penalty area, Xiaoxi took the initiative to say to Qin Mingyuan.
He is indeed a player.
Qin Mingyuan showed a happy expression.
That's great. In this way, we still have one player left to find.
Xiaoxi glanced at Qin Mingyuan.
Normal players would react like you. But he didn't.
Qin Mingyuan was stunned.
No? What do you mean?
Xiaoxi briefly described the situation to Qin Mingyuan.
It shouldn't be. All players in the first stage only have this one mission. If there is a personal mission, it's impossible for the players not to tell you about it.
Qin Mingyuan looked puzzled.
Since there is no personal mission, then Muscle Man and us don't exist. There was a mission conflict. Why did he behave so strangely when he found the player? Perhaps part of the reason is the same as what he said himself. He was indeed mentally prepared that he would not be able to pass the game. With a calm mind, he would not be nervous or anxious.
Xiaoxi analyzed.
But he should know later he doesn't want us to know some secrets that we haven't discovered yet. So he's extra defensive.
Chapter 774 Shenley Academy 49.
I can understand the possibility of confrontation in the second stage of the game. But he is not even active in meeting other players. Which is outrageous.
Qin Mingyuan was quite dissatisfied. Xiaoxi was quiet for a while before speaking.
Maybe he, like the fat man, is too involved in the drama and enjoys the power that his current status brings to him.
Qin Mingyuan opened his mouth slightly, looking surprised.
The muscular man is in the punishment area and is responsible for torturing students who violate school rules. Can he also enjoy this?
Although he never considered himself a good person, he had no habit of torturing others. If he had to kill someone because of the rules of the game, he would choose a happy death and not want to trouble others at all. So he really can't understand that there are still people who enjoy torturing people?
I'm just guessing. Not sure.
Xiaoxi stopped and looked at Qin Mingyuan.
Anyway, you can tell other players about this later so that everyone can meet the muscular man during dinner. Noodle. Then I have to walk a lot of places.
Qin Mingyuan couldn't help but complain.
Why are you my little brother if you don't run errands?
Xiaoxi said with a funny look on her face. Qin Mingyuan.
Gone.
In the past, other younger brothers would run errands for him. But he had forgotten that being someone's younger brother meant running errands. Forget it. He took the initiative to be his younger brother. So just run errands. Asterisk.
During dinner in the cafeteria, all the players met the muscular man. Fortunately, the fat man Zhu Liwei successfully connected with Xia Wenyu and confirmed that Xia Wenyu was also a player. So when we were in the cafeteria, everyone also recognized each other with Xia Wenyu. When everyone met, they only made eye contact, did not speak to each other, and did not even make any obvious movements. So they did not attract the attention of the NPCs. At this point, all 10 players have been found, and all players have gotten to know each other. After getting to know each other, the muscular man with special status and Xia Wenyu left, and Zhu Liwei, who came for a tour in the name of inspection, also left. Chen Mingyuan was a security guard and couldn't stay too long. After receiving Xiaoxi's hint, he also left the canteen. In the cafeteria, there are only players who are students and a plum blossom who is a teacher.
Then shall we meet at that place tonight?
Zhan Yu lowered his voice and asked Xiaoxi. The location in the cafeteria is not fixed, and Zhan Yu happened to be sitting at the table next to Xiaoxi today. Xiaoxi shook her head.
There is no need to meet. Now that everyone is gathered, we will wait for the second phase of the game rules to be announced on the 8th day of the game.
Zhan Yu had no objection.
That's fine. If we meet every day, the risk of being discovered will increase. Anyway, there is only 1 day left. To avoid trouble, it's better not to meet.
Xiaoxi said no more, lowered her head, and poked at the dark food in the rice bowl. She didn't eat a bite. During this period, she took advantage of being with Chen Mingyuan every day to eat something from her storage compartment. Although there was no shortage of food and water in this game, for the sake of her own health, she really didn't want to eat those dark dishes.
How come you have so much food left uneaten every day?
The lean woman never left her hand with the pointer, and she was throwing it towards Xiaoxi's face unceremoniously.
Wasting food in the academy will also result in being punished. Punishment. Chapter 775 Xiangli Academy 50. Punishments are divided into big and small. Big punishments have to be entered into the punishment area, but small punishments only need to be dealt with by the teacher on the spot. For example, being slapped, whipped, or kicked are all minor punishments. Things like wasting food are not a big deal. If the teacher turns a blind eye, he can just ignore it. But if he wants to make a fuss about it, he can justifiably give him a moderate punishment. For example, the whip thrown by the lean woman seemed to everyone to be a normal punishment. Xiaoxi stood up pretending to be panicked, but actually just avoided the whip. The whip was thrown on the rice bowl, and the dark food immediately splashed out and scattered all over the floor. The lean woman's face darkened.
How dare you hide away? I think you want to go to the punishment area to be punished. Right? Teacher, I'm sorry. I don't feel well, so I don't have the appetite to eat. I really didn't mean to waste food.
Xiaoxi acted weak, helpless and pitiful.
Teacher, please spare me.
In a place like the cafeteria, the light emitted by activated defense props is definitely very conspicuous, and other props and thermal weapons cannot be used. It is not a good thing for her to be too conspicuous at this time, so I can only have a better attitude and endure it for the time being. The lean woman was very helpful, and her angry look suddenly softened a lot.
Okay, for the sake of your sincerity, I'll let you go this time.
She raised her chin slightly, as if looking at people with her nostrils.
But your dinner is gone today. You can't get another one. Are you clear?
Xiaoxi nodded obediently.
I know. I won't accept it.
Only after being stupid did he get another dark dish for himself to eat. The matter was resolved just like that. The lean woman put away her pointer and went to find trouble with other students. Asterisk. After dinner time, when Xiaoxi followed the team back to the dormitory downstairs, she saw Chen Mingyuan waiting there. For the same reason, Chen Mingyuan took Xiaoxi away. The two of them had not gone far when Chen Mingyuan couldn't help but say,
I followed the muscular man for a while, but lost him after a while.
Xiaoxi had told him before that the muscular man would definitely do secret things that other players didn't know about after meeting in the cafeteria. At this time, most players were gathered in the cafeteria, and only he had the opportunity to track the muscular man. So he followed the muscular man after he left. But as he walked, the person disappeared. He couldn't go looking for her in a big way, and Xiaoxi was still waiting for him to take her away. So he had no choice but to give up and rush over to find Xiaoxi. Xiaoxi was not surprised by this result.
I just talked about this with him today. He must be on guard. Maybe he found out that you were following him early on, so he was able to get rid of you so quickly.
When she asked Chen Mingyuan to follow the muscular man, she already knew that today's tracking would definitely not be successful.
It's just that the muscular man must have suspicions in his heart. Now that someone is following him, he feels normal and can relax more easily. If no one is following her, the muscular man's vigilance will continue to increase, which will be detrimental to her subsequent small moves. Where did you follow him and lose him? Xiaoxi asked casually. The second floor of the building in the monitoring room, Qin Mingyuan answered. Xiaoxi paused, looked at Qin Mingyuan, and asked, Do you know what the second floor of the monitoring room is used for? Chapter 776 Xiangli Academy 51. Qin Mingyuan shook his head repeatedly. I don't know about that. Every time I go to work, I only work on the first floor. I never have the chance to go to the second and third floors. If I hadn't followed the muscular man today, I wouldn't have run to the second floor. Then where exactly did you lose him? Xiaoxi continued to walk forward. It's the staircase from the first floor to the second floor, Qin Mingyuan said as he gestured. I saw him going up the stairs, so I followed him. But when I got to the second floor, he was gone. Didn't you hear any footsteps? Xiaoxi reminded. Or has the room on the second floor been inspected? I didn't hear the footsteps at all. Qin Mingyuan was helpless. After going up the stairs, there was a long corridor with rooms on both sides. I tried to open the room, but the door to each room was locked. I don't dare to make too much noise, because if someone is in the room and finds me sneaking up, I might be doomed. Well, I don't blame you for this. Xiaoxi's tone was calm, without any intention of blaming Qin Mingyuan. You should find an opportunity to explore the voices of other security guards in the past 2 days to see if you know what is on the second and third floors. After a pause, she reminded again. Don't ask too obviously. If you really can't ask, just forget it. Qin Mingyuan nodded. Okay. I understand. While the two were talking, they once again came to the classroom where Teacher Flathead died. Xiaoxi took out her phone the old-fashioned way and continued to browse. This time she changed the approach and started with the phone settings. Sure enough, she found an option to show hidden files. After selecting it, she re-entered the file management and saw several hidden files. One of them is a topographic map, which does not indicate where it is. Xiaoxi has compared it with the previous topographic map. It is completely different. It is obviously not a different expression of the same topographic map. But she discovered that there were gaps in the previous topographic map. For example, the building in the control room only had the external topography and the layout of the first floor, but not the second and third floors. At that time, her focus was mainly on the overall layout of the punishment area and teaching building, and she did not pay much attention to the gaps in the monitoring building. But combined with what Qin Mingyuan said just now, she had to guess whether there were any secrets hidden on the second and third floors of that building. So could the topographic map of this hidden file be the layout of the second and third floors? The entire topographic map was a flat map without any markings. So she was not sure whether her guess was correct. You have to find an opportunity to explore the situation. In addition, there are several documents that are income and expenditure bills with unclear names, with code names or letters used in a very subtle way. People who do not know the inside story cannot understand their meaning. The last document was a contract, which clearly stated that Mr. Flathead was about to be promoted. In addition to filling in some personal information, there was also a confidentiality agreement. The contract did not specify what was to be kept secret, but it made it clear that after becoming the hidden leadership of the academy, they would come into contact with the real part of the academy, and everything in this part must be kept secret by all hidden leaders. Xiaoxi was stunned when she saw this. Hiding leadership? If she understood correctly, it meant that this academy had a leadership on the surface, and another group of leaders secretly. Chapter 777 Xiangli Academy 52. Zhu Liwei is also a member of the leadership. But judging from his various performances, he should not understand these things, which means that he is a member of the superficial leadership. The muscular man is just the opposite. He looks like an ordinary teacher, but is actually a member of the hidden leadership. So these two people have never crossed paths before. Only in this way can we explain why Zhu Liwei never discovered that the muscular man was a player. Zhu Liwei's position on finding all players is consistent with other players, and he always wants to emphasize that he is paid more so that he can ask for compensation from other players. If he knew that the muscular man was a player early on, there was no way he could hide it. Therefore, it is only possible that Xiaoxi speculated on this situation. So the question is, what is the use of establishing a hidden leadership? What are these people doing quietly? And what are those bills with unclear names? Qin Mingyuan was so engrossed in Xiaoxi's thoughts that he couldn't help but remind him. Xiaoxi, It's getting late. You should go back.
She came back to her senses and glanced at the time on her phone. It was already 8 o'clock. She did spend a lot of time looking at these contracts and documents today. She turned off her phone, hid it in the same way, and then left with Chen Mingyuan.
Did you find any useful clues today?
Chen Mingyuan couldn't hold back his curiosity and asked anyway. After asking, he quickly added,
I'm just asking. If you don't want to say it, don't say it. I won't force you.
I did find something. She did not hide this. But she did not say specifically what it was. She looked at Chen Mingyuan and said,
If we are not antagonistic in the second stage, I will share it with you as soon as possible.
After receiving such an answer, Chen Mingyuan could be described as overjoyed. Although he didn't have much contact with Xiaoxi, he could tell that she was a person who didn't make promises to others easily. Once such a person made a promise, he would definitely keep his word. As long as he and Xiaoxi have no antagonistic relationship or conflict of interest, he has the right to be Xiaoxi's temporary younger brother. It's really high when you think about it. Oh no. It doesn't seem like that's something to be happy about. He usually looks at people through their nostrils in front of others. But now, he is just a little brother, and looks cheerful and worthless. Wouldn't it be very shameful to let others know? Thinking of this, Chen Mingyuan quickly adjusted his facial expression to control himself not to laugh. Yes, that's it. He needs to act calmer.
Okay, let's wait until the second phase of the game starts and see what happens.
He nodded seriously. Asterisk. The seventh day of the game. Everything seemed calm, without any accidents. As for whether there is a surging undercurrent under the calm lake surface, no one can be sure. When night fell, Chen Mingyuan called Xiaoxi away before dinner. This was specially ordered by Xiaoxi the day before. She'd have to try stalking the muscular man herself.
I asked several security guards during the day.
On the way to the punishment area, Chen Mingyuan quickly told Xiaoxi about today's situation.
No one knows what is on the second and third floors. No one has been up there. But it is said that the security captain occasionally comes in and out of the upstairs. This is normal,
Xiaoxi said with a clear look on her face.
Since the security captain knows that Teacher Ping's cell phone is very important, he must know that there is some information in it that cannot be spread outside. So he must be the one who knows the inside story. It's not surprising if you can access the second and third floors.
Chapter 778 Xiangli Academy 53. When she was approaching the punishment area, Xiaoxi stopped and said to Chen Mingyuan,
Don't follow me. It's easier for me to move alone, and I'm less likely to be exposed.
Chen Mingyuan did not argue, and stopped knowingly.
Then where should I find you later?
He knew that the situation was urgent, and he couldn't waste time. So he spoke faster.
When you go back to the dormitory, you still need me to take you back.
Xiaoxi had thought about it early and answered without any hesitation.
After the muscular man and I leave, you can walk to the surveillance building in 10 minutes. We will meet downstairs in the surveillance building.
Chen Mingyuan immediately understood that Xiaoxi should be referring to the surveillance blind spot where they hid when they first met.
Okay, I understand,
he agreed. Xiaoxi didn't waste any more nonsense, and quickly chose a blind spot to move forward. Finally, she hit on the path that the muscular man must pass when he got off work, and found a dark place to hide. Almost as soon as she hid, the muscular man appeared. She quickly held her breath, and tried to reduce her presence as much as possible without making any sound or moving. It wasn't until the muscular man was farther away that she followed him quietly, in order to prevent the muscular man from noticing that he was being followed. She couldn't get too close. Every time she saw the muscular man coming to the corner from a distance, she would quickly follow him. Then he checked the muscular man's direction at the corner and followed him slowly. When the muscular man turned the corner and was out of sight, she quickly followed him. Repeat this. Tonight the muscular man still went to the surveillance building. The reason why she didn't wait for anyone in the surveillance building but started from the punishment area was just in case the muscular man went to a different place. What if the cunning rabbit has 3 holes? She couldn't wait in the surveillance building for a while. But now it seems that the only place I can go to is the surveillance building. This would save her a lot of thought. After entering the surveillance building, the muscular man went straight up the stairs without squinting. There are only 3 floors here, so naturally there is no elevator. Xiaoxi followed lightly, listening to the slightly heavy footsteps gradually going up as she walked upwards. Soon, the sound of going upstairs disappeared, and the footsteps became steady. Xiaoxi ran upstairs lightly and quickly, and looked in carefully at the stairs. The long corridor was empty. In such a short period of time,
The muscular man was nowhere to be seen. Just when Xiaoxi was confused, there was a sudden click of the door lock not far away. Her spirit jolted. This at least proves that the muscular man entered the room. And he probably didn't hide on purpose after discovering that she was following her. Otherwise, the muscular man would definitely try to stay quiet and not let her hear the sound of the door being locked. Although there are echoes in the corridor, it is impossible to accurately determine which room it is. But given that the time between the muscular man going upstairs and entering the room is not long, it should be in the first 2 rooms near the stairs. There are rooms on both sides of the corridor, which means there are 4 room options in total. Xiaoxi took a careful look and found that there was a surveillance camera not far ahead. Although her current location is in the surveillance blind spot, as soon as she steps out, she will enter the surveillance range. It is absolutely impossible to avoid the surveillance range and step into the corridor. Now that the invisibility props couldn't be used, she had no choice but to face the long corridor without any obstruction. Chapter 779 Xiangli Academy 54. Xiaoxi's identity is different from Chen Mingyuan. After all, Chen Mingyuan is a security guard. Even if he is caught by surveillance, he can use curiosity as an excuse to ask other colleagues, who are also security guards, to let him go. At most, he would be scolded and not allowed to go near the 2nd floor. But nothing more serious would happen. But Xiaoxi is a student and must not appear here. Otherwise she will end up in the punishment area. After thinking for a few seconds, Xiaoxi finally decided to wait until the 2nd stage started. If the use of other props is no longer prohibited in the 2nd stage, everything will be much easier to handle. If it's still prohibited, then she can only try to sabotage the surveillance. After thinking about this clearly, Xiaoxi immediately went home. 12 o'clock in the morning. The 8th day of the game officially begins. The dormitory was quiet, and the only sound that could be heard was the tired creep of the electric fan on the roof. The system suddenly rang at this moment. Congratulations to the 10 players who successfully completed the first phase of the game mission and survived. I will announce the 2nd phase of the game mission next. Please listen carefully. The 2nd phase will be divided into 2 different camps, based on the various actions of each player in the first stage. Each player will be automatically assigned to a camp. The mission of the blue camp is to find out the deepest secret of this academy and discuss a solution that you think is most appropriate. This method must be approved by all players in the same camp before it can be implemented. Otherwise it will be invalid. If you agree on the surface but disagree in your heart, it is also invalid. As long as all players in the same camp agree with it from the bottom of their hearts, no matter what method it is, it can be implemented. If the execution is successful, the game will be cleared. The mission of the red camp is to prevent players from the blue camp from discovering the secrets of the academy. If it is confirmed that the player in the blue camp has discovered the secret, the player in the red camp must kill the blue player until the game time expires and all surviving blue players have not discovered the secret or are dead. The red players will clear the game. Reminder, players in the blue camp can also take action against the red camp. But even if the red camp is dead, the blue camp cannot clear the game. Only you know which camp the players are in. Other players have no way of knowing unless you take the initiative to tell others. When players try to tell others about their alignment, they cannot lie by default, but can only tell the truth. In this game, the death of the player is the real death, and there is no chance of resurrection. The 2nd phase of the game does not prohibit the use of any props, but the use of thermal weapons is still prohibited. These are the game rules for the 2nd stage. If you have anything to ask, you can ask me in the group. After the system finished speaking, a chat window popped up in front of Xiaoxi. It's the group from last time. But this time, no one spoke in the group for a while. It was as quiet as if there was no living person in the group. Xiaoxi was not surprised by this situation. The 2nd stage of the game has made it clear that there are opposing camps among the players. Although it has not yet been revealed what each person's camp is, everyone's wariness has arisen, fearing that what they say will remind the enemy camp. So this time, there will be no players talking in the group. She herself had no intention of speaking. Chapter 780 Xiangli Academy 55. In fact, Xiaoxi was not surprised that there would be player opposition in the 2nd stage. Including other players are also mentally prepared for this. The speculation turns into reality. Although it will not be surprising or unexpected, it is indeed not a good thing. Opposing factions make the survival game even more complicated. In particular, it is not public which camp each player belongs to. If it is not clear who is in opposition to them, mutual suspicion and defensiveness will increase. This also makes it more difficult to find teammates in the same camp. Moreover, The player's camp is not chosen by himself, but is automatically triggered based on the behavior of the previous 7 days. This means that even Shin Mingyuan's 3 partners, who are bound to each other, may not necessarily belong to the same camp. It also makes camp affiliation more uncertain. But deriving it from behavior is not without basis. As soon as Xiaoxi thought of this, the system spoke again. It seems that players don't have any questions to ask. So I wish all players good luck. Its voice was particularly cheerful. Not only did it not sound unhappy because the player was silent, it sounded quite happy. As soon as it finished speaking, a pop-up window popped up in front of Xiaoxi. Player Xiaoxi. Blue camp. Just such a simple sentence and nothing else. In other words, Xiaoxi's task is to find out the secrets hidden in the academy, and come up with a solution that all players of the same camp can agree with from the bottom of their hearts. The top priority is to find out the secret first. There is no rush to find teammates later. However, she was certain that Shin Mingyuan and she should be in the same camp. Since the choice was made based on previous behavior, Shin Mingyuan was doing things for her most of the time. Since she was on the blue side, there was no reason for Shin Mingyuan not to be on the blue side. At the same time, she was almost certain that the muscular man must be from the red side. The muscular man obviously knows the secrets of the academy, but has always chosen to hide them, regardless of whether he concealed it for the purpose of guarding against other players, or because he just wanted to hide it for the academy. His concealment was enough to trigger the red camp. As for everyone else, she had to think about it. However, if it is confirmed that the muscular man is from the red side, it can at least be confirmed that the second and third floors of the surveillance building must be the key places where the secrets of the academy are hidden. It's better to go find out the situation now. Now that the second phase of the game has just started, it happens to be the time to go to bed at night. And not every player has as many props as she does, so it may not be convenient to act at this time. For these reasons, most players have a higher probability of taking action the next day, which becomes the time when players are least prepared. It was also the best time for her to take action. Xiaoxi thought of this and immediately sat up from the bed. She didn't make any noise. The other NPCs in the dormitory were all sleeping soundly, and no one noticed her movements. She quietly got out of bed and walked to the balcony. Because it was very hot in the summer, the windows and doors were not closed when sleeping in the dormitory, so she could walk to the balcony without any hindrance. She put on fairy wings and moonlight shadow on herself and immediately flew outside. Fairy wings was very fast. It only took less than a minute to fly from the dormitory to the control building. At this time, the surveillance building was brightly lit, and every room on the 3 floors had lights on, including the first floor. Chapter 781 Xiangli Academy 56. As a student who was locked up in the dormitory every night, Xiaoxi knew for the first time that the surveillance building was much busier at night than during the day. This kind of liveliness is not due to the noise, nor is it the frequent flow of people, not shown in brackets, but the brightly lit state, which makes it appear much more popular than during the day. There are still people guarding the monitoring room on the first floor, but Shin Mingyuan is not among the people on duty at night. Xiaoxi did not go to the monitoring room to check before she separated from Shin Mingyuan tonight. She had already asked Shin Mingyuan about his shift schedule. He did not have night shift, but always worked day shift. She first flew around the outside of the surveillance building, trying to look in through the windows, but found that all the windows on the second and third floors were made of frosted glass, and she could not see clearly what was going on inside. She could only see the lights. Xiaoxi reached out and touched the frosted glass. The outside side was smooth, which meant that the frosted surface was on the inside. Her idea of relying on water droplets to make glass transparent and visible failed. She just landed and walked directly to the second floor. There was still no one visible upstairs, but there were lights on both in the corridor and in the rooms. Every room is like this, with obvious light visible through the translucent frosted glass on the door. However, the frosted glass blocks the view, making it difficult to see what is going on inside. Similarly, the frosted surface of the frosted glass here is also on the inside, so there is no way to make the glass transparent with water beads. After thinking about it, Xiaoxi decided to go to the third floor to check the situation. But what she didn't expect was that the stairs didn't lead to the third floor. Although she could walk up the stairs, the door connecting the third floor corridor to the stairs was locked. And this is not an ordinary wooden door or iron fence door, but a heavy and thick iron door. The material is made of fine steel and is very dense. Not only is the situation inside the third floor completely invisible, but the door lock cannot be easily broken. If you could use a gun, you might as well give it a try. But now thermal weapons are prohibited. And she doesn't know how to open locks. She returned to the second floor. She walked along the long corridor, looking all the way until she reached the end of the corridor. I didn't see any other stairs. The layout of the second floor is very simple. Just a long corridor with rooms on both sides. There was no other way in or out except the staircase she came up from. The doors of each room are exactly the same. And the distance between the doors is also exactly the same. Which means that the sizes of these rooms should also be the same. It's ordinary and consistent. It looks like a specially planned sample room, with nothing special about it. What's even stranger is that there isn't even a bathroom here. If this is an important secret base where people from the hidden leadership often come together, it is impossible that there is no such important place as a bathroom. Otherwise, in order to meet physiological needs, I have to go to the first floor. Wouldn't it be very conspicuous? This does not serve their purpose of not drawing attention to themselves. And she listened at the door of each room for a while. But there was no movement. Since she could hear the sound of the door lock being locked before, it meant that these rooms were not soundproof. But she was so close. No matter the sound of footsteps, voices, or the sound of picking up and placing things, there was nothing. No sound at all. She remembered that when she flew around outside the surveillance building before, she didn't see anyone moving in the room. It was as if there was no one in these rooms at all. Chapter 782 Shenli Academy 57. She was about to fly out, and wanted to see if she could break the window quietly, when she suddenly heard strange noises coming from the door of the room next to her. She walked over but saw no one. Only the door lock had marks scratched by something. And new traces are constantly being added. She immediately understood what was going on. She quietly approached the door and reached out to grab it. It was obvious that she had caught something. It should be the arm. Who? The man was obviously startled, and his whole body trembled. But even though he was frightened, the man still controlled his volume and kept his voice to a minimum. The voice sounded familiar to Xiaoxi, so she tentatively asked, "Chen Mingyuan?" The other party was silent for a few seconds before hesitantly said, "Xiaoxi?" Both of them were wearing invisibility tools, so they couldn't see each other's appearance. But they quickly recognized each other through their voices. Chen Mingyuan's actions undoubtedly further proved that he was a player from the blue camp. So Xiaoxi took the initiative to reveal her camp. "I am from the blue camp." Hearing this answer, Chen Mingyuan breathed a sigh of relief. "I am also from the blue camp." The restrictions of the game rules prevent players from lying when telling others about their camp. So as long as you say it yourself, it must be true. "I want to pry the door open to see what's in this room." Chen Mingyuan lowered his voice to the air. "Are you here to pry the door open too?" "No. I plan to pry the window." Xiaoxi also answered to the air. "Isn't prying the window too conspicuous? It's easy to be discovered." Chen Mingyuan hesitated. "If you make such a big noise when you pry open the door, if someone inside has noticed it, even if the people inside don't open the door to see what's going on outside, they will always send others over to check the situation. How can it be as quiet as now?" Xiaoxi said while pulling Chen Mingyuan out. Chen Mingyuan followed closely. "That's right. So there is no one in the room? Then why are the lights on? How do I know this? But I can be sure that there is no one in the house." Xiaoxi walked all the way outside the monitoring building. "Since there is no one, it is easier to break the window than the door. There is no surveillance outside covering the windows on the second and third floors. So broken windows outside are less likely to be noticed by people in the surveillance room." "Are you wearing wings?" Xiaoxi asked before flying. "Bring it with you." Even though he knew the other party couldn't see it, Chen Mingyuan nodded. "I just flew here with wings." "That's good. Fly to the window at the edge of the third floor," Xiaoxi said, and flew over first. Chen Mingyuan felt a gust of wind blowing by him. Knowing that Xiaoxi had flown up, he followed closely. "How do you plan to break the window?" Chen Mingyuan asked Xiaoxi. "If you break it directly, the sound will be too loud. Just scratch it." Xiaoxi dug out a diamond ring from her storage compartment. This was her parents' wedding ring, and she kept it with her as a souvenir. "I didn't expect that it would come in handy like this." She picked a spot near the window lock, made a circle that was big enough to put her hand in, and then began to deepen the scratch little by little. The glass on those doors is relatively high, far away from the door lock, and the glass area is small, so people can't get in, and their arms can't reach the door lock. This is why she chose to scratch the window instead of the door glass. Chapter 783 Shenli Academy 58. "Who else do you think might be in the same camp as us?" Xiaoxi asked Chen Mingyuan while scratching the glass. "Ying and Wei Wei should be in the same camp as us," Chen Mingyuan said with certainty. So sure?
Xiaoxi did not deny it immediately, but just asked,
What's the reason? We are bound to each other. No matter what they do, they will definitely turn towards me. Since they are towards me, they must be in the same camp as me.
Qin Mingyuan analyzed it logically.
And their identities are the same as yours. Students, people with the same status all do similar things. So from this point of view, they should be in the same camp as you.
Having said this, he became a little proud and felt that his analysis was very reliable.
You and I happen to be from the same camp. So aren't we 100% sure that they are both from the blue camp like us? Although what you say makes sense. After entering this game, how often do you have contact with them? Can you be sure that everything they do is for you?
Xiaoxi reminded.
There is another important thing. One point. Since the two camps set by the system are not students and teachers, but blue side and red side, it is very likely that players with the same identity are in different camps.
The first stage of the game gives players enough time to adapt to their own identity and the identities of other players. This also makes it easy for players to subconsciously enter a misunderstanding. When they hear about the division into camps in the second stage, their first reaction is to think that the two camps are divided between teachers and students. After all, one is the identity of the oppressor, and the other is the identity of the oppressed, which perfectly suits the needs of the opposing camps. Moreover, people with the same status are indeed more likely to do the same thing, which gives people the feeling that the two camps are actually divided according to the status of teachers and students. However, the system places special emphasis on
automatically generating the player's camp based on their behavior in the previous 7 days.
If it is purely based on identity, why bother saying this? So there must be a trap in this. In other words, not all teachers are in the same camp, and not all students are in the same camp.
You yourself have said before that the relationship between you and the two girls is not a completely trusting comrade-in-arms relationship, but they just happen to need each other.
Xiaoxi paused before continuing.
Then why are you sure that all their actions will be towards you?
Qin Mingyuan was stunned and didn't speak for a while. After a while, he said hesitantly,
What you said seems to make sense. I have had more contact with you these days. Less contact with Ying, and almost no contact with Weiwei. Almost no contact?
Xiaoxi's hands didn't stop. At this time, the glass had been scratched almost completely, and she was taking out the tape from the storage compartment.
Didn't Weiwei be brought out of the dormitory by Zhu Liwei? So she has been getting closer to Zhu Liwei recently.
Qin Mingyuan explained.
Except for the regular meeting time at night. I haven't seen her for a long time. And during the time we met, there was no private communication between me and her.
Speaking of this, he seemed to have remembered something, and his expression changed a little.
Although Ying can only meet me at a fixed time in the evening, she always looks for opportunities to chat with me to enhance our relationship. Weiwei didn't.
Chapter 784 Xiangli Academy 59. Xiaoxi used tape to stick a right shape in the middle of the scratched glass, then lightly tapped the outside of the scratch, and then used a little force to stick the scratched round glass out. After doing all this, she took the time to ask Qin Mingyuan,
Are you openly stepping on two different boats? It's not like I'm stepping on both sides.
Qin Mingyuan was a little embarrassed. He defended himself.
I'm only with Ying, and Weiwei is Ying's friend. Although Weiwei sometimes deliberately tries to please me, but I didn't develop anything unspeakable with her.
When he mentioned these things to others, he would feel a secret sense of pride and feel that he was particularly attractive. But when he mentioned these things in front of Xiaoxi, he felt inexplicably guilty, and even a little afraid that he would be beaten to death.
I can see that you enjoy this state.
Xiaoxi immediately exposed Qin Mingyuan's little thoughts. Qin Mingyuan couldn't deny it, but he didn't want to admit it, so he could only remain silent. Xiaoxi reached in and unlocked the window, opened the window, and flew in. When Qin Mingyuan saw the window open, he quickly flew into the house. Xiaoxi quickly closed the window and said to Qin Mingyuan while looking at the situation in the room,
Anyway, Zhou Weiwei has not taken the opportunity to please you during this period. So you feel something is wrong?
Seeing that Xiaoxi did not hold on to the matter of
stepping on two boats,
Qin Mingyuan secretly breathed a sigh of relief. He said, Yeah.
Weiwei has a gentler personality than Ying. She usually seems to be very dependent on me. But during this time, she never told me about her difficulties and grievances. She used to be I like to act coquettishly. Obviously, she should have chosen to rely on Zhu Liwei.
Xiaoxi hit the nail on the head.
No way.
Qin Mingyuan instinctively wanted to deny this answer, although rationally speaking, besides Zhu Liwei, Zhou Weiwei has no other better choice. But when he thought that Zhu Liwei was not as handsome as him, and was much fatter than him. Yet Zhou Weiwei chose Zhu Liwei and gave up on him. He felt very unhappy.
It's not certain yet,
Xiaoxi said pertinently.
but I think you should be more careful with her. If she really chooses to rely on Zhu Liwei, then the probability that she will be in the red camp will be very high.
The probability that Zhu Liwei is in the red camp is also very high. Although Zhu Liwei probably still doesn't know what the secret of the academy is. Judging from his attitude of enjoying his career in the game, he quite enjoys squeezing students as a teacher. From Xiaoxi's own point of view, the blue camp is more like resistors and explorers. The red camp is more like the oppressor and the secret keeper. If the camps are distinguished based on this situation, then Zhu Liwei's status as an oppressor makes him more likely to be in the red camp than in the blue camp. If Zhou Weiwei relies on Zhu Liwei, there is also a high chance that she will be in the red camp. Chen Mingyuan didn't speak, but his face looked a little ugly. He did not refute Xiaoxi because he knew that what Xiaoxi said was indeed reasonable. Zhou Weiwei relies on him just to have an extra guarantee of survival in the survival game. She is not really obsessed with him. Although he likes the feeling of being pursued by women, he is not so overwhelmed by the pursuit that he cannot recognize the facts. This time, he followed Xiaoxi all the time and didn't even communicate with Ma Yingying much. Seeing that she had no chance to get close to him, Zhou Weiwei was afraid that she would not be able to survive the game safely. So it was normal for her to quietly change the target of her hookup. Chapter 785 Shenli Academy 60. Zhu Liwei has always emphasized how important his identity is in this game. And he is responsible for bringing Zhou Weiwei out every day. Taking advantage of that time, the two of them chat more. Zhou Weiwei will naturally feel that Zhu Liwei is more worthy of relying on in this game. With Zhou Weiwei's coquettish ways of flattering her, it would not be a problem to get Zhu Liwei to agree to take her. In other words, Xiaoxi's guess is very likely to be true. In order to protect herself, Zhou Weiwei chose to join Zhu Liwei a long time ago. So the probability that Zhou Weiwei is in the red camp is extremely high. Although Xiaoxi couldn't see Chen Mingyuan, she could guess that his expression was not very good at the moment. She did not continue the topic and instead said,
"Hurry up and explore this room first."
Chen Mingyuan did not dare to waste time. So he quickly collected himself and looked around with Xiaoxi. As soon as he took a second look, he couldn't help but make a confused sound.
Why is this room bigger than it looks from the outside?
When he looked outside the door, he felt that each room was not very large. Probably only about 20 square meters. But when he came in, he found that the room was unexpectedly large. There are at least several 20 square meters.
Did you just find out?
Xiaoxi complained unceremoniously.
This is obviously many times bigger. You can tell at a glance that several rooms should be connected.
Chen Mingyuan understood.
You mean? We look like there are several houses here from the outside. But in fact they are all merged into one house. Otherwise, are there any other possibilities?
Xiaoxi asked.
This is not a magical world. There is no way that magical magic can expand several times after entering it.
Chen Mingyuan was speechless and did not dare to speak back. He looked around and found that there were surveillance equipment in all four corners of the house. He quickly reminded Xiaoxi.
There is surveillance here. I saw it early in the morning.
Xiaoxi was much calmer in comparison.
Anyway, the surveillance can't see us. So why are you nervous?
No matter how you look at it, this surveillance is a very ordinary surveillance. It is not the kind of infrared detection. It is impossible to detect the presence of someone through body temperature. She's not worried.
Although you can't see anyone, you should be able to hear the sound.
Chen Mingyuan was a little worried.
The surveillance here is not the surveillance in the punishment area, and the sound collection function will not be turned off. Don't speak too loudly. They won't be able to hear you.
Xiaoxi looked at the cabinet against the wall and said to Chen Mingyuan,
It doesn't matter even if you hear him. They don't know who it is, so they can't arrest him.
Because the surveillance camera was watching her. She couldn't just rummage through things. Otherwise the surveillance camera would show a weird scene of the cabinet door opening automatically. Even if the security guards in the monitoring room don't know what's going on. If such a strange incident occurs, many people will definitely come to check the situation. That wouldn't be conducive to her exploring the situation on the second and third floors. Xiaoxi kept holding on to Chen Mingyuan's sleeve to prevent the two invisible people from getting separated. Chen Mingyuan followed Xiaoxi step by step to the cabinet. But his mind was not on the cabinet. He lowered his voice and reminded Xiaoxi.
It's definitely not possible to confirm who the NPC is through their voices. But what if those players hear our voices?
Chapter 786 Xiongli Academy 61. Chen Mingyuan felt that his worries were very reasonable. Even if players don't have invisibility props themselves,
They still know that invisibility props exist. As long as you listen to other people's descriptions, you can definitely think that other players have used invisibility items to investigate the situation. If their voices are captured in the surveillance, the players on the red side might be able to figure out who they are. Then the situation between him and Xia, she would become quite passive. Even if the red player knows the action of the blue player and can even deduce who the person is, they may not ask the NPC for help to deal with us. Xia, she said in a brisk tone, as if she could not feel the tense atmosphere at all. If they want to use the NPC, they have to make the NPC believe that what they say is true, or find some other reasons that sound credible to arrest us. As she said this, she pulled Chen Mingyuan to another place and stood there, looking at another row of cabinets. Not only is this very taxing on brain cells, but it may also make NPCs suspect that they are behaving strangely. After looking at it for a few times, she took Chen Mingyuan to the other side to look at it. What they have to do is to keep the secret. Although the mission of the game is for the red side camp to prevent the blue side camp from discovering the secret. But think about it. The whole academy has how many people know the secret of this? Not to mention the students. Even most of the security guards and teachers don't know. So I guess that if other uninformed NPCs are aware of the academy's secrets, it will be very detrimental to the players in the red camp. When Xiaoxi said this, she suddenly chuckled. As long as the players in the red camp are players with some brains, will not easily let NPCs participate in this red-blue confrontation. When the situation becomes more chaotic, they may not be able to stabilize the situation. And then the blue side will have more opportunities to fish in troubled waters. Chen Mingyuan. He had to admit that Xiaoxi's analysis was quite reasonable. Not only did he gain a new understanding of this woman's audacity, but he also gained a new understanding of her intelligence. Bold and careful. I'm probably talking about people like Xiaoxi. Chen Mingyuan suddenly admired Xiaoxi Lai. This woman is not just the rich boss he knew before. She is really brave and resourceful to make her live such a good life in the survival game. Although he thinks that he has a lot of points and is doing well in the survival game, there are still times when he is in a state of embarrassment, and he has to look at other people's faces during difficult times. And he has lost several games. But this woman is the only player he has seen so far who can survive in such an environment without struggling. Judging from her always healthy and rosy complexion and bright eyes, she is completely different from those people who have sallow faces and thin muscles, whose edges have been smoothed by blows, and whose eyes are dull. Xiaoxi looked around at the various cabinets in the room. Although she couldn't flip through them, she could roughly tell that this was a database. It looks like a place where all student materials in the academy are kept. Each folder is a student's file. She saw the student's name and the time he entered the academy on several folders that were prominently located and easy to view. This is the database. It doesn't seem to be anything special. Xiaoxi dragged Chen Mingyuan out of the window. Let's go to the room on the other side and have a look. They were entering the room on the left side of the corridor. Since there seemed to be nothing special here, the muscular man should have entered the room on the right side of the corridor. Chapter 787 Xiangli Academy 62. Would it be too conspicuous for us to go out like this? Chen Mingyuan raised his head and glanced at the direction of the surveillance camera. When we open the window, we will definitely be photographed by the surveillance camera. If you take a picture, you will take a picture. If you see that there has been no movement for so long, it means that the people in the monitoring room have not noticed the situation here at all. Xiaoxi said as she opened the window and pushed Chen Mingyuan out. Don't you know about your NPC colleagues? You usually spend much more time playing with your phone and watching videos than staring at the surveillance camera. There are so many surveillance pictures in the monitoring room. When there is no abnormal movement, those people will basically not stare at the pictures all the time. The equipment here is not advanced enough to automatically alarm if a window is broken, even if they happen to be noticed when they leave. By the time they come up, they will no longer be in the room. What are they afraid of? Chen Mingyuan knew that what Xiaoxi said made sense. So he hurriedly flew out without wasting any more time. Xiaoxi flew out and closed the window. As for the round hole that was cut, she didn't care. I'm almost out of time. Just wait, Xiaoxi said and flew to a higher place. In addition to avoiding surveillance cameras, the most important thing was to try to avoid being discovered by possible passers-by. Then Chen Mingyuan saw Xiaoxi's figure revealed in midair. She took off the silver moon-shaped earrings on her ears and put on a new one. And the figure disappeared again. After a few seconds, Xiaoxi's voice sounded nearby again. How long do you have? Chen Mingyuan touched his ears, and the remaining invisibility time immediately appeared in his mind. I have less than 10 minutes.
he answered Xiaoxi. Speaking of which, this prop is a bit more user-friendly. For people like him who don't have pierced ears, the prop will automatically become an ear clip type when purchased, thus avoiding the consequences of having to pierce the ears.
Then, there shouldn't be enough time. Why not get a new one now?
Xiaoxi suggested. Chen Mingyuan was a little hesitant. Although he had more than one moonlight shadow, the quantity was not large, so he only bought 2. If the first one is taken down in advance, the cooling time will start immediately, and there will be no time saved because the full hour is not used. Then if he uses up the second one, there will be no chance of being invisible today. But Xiaoxi was right. Less than 10 minutes was too tight. If there was something worth exploring in the room on the other side, an hour might not be enough, let alone 10 minutes. If he showed up in the room, no matter how short the time, the surveillance would be able to record it, and the evidence would be conclusive. And by then, he would be unable to move around in the academy.
You can change it. But I only have one moonlight shadow left.
Chen Mingyuan chose to take the initiative to tell Xiaoxi about his situation.
When you go in later, you must come out within an hour. Otherwise, I will be exposed.
Okay.
Xiaoxi agreed readily. Chen Mingyuan also used Xiaoxi's method to change himself into a new prop. And then the two of them flew to the other side of the wall together. Xiaoxi followed the previous method and cut a circle out of the window. Then opened the window and flew in. Chen Mingyuan flew in immediately. When the two people came in and saw the furnishings in the room, they both looked a little surprised. Compared with the previous room, the only thing that is the same between this room and the previous room is that it is also a super large room formed by opening up several rooms. Chapter 788 Xiongli Academy 63. This room is very empty. There are no cabinets like those in the previous room, and there are no folders stacked one above another. This is an empty room. There was nothing in the room except a wooden staircase in the middle that led straight to the ceiling. On the ceiling where the wooden ladder leads directly, there is no cover or concealment, and you can clearly see a round hole for one person to enter and exit. Obviously, this is the direction leading to the 3rd floor.
No way. Go to the 3rd floor from here?
Chen Mingyuan looked surprised. Although he knew Xiaoxi couldn't see his expression, he was really surprised.
What is on the 3rd floor? Just go up and take a look and you'll find out,
Xiaoxi said as she was about to fly up.
Wait a minute.
Chen Mingyuan hurriedly stopped him. Unfortunately, he couldn't see Xiaoxi, and there was no one who could catch Xiaoxi.
If there are a lot of people up there, it would be too reckless for you to just go like this. I flew up directly, and there was no movement on the wooden ladder. Who knew I was going up?
Let's go up to see the situation first, and I'll come down and talk to you later.
The round hole is only big enough for one person to get in and out, and you have to try not to make unnatural movements on the wooden ladder. So you have to try not to step on the ladder. She has to climb up through the hole while avoiding the ladder, which requires a certain body shape. Obviously, she is more suitable than Chen Mingyuan. After thinking about it, she said to Chen Mingyuan,
You hold on to the wooden ladder. I will come down later so that I can find you as soon as possible.
Chen Mingyuan agreed.
Okay. Then don't stay up there alone for too long.
Since he was not allowed to take risks, there was no reason for him to refuse. Xiaoxi didn't waste any more words and flew up. A few seconds later, she flew down again and glanced focused at the end of the room. There was a look of understanding on her face.
I see.
Chen Mingyuan was startled.
You're back so soon?
He was mentally prepared to wait for several minutes, but it only took a little longer. He felt as if Xiaoxi had never left.
Well, there's no one up there. Let's go,
Xiaoxi said and flew up again. Chen Mingyuan felt relieved and quickly flew up.
What did you find?
When he flew to the entrance of the cave, his foot accidentally touched the wooden ladder. He was so frightened that he hurriedly held on, fearing that the wooden ladder would fall and make a noise, attracting attention from the 1st floor. After making sure that the wooden ladder was okay, he raised his head and took a look at the situation on the 3rd floor. Then he discovered that on the 3rd floor, the entire 1st floor was opened into one room. The room was so empty that there could be echoes when walking. In the entire room, there was only one elevator standing conspicuously, right in front of the circular hole.
There is actually an elevator here.
Chen Mingyuan's voice could not conceal his surprise.
What is this elevator used for? There are only 3 floors in total. There is the roof above, and there is no elevator room down there.
But this elevator is obviously not abandoned, because there is a clear halo around the button, indicating that it is in the activated state.
When I went down to call you just now, I took a look at the end of the room on the 2nd floor. Compared with the 3rd floor, It is obvious that the room on the second floor is much smaller,
Xiaoxi said.
So, if I didn't guess if it's wrong, part of the second floor is hidden between the exterior and interior walls and used as an elevator shaft.
Chapter 789 Xianli Academy 64. Hearing this, Qin Mingyuan carefully compared the distance between the round hole and the elevator, and then stretched his head to take a look at the distance between the ceiling and the wall of the round hole on the second floor. The two distances look about the same. But the key point is that the wall on the third floor is behind the elevator. So part of the second floor is indeed hidden.
According to what you said, this elevator leads to the downstairs?
Qin Mingyuan still didn't understand.
Is it possible that after going around for a long time, the secret is hidden on the first floor? No, I think it should be underground,
Xiaoxi replied.
You mean, there is a basement here?
Qin Mingyuan responded.
Every time the muscular man comes here, is he actually just taking the elevator to the basement? I think it's bigger than the basement you imagined.
Having confirmed the identities of Qin Mingyuan's teammates, Xiaoxi told everything readily this time.
I saw a hidden interior layout drawing on Teacher Ping's cell phone before. According to the situation on that drawing, it does not belong to the layout of any known building in the academy. Nor does it belong to the second and third floors of the academy. The layout of the rooms on the first floor. That means there must be places in the academy that I haven't discovered yet. Judging from the many rooms on that drawing, the area should be quite large. If you want to hide it, you can only hide it underground.
This time Qin Mingyuan fully understood what Xiaoxi meant. He asked Xiaoxi worriedly,
Then do you plan to go down now? I can't go down even if I want to.
Xiaoxi's eyes turned to a button panel above the elevator switch.
The device on the elevator should require a password to open the elevator. But I don't know the password.
Only then did Qin Mingyuan notice the code lock. He breathed a sigh of relief.
That's okay. Let's come back tomorrow. We can wait until someone is about to enter the elevator and follow them in. This will not only attract no one's attention, but also be safer.
It would be too reckless to go in now. It's okay not to be able to enter, but it makes him less nervous. This time Xiaoxi had no objection.
Let's go!
Today's exploration can only go so far. If you go further, you will probably be discovered. When Qin Mingyuan heard these two words, he immediately felt like he was being pardoned, and he hurriedly flew out. When both of them left the control building, Qin Mingyuan thought of something. He said to the air around him,
Those two glass windows that you cut open will be discovered soon.
Right. If you are discovered, you will be discovered. Anyway, they don't know who did it. The most they can do is strengthen surveillance and prevention.
Xiaoxi said nonchalantly.
But at that time, I no longer needed to break in this way. That's true.
Qin Mingyuan couldn't help but laugh naively.
At that time, we can follow the muscular man in without having to climb out of the window.
After Enran escaped safely, he relaxed completely and his tone became much more relaxed. He asked Xiaoxi,
Are you ready to go back to the dormitory now? No reply.
Xiaoxi said decisively without any hesitation.
I'm not going to go to class either.
Qin Mingyuan was stunned.
But if you do this, you are violating school rules and will be sent to the punishment area. They can't catch me.
Xiaoxi chuckled.
If you want to put me in the punishment area, you have to catch someone.
Chapter 790 Xianli Academy 65. In the second stage, all props can be used, although thermal weapons cannot be used. With those props, Xiaoxi can easily escape from being chased and intercepted. Naturally, there is no need to stick to the rules like in the first stage. Qin Mingyuan thought for a while and advised.
Actually, you shouldn't be so obvious now. Otherwise it will be easy for the players in the red camp to guess that you are from the blue camp. Even if I don't act obvious, they will first guess that I am from the blue camp.
Xiaoxi dragged Qin Mingyuan to the roof, unlocked the invisibility props, and then said,
They are not fools. They can deduce it a little bit.
It can be seen at a glance that the camp I belong to must be the first to be exposed.
It was she who organized the meeting of all the players step by step, and her status as a student meant that she was an oppressed person. In addition, through the previous dialogue, everyone should be able to tell that she belongs to the category of resisting oppression. As long as Muscular Man and Zhu Liwei are from the red camp, and if they recall their various conversations with her, they will naturally discover that she is not the same type of person as them. Then they must be from the blue camp. Just like she could quickly deduce that Muscular Man and Zhu Liwei were most likely from the red side camp. Her camp was not difficult to guess, as long as it is determined that her camp is the opposing side. Muscle Man and the others will definitely deal with her first. If she went to class and did gymnastics as usual,
she would have fallen into a trap. The red player, who is a teacher, can send her to the penalty area for various reasons. Since there was a high probability that her camp would be exposed, she would simply act at her own pace. Instead, she would be able to take the initiative and not be easily controlled by others. Qin Mingyuan also unlocked his invisibility props. He looked at Xiaoxi. Then you plan to hide everywhere in the academy? Not only me. You'd better come with me. Xiaoxi looked at Qin Mingyuan. You have been very close to me in the first stage. Since they can guess that I am from the blue camp, they naturally also I will guess that you are from the blue camp. Qin Mingyuan opened his mouth wide and said nothing for a while. It took him a long while to hold back a sentence. But I'm a security guard. They can't send me to the punishment area. Right. Don't forget. The security captain is also the one who knows the secrets of the academy. He is an NPC with a higher position than you. As long as the muscular man and the security captain say that you know the secrets of the academy, it is probably nothing to get you into the punishment area. It's difficult, Xiaoxi reminded. When the time comes, the muscular man will definitely find an opportunity to kill you as soon as possible. Qin Mingyuan snorted. Okay. Everything you said is right. I will just listen to you. It wasn't that he was afraid of entering the punishment area, nor did he think the muscular man would kill him so easily. He also has a lot of props, and it's not easy for those people to catch him. But that would waste too much time, and his actions would be easier to monitor. It would be better to be like now. When those people were preparing to take action the next day, they found that he was missing, and naturally they would not be able to monitor his actions. If you can't guess his next move, the initiative is in his hands. As long as you understand. Xiaoxi turned to look at the sky in the distance. There were many stars. The moon was bright, and the sky showed a dark blue tone. The gauze-like clouds slowly floated in the breeze, occasionally blocking a little bit of starlight. Chapter 791 Xiangli Academy 66. After Xiaoxi entered this game, she had never had the opportunity to appreciate the night scenery here like this. At this moment, she felt at peace in her heart, and she did not feel nervous at all because of the next game. The night view is quite beautiful. It would be great if He Kongqing was here. Then we will stay on the roof tonight? Qin Mingyuan suddenly spoke, interrupting Xiaoxi's thoughts. Xiaoxi was not unhappy because of Qin Mingyuan's interruption. She still looked up at the sky and said, That's it for tonight. I'm too lazy to change places. Qin Mingyuan. Then you can't just be so big-eyed and small-eyed. Right? He still wants to sleep. You'd better think about it now. How to confirm the camp to which Ma Yingying and Zhou Weiwei belong when you see them tomorrow. After Xiaoxi said this, she turned to look at Qin Mingyuan. You are more familiar with them. You should know how to trick them better than me. You want me to find them? Qin Mingyuan showed a look of surprise. Didn't you say you want to hide and prevent people from the red camp from finding them? Don't forget, avoidance is a means, not an end. Xiaoxi felt a little hungry. She took out a bottle of milk and took 2 sips before saying, Our purpose is to find the secret of the academy, and also find other secrets. Members of the blue team, when finally choosing a way to deal with secrets, it requires the unanimous consent of all blue team members before it can be passed. Qin Mingyuan's expression froze. He almost forgot about this incident. The red side camp may not find all the players in the same camp, and it won't have any impact. But the blue side camp won't. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but sigh. Okay. Then I'll go find them in the classroom tomorrow. No. Xiaoxi immediately objected. Students have to get up at 5 o'clock in the morning to run and do exercises. Muscular Man and Zhu Liwei will definitely not show up at that time. And Zhou Weiwei and Ma Yingying are not yet sure what the other players' camps besides themselves are. What? That's the best time for you to act. When Qin Mingyuan heard, No. His eyes widened immediately, and he wanted to express his dissatisfaction. But after hearing Xiaoxi's next words, he immediately stopped. I know. I will definitely go there on time. He didn't want to sleep now. Anyway, he should take action in 3 hours. If he sleeps now, oversleeping is not a joke. And he also had to think carefully about how to phrase it. To be honest, clichés are really his weakness. He thought about it for a long time, but couldn't think of a suitable way. After struggling for a while, he finally decided to ask Xiaoxi for help. Xiaoxi had just finished eating a piece of beef jerky and drank 2 more sips of water. After listening to Qin Mingyuan's words, she looked Qin Mingyuan up and down. Qin Mingyuan felt uncomfortable being looked at. Why are you staring at me like this? Obviously you are not a good talker. It is not appropriate to talk mechanically. Why not just ask directly? Xiaoxi gave her own conclusion. You can choose to take the initiative to tell your own camp first, and then ask their camp if their camp is the same as yours. So there is no reason not to tell them. If you don't tell them, they will obviously be from the red camp. But in this case, the risk of me being exposed is very high. Chen Mingyuan was puzzled. You have suspected that Zhou Weiwei is from the red side camp. If I directly tell my camp, wouldn't it make the red side camp clear about an attack? Target? Chapter 792 Shenli Academy 67. I have said before that your camp has most likely been exposed. Although they are not 100% sure. They are 80 to 90% sure. Xiaoxi spread her hands and said innocently, what's the difference between 80% and 90% and 100%? If you don't tell them, they will still regard you as a target. Chen Mingyuan. It makes perfect sense and is completely irrefutable. So just feel free to ask directly. Those two girls are not so deep in the city, so it's easy to get them out of the way. After finishing the last piece of beef jerky in her hand, Xiaoxi took out a paper towel and elegantly he wiped the corners of his mouth. You asked me to ask Ma Yingying and Zhou Weiwei's camp. What are you planning to do tomorrow? Chen Mingyuan thought for a while and asked. If it is confirmed that there is someone from the blue camp, should I bring her over? I'm going to find other players who are not sure of their camp yet. Xiaoxi replied. While the red camp hasn't reacted yet, try to confirm the camp of a few more players. By the way, even if you confirm your own camp, don't bring your two friends here, Xiaoxi reminded. Neither of them are likable characters, and I don't have that much time to deal with them. To prevent them from ruining my business, let them continue to be well-behaved students. But if they are from the blue camp and continue to be students, the probability of being killed by the red camp will also increase. Right, Chen Mingyuan said with some worry. If they don't have the ability to protect themselves, why do they need them? Xiaoxi asked. Whether it's Muscular Man or Zhu Liwei, in their eyes, it's not clear which camp your two friends belong to. I think, if they can't fool the other party, and they don't have the ability to protect their own personal safety, then it's their own problem. If she is a girl with a cute and lovable personality, or if she is weak but tries her best not to cause trouble to the people around her, she may have the desire to help the other person. But she is not lovable in the first place, and she only relies on others. So she is doing nothing. She's not a nanny. I'm not worried about their life or death. Chen Mingyuan knew that what he said seemed a bit heartless, but he had no intention of lying when facing Xiaoxi. I'm just worried that there are too few players in the blue camp, which is not conducive to confrontation with the red camp. You are wrong. The fewer players in the blue camp, the easier it is to clear the game. After Xiaoxi said this, she said nothing more. She sat on the high platform with one leg outside, dangling casually. Her expression was not indifferent, and there was even a little smile in her beautiful peach blossom eyes, which was just like the way she usually made people feel, bright and charming. But after hearing Xiaoxi's words, Chen Mingyuan was shocked, and he reacted belatedly. According to the rules of the game, the blue team's final choice of handling the secret must be approved by all blue team players. It's not enough to agree superficially. You must agree from the bottom of your heart. That means that the greater the number of players, the more difficult it will be to unify. And the smaller the number of players, the easier it will be to unify. It can even be said that if there is only one person left on the blue side, then that person can make his own choice and act directly. As long as the action is successful, he will definitely be able to clear the game. Chapter 793 Shenli Academy 68. Thinking of this, Chen Mingyuan couldn't help but feel a little frightened. He did not forget that she was not as soft as she seemed on the surface. Although she is not an indifferent person, she is not too kind. If he becomes an obstacle to her, she will not protect him. After all, in this game, the smaller the number of people in the blue camp, the easier it is to pass the level. There is no reason for her to have to protect him. After understanding this, Chen Mingyuan's attitude became more correct. He wanted to try his best to prevent Xiaoxi from giving up on him. As long as he didn't cause trouble and obeyed the arrangements, Xiaoxi wouldn't push him out to die. Asterisk. Around 4:30 in the morning, Xiaoxi and Chen Mingyuan saw lights lighting up one after another in the teacher's dormitory building in the distance. Only some teachers are responsible for waking up students, and they work in shifts, so not all teachers are dispatched. Leaders like Zhu Liwei only appear during brainwashing meetings and are not responsible for waking up students. It's almost time. We should set off, Xiaoxi reminded Chen Mingyuan. Chen Mingyuan responded very positively. Don't worry. I promise to complete the task successfully. Two people flew out from the roof. One went to the girls' dormitory, and the other went to the boys' dormitory. Qin Mingyuan went to find Ma Yingying and Zhou Weiwei, while Xia Shi went to find Zhan Yu. Zhan Yu and Xia Shi had known each other before, and Zhan Yu was an upright person. In addition, Zhan Yu was also a student. According to Xia Shi's speculation, the probability that Zhan Yu was from the blue camp was still very high. This is the reason why she chose to find Zhan Yu first. Qin Mingyuan's identity was very convenient. He found an unattended surveillance blind spot, took off his fairy wings, and then stood swaggering downstairs in the girls' dormitory. After a while, many girls came down from the girls' dormitory building. Qin Mingyuan looked over one by one and finally saw Ma Yingying coming out. Zhou Weiwei was a little further behind, pushed further away by the crowd. Qin Mingyuan hurried over and pulled Ma Yingying to talk, in order to speak clearly before Zhou Weiwei got close. He spoke very fast. On the other side, Xia Shi was squatting behind a big tree opposite the dormitory building. She arrived very early. There was no one here at that time, and this was also a surveillance blind spot, so she hid very smoothly. The tree trunks were thick, and the sky was only slightly bright, so no one noticed anything unusual here. She watched the flow of people at the door of the boys' dormitory building. A few minutes later, I finally saw Zhan Yu walking out with a sleepy look on his face. Without saying a word, she rushed forward, picked up Zhan Yu and ran away. She didn't take off her wings and rushed up very fast, still flying into the sky as she ran. All this happened so fast that no one even reacted. They only felt as if some black shadow rushed over and disappeared with a swish. Except for a few NPCs close to Zhan Yu who noticed that Zhan Yu was missing. Others didn't even know what happened. Zhan Yu was suddenly caught by someone, and his whole body tensed up. But before he could see clearly who was grabbing him, he was taken flying into the sky. He instinctively punched the opponent. The light of the defensive props suddenly turned on, causing Zhan Yu to go blind for a moment. He felt that his fist was blocked and knew that the opponent was protected by defensive items. He was flying in the sky at the moment. If he struggled wildly and fell down, he would be half disabled. So he decisively gave up his plan to break free and thought about waiting for an opportunity later and move. Chapter 794 Xiongli Academy 69. After the light of the defensive items disappeared, Xia Shi looked at the durability that had suddenly dropped and smiled at Zhan Yu. Not bad. You have physical enhancements. Only then did Zhan Yu see that the person who caught him was Xia Shi. His expression was a little embarrassed. It's you. I thought it was someone from the red camp who wanted my life. So, you are from the blue camp? Xia Shi raised her eyebrows slightly. Yes. Zhan Yu nodded and admitted readily. I am from the blue camp. Then he asked Xia Shi. You should also be in the blue camp. Right. After he learned that his camp was blue, he stayed up all night and kept guessing about other players' camps. He had almost no contact with some players, and it was indeed difficult to guess which camp they belonged to. But after thinking about it, he felt that the probability of Xia Shi being in the same camp as him was quite high. This is why he now dares to tell the truth directly to Xia Shi. I'm from the blue camp. Xia Shi also answered frankly. After confirming that they belonged to the same camp, Zhan Yu completely relaxed. At this time, Xia Shi had already flown to the roof of one of the teaching buildings with Zhan Yu. As soon as Zhan Yu's feet landed, he jumped twice, truly feeling the down-to-earth feeling. Before, I always felt insecure while flying in midair with my feet dangling in the air. By the way, why are you looking for me at this time? Zhan Yu didn't forget about business and asked Xia Shi hurriedly. The main thing is to confirm which camp you belong to, Xia Shi said to Zhan Yu. By the way, I want to ask if you have any guesses about the camp of other players? There are really not many players that I can come into contact with in my capacity, Zhan Yu said with a helpless expression. The only one I have close contact with is that little girl Zhao Yusen. Then which camp do you think she belongs to? Xia Shi asked calmly. It should also be Lan Fang. Zhan Yu thought for a moment before continuing. She spends most of her time with me. After all, we are in the same class. She is also like me. She has almost no chance to go elsewhere, and it is difficult to get in touch with other players. Moreover, she is also a student, so I think the probability of being in the same camp as us is very high. Xia Shi suddenly asked. Then why did you pause for a while? As if you were thinking about something? Actually, it's not that important. Zhan Yu explained. After getting to know each other with other players, Zhu Liwei would come to talk to us every day. He would not only come to Zhao Yusen, but also to me. The time of each conversation was also it won't be long. Just more than 10 minutes. That's it. Xiaoxi thought for a few seconds and then asked, "Is there anything else?" "Regardless of whether it's important or not. As long as you see it, say it." Zhang Yu hesitated for a moment and then said, "During the evening of the 6th day of the game, didn't you say that everyone didn't need to gather?" But Zhu Liwei still called Zhao Yusen away, and Zhou Weiwei was still with him at that time. When did this happen? Xiaoxi's expression did not change, as if it was a routine inquiry. "It's right at the entrance of the cafeteria." When Zhang Yu answered, he made a gesture with his hand. "But it's not the main door of the cafeteria. It's the small door on the side of the corner of the cafeteria. Because Zhao Yusen and I are in the same class. And she is very young. So I usually go too far. Just pay attention to her, and you'll see that scene." Chapter 795 Xiangli Academy 70. Xiaoxi nodded and said nothing more. She was intent on going back downstairs to the dormitory to meet Chen Ningyuan. So she must have not noticed the situation at the small door of the cafeteria. I was worried that Zhu Liwei would bully Zhao Yusen at the time. But during class the next day, I saw that Zhao Yusen was fine, not injured, and looked normal. So I felt relieved. At this point, Zhang Yu added, "Later, I also took the opportunity to ask Zhao Yusen what Zhu Liwei wanted to do with her. She said that Zhu Liwei wanted to know how she survived in the game at such a young age." "Then you believe it?" Xiaoxi raised her eyebrows slightly. "She has no reason to lie to me." Zhang Yu scratched his head. There was no second stage camp division at that time. Everyone's goals were the same. So she couldn't get any benefits from lying to me. And she was only 13 years old. He's just a child. He can't have such a deep palace. Just because you are an honest person without a city, it doesn't mean that everyone is the same as you," Xiaoxi said calmly. "Besides, she can survive alone in the survival game until now. Is it because she looks pitiful and wins? Have you gained the sympathy of other players?" Zhang Yu was stunned for a moment. His mouth opened but no sound came out. He had to admit that what Xiaoxi said was very realistic. If you want to survive in a survival game, you can't just rely on pity. Not every player will be soft-hearted and take care of other players. But more often they will be wary and take advantage of them. If you act too weak, you may even become the first target of other players' attacks. And you will often die the fastest. Because he is too honest and easy to cheat. He has suffered too many losses in the survival game. And now he has gradually grown more thoughtful. Although he can't learn other people's plans and scheming. At least, he is not as easy to deceive as before. But he really didn't want to believe that a child who looked so innocent could be a sophisticated person. It will make him feel desolate. Thinking of this, Zhang Yu sighed softly. "Then you suspect that Zhao Yusen and Zhu Liwei have reached some kind of cooperation conditions. So now she belongs to the Red Camp?" Although he is honest and has no scheming intentions, he is not a fool. He stayed up all night last night and analyzed all the players he had come into contact with. Although his personal emotions mixed with Zhao Yusen's matter may lead to errors in judgment, his analysis of Zhu Liwei was very objective. He knew very well that the probability that Zhu Liwei was in the Red Camp was extremely high. "If I remember correctly, Zhu Liwei was responsible for taking you and Zhou Weiwei there when we met every night." Xiaoxi suddenly mentioned such a thing. Zhang Yu was a little confused, but he still nodded. "Yes, I asked for it. Because Mei Hua is a female teacher. It would be more appropriate to take Zhao Yusen with her. So I followed Zhu Liwei." Xiaoxi looked at Zhang Yu and asked word by word. "But after that, Zhu Liwei found many opportunities to contact Zhao Yusen instead of you. Why do you think it is?" Zhang Yu was silent for a few seconds before saying, "Maybe Zhu Liwei saw that I was not easy to win over. Or maybe Zhao Yusen took the initiative to show her kindness and let Zhu Liwei try to contact her." When he said this, he felt very uncomfortable. But he's not so emotional that he doesn't want to face reality. To be honest, he didn't have a deep friendship with Zhao Yusen. But he didn't want to think bad things about such a thin little girl. Chapter 796 Xiangli Academy 71. But now that she has reminded Zhang Yu can only face reality and think about the problem in a bad direction. She saw that Zhang Yu had already figured it out. So she didn't say anything more. She just asked, "Did Zhao Yusen and Zhu Liwei meet in private on the 7th day of the game?" "It's just like before. I came over to call people out to talk during class," Zhang Yu replied weakly. The conversation didn't last long. More than 10 minutes. Speaking of this, Zhang Yu showed a very puzzled look. "But I don't understand. At that time, everyone didn't know that the camps would be divided in the second stage. Even if there was this guess. It was not sure what rules the camps would be divided according to. Then what do they want to do together?" The weak admire the strong. Xiaoxi spoke concisely. After a pause, she explained a few more words. Zhao Yusen is obviously a player at the bottom of the food chain. She wants to survive in the survival game. In addition to scheming, she must find a way to attach herself to everyone. The person who seems to be the strongest in a game is also a guarantee. Zhang Yu remembered that every time Zhu Liwei met in a gathering, he would constantly express how useful his identity was in this game. And he had the most uses. From this perspective, Zhu Liwei is indeed the strongest player in this game. Zhao Yusen wanted to give herself an extra layer of protection, so she would naturally try to get close to Zhu Liwei. This has nothing to do with what the content of the second phase of the game will be. In Zhao Yusen's view, no matter what happens in this second phase, as long as you can rely on the most powerful player in the game, the chance of surviving and passing the level will become higher. After thinking about this clearly, Zhang Yu couldn't help but sigh again. If she doesn't choose Zhu Liwei and can be in the same camp as me, then I will do my best to protect her. He knows how difficult it is to be in the survival game, but precisely because he has experienced so much suffering, he wants to maintain a friendly attitude towards the people around him and give others a little warmth. Unfortunately, what he wants to give may not be what others want. Taking a deep breath, Zhang Yu adjusted his mentality as quickly as possible. Forget it. Since it is her own choice, there is nothing I can do about it. If you still have some doubts in your heart, you can directly ask her which camp she belongs to, Xiaoxi suggested. But I suggest you be more careful and don't be fooled by her pitiful expression. She should be able to guess that you are from the blue camp. And if you are unprepared for her, you will be her first target. Zhang Yu pursed his lips and nodded. I understand. I now confirm that Shenming Yuan and I are in the same camp. Muscular Man is 100% in the red camp. And the probability that Zhu Liwei is in the red camp is as high as 90%. The identities of Zhou Weiwei and Ma Yingying are still being confirmed. They should be there later. We already know the result. After Xiaoxi finished speaking, she asked Zhang Yu, do you have any guesses about other players? Apart from Zhao Yusen and you, I have more contact with teacher Mei Hua, Zhang Yu said seriously. Although she is a teacher, I think she retains a sincere care for her students. She has probably belongs to the blue camp. But I'm not sure, Zhang Yu added very rigorously. If there is a chance, I will ask her. Chapter 797 Xiangli Academy 72. That's fine. Xiaoxi nodded. If you can figure out which camp the remaining players belong to, it will lessen my burden. We are in the same camp. This is what I should do. Zhang Yu responded politely. I will put you in a surveillance blind spot later, and then you can walk back by yourself. Xiaoxi said to Zhang Yu. How do you explain it to the teachers? And how do you tell other players that I don't care? You can play freely. That's fine. As long as you don't tell anyone what I talked to you about. It doesn't matter what else you say. Aren't you coming with me? Zhang Yu looked confused. Are you going to skip class? Of course. I still want to explore the secrets of this academy. Xiaoxi chuckled. When I finish exploring, if you are still alive, I will come find you. Zhang Yu immediately understood what Xiaoxi meant, but he neither felt disappointed nor had any complaints. There was no reason for him to let Xiaoxi take him with him throughout the entire process, especially when some actions might require one person to ensure confidentiality. I understand, he said solemnly to Xiaoxi. You should be careful in your actions. Xiaoxi put Zhang Yu in a corner outside the teaching building. Before leaving, she said to Zhang Yu, try not to let yourself fall into the punishment area. If you accidentally go in, be careful of the muscular man. It should be a bit difficult to deal with. I took note of it. Zhang Yu nodded to express his understanding. Xiaoxi just flew away, but she didn't immediately fly back to the roof of the monitoring building. Instead, she first went to the room where teacher Pingtu died. She took the phone away. Before, I hid my phone here because it was inconvenient to move around. Now that I plan to skip school and act independently, there is no need to hide my phone. At this point, the students are still listening to the brainwashing conference on the playground, and the teachers have also gone to the playground to supervise the students. Xiaoxi can use her mobile phone without any hindrance. After getting the phone, she flew back to the roof of the surveillance building. Shenming Yuan is already waiting on the roof. The sun is getting hotter and hotter, and since there is no shelter on the roof, it is extremely scorching. After Xiaoxi landed, she took out a parasol from the storage compartment. Shenming Yuan opened his parasol on Xiaoxi, looking elegant as if he was going shopping. He suddenly felt very complicated, a little envious, a little jealous, and a little speechless. How long has it been? And this woman actually still has the thought to pay attention to sun protection. Xiaoxi saw through Chen Mingyuan's thoughts at a glance, and said with a smile,
Sunscreen is to prevent sunburn. If you get sunburned, your skin will be itchy and painful, and you may easily get skin cancer. This is for the sake of your health.
Chen Mingyuan's thoughts were seen through. He coughed awkwardly and then changed the subject.
I asked. Ma Yingying is also from the blue camp. After I told her about her camp, she said excitedly her own camp. So Zhou Weiwei is from the red camp.
Xiaoxi raised her eyebrows slightly. If Ma Yingying and Zhou Weiwei were both in the blue camp, there would be no need for Chen Mingyuan to talk separately. In addition, many previous analyses believed that Zhou Weiwei had a high probability of being in the red camp. Xiaoxi had been prepared for such an outcome.
Yeah.
Chen Mingyuan's expression was not very good.
Zhou Weiwei still hesitated after I told her about her camp. So she must be the red camp.
This undoubtedly proved that Zhou Weiwei abandoned him and went to Zhu Liwei. Chapter 798 Xianli Academy 73. Thinking of this, Chen Mingyuan always felt like he was stuck in his heart, unable to get up or down.
In this way, we can basically be 100% sure that Zhu Liwei is also in the red camp.
Xiaoxi ignored Chen Mingyuan's little mood. She briefly explained the situation she knew to Chen Mingyuan. Zhang Yu is from the blue camp. Judging from the situation described by Zhang Yu, it is extremely likely that Zhao Yusen is from the red camp. The other is Mei Hua, and Zhang Yu feels that she may not be from the red camp.
Chen Mingyuan counted on his fingers.
In this way, the four of me, you, Ma Yingying, and Zhang Yu are confirmed players of the blue side camp. Zhou Weiwei, muscular man, and Zhu Liwei are the confirmed players of the red side camp. The probability that Zhao Yusen is a player in the red camp is very high, and the camps of Mei Hua and Xia when you are still uncertain. That's right.
A little higher. But this camp division is definitely not based purely on occupation. The main reason is that none of us have had much contact with Xia Wenyu. We don't know what kind of person he is, or what he did in the past 7 days.
Chen Mingyuan frowned in distress.
And his identity is not it's not easy for an ordinary teacher to find him.
That's right. He suddenly thought of something and said to Xiaoxi,
Zhu Liwei has found Xia Wenyu, and the two of them have talked. In this case, the probability that Xia Wenyu is from the red camp will skyrocket. As for Xia Wenyu's camp, we can ask him in 2 days.
Xiaoxi said nonchalantly,
if he is still alive after we find the secret of the academy.
If Xia Wenyu was already dead at that time, then it wouldn't matter which camp he belonged to. If Xia Wenyu was still alive, it would not be too late to ask him what camp he belonged to at that time.
Then what are you going to do now?
Chen Mingyuan was not too concerned about Xia Wenyu's identity. He asked,
at this time, no one should enter or leave the secret base in the basement. It's not convenient for you to go in now. It's not too late to wait until night.
Xiaoxi yawned.
I'm going to find a quiet place to sleep first. Sleep? Sleep?
Chen Mingyuan's eyes widened.
Aren't you anxious to find out the secrets of the academy? There's no point in being anxious.
Xiaoxi shrugged.
As you said, it's not convenient to enter the secret underground base at this time.
Chen Mingyuan. The truth was correct. But the sudden shift from discussing things to going to bed was a bit difficult for him to turn around.
Then where are you going to sleep?
He couldn't help but ask.
It can't be here,
right? It was so hot and scorching here that even a thick-skinned man like him would not be able to sleep, let alone a woman with thin skin and tender flesh like Xiaoxi.
Go to the teacher's dormitory and choose a room that suits your eyes.
Xiaoxi seemed to have already thought about it, so she answered without any hesitation at this time. During the day, teachers need to supervise students and have to move around the teaching building area, so the teachers' dormitories must be vacant, regardless of whether it is security guards or teachers responsible for supervising teachers. The activity area does not include teachers' dormitories. It became the resting place least likely to be disturbed. Chapter 799 Xianli Academy 74. Chen Mingyuan didn't expect that Xiaoxi had already thought about where to go, and he couldn't help but ask,
what about me? If you want to rest, you can go to the teacher's dormitory and choose a room that suits your eyes.
Xiaoxi spread her hands.
If you don't want to rest, you can go wherever you want. I won't restrict your movements anyway.
Before Chen Mingyuan could think clearly, Xiaoxi had already started flying towards the teacher's dormitory. Chen Mingyuan quickly flew over. Although he was a little anxious to find out the secrets of the academy as soon as possible, he definitely couldn't do it by himself. Besides, he was indeed very sleepy after not sleeping all night last night. Since Xiaoxi was going to bed, What else was he going to do by himself? So he might as well rest. Chen Mingyuan didn't dare to go too far. So he chose the dormitory next door to where she was to rest. The two of them were indeed quite safe this day, and they were not disturbed by anyone throughout the day. Although the security captain sent half of the security guards to search for the whereabouts of Xia and Chen Mingyuan, no one thought of going to the teacher's dormitory building. The door to the teacher's dormitory building is locked during the day, and there is a security booth guarding the door. It is impossible for anyone to break in. Once they appear, they will be discovered immediately, at least for ordinary people. It is indeed impossible to break in. How do the security guards know that Xia and Chen Mingyuan are not ordinary people? Asterisk. After a good night's sleep, Xia felt refreshed when she got up. Teachers' dormitories are different from student dormitories. Not only are the rooms wider, but they are also four-person rooms. Each dormitory also has central air conditioning to deliver cold air. Seeing dusk coming, Xia quickly got up, washed up, and arranged the things in the room as they were originally according to memory, and then left the dormitory. Chen Mingyuan had been waiting outside the door for a long time. When he saw Xia coming out, he hurriedly greeted her. You know, if we go to the punishment area at this time, we should be able to track the muscular man. There is no need to follow the muscular man today. Xia opened a bag of compressed bread, took out a bottle of milk, took 2 mouthfuls, and said, I will wait for someone on the second floor of the surveillance building. As long as the muscular man is attentive, he will know that he is very likely to be followed by her. Moreover, in the second stage of the game, players' props were no longer prohibited from being used. He was not sure whether she had any props that would prevent him from detecting her whereabouts. In such a situation, the muscular man is likely to make 2 choices. One is to change the time when you enter the underground secret base, and fluctuate frequently, making it difficult for people to catch the pattern and catch others. The other is to simply not go to the secret underground base. No matter what choice the muscular man makes, she is not suitable to stalk the muscular man now. What's more, it is impossible for the muscular man to be the only one entering the secret base. There is no need for her to follow the muscular man. It would be more convenient and easier for her to ambush directly on the second floor. Wait for someone to appear and open the door on the second floor, and then follow him in instead of following the muscular man. Chen Mingyuan understood Xiaoxi's plan and felt a little worried. Then I may not be able to go with you. I don't have so many invisibility tools. Both of his invisibility tools were used last night, and the 24-hour cooling time has not yet passed. I didn't plan to take you with me originally. Xiaoxi chuckled. It's more convenient for me to move alone. Chapter 800 Xiangli Academy 75. Chen Mingyuan. Oh, he's just being sentimental. I'll probably come out tomorrow morning, Xiaoxi added. If you need to see me for anything, just wait for me on the roof of the laboratory building. Okay, I understand. Chen Mingyuan nodded. Xiaoxi ate a third of the compressed bread and drank a bottle of milk before putting on fairy wings and moonlight shadow and quickly left the teacher's dormitory building. When passing by the teaching building, she obviously saw that the security patrols were much stricter than before, and even entry and exit required inspection. The security guards looked at everyone carefully, for fear of missing someone. Obviously, Xiaoxi, who skipped school, and Chen Mingyuan, who skipped work, could not be found all day long. This group of security guards was under great pressure. Xiaoxi only took one look and left. After arriving at the monitoring building, she saw that an additional layer of power grid had been installed outside the windows on the second and third floors, and even the window that had originally had its glass cut out had been replaced with a new one. It seems that someone breaking in here has been discovered, and they have taken quick measures to deal with it. The response was pretty quick. I just couldn't stop her. Xiaoxi landed smoothly and walked lightly into the monitoring building. The door to the control room was closed, and 2 security guards were sitting at the top of the stairs. This had not happened before, and it was obviously a temporary extra manpower to prevent someone from breaking into the second floor. The 2 security guards obviously didn't know what was going on. They were smoking and chatting about what happened during the day. They didn't seem too nervous, but more confused. In their opinion, it was just a student and a security guard who were missing. Maybe they eloped? Being so prepared is a waste of their rest time. Originally, they didn't have to work the night shift today. As they talked, the 2 security guards began to complain about the security captain's inhumanity. Of course, when they said this, their voices were extremely low, for fear that others would hear them. Xiaoxi swaggered past the 2 security guards
and reached the second floor smoothly. At this time, the second floor was already brightly lit. The doors on both sides were closed, and there was no one in the corridor. Through the frosted glass window at the end of the corridor, you could barely see that it was not completely dark outside. Xiaoxi stood at the exit of the stairs on the second floor. It was in the blind spot of surveillance, and the security guard downstairs couldn't see her. If she needs to change her invisibility props, she won't be noticed. She waited patiently for her prey to appear. Who knew that the wait would last 4 or 5 hours? Seeing that the invisibility props were changed several times, and the time gradually reached midnight, the two security guards downstairs couldn't help but dozed off. But no one came to the second floor. Xiaoxi's face also looked a little uncomfortable. Looks good. She already had a guess in her mind at this time. In order to prevent the players from the blue camp from discovering the secrets here, the players from the red camp may have used some method to convince all the people in the hidden leadership and told them not to enter or leave here in the past few days. If this is the case, her actions today are doomed to be nothing more than water in a bamboo basket. Although there is such a guess, it is not 100% sure after all, and we cannot leave immediately at this time. If someone came over in the middle of the night, she couldn't miss the opportunity. So she waited patiently until dawn. And as she expected, no one came in or out the whole night. This time the plan to wait and see failed. Chapter 801 Xiangli Academy 76. The 9th day of the game. Early morning. The roof of the surveillance building. Chen Mingyuan was dozing off when he suddenly saw Xiaoxi appearing and quickly rubbed his face to wake himself up.
How was the harvest?
He leaned forward and asked impatiently.
No one showed up.
Xiaoxi sighed.
I have no chance to go down. What?
Chen Mingyuan looked surprised.
Then you have been lonely waiting all night. It should be a way that the players from the red camp came up with to completely eliminate the possibility of me entering the secret underground base.
Xiaoxi's expression was not too upset.
But it doesn't matter. I have already thought of other ways. What can we do?
Chen Mingyuan was a little disappointed at first, but he suddenly became more energetic after hearing these words.
Either go to the monitoring room, or kidnap a leadership-level teacher.
Xiaoxi looked at Chen Mingyuan.
Choose one of the two.
Chen Mingyuan was stunned for a moment before he asked hesitantly.
Don't you think these two options are too conspicuous?
He swallowed his saliva and said carefully.
Yesterday, the security team was looking for you in shifts all day and night. If you showed up in the monitoring room or went to arrest the leaders, you would definitely attract attention. Then you would be besieged. The possibility is very high. It's not just me they're arresting. Isn't it you as well?
Xiaoxi looked at Chen Mingyuan with a smile.
Don't leave yourself alone. I know they want to arrest me too. But that's not the point now.
Chen Mingyuan felt a little headache.
Can't we think of a safer and more concealed way? If you want to make progress, you must make a breakthrough. It is difficult to make a breakthrough just considering insurance and concealment.
Even the players from the red camp may not be able to catch my props. So other NPCs don't need to take them seriously at all. So don't be so timid.
Chen Mingyuan. Don't you really think you are too courageous? Little ancestor? Although he has a lot of points and good props, he has never been so wasteful in a survival game. Always try to be careful. On the one hand, to save the consumption of props. And on the other hand, because you are afraid of being killed in an accident. He felt that it was normal for him to worry. Not that Xiaoxi said he was timid. She is obviously too courageous. Of course, he could only complain about these words in his heart. But he did not dare to say them out. After hesitating for a while, he said,
If you go to the control room, how do you plan to lure away the security guard in the control room?
I feel that of the two options Xiaoxi mentioned, going to the monitoring room is slightly safer. If he had to choose between the two, he would have chosen the monitoring room. Xiaoxi blinked in confusion.
What are you doing to lure him away? Just knock him unconscious and tie him up. That's fine.
Chen Mingyuan. Isn't she too courageous to ride on a horse?
Do you want to choose to go to the surveillance room?
Xiaoxi suddenly suggested.
But I think it's a bit troublesome to watch the surveillance. It takes a long time. And you may not be able to find the footage of the secret underground base in the surveillance. It's better to capture it faster and more convenient to ask the leadership. Why do you ask me when you have already made your own decision?
Chen Mingyuan couldn't help but muttered.
Don't I want you to have a sense of participation?
Xiaoxi's smile was bright. Chapter 802 Xiangli Academy 77. Chen Mingyuan. Thank you. I don't really want this sense of participation.
Since you have no objection, it's a happy decision.
Xiaoxi turned her head and looked in the direction of the playground. As soon as the brainwashing conference is over, we can follow the dean and tie him up in a place with not many people. Stand up. Wait. You're threatening the dean? Chen Mingyuan's eyes widened. The dean is the person with the highest position in the entire academy. Once the dean is discovered, an all-out rescue effort will be launched. Even if they have many props and are not afraid of being caught, their movements will be restricted. Can this little ancestor be more stable? Yes, Xiaoxi said matter-of-factly. During the brainwashing conference, the dean will show up every time. It is easiest to catch him at this time. If it were any other time, we don't know where he went. No, that's not what I want to say. Qin Mingyuan shook his head anxiously. Don't you think it might be safer to choose someone else? Don't you think that as the dean is the highest level leader of the academy, there is a high possibility that he is hiding from the leadership? Xiaoxi asked rhetorically without answering. Qin Mingyuan was stunned. Other members of the superficial leadership may have nothing to do with the hidden leadership. So what's the use of catching a member of the superficial leadership? Xiaoxi spread her hands. And I want to catch members of the hidden leadership. It means that I have to explore the entire teacher group. And the hit rate is too low. After much thought, it is more cost-effective to arrest the dean. Qin Mingyuan. Hateful. He seemed to be convinced again. Your moonlight shadow cooling time should be over. Right. Xiaoxi suddenly asked. Well, Qin Mingyuan came to his senses and nodded. I stayed here last night and never used the invisibility props. Now both moonlight shadows can be used. That's good. Come with me to arrest people later. Xiaoxi decided. You? Do you still have invisibility items that are not in the cooldown period? Qin Mingyuan couldn't help but ask. He remembered that Xiaoxi had already started using Moonlight Shadow at around 6 o'clock in the evening. It was now around 5 o'clock in the morning. And he had to use 11 items to remain invisible. 11 of them have been used. And she still has some left unused? Of course. Xiaoxi nodded. I have enough Moonlight Shadow left to complete today's kidnapping plan. Qin Mingyuan's eyes widened in surprise. How many Yui Shadow did you buy? 11 already seemed like a lot to him. After using 11 of them, she actually had more than one left. Her level of wealth is not on the same level as his. Don't ask. If you ask, I'll be richer than you. Xiaoxi smiled openly. Qin Mingyuan. Why do I suddenly have low self-esteem? Asterisk. On the playground in the distance, students were already running and exercising in unison. The teachers in charge of supervision all have clear eyes, staring at the students under their jurisdiction, and do not dare to slack off at all. What is different from the usual running exercises is that this time, there are some more security guards on the playground. All of them are on standby, and even have pistols on their waists. They looked around for fear of missing someone who might appear in a certain corner. The students' spirits were very tense, and everyone was much more nervous than before. Even the bold ones did not dare to look around, for fear that if they were not careful, they would become the chickens who killed the chickens to scare the monkeys. Chapter 803 Shenli Academy 78. Zhang Yu ran forward with the team, but his eyes were fixed on a gray-haired woman in her 50s not far away. A little further forward, he can pass the plum blossom. Although a bit dangerous, this is indeed a good opportunity. He took another look at the security guard he just passed by. He did have a pistol on his waist, and put it in a holster. If you want to open the holster and take out the pistol, it will take a few seconds no matter how skilled you are. What's more, these security guards are not usually equipped with such weapons. They were given such equipment because they lost a student and a security guard. I guess they are not very skilled. If the movements are not skillful, there may be a gap of 10 to tens of seconds, which should be enough time for him to ask clearly. Of course, this is the worst outcome. If the situation hadn't been so bad, he wouldn't have been shot. After thinking about this clearly, Zhang Yu took a deep breath. When he was about to get close to the plum blossoms, he suddenly spoke. I am from the blue camp. What about you? His voice was not too high, and no one heard it except for a few people close by. The NPC students running beside him heard Zhang Yu's words and cast doubtful eyes on Zhang Yu, but did not dare to ask anything. Mei Hua immediately realized that Zhang Yu was talking to herself. When she turned to look at Zhang Yu, the security guard behind her was already running towards her quickly. Although the security guard didn't hear what Zhang Yu said, he saw that Zhang Yu's lips moved and he looked at the teacher, which was obviously not normal. What are you doing? I am from the blue side. The security guard's voice and Mei Hua's voice sounded almost at the same time. Although Mei Hua's voice was low, Zhang Yu kept staring at Mei Hua's face and did not miss what Mei Hua said. After receiving this answer,
Zhang Yu breathed a sigh of relief. He spoke very quickly and lowered his voice.
Look for me during class.
As soon as he finished speaking, the security guard walked up to Zhang Yu. He held an electric baton in his hand and pointed at Zhang Yu.
Come out!
Zhang Yu did not resist and walked out of the running team.
What were you talking about just now?
The security guard looked at Zhang Yu up and down with an angry look on his face.
You are not allowed to whisper while running. Don't you understand such a simple rule? I'm sorry.
Zhang Yu apologized sensibly.
I'm thirsty and hungry, and I really can't run anymore. So I want to ask the teacher for a day off to rest.
The security guard looked at Mei Hua. His attitude was much more polite than when he was facing Zhang Yu.
Did he really say that to you just now?
Mei Hua nodded.
Yes.
After a pause, she added,
but I didn't agree.
The security guard was not surprised by this result. He glared at Zhang Yu and said,
I want to take a rest at this hour. I don't have any willpower. Go back for a run.
After saying that, he raised the electric baton in his hand, pretending to hit him with a stick. And his intention of intimidation could not be more obvious. Zhang Yu didn't argue and ran back to the team in silence. After returning to the team, he relaxed completely and his heart was beating fast. Unexpectedly, he really guessed it right. He knew that if the plum blossoms were from the red side and he exposed his side like this, he would most likely be arrested and put in a punishment area, or he would be shot on the spot. Then his situation will become very difficult. But he still wanted to trust his own judgment. Chapter 804 Xiangli Academy 79. Although Mei Hua is a teacher, she treats students politely and gently, which is in line with a normal teacher's attitude towards students. From this aspect, Zhang Yu believes that Mei Hua may be in the blue camp. But he had no chance to find plum blossoms. The only opportunities he could think of to get in touch with plum blossoms were during running exercises and in the canteen. I'm just not sure when I can encounter it. Unexpectedly, God would help him this time. Not only did Mei Hua happen to be on duty, but he also had the opportunity to talk at close range. Of course, he wouldn't miss such a good opportunity. After confirming that Mei Hua was from his own camp, Zhang Yu relaxed a lot. As a result, Xia Wenyou's camp is still unknown. As long as Mei Hua comes to him during class, he can discuss Xia Wenyou's affairs with Mei Hua. After all, Mei Hua has a better chance of getting in touch with Xia Wenyou than he does.
Brother Zhang Yu.
A slightly childish voice sounded behind Zhang Yu.
What did you just say to teacher Mei Hua?
Zhang Yu didn't look back, but his back suddenly became tense.
Brother Zhang Yu, why don't you talk to me?
The voice was a little aggrieved, as if his mouth was pursed. And just hearing the voice made people feel pitiful.
Zhao Yusen, you shouldn't be here,
Zhang Yu then said.
Aren't you afraid that the supervising teacher and the security guard will cause trouble for you if you suddenly change your position?
He still didn't look back and kept trotting forward.
They will turn a blind eye,
Zhao Yusen whispered, and then asked,
You haven't told me yet. What did you say to teacher Mei Hua?
Zhang Yu did not answer Zhao Yusen's question, but instead asked,
Why? Zhu Liwei used his position to open a back door for you. A player in the same camp?
If not, how could Zhao Yusen change her position in the team so unscrupulously, and dare to directly say that the teachers and security guards would turn a blind eye? Zhao Yusen was silent for a moment and suddenly sighed.
Brother Zhang Yu, you don't have to talk to me like this. You should know that no matter what choice I make, I just want to survive in the game. I hope you don't blame me.
The NPC students next to the two people were confused, and they felt like the two people were talking in riddles. But none of them dared to interrupt, and even intentionally or unintentionally kept a little distance from these two people. They were afraid that if they were discovered later, they would be implicated.
I have no reason or position to blame you for any choice you make,
Zhang Yu said in a calm tone.
But we both know that you and I do not belong to the same camp, and we cannot talk to you about many things. I know you are going to ask teacher Mei Hua which camp she belongs to.
Zhao Yusen did not give up and asked again.
Tell me which camp she is from. This will not cost you anything. If you want to know so much, just ask her yourself,
Zhang Yu said as he quickened his pace and ran forward. Zhao Yusen moved her calves and quickly caught up.
You didn't tell me because you wanted to protect her? Did you want to protect her because she is from the blue camp?
Zhang Yu was not fooled, and his expression and movements did not change in any way because of these words.
I said, if you want to know, just ask her. I am not responsible for conveying anyone's camp to you. That's such a pity.
When Zhao Yusen said this, she suddenly gestured towards the distance. Chapter 805 Xiangli Academy 80. A stream of extremely cold air hit Zhang Yu's body from the side, and Zhang Yu froze in place instantly. This was the feeling of the air bullets from the freeze gun hitting his body. And he couldn't move. When the NPC students saw Zhang Yu suddenly stopped, they all looked puzzled. The team behind Zhang Yu paused for a few moments before hurriedly bypassing Zhang Yu and continuing to run forward. Xiao Yusen also stopped. She walked up to Zhang Yu and said,
Uncle Zhu wants me to ask you about the identities of the other players in the blue camp before attacking you. In fact, I didn't have any intentions in the first place. Hope. And have no intention of asking. But when I saw you talking to Teacher Mei Hua, I wanted to at least ask which camp Teacher Mei Hua is from. But you refused to tell me.
Her tone was full of regret. But there was no intolerance or guilt at all.
Zhang Yu brother, you and I are in different camps. I can only attack you just to pass the game. So don't blame me.
Zhang Yu immediately understood what Xiao Yusen meant. The players in the red camp had already agreed that as long as the identity of the blue player was confirmed, they would find an opportunity to kill the blue player and prevent the blue player from knowing the secrets of the academy. They had absolutely no intention of showing any mercy.
Do you dare to kill me in public?
Although Zhang Yu was a little panicked, he was calm on the surface.
Doing it in front of so many NPCs. Are you sure it won't affect your next actions? Of course, I won't do it in front of everyone like this.
While Xiao Yusen was speaking, a muscular man in the distance strode towards Zhang Yu.
I use the freezing gun to restrict your movements just so that I can kill you. Take it to a hidden place and then do it.
Before the muscular man could reach Zhang Yu, he suddenly encountered an obstacle. Mei Hua stood in front of the muscular man with a serious expression.
You attack Zhang Yu.
She didn't say the second half of the sentence. The probability that the player from the red side will launch the attack at this time is extremely high. What's more, Zhang Yu is originally from the blue camp, so this muscular man must be from the red camp. The muscular man stopped and looked down at the plum blossom in front of him.
You stop me.
He only said the first half of the sentence. But it was obvious that the second half of the sentence, he did not say confirmed that Mei Hua was from the blue camp. The two people only had simple eye contact and very few words. And they had already determined what the other meant. The next second, the muscular man punched out. And with the sound of wind, he quickly attacked Mei Hua's face. Mei Hua stepped back. But her reaction was not sensitive enough due to her age. She was half a beat too slow. But she still could not avoid the muscular man's punch. The defensive barrier lit up. And the next second the defensive prop shattered. Mei Hua's face changed slightly. The vest she is wearing is a medium-grade defensive item. Although the defense level is not high and the durability is only half, it can never be damaged by a punch under normal circumstances. There is only one possibility, and that is that this man has undergone physical strengthening. Even a person with ordinary physical fitness will be much stronger than a normal person after being strengthened 100 times. What's more, muscular men are known to be strong at first glance, so it becomes even more difficult after being strengthened. Before Mei Hua had time to think, the muscular man's second punch had already struck. She staggered back a few steps, quickly took out a dark patterned silk scarf from the storage compartment and put it on herself. Chapter 806 Xiongli Academy 81. Plum Blossom only has this one high-grade defensive item, and she won't be willing to use it unless she has to. But now there is no need to worry about dying here. Although Mei Hua's reaction was not fast enough, she finally put on the new defensive items before the muscular man's second punch hit her body. The light suddenly appeared, and the plum blossom was unscathed. But the durability of the defensive item suddenly dropped a lot. The muscular man's face was dark, and he attacked Mei Hua without any reservation of strength. At this moment, the effect of freezing gun on Zhang Yu disappeared, and he rushed over with a single stride. Xiao Yusen knew that she couldn't stop Zhang Yu at all. So when Zhang Yu rushed out, she ducked out of the way, fearing that she would become Zhang Yu's first target. Fortunately, Zhang Yu wanted to save people first, not kill people. As soon as the muscular man swung out his third punch, he was blocked by Zhang Yu, who rushed over. The muscular man's expression became even more ugly, being able to resist his punch effortlessly. It is obvious that this exhibition has also been strengthened physically. He only has one freeze gun, and after using it once, it needs to cool down for an hour before it can be used again. Without the freezing gun to control Zhang Yu, it means that it becomes difficult to kill Mei Hua, and it was also very difficult for him to kill the physically enhanced Zhang Yu. At this time, the NPCs on the playground had long been frightened by such an incident and didn't know what to do. The students did not continue to run around in circles and scattered one after another, far away from where Zhang Yu and the muscular man were. The security guards had already taken out their guns and pointed them at Zhang Yu, but they didn't know when it would be better for them to shoot. Most of the teachers ran away, fearing that they would be affected.
Zhu Liwei stayed with the dean and others, sitting on the podium, seeing that there was so much commotion on the playground. The muscular man still had no advantage. He said low to several other leaders and ran over with his fat body. Xiaoxi, who was hiding in the dark, saw this and whispered,
"The opportunity has come."
Qin Mingyuan was stunned.
"Wait until the brainwashing conference is over. Are you able to adapt to changes?" "Okay."
Xiaoxi pointed to Zhang Yu, who was in a mess.
"Now everyone's attention is there, and there are no other players around the dean. So isn't it the best time to make a move? Then Zhang Yu doesn't have to worry about it."
Qin Mingyuan hesitated.
"Go and help me. It won't be a problem for me to take care of the dean by myself,"
Xiaoxi said decisively.
"It's best to make a loud noise so that everyone's attention is there. This way, you can win more for me."
Time tortures the dean.
Although Qin Mingyuan was a little reluctant to venture out and take risks, he still agreed. At this time, he couldn't refute Xiaoxi's arrangement. Qin Mingyuan took a deep breath, took out his freezing gun and rushed out. He was neither invisible nor wearing fairy wings. When he suddenly rushed out, he attracted a lot of people's attention. The security captain was the first to see Qin Mingyuan, and his reaction was also the fastest. He immediately shot Qin Mingyuan in the leg.
But he didn't expect that the bullet seemed to be bounced off by something. Qin Mingyuan was unharmed, and he didn't even stop for a moment, and still rushed towards Zhang Yu. The security captain chased after him and gestured to the other security guards. Most of the security guards rushed towards Zhang Yu and Qin Mingyuan. Suddenly, the playground became even more chaotic. Chapter 807 Xiangli Academy 82. The dean stood on the podium, looking at the chaos in the distance. His brows furrowed tightly.
"What's going on with these people?"
His kind face showed anger and dissatisfaction.
"How dare they make such a big fuss under my nose? None of them are afraid of death."
Before the dean finished speaking, Qin Mingyuan in the distance had already kicked away a security guard who was blocking the way, and also snatched the gun from the security guard's hand. But when Qin Mingyuan tried to shoot at the security guards, he found that the gun had misfired in his hand. Obviously, the security guard shot him very smoothly just now. If he hadn't had defensive items, he would have been injured by now. But now that the gun is in his hand, he can't fire it. Although Qin Mingyuan is not smart, he has already understood at this time that it must be restricted by the rules of the game. The game rules clearly state that players are not allowed to use thermal weapons, and players' own thermal weapons cannot be taken out of the storage compartment. But now it seems that even if it is a hot weapon snatched from the NPC, he cannot use it. He said, "Shit," and threw the pistol directly towards another security guard. The security guard was hit on the eyebrow, and took 2 steps back with a cry of pain. But more security guards rushed towards Qin Mingyuan. Qin Mingyuan cursed, but kept walking. He quickly broke through the encirclement and joined Zhang Yu. The dean saw this situation from a distance and slammed the table in front of him.
"This is absolutely outrageous. Once these people catch them, they will give me the most severe punishment."
The 3 leaders nearby quickly followed suit. Before they could say a few more nice words to flatter the dean, they suddenly rolled their eyes and fainted. The dean heard the movement and looked aside, and saw 3 people lying on the ground in a staggered manner. He was startled, looked up and looked around, but didn't see anyone. He didn't feel relieved, but became even more uneasy. He moved his chair and wanted to leave the podium. The next second, he suddenly felt cold all over, and his whole body stiffened. No matter how anxious he was, and how much he wanted to take a step and run, he could never move a step.
"What's wrong with me?"
He looked panicked and confused, and subconsciously said what was in his heart. He didn't get any answer. At this time, everyone on the playground was focused on Zhang Yu, Qin Mingyuan and others, and no one noticed what was happening on the podium in the distance. The microphone was not turned on, so no one could hear the dean even if he called for help. Xiaoxi put a moonlight shadow on the dean, then swaggered and dragged the dean to the roof of the surveillance building. She untied the dean's moonlight shadow and saw the frightened expression on the dean's face. His face turned pale, as if he had just experienced a life and death.
"Are you afraid of heights?"
she asked the dean while untying her moonlight shadow. She didn't do anything to the dean just now, but the dean's expression was so bad. After thinking about it, it was possible that he was afraid of heights. Seeing Xiaoxi suddenly appear in front of him, the dean's lips trembled.
"It was you. Did you grab me and fly up?"
He turned his eyes slightly, and saw the beautiful transparent wings with shimmering on Xiaoxi's back. He subconsciously stepped back.
"Who are you? Are you a monster?"
Chapter 808 Xiangli Academy 83. After moving 2 steps,
The dean realized that he could move. His first thought was to run. But this was the roof. And the door leading below had long been sealed. So he had no chance of escaping. Of course, she would not answer the dean's questions. She looked at the dean with a bright smile.
Don't be nervous. I'm just asking you a few small questions. If your answers satisfy me,
I won't hurt you. What on earth do you want to do?
The kind expression on the dean's face has long since disappeared. He is either angry or crazy.
There is a secret base under the surveillance building.
Right? She asked directly without mincing words. The dean was stunned for a moment, then turned his head and looked away.
I don't understand what you are talking about. That's false.
She chuckled.
If you really don't know about this, after hearing what I said, your first reaction should be that you think I'm confused. And you might even question me. But he just said that he didn't understand. And he didn't even dare to look at me.
The dean was quite decent when he pretended to be amiable. But he wasn't very good at controlling his micro-expressions. However, this just confirmed her inference. As the highest level leader of the academy, the dean is indeed a member of the hidden leadership. The dean was panicked, but tried not to show it on his face. He turned and looked at Xiaoxi.
I think what you said is incomprehensible. But I didn't express it very well. A person who holds brainwashing meetings every day speaks so many impassioned brainwashing terms. You think you can't express yourself well?
Xiaoxi had a silver table knife in her hand and pressed it against the dean's neck.
I have no intention of joking with you. If you don't cooperate, I don't mind letting you feel the pain.
After a pause, she suddenly showed a wicked smile.
Teacher Flathead. Do you remember? He was killed with my table knife.
The dean's face finally changed uncontrollably.
Is it you?
Teacher Flathead's death was a big deal in the entire academy. But the security captain had been investigating for so long without making any progress. So the matter was almost dropped. But I didn't expect that the poor witness at that time actually admitted that he was the perpetrator.
Otherwise, what do you think? Why haven't you found the so-called murderer for so long?
Xiaoxi's smile was a little brighter.
Or do you want to experience it for yourself before you are willing to believe that what I say is true?
As she said that, she used a little force with her hand holding the knife and cut the dean's skin directly. The wound was not deep, but there was still a little blood seeping out.
I didn't say I didn't believe it.
The pain and the smell of blood immediately made the dean a little anxious. This stinky girl is a lunatic. She didn't even give him a chance to express his opinion. So she just took action. The normal process of threatening people is not like this.
That's good. What is in this underground base?
Xiaoxi stared at the dean's eyes and added before the dean spoke.
If you tell me you don't know again, I will kill you directly.
Anyway, you are not the only one with hidden leadership in the academy. And I would do the same with others.
Hearing that Xiaoxi actually knew about hiding the leadership, the dean who originally wanted to pretend to be stupid immediately gave up the idea. He swallowed and replied nervously.
It contains all the information about the early days of the academy's establishment, as well as a large laboratory.
Chapter 809 Xiangli Academy 84.
Laboratory?
Xiaoxi raised her eyebrows slightly.
What experiments are you doing?
There was a look of hesitation on the dean's face.
What? You want to play another trick?
Xiaoxi did not give the dean more time to be silent. The knife in her hand was even closer to the dean's carotid artery.
No.
The dean panicked and hurriedly explained.
I just don't know how to tell you. Then you can start from the beginning and talk slowly. I have plenty of time.
Xiaoxi had a lot of time and was not in a hurry. Dean. Normally, shouldn't we avoid procrastinating for too long and make long stories short? Isn't this girl afraid of being found by the security guards? Even though this is a rooftop, it's not easy to find it. And it's a bit difficult to get up. But is she really not worried about the long nights and dreams?
Are you mute again?
Xiaoxi tilted her head.
I can let you speak slowly, but you can't keep silent.
The dean collected his thoughts and then said,
Actually, this starts from the very beginning of the establishment of our academy. When the academy was first established, it only accepted those bad children who were underage. But as time goes by, those children will grow up. There are many stubborn bad children who will not change even when they reach adulthood. And there are more new students coming in the academy in a steady stream. According to the rules, children who have not improved can't leave the academy. After more than 10 years, the academy is full of people. As a result, the academy has set a new rule for those who have not met the graduation requirements but are already 25 years old. Students take a test. The test contents vary, but they are all formulated according to the characteristics of the students. If the test is passed, the students can be given a new identity and no longer be students. If the test is not passed, the student will be reformed. How to transform it?
Xiaoxi finally interjected.
Is it related to the laboratory you just mentioned? That's true.
The dean nodded.
The laboratory is the last resort used to reform bad students who have been disobedient. You haven't said how to transform it yet.
Xiaoxi did not ignore this problem. Beads of sweat broke out on the dean's forehead.
I'm not a staff member of the laboratory. I actually don't know the specific process. That's it.
Xiaoxi did not question this. She looked at the dean quietly for a few seconds and suddenly said,
Take me to the underground laboratory to have a look. Oh?
The dean looked reluctant. Xiaoxi patted the dean on the face with the cold knife blade.
Die. Or take me to the underground laboratory. Choose one.
The dean trembled all over and said quickly,
Take you there. Take you there.
Xiaoxi grabbed the dean's collar and jumped directly from the roof. The dean was so frightened that he closed his eyes tightly. He was too frightened to make any sound, and his face turned pale. Fairy wings sparkled in the sun, bringing Xiaoxi and the dean smoothly to the ground. Xiaoxi didn't use any invisibility props, and swaggeringly dragged the dean toward the monitoring building. Just as she expected, there was too much noise on the playground, and all the security guards went to the playground to maintain order. There was no one in the control room, and there was no guard at the entrance to the stairs on the first floor. She came in without any hindrance, and didn't have to worry about being discovered. Chapter 8-10 Xiangli Academy 85. The dean reluctantly followed Xiaoxi to the second floor.
What I told you is the truth. There is no need for you to go down to verify it. I don't want to hear you talking nonsense. Can you be quiet?
Xiaoxi pushed the dean rudely. The tip of the knife pressed against the dean's back.
Hurry up and open the door.
The dean immediately shut up and honestly opened one of the doors on the right. The two of them went in together and climbed up the wooden ladder to the third floor. During this period, the dean tried to find opportunities to resist. But Xiaoxi kept a close eye on him, and he did not dare to move casually. In this way, the two people arrived at the elevator on the third floor. The dean didn't say nonsense like before. He walked over and pressed the code, and then opened the elevator. Xiaoxi followed the dean into the elevator. As soon as she raised her eyes, she saw the surveillance camera in the elevator. But her expression did not change, and she had no intention of destroying the surveillance. The dean had been paying attention to Xiaoxi's expression. Seeing that Xiaoxi was not nervous at all despite seeing the surveillance, he suddenly felt a little uneasy. It was impossible for Xiaoxi not to know what this surveillance meant. There is also a monitoring room in the underground test room, which monitors all places from the elevator to the underground test room. If she breaks in rashly like this, she will definitely be discovered. But she wasn't nervous. Does she think that there is no one in the underground laboratory at the moment, and it doesn't matter even if it is caught on surveillance? Or does she have a way to escape safely? Before the dean could think more, the elevator stopped. Xiaoxi did not go out immediately, but asked,
Does this underground base have 2 floors?
The dean was a little shocked. There is actually only one button for the negative floor on the elevator. No matter who sees it, they will only think that the underground base has only 1 floor. But why does Xiaoxi know that there are 2 levels? The next second, the dean responded,
Did you know about it from Flathead?
Since Xiaoxi said that she killed Ping 2, it is possible that she learned something about the underground base from Ping 2. This would also explain why she knew about the hidden leadership.
It seems that there are indeed 2 floors.
Xiaoxi did not answer the dean's question, but the dean's reaction confirmed her guess. The dean choked, but he also knew that it was useless to deny it now. He simply stopped talking and walked out of the elevator. Xiaoxi followed out. As soon as she stepped out of the elevator door, a piercing alarm suddenly sounded on the entire negative floor. Alarm alert. There is an intruder. One sentence plays on a continuous loop. The dean quickly ran away at the sound of the alarm. At the same time, several men in combat uniforms gathered around with pistols. The dean hid behind the men, and his expression couldn't help but relax a little. He looked at Xiaoxi.
You are too hasty if you dare to come in alone. Although you are a little smart, you are still young and have no experience.
Xiaoxi raised her hand and interrupted the dean.
Stop talking about your rude words. If I get tired of talking too much, I will definitely kill you first.
There was no look of annoyance on her face, and there was even a bit of a smile on her face. But being able to laugh under such circumstances made the dean feel uneasy.
Which of you can show me around here?
Xiaoxi ignored the guns pointed at her and spoke in a relaxed tone, as if she was really a tourist. Chapter 8-11 Xiangli Academy 86. Xiaoxi had expected something like this to happen all morning.
It would be strange if no one was guarding down here. But what she wants to do is not to get anything from here. She just needs to understand what is here and then run out. She was absolutely confident about running out. As for these possible obstacles, she has the best defense tools, so there is no need to take them seriously. That's why she didn't care about the possible traps and threats here and asked the dean to bring her in directly. The men in combat uniforms were stunned when they saw Xiaoxi's reaction. But soon they straightened their expressions and pointed their guns straight at Xiaoxi.
If you leave now, I can spare your life,
one of the bearded men warned in a deep voice. The dean originally wanted to add that although he could survive after leaving, he would have to enter the punishment area to accept the punishment for violating school rules during this period. But when he thought of what Xiaoxi had just said, he still didn't say it, although he felt that he was safe now. Xiaoxi's performance was too calm, so he had better be careful.
It seems no one is willing to show me around,
Xiaoxi said as she walked forward.
Forget it. I'll go shopping by myself. I'm warning you to stop immediately.
The bearded man raised his voice a little higher and opened the safety catch.
Otherwise, I will really shoot.
Xiaoxi seemed not to hear anything and continued walking forward. The bearded man's face darkened, and he pressed the trigger directly. The bullet was aimed at Xiaoxi's leg and shot. Xiaoxi did not dodge, but continued to move forward at her own pace. When the bullet was about to hit Xiaoxi, it seemed that it was suddenly blocked by something and bounced away. The bearded man and others were all taken aback, and even the dean looked incredulous. Xiaoxi didn't care what these people's reactions were. She walked quickly inside. The first floor below is divided into 5 rooms of different sizes, but each room has glass walls and glass doors, making it easy to see the layout inside. One of the rooms is a monitoring room. One room should be a rest room, and the other 2 rooms look like sampling rooms, with many test tubes and some necessary equipment for sampling. There was another room that was the largest and looked like it was used for experiments. It was filled with all kinds of unknown potions and experimental equipment. Several people in white coats and goggles were busy inside. It is worth noting that there is a very narrow metal box in the innermost part of this room, which looks like a simplified version of an elevator. Xiaoxi walked towards the big room. Everyone who was still trying to shoot at Xiaoxi suddenly stopped attacking. Although it was unclear why the gun could not hit Xiaoxi, it was not a wise choice to continue shooting when the attack was ineffective. Especially Xiaoxi had already walked inside. Shooting randomly at this time would easily damage the glass wall. Several men in combat uniforms made the same decision almost at the same time. They put away their pistols, took out their daggers, and rushed towards Xiaoxi. Soon they were standing in front of Xiaoxi.
This is not something you can enter casually,
Beard growled unceremoniously. The people in white coats in the room heard the movement, looked up, then lowered their heads again and continued working. Chapter 812 Xiongli Academy 87. The men in white coats seemed to have great confidence in these men in combat uniforms. They were not nervous at all, and were still busy with their own affairs in an orderly manner. Xiaoxi was not nervous either. She smiled at everyone.
Why are you so prepared? I just want to visit. Do you have any plans? I will go back after the visit. You are not qualified to visit here,
Bearded said rudely.
Don't force us to do anything to you. You don't even think about it. Guns are ineffective against me. What effect can a mere dagger have?
Xiaoxi chuckled.
You are just forcing me to attack you.
As soon as she finished speaking, she rushed straight towards Beard and the others. The bearded man and others obviously did not expect that Xiaoxi would turn from defense to attack, but they quickly reacted after being stunned for 2 seconds. Xiaoxi only attacks but does not defend. Her attacks are fierce and fast, and her reactions are quick and precise. The bearded man and the others soon fell into a disadvantage. Their attacks could not hurt Xiaoxi at all. Xiaoxi could not defend herself without any scruples, but they had to defend Xiaoxi's attacks. All this resulted in Xiaoxi taking the initiative in this battle. Although Xiaoxi only had a table knife in her hand, she could always find their weak points and strike hard and accurately. After a while, each of them had some injuries. The dean who was watching the battle not far away was frightened. He didn't expect that Xiaoxi would be so difficult. The confusing defense ability is enough to give people a headache, but she actually also has good attack ability. The current situation is quite unfavorable to Luo Shihu and others. If this continues, it will only be a matter of time before Xiaoxi defeats these people. The dean carefully moved back step by step, wanting to take the elevator up and find other reinforcements to help. But before he could get close to the elevator, Xiaoxi's knife flew toward him like a dart and hit his calf. The dean screamed in pain and fell to the ground.
Hey!
Xiaoxi showed regret I originally wanted to stab you in the thigh.
It seems that her accuracy is still not very good, and she needs to practice more. The dean wanted to cry, but had no tears. This horse pricked his calf, and it didn't make him any better.
What a pity.
Xiaoxi paid no attention to the dean, took out a new knife from the storage compartment, and attacked Beard and the others again. After another 10 minutes of back and forth, Xiaoxi finally knocked down several people. She gasped and wiped the sweat from her face. Her strength is still far behind compared to Yi Kongqing's. If it were Yi Kongqing, he could kill everyone with one punch in 10 seconds. It took her nearly half an hour in total to get it done. Alas, the gap in military force is still difficult to make up. But forget it. Everyone has their own specialties. Mentally, she is much stronger than Yi Kongqing. In general, she can now solve these troubles in half an hour. And she is very satisfied. Xiaoxi took out an antidote pill from the storage compartment, and after eating it, she stepped over the crowd and walked into the glass room. When the bearded men and others fell to the ground, those in white coats stopped busy and stared at Xiaoxi defensively. Some people were holding strange things in their hands, and seemed ready to attack Xiaoxi at any time. Since this is a laboratory, there is likely to be some poison, and the defensive items are not protective against gas, poison, smoke, and the like. So she takes an antidote pill just in case. Chapter 813 Xiangli Academy 88. Xiaoxi walked to the glass door and waved to the people inside.
Hello. I'm just here for a visit. I'll go back after the visit. I won't hurt you. So can you open the door for me?
The people in white coats looked at each other, but no one moved. Xiaoxi tried to kick the glass door and found that the glass was quite strong and should be made of bulletproof glass. She would probably not leave any traces based on how many times she kicked it. She looked at the men in white coats again.
To be honest, I don't have a habit of hurting others for no reason. But if you don't cooperate, I will have to take measures against you. So it is good for everyone if you open the door.
The men in white coats remained motionless. In their opinion, it is safest to stay in the house and wait for other rescue. And only fools would open the door. Xiaoxi shrugged.
Then there's nothing we can do.
She took out a long-cherished gas can from the storage compartment, along with a transparent plastic hose. People in white coats, the bearded man and the others, who had not fainted yet but were just lying on the ground unable to move, said, the dean who just climbed to the elevator door.
And hashtag Ewan % Ewan and hashtag.
I took out 2 table knives before and said nothing. But where did such a big gas tank come from? Even if the horse had a backpack, it would be impossible to hold such a gas tank. Not to mention her hands were empty. Where is it hidden? Is this magic? While everyone looked on in shock, she inserted one end of the hose into the crack of the door, connected the other end to the gas tank, and then opened the gas valve.
Although there is a ventilation system in this room, with the speed at which I put the gas in, I probably won't be able to finish it in time.
Xiaoxi looked at the few white coats with a smile.
It's still too late for you to change your mind.
The air quality here is not very good, and the fresh air system is obviously not very good. In this case, the gas will not be easily dispersed. Several people in the glass room quickly asked about the smell of gas. One of them went over to turn on the ventilation function, but it turned out that the effect was not very good.
By the way, don't blame me for not reminding you. I still have a lot of gas cans like this,
Xiaoxi said and took out 2 more, lest these people think she was talking nonsense. Originally, the people in white coats were still holding on to the idea that the capacity of a small gas tank might not poison people. But now, they were completely panicked.
Stop turning on the gas. We'll just open the door,
one of the young men said quickly. With that said, he walked to the door and unlocked the door. I was afraid that if I went any slower, I would be poisoned and faint. Xiaoxi turned off the gas valve and put away the 3 gas tanks. As soon as he entered the glass room, the young man suddenly sprayed something with a pungent smell on Xiaoxi's face. Xiaoxi smiled at the young man and threw the young man to the ground with a throw over her shoulder. The young man fell to the ground before he had time to react. He was wearing thin clothes and the tile floor was quite strong. The fall made his whole body numb with pain and he couldn't move for a while.
I told you to be nice and don't cause trouble, but you are disobedient.
Xiaoxi stepped over the young man and walked towards the metal box in the corner.
This should lead to the 2nd floor below. Right.
Seeing that the young man's poison attack had no effect, several other people in white coats threw everything in their hands, fearing that Xiaoxi would misunderstand that they would also attack her. And then, they would also throw her over their shoulders. Chapter 814 Xiangli Academy 89.
I'm asking you, are you all mute? Xiaoxi walked up to the metal box. Is this the one leading to the second floor below? None of the people in white coats dared to speak, but they nodded at the same time. Xiaoxi then opened the door of the metal box and looked inside. There was only one button inside. You can go down by pressing this button? Xiaoxi asked again. Several people in white coats nodded. Xiaoxi walked in without hesitation and pressed the button. The entire box began to sink, and soon it reached the bottom. The metal door opened, and Xiaoxi finally saw the second floor below. She looked up at what she saw, her eyes widening in surprise. The space on the second floor below is much larger than that on the first floor. There are no glass doors to separate it, and it is full of square containers. From a distance, you can't even count how many there are. Those containers are made of translucent material and are filled with unknown liquid. Even if you don't get close, you can clearly see the human figure curled up in the liquid. Xiaoxi guessed that the dean was hiding something in what he said to her, so she wanted to see the actual situation here with her own eyes. But no matter what, she never expected to see such a scene. As she walked inside, she looked around. There are several wires connected to the back of each container. As a layman, you can probably tell that one of them is a wire, which should allow the container to operate normally. There are also transmission ports and discharge ports. As for its specific function, she didn't know. She looked carefully at the faces of those people through the glass container and found several familiar faces. One is her roommate in the same dormitory. One is her classmate in the same class. One is a student who was in the same team as her during running exercises. And some are just familiar faces, and I can't tell who they are. The people in the container looked exactly like the people she saw in the academy. Of course, not every container is filled with people. The further you go, the more empty containers there are. Xiaoxi walked to the end and saw a small archive room there. There are a lot of paper documents placed inside. The paper is yellowed, and it looks like it has a certain age. She locked the door of the archives room, dragged the shelves in the archives room to block the door, and then started to flip through the information page by page. Finally, when she heard hurried footsteps outside the door, she learned the deepest secret about this academy. In the early days of the academy's establishment, it was true that all underage students were admitted, as the dean said. But there were always some stubborn and uncompromising children who still failed to graduate from the academy even when they became adults. Students who have not graduated cannot be let out, but new students will continue to enter every year. As time goes by, the college is full of students, and both the discipline pressure of the teachers and the cost pressure of the college have increased accordingly. Under such circumstances, the then dean formed a hidden leadership and established an underground secret base. The number of people in the hidden leadership is very small, and they are mainly responsible for recording, managing and supervising the normal operation of the underground secret base. Only those who have gone through multiple inspections, are determined to be loyal to the academy, and are proud of the academy can have the opportunity to become a hidden leader. And those people in white coats are technical talents hired by each dean at a huge expense. Chapter 815 Xianli Academy 90. These men in white coats were paid a lot of money to serve in the underground secret base for the rest of their lives, and they also signed confidentiality agreements. They do not belong to the hidden leadership of the academy. They are independent from the academy, and are the main staff of the underground secret base. Every student will undergo a comprehensive physical examination at the beginning of their enrollment. At that time, these white coats will appear. With the convenience of the physical examination, all sample information of each student will be collected and placed in a frozen storage room on the second floor. Inside, the frozen collection room is right next to this small archive room. When students are 24 years old, if they have not met graduation requirements and have many performance problems, these students will be given a final test. Yes, this test was not conducted at the age of 25, as the dean said. It was actually conducted at the age of 24. The test contents are indeed not fixed, as the dean said, and are all formulated according to the characteristics of the students. But the same thing is that these tests give students great temptation. Let students feel the taste of oppressing others, the taste of power, and even the fun of torturing others. If a student enjoys these statuses and passes the test, then the student will not meet the graduation requirements, but can directly work in the academy. Depending on the content of the test, he or she can become a security guard or teacher in the academy. Yes, in fact, after so many years of iterations, all the teachers and security guards in the academy, including the leadership, were once students of the academy. They did not meet the requirements for graduation and could not become good children in the eyes of their parents. But the evil they displayed met the requirements of becoming teachers or security guards.
The biggest benefit of the internal changes in the academy's personnel is that it increases the number of teachers and security guards, which in turn reduces the number of students, thus reducing the pressure to supervise students. And those students who still retain their good character and cannot pass this test will have their clones made by the white coats in a secret base without their knowledge. The production and cultivation of clones are not 100% successful, but the experience of the white coats can already control the cultivation to be successful within 1 year. Therefore, when a student fails the test at the age of 24, the white coats will start to make a clone of the student until the clone is grown. Finally, a brain modification surgery will be performed to make the clone obedient and obedient. Complete obedience will never disobey the elders and meet all the requirements and standards in this society. When the brain modification surgery is successful, the college will issue a graduation certificate to the student. But in fact, what left the academy was a modified clone, and the original body was destroyed without everyone knowing. The destruction process is carried out on the first floor of the basement. The use of various chemicals ensures that it becomes fertile nutrients, which can be sold as fertilizer and make a profit. In this way, the problem of stranded students can be reduced and the burden on the college can be reduced. At the same time, more places can be reserved to allow more new students to come in. As for the costs of cloning and brain modification, they are actually obtained by charging high education and training fees from the parents of the students. Not only does the academy not lose money, it even makes a profit, with those students who successfully graduated and the well-behaved clones used as publicity. Countless parents are convinced of the ability of Xiaoli Academy to cultivate well-behaved children. Naturally, they think that you get what you pay for, and it is worth spending more money. Chapter 8:16 Xiaoli Academy 91. When Xiaoxi saw this, there was a trace of disgust in her eyes. At this time, the footsteps outside the door were very close and stopped directly at the door. Soon, the sound of banging on the door came. Obviously, people outside did not find Xiaoxi on the second floor, so they could conclude that Xiaoxi was hiding in the archives room. Xiaoxi calmly read the last part of the information before walking over to dismantle the computer host. Although time was tight, her hands were steady, and she quickly disassembled the host and pulled out the hard drive inside. At this time, the person outside the door had broken the door lock with a gun, and several people worked together to open the door a crack. Xiaoxi took her time and put on a golden sun brooch. When the people outside the door finally opened the gap wider, allowing people to squeeze in, Xiaoxi activated the teleportation effect of White Jew, and she disappeared into the archives in an instant. After finally squeezing in with an injury, the bearded man found that the archives room was empty, with only the dismantled mainframe scattered on the ground. He was suddenly confused. Where did that woman go? Asterisk. At this time, Xiaoxi appeared on the roof of the surveillance building. Qin Mingyuan and Zhang Yu were both here. When they noticed someone suddenly appearing, they were a little nervous for a moment. But when they saw it was Xiaoxi, they immediately relaxed. You're finally back. Qin Mingyuan breathed a sigh of relief. If you don't show up again, I will have to take Zhang Yu away. What? Your whereabouts were seen. Xiaoxi raised her eyebrows slightly. Isn't that right? Qin Mingyuan couldn't help complaining. Those security guards and teachers are all working with Zhu Liwei and the muscular man. With just a few of us. And we can't use thermal weapons. We are really passive in fighting. I will see later the momentum was wrong. And I was almost overwhelmed by the crowd tactics. So I decisively flew away with Zhang Yu. Having said this, he sighed again. I flew in front of everyone. Even if the speed is very fast, it is only a matter of time before they find this place. If it weren't for the appointment with Xiaoxi to meet here, he would have wanted to find a safer place to hide. Although this is a rooftop, it is normally not easy to find. But today everyone saw him flying away, especially the players in the red camp. It was easy to guess that he would be hiding on the roof. There is no cover here, so I feel like I am a particularly conspicuous target, and it is too easy to be discovered. Thinking of this, he hurriedly urged Xiaoxi. Let's go. Let's hide in a different place. And we can talk about anything when we're sure it's safe. Xiaoxi didn't object. It's really unsafe here. Why don't we go to the roof of the dormitory building? The dean will come out soon. Even if he is not sure whether she will be on the roof of the monitoring building, he will definitely send someone here to take a look first. So it's really unsafe. Qin Mingyuan. Dot! Why is it the roof again? Xiaoxi knew what Qin Mingyuan was thinking just by looking at his expression. She explained with a smile. We both have wings. Even if people from the red camp come looking for us, we can fly away quickly and change places. But if hiding indoors is not as fast as running on the roof. Judging from the fact that Qin Mingyuan flew away and no one from the red camp immediately caught up with him. It was basically certain that no one from the red camp had the fairy wings prop. Chapter 817 Xiangli Academy 92. Since the opponent can't fly, this becomes their biggest advantage. Qin Mingyuan thought about it, and found that what Xiaoxi said did make sense. He quickly pulled Zhan Yu aside and said to Xiaoxi,
"Then I'll listen to you. Let's go to the roof of the dormitory building first."
Zhan Yu didn't speak the whole time. He lowered his head and looked weak, as if he had been hit by something. Xiaoxi glanced at Zhan Yu, didn't ask any questions, and flew quickly to the roof of the girls' dormitory with Qin Mingyuan. After landing, she asked Qin Mingyuan,
"What happened to you on the playground? Did you lose?" "Hey, they have a large number of people. We have too few people. Although we can protect ourselves, it is difficult to fight back."
Qin Mingyuan said this with unwillingness and annoyance on his face.
"Those people in the red camp they were too treacherous, using those NPCs as shields. And we couldn't use guns. After fighting for a long time, we only injured some NPCs, but did not hurt the players in the red camp at all."
Zhan Yu, who had been silent all this time, spoke at this time.
"Originally, I had a chance to defeat the muscular man, but when he saw that he was no match for me, he immediately used the NPC's security guard as a shield, and then took the opportunity to counterattack me. I didn't expect that your physical enhancement effect would be even more powerful than that of a muscular man."
Xiaoxi looked a little surprised. Zhan Yu's figure doesn't look as powerful as that of a muscular man. It's all about physical enhancement, but the strengthening effect will be better for people with stronger initial physical fitness. So at first glance, she thought Zhan Yu would definitely lose against a muscular man. "I didn't expect that I could win by a narrow margin."
"He's pretty good."
Qin Mingyuan patted Zhan Yu on the shoulder, praised him, and finally coughed dryly and said,
"I just don't know what's going on with him. He cries every time he fights. I just went over and saw him crying. I was shocked and thought something had happened to him."
Zhan Yu's face looked a little embarrassed. He turned his head and muttered in a low voice,
"That's why I hate fighting."
He was born with a strange physique with well-developed tear glands, and he cried easily when his mood fluctuated. Sometimes it's not that he feels sad or that he wants to cry. It's completely out of his brain's control. And when he fought, he was mostly angry. He was obviously very angry. But his tears couldn't stop flowing, crying and fighting at the same time. He is still a grown man, and it is embarrassing no matter how he thinks about it. So he would never fight with anyone unless he had to. Today was a good day. He had a crying fight in front of everyone, and his face was basically humiliated. Xiaoxi endured it, and tried her best not to laugh out loud. It's much more embarrassing for a man to have this situation than for a woman, especially when fighting requires building momentum, and crying basically loses all momentum. No wonder Zhan Yu just didn't want to talk and looked so shocked. In order to prevent herself from laughing out loud and embarrassing Zhan Yu, Xiaoxi changed the topic. She looked at Qin Mingyuan and asked,
"You only brought Zhan Yu here. What about the others?"
Qin Mingyuan suddenly showed an angry expression.
"Forget it. That bitch Zhou Weiwei actually took advantage of the chaos and killed Ma Yingying."
He has always known that he is not a good person. But if he is asked to kill the partner who is bound to him, he still has to hesitate. Unlike Zhou Weiwei, she strikes quickly and ruthlessly. It seems that she has made this decision very early, and is waiting for the opportunity to take action immediately. Chapter 818 Xiangli Academy 93. Although the relationship between two people in this game is antagonistic, it is not to the point where they have to kill each other. Zhou Weiwei immediately decided to abandon Ma Yingying and go to that fat Zhu Liwei. So she didn't care at all that she would lose her binding partner after Ma Yingying died. That bitch Zhou Weiwei might be planning to let that fat Zhu Liwei bind her after untying her from Ma Yingying. The more Qin Mingyuan thought about it, the angrier he became, and he gritted his teeth.
When those NPCs rushed over together, the entire playground was in chaos. The remaining durability of Ma Yingying's mid-grade defense items was already very low, and she was hit several times by security guns during the chaos. The durability was exhausted, and before she could get new defensive items, Zhou Weiwei took the opportunity to take action, and Ma Yingying was killed before she could react.
He only saw it from a distance, and had no time to save him. Although he and Ma Yingying could not be said to have a deep relationship, they had experienced 3 survival games together, which was still a bit unbearable.
"So, there is one less player in the blue camp,"
Xiaoxi concluded in a calm tone. She didn't have much contact with Ma Yingying, and Ma Yingying's character was not pleasant, so she didn't have too deep feelings about Ma Yingying's death or life. In survival games, players die every day. She just needs to take care of herself and the people she cares about. Others were beyond her scope of consideration. However, Zhou Weiwei is indeed cruel. Qin Mingyuan was not dissatisfied with Xiaoxi's attitude. He just sighed.
Yes, there is one less player from the blue camp. Actually, there's more than one.
Zhang Yu spoke again at this time.
I took the opportunity to ask Mei Hua during the running exercise. She is also from the blue camp.
After Qin Mingyuan heard this, he nodded as if he suddenly remembered.
Yes, there is also Mei Hua. When we were surrounded by human sea tactics before, Mei Hua also helped us a lot.
Then he looked at Zhang Yu.
But she shouldn't be dead. At least she was still alive when I took you to run away.
It was so chaotic at the time that he was ready to run away when he saw that the momentum was not right. Because Zhang Yu and he were in the same camp and they were very close to each other. He took Zhang Yu with him. But at that time, the plum blossoms had been scattered by the crowd and were far away from them. In order to avoid causing trouble, he flew away without turning around and took Mei Hua with him. Zhang Yu nodded.
When I was dragged away by you, I looked back and saw that she was still alive.
After a pause, he added,
but with so many people surrounding her, I don't know how long her defense items can last.
At this point, he fell silent. He felt guilty in his heart. When he was controlled by the freezing gun, Mei Hua blocked the muscular man for him. But he dropped Mei Hua when he ran away. He shouldn't do this. But under the circumstances at that time, he was not qualified to ask Qin Mingyuan to go back and save people. If he had fairy wings, he would not hesitate to go back and take the plum blossoms away with him. But the person with wings is Qin Mingyuan, and he cannot be generous to others. When Xiaoxi heard this, she suddenly asked,
Did you see Xiao Yu in today's brawl?
Qin Mingyuan and Zhang Yu looked at each other, and then both shook their heads. Chapter 819 Xiangli Academy 94. Qin Mingyuan said,
I didn't see Xiao Yu. His responsibilities are different from those of ordinary teachers. He shouldn't have gone to work during the exercises and brainwashing sessions. He is a player, not an NPC who only needs to go to work. Even if he does not need to go to work during the gymnastics and brainwashing conferences. As a player, he has to pay attention to the progress of the next game.
Xiaoxi pointed out the key point.
It's possible to hide in the dark and observe the situation at this time.
Then she analyzed.
If the action of the red side camp was planned in advance, all the players in the red side camp who have identified their identities should know about it and act together. Xiao Yu did not act together. That is to say, who does he belong to? The players in the red side camp didn't know much about it either, so they didn't tell Xiao Yu about it.
Qin Mingyuan and Zhang Yu nodded while listening. Xiaoxi added,
but if Xiao Yu is a player from the red side camp, after seeing the brawl in the playground, he should also help the red side camp to deal with the players from the blue side camp. After all, the smaller the number of people in the blue side camp, the more likely it will be. It was helpful for the red team to clear the game, but he didn't show up.
Zhang Yu's eyes widened, and he asked hesitantly,
So you suspect that Xiao Yu may be from the blue camp? Judging from today's situation, I think there is no problem with this inference.
Xiaoxi nodded.
Then let's go find Xiao Yu now.
Qin Mingyuan rolled his neck, looking ready to take action at any time.
There's no rush. I'll tell you my findings first.
Xiaoxi described in detail everything she had experienced on the first and second floors underground, and told all her findings. Qin Mingyuan and Zhang Yu both listened carefully, and did not interrupt the whole process. After listening, Qin Mingyuan showed a surprised expression.
Holy crap! There are actually clones?
This was completely different from what he originally thought. He thought the secret of this academy was some shady underground love affairs, don't read in brackets, and sex, don't read in brackets transactions. But he didn't expect that it was completely different from what he thought.
I understand.
Zhang Yu seemed to have figured out something, showing an expression of enlightenment.
The children who left the academy were all the children who successfully graduated, and the clones who were successfully transformed. They all met the requirements of being obedient. This leads them to strictly follow this requirement for their next generation.
The more he talked, the more alarmed he became.
That's why those children who retain their own nature do not meet the requirements of society. Those former children who have grown up and become parents will choose to send their children to the academy. That's right.
Xiaoxi nodded.
And those clones don't know that they are clones. They think they are the original body. Those parents don't even know that their children were stiff by Li Daifao. They only think that they are educated in the academy. Results. Awesome. This society has become distorted like this.
Qin Mingyuan couldn't help but sigh.
Maybe this world was quite normal originally, but under such transformation, Everyone who is still alive has become that weird normally. It causes the concept of the entire human world to develop more and more crookedly. It is possible.
Xiaoxi nodded again, and then said,
However, I saw it very clearly in the last document that human cloning is illegal in this world. If this matter is announced, it will definitely have dealt a fatal blow to Xioli Academy.
Chapter 820 Xioli Academy 95. Although many concepts in this world are distorted, the thoughts on human cloning are normal.
So, you have already thought about how to deal with this secret? Just make it public.
Chen Mingyuan understood what Xiaoxi meant.
I agree.
Zhan Yu was the first to express his opinion.
I think it is a good way to let the world solve the problem on its own. I think this method is good. But the key is that we don't have evidence.
Chen Mingyuan showed a distressed expression.
We can't leave the academy. And we can't post online, asking outsiders to visit the basement of the academy. I think even if I can post it, no one will come to visit. Even if someone does come to visit, the academy must have made arrangements in advance so that no one can tell. It doesn't need to be so troublesome.
Xiaoxi took out the hard drive from her pocket.
This is the hard drive I took out from the computer in the archives room on the second floor. Since that computer is placed in the archives room, I want to access all the information in the archives room. There should be a backup in the computer. Export the information here and spread it out. People outside will not believe it. When the time comes, relevant agencies will naturally come to investigate.
Although there is no police presence in this world, there will always be governments and relevant supervisory agencies that prohibit human cloning experiments. Just let them handle it.
Then how do we spread it out?
Chen Mingyuan couldn't help but ask.
How to export the data in this hard drive is also a problem. There are always computers in places like teachers' offices and dean's offices. Their computers must be able to connect to the outside world.
Xiaoxi had already thought of a plan early in the morning. Information. And then send it online and it's, okay, That's a good idea.
Zhan Yu nodded aside.
Since you have thought so comprehensively, I definitely agree with both hands and feet.
Chen Mingyuan also hurriedly expressed his stance.
Okay.
Xiaoxi nodded.
The next thing we have to do is to find Xiao and Yu and confirm which camp he is a player. The second step is to find where the plum blossoms are.
Players from the blue camp must gather together and unanimously agree with her solution. Only when everyone implements it can the game be completed. So we have to find everyone first.
Are you sure Mei Hua is still alive?
Zhan Yu looked at Xiaoxi with hope in his eyes.
You're sure?
Xiaoxi said firmly.
Isn't it clearly written in the upper left corner of the personal panel?
Zhan Yu was stunned. He opened his personal panel and took a look at it, and finally understood what Xiaoxi meant. During the first stage of the game, the system said that the total number of surviving players would be displayed in the upper left corner of the personal panel, allowing players to understand the number of surviving players in real time. But this function is really useless, and he has never seen it at all, especially after the second phase of the game started. He thought that the reminder of the total number of surviving players had disappeared, and he never looked at the personal panel again, not expecting that this thing was still there. At this time, the number of remaining players displayed was 9. Ma Yingying was indeed dead, which meant that Mei Hua was definitely still alive. After discovering this, Zhan Yu suddenly became energetic.
Then let's go to the punishment area and take a look first. Maybe Mei Hua is locked up there.
Chapter 821 Xiongli Academy 96.
Let Chen Mingyuan find the punishment area.
Xiaoxi looked at Chen Mingyuan.
You have wings. You can come and go freely. And you also have invisibility tools, so that your whereabouts will not be detected. More importantly, you have been to the punishment area, and you are very familiar with it.
Then she turned to look at Zhan Yu.
Your conditions are not suitable for going to the punishment area. So come with me to find Xiao and Yu.
Chen Mingyuan and Zhan Yu looked at each other, and neither of them objected to Xiaoxi's proposal. So the three people acted in two groups. Although the follow-up arrangements were in place, and the plan for handling the secrets of the academy was quite complete, the three of them never thought that things would get stuck in finding someone. In the next 2 days, they found neither Xia Wenyu nor Mei Hua. The punishment area, teaching building, teacher dormitory building, monitoring building, student dormitory building, and security dormitory building were all searched, almost like a blanket search. But these two people were not found at all. If it weren't for the fact that the number of remaining players hadn't changed, Chen Mingyuan would have doubted whether these two people were dead. Zhan Yu tried to apply to add Mei Hua and Xia Wen as friends, hoping to get in touch with them in this way, but was prompted by the system that adding friends was not allowed in this round of the game. Sure enough, in order to increase the difficulty of the game for players, The system will always set up obstacles in various small details. Asterisk. Early morning on the 12th day of the game. Xiaoxi, Chen Mingyuan and Zhang Yu stood on the roof of the girls' dormitory building, looking at the students hurriedly running to the playground downstairs.
What should we do now?
Chen Mingyuan's expression was a little anxious.
We have searched everywhere we can. Where are these two people hiding?
Xiaoxi thought for a while and said,
There is only one underground secret base left to find. It's impossible.
Chen Mingyuan retorted subconsciously.
Both of them may not know that there is a secret underground base in the academy. Even if they knew there was such a place, they wouldn't be able to run there. There are so many people guarding it. If they are really in a secret underground base, then I think the possibility of being caught is higher than the possibility of hiding in.
Xiaoxi said to the two men who had not yet reacted.
Don't forget, the blue camp needs all players to agree and then implement the plan to pass the game.
Zhang Yu was the first to react.
You are saying that the players in the red camp also wanted to understand this, and found it difficult to kill all the players in the blue camp. So they chose to imprison two of them. In this way, the blue camp players in the camp cannot gather. So they cannot pass the level? This is just one of them. The other point is probably to use those two people as bait to lure us out, and then attack us.
Xiaoxi reminded.
Don't forget, the mission of the red team is game time before the deadline. All surviving blue team players have not discovered the secret or are dead. And the red team has passed the game. I already know the secret of the academy. The players in the red camp should have gotten the news from the dean. At the same time, they should also know that it is impossible for me not to tell you two the secret.
She snorted.
So, if they want to clear the game, they have to kill three of us. Damn it. Let's put it this way. There is actually a situation in this game where neither the red nor the blue team can pass the game.
Chen Mingyuan finally reacted. And he couldn't help cursing.
This is so shameless. What are the rules of the game?
Chapter 822 Xiangli Academy 97.
The rules of this game are too cheating.
After speaking, Chen Mingyuan's voice became much lower, for fear of being heard by the system.
The dog system has always been a dog. You should get used to it.
Xiaoxi was very calm about this, and just habitually raised her middle finger to the sky to express her sincere greetings to the system.
Then what should we do now?
Zhang Yu took a deep breath and asked.
Since the people in the red camp want to find us, they shouldn't have been inactive. Right? You're right.
Xiaoxi nodded.
Our whereabouts in the past 2 days were too secretive. They couldn't find us, so they couldn't carry out targeted actions. So I thought we could try to catch them. Come out.
Time is very tight for both the red and blue camps.
The blue camp is eager to find players from the same camp, and the red camp is also eager to eliminate players from the blue camp. As long as they throw out some bait first, the opponent will always be unable to hold back.
How to fish?
Chen Mingyuan looked at Xiaoxi.
Do you already have a plan?
Of course. Xiaoxi hooked her fingers at Zhang Yu and Chen Mingyuan.
I'm going to split the operation in 3 directions. Please listen carefully.
Asterisk. After discussing it, Chen Mingyuan put on fairy wings and flew out with Zhang Yu. Xiaoxi flew in the opposite direction, choosing a suitable location. She flew high enough to overlook the entire academy. After waiting like this for about 5 minutes, she finally saw Chen Mingyuan's figure appearing in the distance. Chen Mingyuan's altitude was about the same as Xiaoxi's, but it was at the farthest corner from Xiaoxi. But there was no Zhang Yu around Chen Mingyuan. The preparations are ready. Xiaoxi then took out a trumpet-shaped prop that she had not used for a long time from the storage compartment. Announcement speaker. Worth 10,000 points. Voice announcements can be made to all players within the game. The speech duration is 10 minutes and can be used in sections. Current time remaining, 8 minutes. According to the detailed introduction of the prop, all players can hear the sound from this announcement speaker, but NPCs cannot hear it. This satisfies her condition of delivering messages to players and creating panic among NPCs. Xiaoxi turned on the speaker button and cleared her throat.
Hello players. I am the player Xiaoxi. I know that people from your red side camp have hidden the players from our blue side camp. I have been looking for them for more than 2 days, but they still can't find them. It's really distressing for me to find someone. But I have thought of a solution,
she said in a brisk tone.
Although I don't know where you have hidden people, I think as long as the entire academy is destroyed, you will have no place to hide people. Right. If we're lucky enough to blow up the player from the blue camp who is hidden by you, we won't have to look for anyone.
The players in the red camp, who were looking for traces of Xiaoxi and others throughout the academy, all looked puzzled after hearing this. It is clear that the system stipulates that thermal weapons cannot be used.
and bombs cannot be used. But Xiaoxi said, explode to death. How to explode? The next second, Xiaoxi's slightly cheerful voice came again. Then, let's get started. After saying this, she took back the announcement horn and took out a gas can and a lighter. She opened the valve of the gas tank, lit it with a lighter, and threw it down. Chapter 823 Xiangli Academy 98. In the distance, Chen Mingyuan, like Xiaoxi, started throwing burning gas cans. Although the game rules prohibit players from using thermal weapons, gas canisters are not exactly thermal weapons. It can't even be planned as a weapon, so it can be used. If used properly, it can also explode with considerable power. For example, a gas leak can cause poisoning, and if it ignites during a leak, it can cause an explosion. It's not as effective as a bomb, but it's more than enough to create chaos. Xiaoxi collected a lot of gas canisters in the Doomsday game, enough to create chaos this time. Xiaoxi and Chen Mingyuan first chose the empty student dormitories and teacher dormitories to attack, and then the flower beds between the teaching buildings. These places would not cause casualties, but the successive explosions were enough to make people who didn't know what happened the NPCs were panicking. Sure enough, the students and teachers in the teaching building heard the explosion and ran for their lives outside. At this time, who cares whether the students violated school rules or not? The teachers ran faster than the students. The NPCs couldn't hear what Xiaoxi said when using the announcement speaker. When they heard such an explosion without any precautions, they would always worry that the house was going to collapse, and no one could stop them from running out. After the players in the red camp heard Xiaoxi's words and heard the explosion, they would know that she was not joking when she said she wanted to give up the 2 chess pieces, Plum Blossom and Xiaowenyu. When the chess piece fails to check and balance the enemy, it will either be discarded or obliterated. But in view of the sudden explosion, the players in the red camp are definitely more concerned about the situation in the academy, and are more anxious to find Xiaoxi and the others. The possibility of them choosing to rush to the explosion site to find Xiaoxi and others was much higher than rushing back to kill Meihua and Xiaowenyu. In fact, they may send 1 or 2 people to guard the 2 chess pieces. After all, if those 2 people are really dead, it will be very beneficial for the blue team to clear the game. As long as some of them have some brains, they will leave someone to protect Meihua and Xiaowenyu just in case the situation changes. But even if someone is responsible for guarding the 2 chess pieces, it is not difficult to deal with them. Xiaoxi and Chen Mingyuan were flying around in the sky above the academy. When they saw a deserted place, they dropped a burning gas can. The entire academy became smoky, with explosions everywhere, and the students, teachers and security guards of the academy fell into an unprecedented panic. In this panic, the players in the red camp finally found the culprit. But Chen Mingyuan was flying in the sky, and none of the players in the red camp had the item, fairy wings. They stared at Chen Mingyuan in the sky for a long time, and finally the muscular man decided to use his freezing gun to its maximum strength to kill Chen Mingyuan. Chen Mingyuan was unhurried, just flying around in the sky. After a while, he would throw a burning gas tank down, causing a small explosion. Before Xiaoxi left, she told him that top-quality defensive items could prevent attacks from all items except mini bows and arrows. A maximum intensity attack like freezing gun might cause the durability of his defense ring to drop a lot, but it would never kill him. And many players may not have discovered this yet. There are not many players who have the money to buy the best props, and even fewer have the chance to meet players with the best props and have just tried using various props to attack each other. Chapter 824 Xiangli Academy 99. While Chen Mingyuan was dodging the muscular man's attacks and creating more chaos, he felt more admiration for Xiaoxi in his heart. Xiaoxi actually even expected that the muscular man would attack him with the freeze gun, and she also gave him instructions in advance so that he could cause trouble at ease. She was indeed the one he wanted to hug. At this time, Xiaoxi, as soon as the players from the red camp appeared, put on white horse for a flash and teleported into the underground secret base. She went directly to the -2nd floor. According to her analysis, the first floor below was full of staff, and there was no place suitable for hiding people. It was quite troublesome to explain why 2 people were locked up. The 2nd floor is different. Few people come in and out, and there are more places to hide people. As long as the muscular man and the dean brainwash each other, and the dean agrees, then the players in the red camp don't need to explain to anyone, and can just escort 2 people to the 2nd floor. So the possibility of hiding people on the 2nd floor is higher. As soon as Xiaoxi entered the 2nd floor, she saw Zhao Yuzin's figure from a distance. She immediately hid behind a nearby container. Zhao Yusen turned her back to Xiaoxi and found nothing unusual. Xiaoxi looked around and confirmed that Zhao Yusen was the only one here. Considering how poor this little kid Zhao Yusen is, it is 100% certain that she cannot have the best defense items. Except for top-grade defense props. Other levels of defense props cannot prevent the effects of the props. Xiaoxi decisively took out a freezing gun and fired at Zhao Yusen before Zhao Yusen turned around. Zhao Yusen kept looking at a certain place without moving, which brought great convenience to Xiaoxi's aim. And she hit the target with one hit. When Zhao Yusen realized that she couldn't move, she suddenly panicked. She asked loudly, "Who?" Xiaoxi ignored Zhao Yusen and strode inside. Sure enough, Mei Hua and Xia Wenyu were locked up near where Zhao Yusen was standing. Both of them were locked up in an empty container. Mei Hua's waist seemed to be injured. Her clothes were covered in blood. And she fell into a coma. If it weren't for the slight rise and fall in her chest, it would be easy to think that she was dead at first glance. Xia Wenyu was quite sober, but his face didn't look good. When he saw Xiaoxi, he showed an unexpected look. "Who are you?" Zhao Yusen's tone became frightened and angry. It was obvious that she was very uneasy after being controlled. Moreover, she maintained her back to Xiaoxi at this moment and could not see Xiaoxi at all. Xia Wenyu realized at this time that Xiaoxi's previous announcement that she would abandon him and Mei Hua was just a cover-up. Otherwise Xiaoxi wouldn't be here now. He smiled gratefully at Xiaoxi. He knew very well that the easiest option in this situation was to let him and Mei Hua die. It was already rare that Xiaoxi was willing to come to the rescue. Xiaoxi did not immediately rescue people, but asked Xia Wenyu, "Are you from the blue camp?" Xia Wenyu knew that Xiaoxi was considering carefully to eliminate the possibility of him deliberately pretending to be the blue side. He nodded and answered in detail, "I am from the blue camp." Xiaoxi then stepped forward to fumble for the button and open the container. Xia Wenyu came out holding plum blossoms and asked curiously, "There are people guarding outside. How did you get in?" Xiaoxi did not answer Xia Wenyu's question. She looked at Mei Hua and asked Xia Wenyu, "How long has she been unconscious?" Chapter 825 Xiangli Academy 100. "It's been a day and a night." Xia Wenyu sighed. "She has a fever and is in very bad condition. When she was surrounded by NPCs and the red camp on the playground a few days ago, her defensive prop shattered and Zhao Yusen took the opportunity to poke her. One stabbing, although it was not a critical injury. But without treatment, her condition got worse and worse." When Xiaoxi heard this, she glanced at Zhao Yusen. This girl is a ruthless character who doesn't show off her appearance and can compete with Zhou Weiwei. But she did not make any comment on Zhao Yusen's behavior. Everyone's experience is different, and everyone's concepts are also different. Choosing the way of survival that you think is most suitable is not right or wrong. She will not use her own ideas to educate others, but others should not try to impose their ideas on her. Zhao Yusen killed the plum blossoms because she thought it could help the red team win. So she declined to comment. She saved Mei Hua because she felt that Mei Hua was worth saving. From the first time she saw Mei Hua, she could tell that Mei Hua must have been a teacher and treated her students with a natural gentleness and softness. Just like he treated her when she was covered in blood. Giving her a warm hug. Give her a coat to cover her torn clothes. Give me peaches and give me Qiangyao. That's all. "Don't you two have medicines in your storage compartments?" Xiaoxi asked Xia Wenyu while taking out the medicine box from her storage compartment. "There has been no treatment at all for such a long time. I have collected some commonly used medicines before, such as cold medicines and the like, but I don't have gauze or styptic powder." Xia Wenyu was helpless. He sighed again. "Mei Hua didn't have any either. Later I tore one of my coats into strips and bandaged it reluctantly." Xiaoxi took out gauze and styptic powder from the medicine box and handed them to Xia Wenyu. Then she took out antipyretics, antibiotics and nutritional supplements. Because Mei Hua was in a coma and time was tight now. So she didn't have much free time to wait for Mei Hua to slowly recover and wake up. So Xiaoxi directly found the injection. She read the instructions and confirmed that both antipyretics and antibiotics could be injected intramuscularly. So she chose Mei Hua's left and right arms and injected them with an injection. Then she looked up at Xia Wenyu and asked, "Can you give injections?" She shook the last injection of nutritional supplement in her hand. "This requires intravenous injection, which I don't know how to do." Xia Wenyu had just applied the medicine to the plum blossom and wrapped it in gauze. When he heard this, he looked troubled. "I can't do this either." "Forget it." Xiaoxi gave up decisively. She took out another bottle of nutrient solution and forced it into Mei Hua's mouth. Although the effect is far less good than injections, it is still better than no nutritional supplements.
According to Xiao Wenyu, Mei Hua has been in a coma for a day and a night, which means that she has not eaten or drank for a whole day and night. Even if she wakes up forcefully, she may not be awake. She must take some supplements to help restore her strength. After thinking about it, Xiaoxi took out another shot of adrenaline. The current conditions are that there is no way to check whether Mei Hua is suitable for epinephrine injection. But Qin Mingyuan alone cannot delay it for too long. Soon the people in the red camp will find something is wrong, and will probably come here to check the situation. She must wake up Mei Hua as soon as possible. Xiaoxi read the instructions, and confirmed that epinephrine could be injected intramuscularly. So she gave Mei Hua another injection in her thigh. Chapter 826 Xiongli Academy 101. Just after the injection, Xiaoxi took out a new, freezing gun, and gave Zhao Yusen another shot. Zhao Yusen kept counting the time in her mind. Just when she thought she could move, she found that she was frozen again. She suddenly became even more panicked, and her tone became humble.
Please don't kill me!
She has no ability to resist at all now, and can only beg for mercy. Xiaoxi ignored Zhao Yusen, but concentrated on watching Mei Hua's reaction. Within 2 minutes, there was movement in the plum blossoms. Xiaoxi motioned to Xiao Wenyu to gently lift Mei Hua up a little, and then she poured a small bottle of nutrient solution into Mei Hua. After another half minute, Mei Hua finally opened her eyes. Her distracted eyes quickly focused, and she seemed to be awake.
Aunt Mei Hua!
Xiaoxi waved her hand in front of Mei Hua's eyes.
Can you hear what I'm saying clearly?
Mei Hua slowly turned her eyes to look at Xiaoxi, then nodded.
Although I know you are very tired now, I hope you can try your best to listen to what I say next. Okay?
Xiaoxi said again. Mei Hua nodded again. Then Xiaoxi spoke quickly and clearly everything about the Academy's secrets, and then told her the solution she had thought of. She had thought clearly early on that it would be safer to take Mei Hua out in her current state than to leave her here. What's more, it's very convenient for her to use props to teleport alone. But it's not so convenient with 2 people. That's why she woke up Mei Hua here instead of taking Mei Hua and Xie Wenyu out immediately. Although these 2 people were imprisoned here, they may not know much about the secrets of the Academy. So she had to tell everything she knew clearly. After she finished speaking, she said to Xiao Wenyu and Mei Hua,
If you agree, then the solution will be decided.
Mei Hua had just woken up and her reaction was a little slow. She digested it for more than a minute before slowly nodding her head in agreement. Xiao Wenyu suddenly asked,
Have you ever thought about letting this matter out? People in this world may not deal with it, because there are already a lot of clones. Of course I have thought about it, but it is not an issue I want to consider.
Xiaoxi looked at Xiao Wenyu.
The system asked us to choose a solution, but it did not say that we must solve this matter. The affairs of this world will be left to our hands. Let the world solve it on its own. Whether they deal with it, hide it, or let it go, it is their own choice.
Xiao Wenyu smiled.
That's true.
Then, without waiting for Xiaoxi to ask further questions, he took the initiative and said,
I agree too. Very good.
Xiaoxi gave Zhao Yusen another shot, and then said to Xiao Wenyu and Mei Hua,
I'm going to deal with this matter now. You guys stay here and don't move. Freeze gun only has 5 minutes of restricted movement time.
Xiao Wenyu glanced at Zhao Yusen and reminded Xiaoxi.
You don't need to remind me.
Xiaoxi put on a new Baiju moment on herself.
5 minutes are enough.
The next second, her figure disappeared. Then, Xiaoxi appeared in the dean's office. She had been to this place 2 days ago when she was looking for someone, so she could use teleportation props to come here this time. At this time, the dean was still tied up on the sofa, with a piece of rag gagged in his mouth and taped up with tape. He was in a coma. Zhang Yu was sitting in front of the computer on his desk. Chapter 827 Point Statistics. Seeing Xiaoxi appear, Zhang Yu's eyes lit up, and he asked hopefully,
How is it?
Xiaoxi approached Zhang Yu and said,
It's going well. You can send the things out.
According to the previous plan of dividing the troops into 3 groups, Qin Mingyuan placed Zhang Yu near the dean's office. After Zhang Yu came in and raided the dean, he used the panic caused by the explosion outside to make the dean think that Zhang Yu and others were. He wanted to go on a killing spree and was so frightened that he took the initiative to reveal the computer power on password. Then Zhang Yu inserted the hard drive that Xiaoxi gave him into the host computer, then turned on the computer and connected to the network. He researched various forums and social networking sites in the world and zipped and packaged all the files, just waiting for the news from Xiaoxi. As long as Mei Hua and Xie Wenyu agree with Xiaoxi's handling method, Zhang Yu can use the principal's account on various platforms to send these files within 5 minutes. When Xiaoxi said it went smoothly,
John Yu immediately clicked and sent them one by one. As the files for each platform were successfully sent, the cheerful voice of the system sounded in the ears of all players at the same time. Congratulations to the blue camp for winning the final victory of this round of the game. Then, Xiaoshi returned to the white room. The inorganic system voice sounded. Congratulations to player Xiaoshi for successfully completing the game and earning 1 million points. Players have a half-hour rest here. After half an hour, they will enter the Under the Light game. Players are asked to choose products to purchase, or enter the next game immediately. Xiaoshi sat down cross-legged. She opened the mall and took a look. This time the firearms and ammunition section is finally available for purchase. Her grenades and C4 were consumed too much in the game, Trap Beast. And now she only has half of the quantity originally purchased. So she replenished 300 grenades each this time. A grenade costs 10,000 points. An AC4 costs 100,000 points. A total of 33 million points are spent. There were no new types of props, and the existing items did not need to be supplemented. Xiaoshi took one look at them and closed them all. After closing them all, she took out a bottle of milk and a pack of beef jerky from the storage compartment and ate them in silence, without any intention of talking to the system. Seeing that Xiaoshi didn't speak this time, the system was relieved. But it didn't forget how it had tricked her before. So even if Xiaoshi didn't speak this time, it was still very vigilant. Xiaoshi knew very well that the system was still wary of her at this time. So she had no intention of chatting. She emptied her mind while eating, allowing herself to relax and have a good rest. When she was free, her thinking was quite scattered. She thought about this now and then there, without any purpose. Speaking of which, she was a little curious about the next game. At first glance, Under the Light sounds quite sunny and positive. It should be the most positive game title I have heard so far. However, since it is a survival game, I am afraid it is not as good as it sounds on the surface. Unfortunately, apart from the name of the game, the system would not give any hints. She couldn't guess the reason just from these 4 words. But there is still something to be happy about. I should be able to play with Yi Kongqing again in the next round. She didn't know how his solo game was going, or whether the ability he chose was the one she had hinted about before. Although she cleared the game 2 days early this time, if she wasn't unlucky, she should still be able to meet Yi Kongqing. Suddenly I felt that I missed Yi Kongqing quite a bit. Chapter 828 Under the Light 1. Xiaoshi's eyes were filled with darkness. As soon as she left the white room, she fell into such complete darkness that she couldn't even see her fingers when she stretched out her hand. A chill immediately ran down her spine, and the hairs all over her body stood up nervously. Just as she was trying to find the exit or the light switch, the cheerful system sound suddenly rang. Players, please wait quietly where you are, and do not move your position at will. Otherwise it will be against the rules of the game. Although the fear of darkness in her heart made Xiaoshi very uneasy, she still controlled her urge to run around. The system played this sentence in a loop for a while, and it seemed that the players finally got it together, and then changed the line. Welcome 50 players to the City of Light. I will explain the rules of the game to you next. Please listen carefully. This round of the game lasts for 15 days. A total of 25 light badges are scattered in various places in the City of Light. Players can clear the game by finding one of them before the end of the game time and spending 15 days safely. The appearance of the bright emblem will be sent to all players in the form of pictures when the game starts, so that players can compare and find it. If the bright badge is successfully found, the system will prompt you to submit the task immediately, and the badge cannot be snatched by other players. Every player must be reminded that in this round of the game, the player's shadows will continue to erode your bodies over time. The shadow itself will not cause any harm to the player, but when the shadow completely covers the player's body, it will absorb 1/3 of the player's vitality. Once the player is completely covered by shadow 3 times, the player will die immediately. Wish all players good luck. As the last sentence of the system fell, the darkness in front of Xiaoshi disappeared, replaced by a clear sky with the sun shining high. Only then did Xiaoshi realize that she was not indoors at all, but standing in the middle of a broad street. The next second, a pop-up window popped up in front of her eyes, with a picture of the badge of light on it. A 6-pointed star pattern made of crystal diamonds. The base of the badge is golden with a sun-shaped edge, quite consistent with the feeling of the emblem of light. Xiaoshi's eye carefully checked all the details on the picture. Then the pop-up window was closed. Then she glanced down at her feet. Under the bright sun, her shadow was extremely dark, floating towards her feet at a slow speed visible to the naked eye. She didn't feel any touch, no discomfort, not even any weight. If she hadn't lowered her head and saw that a small corner of the shadow had climbed onto the upper of her left shoe. She wouldn't have even known that she was being eroded by the shadow. However, this erosion speed is indeed not very fast. Much slower than that of a snail. Xiaoxi turned around and looked around. There were some trees planted on both sides of the long street. Although they were not very tall, they had lush branches and leaves, casting a shadow on the ground. She strode toward the tree. Although the system did not say whether there was a solution or a way to delay the erosion of the shadow, she had to try. When she was about to enter the shade of a tree, she suddenly stopped, took out a black pen from the storage compartment, and traced the edge of the upper of her shoe according to the location of the shadow. Chapter 829 Under the Light 2. After doing this, Xiaoxi hid in the shade of the tree. Because the speed of shadow erosion is very slow, it will take some time for her to verify her guess. So she cannot leave in a hurry now. She turned on the friends function. Just when I was about to send a message to Yi Kongqing, I received a message from Yi Kongqing. Yi Kongqing, I am in the game, Under the Light. What about you? When two people are in the same game, the game name will not be blocked. Xiaoxi smiled and replied quickly. Xiaoxi, I'm here too. Where are you now? Yi Kongqing, inside the Guijin building. Xiaoxi raised her eyes and looked at the very conspicuous and tall building in the distance. On one side of the glass wall were clearly pasted the 4 gilded characters of IFC building. Xiaoxi, we are very close. I am outside the Guijin building, under a tree next to the bus stop. Yi Kongqing, I'm going to find you. Xiaoxi originally wanted Yi Kongqing to wait until she could make sure her experiment was successful. If the experiment can be successful, it will save Yi Kongqing from being eroded. But then I thought about it. For such a short distance, the erosion of the shadow would not become very serious. And if her experiment fails, it would be a waste of time to let Yi Kongqing wait there. So it is better to let him come over. So she gave up the idea of stopping it. After a while, Xiaoxi saw Yi Kongqing's figure from a distance. She waved to Yi Kongqing and called out, Aching, I'm here. Yi Kongqing saw Xiaoxi immediately and ran over quickly. As Yi Kongqing gradually approached, Xiaoxi glanced at Yi Kongqing's shoes. His shadow has eroded into the upper part of his shoes. But fortunately, it only touches the tip of the shoes a little. So it's not serious. The interior of the National Finance Building should be brightly lit. And Yi Kongqing has been walking in the sun to find it. But judging from the comparison between her and Yi Kongqing's situation, the player's status should not affect the speed of erosion. She had been standing still, while Yi Kongqing had been walking, but their shadows eroded at about the same speed. Moreover, when Yi Kongqing started running just now, she had been observing carefully, and Yi Kongqing's shadow did not accelerate the erosion. Now it's at least certain that there's no correlation between player actions and the speed of shadow erosion, which is a good thing. Yi Kongqing ran to Xiaoxi's side and pulled Xiaoxi into his arms without saying a word. His embrace was hot, with a strong scent of male hormones. Xiaoxi was stunned for a moment, then smiled widely. Aching, do you miss me? She teased. Yi Kongqing gently rubbed Xiaoxi's head with his chin, and said in a muffled voice, Yeah. Xiaoxi raised her head and kissed Yi Kongqing's chin with a bright smile. I miss you too. The tips of Yi Kongqing's ears turned red instantly, but he did not avert his gaze this time, and stared at Xiaoxi with his emerald green eyes. Feeling that he was hugging Xiaoxi, seeing Xiaoxi in his eyes, and hearing Xiaoxi say that she missed him, his irritable mood finally dissipated. What's wrong? Xiaoxi could certainly detect Yi Kongqing's emotional changes. Did you encounter something in the single-player game? Yi Kongqing shook his head. He lowered his head slightly and kissed Xiaoxi's forehead softly. I just miss you. Chapter 830 Under the Light 3. Yi Kongqing's voice was slightly deeper, completely lacking his usual fierce tone. He never knew he would miss someone so much. Although there was a game with Xiaoxi in the middle, it only lasted 7 days, and there were 2 separate single-player games, one for 15 days and one for 12 days, which totaled nearly a month. Although he had been separated in single-player games before, it didn't feel as long as this time. Perhaps it was because this was the first time he and Xiaoxi had been separated for a long time after confirming their relationship. He later discovered that his mentality was unconsciously different from before. But he didn't hate this feeling of concern, especially like now. Hugging the person in his arms gave him a sense of satisfaction that the missing part had been filled. For the first time, Xiaoxi heard Yi Kongqing take the initiative to say that he missed her, and her heart beat faster. It was also the first time that she understood that sometimes there was no need to say fancy love words to make people's hearts flutter. The two hugged each other quietly for a while before letting go of each other. She estimated that time was almost up and stepped out of the shade of the tree. Under the bright sunlight, the shadow on the upper of her shoe was exactly the same as before. It was completely within the lines drawn by the blacking pen, without any increase in area. She hurried back to the shade.
When there is no light, the erosion of this shadow will stop.
She told Yi Kongqing what she had discovered.
Next, we will try to walk in places with the back of the sun, and we will try to choose places to move at night.
Yi Kongqing nodded, paused, and said,
The special ability I chose in the single-player game is Swipe.
She smiled after hearing this.
Yes, this is the one I want you to choose. But my other alternative is not exploring the bag to retrieve the object.
Yi Kongqing said suddenly.
What?
She was stunned, obviously not expecting such a situation.
You actually have other special abilities? It's hashtag you in it and...
After Yi Kongqing finished speaking, he looked at Xiaoxi's reaction. Xiaoxi shook her head.
I can't hear what you said clearly. And I can't even see the shape of your mouth clearly.
This situation was the same as when she told Yi Kongqing about this ability coming soon. She had already obtained the ability of searching for objects at that time, and could speak out without hindrance. However, since neither of them had obtained lingering, she would be automatically blocked if she spoke. Now that Yi Kongqing has obtained lingering, this ability can be expressed directly, but the other one has been blocked. Yi Kongqing was not surprised by this result, but his verbal description ability was not as good as Xiaoxi's. It was difficult to describe the general situation of this special ability without blocking the words. In the end, all Xiaoxi heard were a few broken words. After thinking about it, she asked,
Compared with this third special ability, wife and finding objects, which one do you think is better?
Yi Kongqing thought seriously for a while before answering.
They are not very comparable to each other, and they are not offensive abilities. It is difficult to compare which one is better. In other words, the third special ability is the same as the other two. It is similar to some small abilities with special effects. It may not be useful every time.
She said her own deduction. Chapter 831 Under the Light 4.
Yes.
Yi Kongqing nodded and answered in the affirmative.
This at least confirms that the levels of these special abilities should be similar. If you want to widen the gap in special abilities, you have to see who can upgrade their special abilities faster.
Xiaoxi understood this almost immediately. After thinking for a while, she added,
What I'm more curious about now is, how many special abilities are there in total? Also, why did the two of us get different options for the two special abilities? Is it completely random? I asked.
Yi Kongqing paused and frowned, seeming a little unhappy.
The system refused to tell me anything.
She couldn't help but laugh.
If you ask so directly, the system will definitely not tell you.
Then she said,
But I guess that the special ability options are either completely random, or the priority options are fetching objects from the bag and swipe, and other special abilities are backup options. Because you and I are bound, and I have already chosen find out the bag. So when you choose, you eliminate this option and use the backup option as a substitute.
Yi Kongqing heard this and said, Yeah.
It is indeed possible. Of course, this is just my guess. As for what happened, I'm afraid there is no way to find out the result.
Xiaoxi shrugged. The system has been very guarded against her lately, so she has no chance to make excuses. And Yi Kongqing's speaking skills are too low, so he definitely won't be able to come up with anything.
However, it is not impossible to get the answer.
Xiaoxi leaned against Yi Kongqing's side, with a smile in her voice.
The more times we pass the game in a row, the higher the game level will be. This is also it means that the possibility of encountering powerful players is higher. In other words, the possibility of encountering players with special abilities will also increase.
Yi Kongqing was a little confused.
What does that have to do with this matter?
Xiaoxi explained patiently.
If the special ability options appear randomly, it means that the types of special abilities obtained by all players are very random. Then the number of each special ability we encounter next should be relatively balanced. If it is a special ability that is differentiated according to the relationship between bound players and
priority options and backup options.
In the future, we will encounter many more players with finding objects and waving than other special abilities.
Therefore, even if this matter cannot be extracted from the system, it can still be inferred based on what happened next.
I understand.
Yi Kongqing nodded, like a good student who listened carefully to the lecture.
I will pay attention to the statistics of the special abilities of the players with special abilities I met. Well, let's talk about this later.
Xiaoxi took out a bottle of mineral water
and took a few sips before continuing.
The most urgent thing is to sort out the rules of this game.
Yi Kongqing was already used to Xia Shi sorting out the game rules at the beginning of each game. He would even take the initiative to think about and recall the game rules after the system finished explaining them. So after hearing what Xia Shi said, Yi Kongqing took the initiative and said,
There are 25 light badges in total, so only half of the 50 players have a chance to pass the game. But the erosion of the shadow is a big obstacle, and in the end, they can survive. The number is probably far less than 25.
Chapter 832 Under the Light 5. Xia Shi's peach blossom eyes were filled with a bright smile.
Yeah, that's true. Is there anything else?
She looked at Yi Kongqing with expectant eyes and spoke encouragingly. Yi Kongqing thought for a while and then said,
The system said that if the player is completely covered by shadows 3 times, the player will die immediately. Based on what I've seen along the way, I think there should be no chance of being eroded by 3 shadows at the same time. In this case, it should wait until one of the shadows completely covers the player before being eroded by the second shadow.
Xia Shi nodded repeatedly.
Yes, I think so too.
Under Xia Shi's earnest gaze, Yi Kongqing's expression became a little unnatural.
That's all I thought of. Not bad. Ah Qing, it's good that you can think of this.
Xia Shi praised without hesitation. Yi Kongqing turned his face away with an expression like,
I'm not a child, so I don't want such encouraging praise.
Xia Shi only found Yi Kongqing's indescribable contrast and cuteness, and couldn't help but stand on tiptoes and reach out to rub Yi Kongqing's messy hair. Yi Kongqing was stunned, but did not stop Xia Shi's movement. Xia Shi stopped as soon as she felt good. She retracted her hand and said with a smile,
It has been determined that the erosion speed of the shadow is not related to the player's actions. We can safely act at our own pace without worrying about the accelerated erosion of the shadow. In addition, just now as I mentioned to you, the player will be eroded only when the player's shadow appears under the light, and the erosion will stop when the shadow is blocked under the shadow.
Yi Kongqing nodded, indicating that he was listening carefully. Xia Shi continued,
Now we still need to figure out these 2 points. First, whether the shadow under the moonlight at night will also erode the player, and whether the erosion speed changes from that during the day. Second, the difference in light intensity will affect the erosion speed of the shadow. Has anything changed? I was inside the Guijin building, and all the lights were on.
Yi Kongqing suddenly thought of this and said,
There is no change in the erosion speed of the shadows between inside and after I come out.
At that time, he did not deliberately want to compare the effects of sunlight and light on the erosion speed of shadows. It was just that there was a danger close to him, and he would always pay attention to it as a habit, so he can be sure that the erosion speed has not changed. Otherwise he would definitely notice it.
That at least proves that the intensity of the lights inside the Guijin building is consistent with the impact of sunlight on shadow erosion.
Xia Shi thought for a while and said,
We should try the street lights at night. The light is much dimmer.
Only with a clearer contrast can we confirm whether the intensity of light has an impact on the erosion speed of shadows.
Okay,
Yi Kongqing agreed. Xia Shi added,
In addition, I guess that the light badges are likely to be distributed under the light. This will increase the difficulty for players to obtain and find them, and also increase the possibility that players will be completely eroded by the shadow.
At this moment, she finally understood why this game was called
Under the Light.
Positive energy shit. On the contrary, players will die faster when exposed to the light.
The badge is made of crystal and will reflect when exposed to light. It is easy to see even if you are not close.
Yi Kongqing comforted Xia Shi.
We can choose to walk in the shadows and get closer when we see reflective things.
You can walk at night and use a flashlight to illuminate it. And you can also make the crystal reflect light.
Chapter 833 Under the Light 6.
If they are scattered outside, of course you can use this method. But I'm afraid it's not that easy.
Xia Shi casually clicked on the trash can not far away.
For example, if the badge of light is in that trash can, it won't be visible at all. There is no reflection. So you can only find it by standing in the sun and rummaging through the trash can.
She pointed to the Guijin building in the distance.
Maybe the badge of light will be placed among a bunch of diamond rings in the jewelry store. When you see the shining crystal diamonds everywhere, you have to look carefully at each one under the bright light. It takes a thing to find.
Yi Kongqing pursed his lips. He knew that what Xia Shi said was true. According to the rules of the game,
it was impossible for players to find the badge of light so easily. In addition to the competitive relationship between players, the most important thing is the impact of shadow erosion on players. If you want to achieve the effect of shadows constantly eroding players,
It is very likely that the light badge will require players to stand under the light for a long time to look for it.
Don't worry too much. The speed of shadow erosion is not fast. And there are 3 opportunities in total. We will definitely be able to get the badge of light before then.
Yi Kongqing looked at Xiaoxi seriously. Xiaoxi smiled playfully at Yi Kongqing.
I have confidence in us. I just made a reasonable analysis. And I'm not worried.
Yi Kongqing rubbed Xiaoxi's head and asked.
Then do you plan to start looking for the badge of light next? Or wait until night? Let's find a road first.
Xiaoxi had already thought about this.
It's not clear whether the situation at night is definitely safer than during the day. Moreover, you also said that the speed of shadow erosion is not fast. It is still necessary to take advantage of it.
She pointed to her place, and then pointed to the Guijin building in the distance.
We'll start looking from here and go all the way into the Guijin building.
As she said that, she suddenly burst into laughter.
If we're lucky, maybe we can find a badge of light today.
Seeing Xiaoxi being so optimistic, Yi Kongqing's eyes softened a little.
Okay, I'll listen to you.
He took out a pair of plastic gloves from the storage compartment, put them on himself, and said to Xiaoxi,
First, you look for it at the bus stop next to it. I'll look for it in the trash can. Maybe there's something really inside.
Has a badge of light.
After saying that, he lifted his feet and left the shade of the tree. Xiaoxi didn't have time to stop it. She knew that Yi Kongqing wanted her to stay in a safer place. So Yi Kongqing chose to take the lead and take the risk. But she also knew that moving separately was the clear choice. If 2 people look for different places, the coverage they look for in the same time will increase. Instead of arguing with Yi Kongqing about who is going to look for things in the sun, it is better to seize the time and search the places where Yi Kongqing has not been, so as not to waste time in the sun and increase the area of shadow erosion. This is the best choice for both of us. So Xiaoxi didn't say anything more. She glanced at Yi Kongqing's strong back and turned to the bus stop. There was an awning above the bus stop, which cast a shadow on the ground. But the shadow was not large enough to completely cover Xiaoxi's body. But if it's close to the inside of the bus stop, there's no problem at all. After Xiaoxi rushed to the bus stop in a few steps, she clung to the billboard at the bus stop. Chapter 834 Under the Light 7. There aren't many places to hide things at the bus stop, and you can almost see everything at a glance. Xiaoxi focused on the inside of the billboard glass, the top of the awning, and the top of the stop sign, and then looked at the place behind the billboard and the wall. There is nothing shiny in sight. No matter how small the badge is, it is easy to spot when there is no obstruction. Xiaoxi took a second look at every place to make sure there was nothing suspicious, then returned to the shade of the tree. As soon as she stood in the shade of a tree, she saw a woman wearing a long raincoat walking in the sun, looking for something from the far corner of the street and slowly approaching here. The raincoat should be the largest size chosen. This woman is not tall, and the hem of the raincoat not only completely covered her legs and feet, but also dragged a small amount to the ground. Except for her face, all parts of the woman's body were covered. She also wore a mask on her face, and used the brim of her raincoat to cover the rest of her face. The brim of the hat sticks out to a certain width, just enough to block all the light coming from it. If you hadn't seen the long hair exposed from the hood, you might not have been able to tell clearly that this was a woman. In such hot weather, a woman wraps herself up so tightly that she is lucky not to suffer from heat stroke.
Not to mention, Xiaoxi's eyes stayed behind the woman for a moment. This method cannot stop the erosion of shadow at all. The woman probably hadn't paid attention to what was happening behind her. Behind her, the shadow had climbed onto the raincoat near her ankles. And when the woman moves, the shadow is still slowly extending, following the ankle from back to front, as if to encircle the woman. Judging from the normal erosion rate, it is almost the time this woman has been walking in the sun from the beginning of the game to now. It can be seen that this woman has entered into a misunderstanding, thinking that blocking the sun can avoid the erosion of shadows. But actually this is not a sun protection game. Even if the light shines on the player, it will not cause any harm to the player, but it will make the shadow become active. So the key is shadow. At first glance, it seemed that this woman was completely covered, and indeed no sunlight could reach her. But the raincoat is worn on her body, and will move with her movements. When the sun shines over, the shadow formed on the ground is actually the shadow of the raincoat wrapping her body. To put it bluntly, it is still the shadow of a woman herself. Since the shadow is there, it will naturally continue to erode the player. Similarly, if you use a parasol, it will not have any effect. Parasols can only cover the upper part of the body, and often the legs and feet are still exposed to the sun while walking. This woman might have chosen to find a raincoat because she thought the umbrella couldn't block her. It's a pity that she covered herself too tightly, so she couldn't see the traces of erosion, which led to the misunderstanding that she was safe now. Having said that, if you can find a super big umbrella like those at fruit stalls to cover the whole person under it, maybe it will work. After all, the concepts of umbrellas and raincoats are different. But judging from the current situation, it may be difficult to find such an umbrella in this city. Chapter 835 Under the Light 8. In addition, hiding in the car should also be possible. But there are many places where you can't find it. Moreover, sunlight will enter through the car windows, which will also form the player's shadow. If you use something to block all the car windows, you can of course ensure that the shadows are not corroded, but it will make you even more unable to drive. Therefore, the most suitable solution at present is to rely on the shadow occlusion formed by each building itself. While Xiaoxi was thinking, Yi Kongqing came back. Yi Kongqing took off his plastic gloves, wrapped something in a piece of paper, and sent it to Xiaoxi. I found a badge, but it's not real. Hearing this, Xiaoxi raised her eyebrows slightly. She lowered her eyes and glanced at the crystal diamond badge half wrapped in tissue paper in Yi Kongqing's hand. This badge is of normal size. The 6-pointed star pattern and the golden base are the same as the picture. Only the edge of the base is different from the picture. The picture has a sun-shaped edge, but this one is in the shape of a petal. Once the image is displayed once, it cannot be found again. In other words, if the person looking at the picture does not look carefully at first and ignores some details of the correct badge, it is easy to think that it is real when seeing such a badge with only a small difference. Although the game rules say that if you successfully find the bright badge, the system will prompt you. But during the search process, if you don't know what is right or wrong, you may end up fighting over the wrong badge. But even if they have memorized all the details of the correct badge, such a small badge cannot be seen clearly from too far away, which means that when they see a shiny badge from a distance, they still have to get closer. When to check? If there are only 25 light badges in this city, if you find them, you will find them. And if you cannot find them, you will not find them. This is fine. However, there are fake Guangming badges to confuse the public, which undoubtedly increases the difficulty for players to find the real badges, and also increases the probability of conflicts between players. Sure enough, it is the consistent operation of the dog system. At the beginning of the game, it was deliberately not mentioned that there was a fake badge. When the players find out by themselves, it will also cause a certain amount of psychological pressure on the players. Xiaoxi snorted coldly. Throw it away. Yi Kongqing looked at the fake badge in his hand and asked Xiaoxi. Xiaoxi thought about it for a while, then shook her head. Don't throw it away. Keep it first. She took out the medicine box from the storage compartment, and then took out the alcohol cotton ball from the medicine box and handed it to Yi Kongqing. Take care of it first. After all, it is something taken out of the trash can, so it must be unclean. Yi Kongqing wiped off the fake badge neatly, then took another piece of tissue paper and wrapped it up. He tried it and determined that the thing could not be put into the storage compartment, so he put it into his pocket. After doing all this, he glanced at the woman still squatting on the roadside in the distance, turning over rocks. The brim of the raincoat blocked most of the woman's sight. She could only look at her own feet, so she hadn't noticed the presence of two other players on the same road until now. Yi Kongqing just took a casual look and didn't stop for much. He looked at Xiaoxi again and asked, Are you going to the International Finance Building now? Xiaoxi nodded. Let's go now and take a look along the way. Yi Kongqing nodded. He looked up and looked at the distance from here to the National Finance Building, and quickly planned a route that would expose his shadow at least. Chapter 836 Under the Light 9. There wasn't much cover on the road, and apart from 2 trash cans, there wasn't much else to rummage through. Xiaoxi followed Yi Kongqing and followed the route planned by Yi Kongqing. Every time he came near a trash can, Yi Kongqing would go there and rummage around, leaving Xiaoxi waiting in the shadows. By the time Yi Kongqing finished searching the 2 trash cans and confirmed that nothing had been gained, his shadow had completely eroded the upper of one shoe. Xiaoxi stared at the pure black shadow on the upper of Yi Kongqing's shoes, and suddenly thought of something. She knelt down and took off her shoe that had been eroded by the shadow. As the shoes were taken off, the shadow on the shoes disappeared. But when he looked down, he found that the shadow was attached to the socks. She took off her socks again, and the shadow on them disappeared. But on her feet, corresponding to the position of the shadow on the shoes, there was an obvious black shadow on the edge of the heel, as if it were a tattoo. firmly attached to her skin. She put her socks on again. But this time, the shadow did not reattach to the socks, and still stayed on the skin of her heels. Yi Kongqing saw Xiaoxi's series of actions, and already understood Xiaoxi's intentions. The shadow actually erodes the player. Xiaoxi said as she put on her shoes, "You only wear clothes at the beginning, so it will show on the clothes. But if you don't have clothes, it will stick directly to the skin. It is impossible to eliminate the erosion of shadow by changing clothes." Although she didn't originally have such naive thoughts, it was always good to be sure of this. The shadow sticks to your skin, and then it will only climb up your skin. I'm afraid you won't be able to see anything from the surface of your clothes. Yi Kongqing said to Xiaoxi with some worry. Instructions: you must always pay attention to the erosion of your shadow from now on. And don't be careless. If it is on the surface, you can see it at any time, and you can always remind yourself to be careful. But if you hide it inside, you may think that the erosion is not serious because you can't see it. Don't worry. I'll pay attention. Xiaoxi agreed obediently. She took out the alcohol spray, disinfected Yi Kongqing's hands, and washed Yi Kongqing's hands with mineral water. Then the two of them walked into the Guijin building together. As Xiaoxi expected, the interior of the Guijin building was brightly lit, and all the lights that could be turned on were turned on. The light was so bright that it was even a bit dazzling. Xiaoxi squinted her eyes and took out a pistol. Without saying a word, she fired directly at the lamp closest to her. The bullet did not break the lamp. It wasn't that she hit it crookedly, but that the lamp suddenly swayed as the bullet passed by. As if it suddenly turned into an insubstantial thing. The bullet penetrated into the ceiling, but did not cause any damage to the lamp. For Xiaoxi, this result was both expected and unexpected. As expected, she guessed from the beginning that the lamp could not be destroyed. Otherwise, all players could hide in the building and avoid the light. Although it is not that convenient to find things in the dark, it can greatly prevent shadows from corroding oneself. Moreover, there are many buildings in the city, and there must be many bright badges hidden inside. If they can destroy the lights and search for things in the dark, players will basically give up looking outside in the open air. Chapter 837 Under the Light 10. For these reasons, the possibility of setting the lights to prevent them from being damaged is extremely high. Unexpectedly, Xiaoxi did not expect this to be the way to prevent players from destroying. She thought there might be a system prompt that points would be deducted for destroying the lamp, such as 10,000 points for one lamp. She was mentally prepared to have millions of points deducted. But I didn't expect that instead of a point deduction prompt, the light would not turn on directly. It was obvious that the lamp was a real entity. But when the bullet was about to hit the lamp, it suddenly became blurry. I feel like this setting is just to prevent someone from destroying the lights rather than deducting points. After thinking about it, Xiaoxi took the pistol and fired several other lights. The result was that without exception, the lights went blurry when the bullet was about to hit, and the bullet went directly through the light and hit the ceiling. She took back her pistol and gave up decisively. Let's look for it separately. Xiaoxi pointed to the left and said to Yi Kongqing, "You look for the store on the left, and I'll look for the store on the right." Yi Kongqing didn't object and strode towards the store on the left. Xiaoxi didn't waste any time and walked quickly to the store on the right. The stores you see when you come in here all sell cosmetics, skincare products, watches, etc. They are on both sides, but the brands are different. But you can tell from the high-end and elegant decoration that they are all luxury brands. The store closest to Yi Kongqing sells cosmetics, and when you walk in, a scent hits your nostrils. However, he was not interested in cosmetics, and he concentrated on rummaging through every counter and shelf, including taking apart every small box. The store closest to Xiaoxi sold skincare products. Xiaoxi put all the skincare products into the storage compartment without being polite. Soon there was only an empty SHL left in the entire store, without those skincare products blocking it. The situation inside can be basically seen at a glance. Xiaoxi carefully searched for some corners that might have been missed and drawers that could not be seen directly, and quickly determined that there was no badge of light. She walked out and headed to the second store. The second store sells watches. The rows of watches in the glass counter are all shiny, reflecting the light under the bright lights. In particular, some watches are inlaid with diamonds, which are particularly dazzling. Xiaoxi found a bunch of keys in the cashier drawer and opened every glass counter. She put all the watches into the storage compartment in the same way, and then checked the situation everywhere in the store. After confirming that there was no badge of light, she threw out all the watches. Although this thing looks good, it is not of much use to her. Judging from her past experiences in different survival games, The time in each survival game is different. For example, in her last game, it was noon when she ended. But it was obviously morning when she arrived here. Even if she had a watch, the time would have been messed up by the next game. Although the diamonds on some watches look dazzling and exciting. In a survival game, only points are valuable. So for her, these watches are not worth occupying her storage compartment. She went to the third store, which was another skincare store. As before, she put all the skincare products into the storage compartment. After searching, she found them in the corner of one of the shelves. Got a badge. Chapter 838 Under the Light 11. The 6-pointed star crystal diamond, golden base, and sun-shaped edges are all the same as in the picture. But, she turned the badge in her hand and put it into her pocket. It's a pity that it's a fake again. The Guangming emblem in the reference picture is obviously a round base. But this base is oval. Although it is not particularly obvious. It is even less obvious when it is covered by the 6-pointed star. But as long as you turn it over and look at the bottom bracket, you can clearly see the shape. She went to the fourth store. Whenever I come across a skin care store, I put all the things in the storage compartment. I put the other things in the storage compartment after searching for them, and then throw them out. She found things much faster than Yi Kongqing in this way. After she had found all the stores on the right, Yi Kongqing had only seen half of the stores on the left. She walked over and saw Yi Kongqing rummaging through a pile of makeup brushes with a frown. She couldn't help laughing, and put all the cosmetics into the storage compartment in her own way, and then said to Yi Kongqing, "It should be much easier to find it now." "Right," Yi Kongqing said, and continued to check on each shelf while explaining. "I don't have any spare storage compartments." Although he had opened a few extra storage compartments before. In this single-player game, he managed to collect a lot of necessary supplies, and filled all the storage compartments. "I know. How could you not think of such a simple solution?" She said with a cooperative smile. "It must be because your storage compartment is full, and you can't do this. So you can only look for things bit by bit. It's definitely not you. I didn't think of this solution." Yi Kongqing. Why did he feel a little awkward listening to it? Although she felt a little awkward, Yi Kongqing did not argue with Xiaoxi. The two of them quickly searched all the stores on the left without a single badge. So the two people went up the escalator to the second floor. Although the lights are brightly lit in such a large IFC building, the escalator is not turned on, and people have to go up by themselves. When walking to the second floor, Xiaoxi took a look at the extent of Yi Kongqing's shadow erosion. In the past 2 hours or so, the shadow had covered the entire upper of his left foot. At first glance, it looked like Yi Kongqing was wearing pure black shoes. Although she couldn't see her own, she thought the situation was not much different from Yi Kongqing's. The second floor is a luxury store for jewelry, bags and accessories. Looking around, the rows of glass counters are full of sparkling jewelry, which is very dazzling. "Let's not act separately now," Xiaoxi suggested. "Let's go to each store together to find them." The reason why we acted separately when we were outside before was because there was a shadowed area where we could stay, and we didn't have to allow two people to be eroded by the shadow at a faster rate at the same time, thus sharing the risk. But with the bright lights inside the IFC building, it was almost difficult to find a shadow to hide in, and the two people had to bear the risk of being eroded by the shadow at the same time. When they separated on the first floor, she thought it might be faster for them to find their own side. But since Yi Kongqing didn't have extra storage compartments to store these things, it would be more convenient for two people to move together. All true and false Guangming badges cannot be put into the storage compartment. Under this premise, putting everything into the storage compartment first will make finding the badges a lot more convenient. Chapter 839 Under the Light 12. Yi Kongqing understood what Xiaoxi meant, and he did not object. "Okay." So the two of them started the rhythm of putting things into storage compartments, checking whether there were any other items left in the empty store, confirming whether there were badges, and then taking things out and putting them back again. Xiaoxi put the counter shelves that could be moved and were not nailed to the floor or walls into storage compartments. If there is a genuine or fake badge inside the counter shelf, the entire counter shelf cannot be placed in the storage compartment. At this time, you can purposely put the items in these counter cabinets into the storage compartments, and then check the remaining items. In this way, it is much easier than looking at diamonds and jewelry one by one, and it also saves them a lot of time in finding badges. After rummaging through the entire second floor, Xiaoxi and Yi Kongqing found 2 more fake badges. Each one is slightly different, and you can only see the difference if you look carefully. The two people didn't waste any time and immediately went to the third floor. On the third floor are clothing stores of major luxury brands. She put all the clothes hangers that were not nailed into the storage compartment together. Those that could not be put into the storage compartment. Then put the clothes one by one into the storage compartment. Finally, she found the problematic clothes and asked Yi Kong-ching checks pockets, buttons, hats, etc. In this way, the two people searched the entire third floor within an hour and a half and found 2 fake badges. Seeing another fake badge, she curled her lips and said, "I was so hungry, but I found out that they are all fake. There are too many fake badges." After saying that, she walked to the 4th floor, took out a compressed biscuit from the storage compartment, ate 2 bites, and drank a few sips of mineral water. She originally planned to find a safe place to eat after searching the entire IFC building. After all, the longer you stay in the light, the greater the area of shadow erosion. Every second counts and should not be spent on eating. But she was really hungry. The light here was already very dazzling, and it was particularly uncomfortable when she was hungry. Fortunately, she has a lot of compressed biscuits. Although the taste is not good, when every second counts, eating this is the happiest and most time-saving. Just like now, the time it took for her to walk from the 3rd floor to the 4th floor was enough for her to fill her stomach. "This is the first day of the game. It's normal that we didn't find the real badge." Yi Kong-ching comforted Xiaoxi. "Yeah, I know." Xiaoxi nodded obediently. She knew the real badge wouldn't be found so easily. Judging from the size of a city, having only 25 bright badges is like putting 25 grains of millet into a rice warehouse. It is indeed difficult to find. And those fake badges are like chopped corn kernels thrown into the rice bin in order to confuse the public. It is conceivable that there are a lot of them. But that didn't stop her from complaining like this when she was hungry and grumpy. Who hasn't had a little bit of emotion yet? However, with Yi Kong-ching's comfort and compressed biscuits to fill her stomach, she recovered quickly. She glanced at the various restaurants on the 4th floor. "I'm afraid there aren't many things that need to be put into storage compartments here. Those dining tables and chairs can't hide anything. And they can't even cover much space. You can confirm whether there are badges by just looking at them from the ground. So there's no need to put them in the storage compartment." Chapter 840 Under the Light 13. The two of them quickly looked at the dining table and chairs, and then walked to the back kitchen together. This is the most noteworthy place in the restaurant. She put all the refrigerators, freezers, rice bags, flour bags, etc. that could fit into the storage compartments. Tried them, and then checked them one by one. After she finishes looking for a restaurant, she will pick and put back the things she doesn't need. But she will keep the ingredients that can be used and the table knives, kitchen knives, boning knives, etc. that may come in handy. Got up. It took a long time to go to various restaurants on the 4th floor. It took nearly 3 hours to find all the places. Although the 3 badges found were all fake, a lot of supplies were harvested. So it was not nothing. In this way, we have found 9 fake badges. She held a small pocket in her hand. All 9 fake badges were placed in this pocket. "I don't know when we will find the real one. What do you want to do with these fake ones?" Yi Kong-ching finally couldn't help asking this question. "Actually, I haven't thought about it clearly. I just want to keep it." Xiaoxi winked at Yi Kong-ching. Yi Kong-ching didn't express anything about Xiaoxi's statement, and he didn't find it troublesome to keep these fake badges. He took the bag from Xiaoxi's hand and said, "I'll take it." Xiaoxi obediently let Yi Kong-ching take away the bag. The two people quickly walked out of the China International Finance Building. The sun outside was no longer so hot, but the ground was still steaming with heat, and the wind blowing over them was also hot. The woman who was covering herself with a raincoat has disappeared. The road is empty, with no pedestrians or vehicles. This place is somewhat different from the city she has experienced before. No matter which road you look at in those cities, you can see traces of how people once lived, such as vehicles that crashed on the road, shared bicycles parked on the roadside, or buses that are so corroded that their original appearance cannot be seen. And there are even some that have fallen on the road, the pancake stall next to it. But these traces are nowhere to be found on the streets of the City of Light. To be honest, this place is like a well-built empty city that has never been inhabited. It's like a city sandbox built with molds. Although it looks no different from a normal city, even small details such as trees are complete. But there is no atmosphere of human habitation. Because of this, it was impossible for her to find a car to drive, let alone try to find a big umbrella. Xiaoxi stood in the shadow and said to Yi Kong-ching, "Ah-ching, you have something to eat first, and we can discuss where to go later." When he was in the Guijin building just now, Yi Kongqing only took time to take 2 bites of compressed biscuits. Xiaoxi felt that this was not enough for a whole day, let alone a tall man like Yi Kongqing. Yi Kongqing said, and took out the compressed biscuits and water. I want to go to the direction of the residential building later. Xiaoxi pointed in one of the directions. I have to rest at night. There are beds over there in the residential building, so I can sleep more comfortably. Yi Kongqing nodded in agreement. After packing away the mineral water in his hand, he looked at Xiaoxi and asked, to what extent has your shadow eroded? His shadow can be seen at a glance. And now his left leg has been completely eroded by the shadow, all the way to his thigh. Since I was now standing in the shadow, the erosion of the shadow had stopped, and it no longer climbed up my waist. Chapter 841 Under the Light 14. When he was in the Guijin building, Yi Kongqing felt a little worried when he saw that Xiaoxi had never checked the situation of being eroded by the shadow. When Xiaoxi heard Yi Kongqing's words, she lifted up her trouser legs and took a look. It was her right foot that was eroded by the shadow. After rolling up her trouser legs, you could clearly see that the part of her exposed ankle had turned black. It should be similar to how you were eroded. Xiaoxi put down her trousers and said to Yi Kongqing, let's wait until we find a place to rest and see. Now! It's not suitable. She couldn't take off her pants on the street, even though there was no one else on the street. Yi Kongqing understood what Xiaoxi meant. He didn't know what he thought of. The tips of his ears turned slightly red. He subconsciously turned his head and looked away. Let's go to the residential building first, Xiaoxi suggested with a natural look. Yi Kongqing agreed, planned a suitable route, and led Xiaoxi to the residential building. The nearest residential building is not far from the Guijin building. Although the route is a bit circuitous to avoid light, and it takes a lot of time, it only takes more than half an hour to walk. This is a high-end community. The security measures outside the community are very good. The layout inside the community is also quite beautiful. The greeting rate is very high. The air is fresher than elsewhere, because you can't enter the community without an access card. And the security is completely electronically monitored. There is no manual service desk. Yi Kongqing directly put on the fairy wings and hugged Xiaoxi and flew in. Although the security measures in the community were good, there was almost no defense against the air, so the 2 people entered smoothly. The highest floor here is only the 6th floor, not a layout with dozens of floors. In cities where land is at a premium, developers will build high-rise buildings to meet the needs of more people to buy homes and live in them. If you can only build 6 floors, you know that this place is not made for those who just need it. Aching, I want to live on the top floor. Xiaoxi pointed to the floor above and said to Yi Kongqing, it's easier to get in and out this way, since they have to fly in and out. It is easier to leave if they live high than if they live low. What's more, there is a large terrace on the top floor, which she likes very much. Yi Kongqing obediently took Xiaoxi to the top floor, landing on the terrace. The door on the terrace was unlocked, and you could enter the house as soon as you opened it. After the 2 people entered the house, they tacitly checked the situation in all the rooms. After confirming that there were no other players and no potential danger, he locked all the doors leading to the outside before entering the master bedroom and closing the curtains. Fortunately, the lights in the residential building are not forced to be turned on. This means that as long as you close the curtains here and don't actively turn on the lights, you can prevent the shadow from continuing to corrode you. After confirming this, Xiaoxi went to the bathroom to wash up. Although there is no one in the city, the water and electricity are not cut off, as if there is some self-operating system controlling it. Anyway, having hot water to take a bath in the summer is really nice. Xiaoxi took a hot bath and felt that all the muscles and bones in her body had relaxed a lot. More importantly, there is air conditioning here, which is much better than in the last game, when there was only an electric fan spinning hard with no wind. After washing up, Xiaoxi put on clean clothes, wiped her hair with a towel, and walked out of the bathroom. Chapter 842 Under the Light 15. I've seen it, and the situation is indeed similar to yours. Xiaoxi pointed at her right thigh with one of her fingers. The location where the shadow erodes is almost here. Yi Kongqing frowned slightly. I clearly asked you to stay in the shadow for a while. Although Xiaoxi didn't stay in the shadow for long throughout the whole day, the time she spent being corroded by the shadow was less than him. It stands to reason that the area eroded by Xiaoxi's shadow should be smaller. It should be related to the difference in height and body type. Xiaoxi already had this guess when she saw the extent of her own shadow erosion. The taller the person, the larger the area that needs to be shadow erosion. If all players, the speed of shadow erosion is the same. So the taller you are, the longer it will take for complete erosion.
This point should also apply to differences in body fat and thinness at the same height. In general, short and thin people will be completely covered by shadow faster than tall and fat people. Hearing this, Yi Kongqing frowned even more tightly.
Then you are not allowed to act without authorization in the future. Unless you have to be in the light together. You have to hide in the shadows. You don't have to be so nervous.
Xiaoshi comforted Yi Kongqing with a smile.
I'm just a little behind compared to you. But with my height, I still have an advantage compared to many other players.
Her height is not short even among men. And she still has some advantages.
It's useless to compare you with other players,
Yi Kongqing said fiercely.
There is no comparison between them and you.
He didn't care if anything happened to those people. But he cares about her. Xiaoshi blinked her eyes. Her beautiful peach blossom eyes sparkling with infinite charm. This is the first time Yi Kongqing has been so cruel to her since she and Yi Kongqing confirmed their relationship. But not only was she not angry, she was even happier.
Don't worry. I won't show off,
Xiaoshi assured Yi Kongqing. After thinking about it, she added,
tomorrow we can search all the rooms in this community first. This way we can avoid shadows appearing for a long time and slow down the degree of erosion.
Hearing this proposal, Yi Kongqing's expression softened a little.
Okay.
Xiaoshi threw the towel in her hand on the bedside table and reached out to push Yi Kongqing.
Okay. Since we have agreed, you should take a shower now.
Yi Kongqing did not refuse and followed Xiaoshi's force into the bathroom. After a while, Yi Kongqing walked out with wet hair. He changed into a clean pure white t-shirt and soft black casual pants. There were no traces of shadow erosion on the new pants. Just like Xiaoshi's situation. Because she took off her original clothes, her shadow stuck directly to her skin. As he walked, he could clearly see the pure black at his left ankle between his slippers and trousers. At this time, Xiaoshi was sitting on the edge of the bed, drinking milk, shaking her legs. Her feet were bare, and her right foot was wrapped in pure black, which was in sharp contrast to the white color of her left foot, which looked a bit weird. Seeing Yi Kongqing come out, Xiaoshi raised her head and said to Yi Kongqing,
it's still early. How about we quickly search all the nearby houses and come back when it's time to go to bed?
Anyway, there is no shortage of hot water here. Even if you sweat after going out, you can still take a shower again when you come back. Chapter 843 Under the Light 16. Yi Kongqing sat next to Xiaoshi, wiped his wet hair carelessly, and said to Xiaoshi,
wait until it gets completely dark before going out.
The implication was that he agreed to Xiaoshi's proposal. Xiaoshi showed a bright smile. She approached Yi Kongqing and said coquettishly,
Aching, I see that the kitchen equipment here is very complete. There are pots and pans, and even the pipe gas can still be used.
Yi Kongqing immediately understood what Xiaoshi meant, and a faint smile appeared in his eyes.
What do you want to eat? How about frying the steak?
Xiaoshi looked at Yi Kongqing with bright eyes, full of expectation.
I bought a lot of fresh ingredients in the previous single-player game, which is enough for the two of us to eat for a long time.
Yi Kongqing did not refuse and asked again,
is there anything else you want to eat?
Xiaoshi shook her head.
That's it for today.
Although she still had a lot of things she wanted to eat, and it had been a long time since she had a decent meal of delicious food. She couldn't let Yi Kongqing work too hard just because of this. It is very hot to cook in summer. Although this high-end residence is equipped with central air conditioning, and the kitchen also has air outlets, which will not make the cook too hot. As long as there is steam evaporating while cooking, it will inevitably be hotter. Besides, I have to go out to find something later, so I can't spend too much time cooking. We have a long time to come, so we are not in a hurry. Yi Kongqing glanced at Xiaoshi. He knew what Xiaoshi was thinking, so he didn't say anything more. He just stretched out his hand and said,
give me the ingredients.
Xiaoshi dug out 2 pieces of beef tenderloin from the storage compartment, and took out some ingredients according to Yi Kongqing's request. Yi Kongqing took these things and left the bedroom. Xiaoshi put on her slippers and followed him out. The two of them entered the kitchen together.
You go to the bedroom and wait.
Yi Kongqing put the ingredients on the table and said to Xiaoshi,
I'll make them soon. That won't work.
Xiaoshi refused.
I'm afraid of the dark, and I need you to be with me to feel at ease.
In addition to this reason, she also didn't want Yi Kongqing to be busy in the kitchen alone. Although she doesn't know how to cook, she can always pass things around. If that doesn't work, she can still chat and relieve her boredom. Yi Kongqing couldn't help but stretched out his hand and rubbed Xiaoshi's head.
Then you go wash 2 plates and 2 sets of knives and forks, and save them for eating steak later.
Xiaoshi readily agreed, okay.
She opened the cupboard, took out the necessary tableware, and washed it in the sink. The hardware facilities in this kitchen are complete. But there is no smell of fireworks. Although there are tableware such as dishes and chopsticks. There are no condiments such as oil, salt, sauce and vinegar. The refrigerator is also empty. Without any ingredients. Not even dishwashing detergent for washing dishes. But she remembered seeing a bottle of dishwashing detergent when she was clearing away the clutter in the storage compartment. She rummaged through the storage compartment dedicated to storing miscellaneous items, and quickly found what she needed. After washing the plates and cutlery, she turned to watch Yi Kongqing fry the steak. Yi Kongqing seems to be very good at cooking, and looks like he has learned it professionally. But many people who have learned it may not cook as well as him. So he still has talents that many people don't have. More importantly, he looks very good looking. And his movements are neat and crisp. Every movement while cooking looks so pleasing to the eye. Chapter 844 Under the Light 17. When Yi Kongqing flipped the steak with a spatula, you could clearly see the smooth muscles on his forearm. They were well proportioned and beautiful. Not obtrusive at all, but rather revealing a bit of sexiness. At this time, the aroma of beef spreads, making people want to eat. She couldn't help but swallow her saliva. But she couldn't tell for a while whether it was the fragrant steak that aroused her appetite, or Yi Kongqing's sexy appearance that aroused her desire. She squeezed her palms secretly. No. She needs to be sensible. Yi Kongqing quickly prepared 2 steaks. He looked at Xia with 2 plates and said, "Go to the restaurant to eat." Xia quickly recovered and followed Yi Kongqing to the restaurant. The advantage of high-end residences is that every room has a central air conditioning outlet. So no matter which room you stay in, you will not be overheated. Xia was preparing it carefully, and only started eating when Yi Kongqing also picked up the knife and fork. As soon as she took her first bite, she narrowed her eyes in enjoyment. Qing's steak is so delicious. Although Yi Kongqing didn't speak, there was a hint of gentle warmth in his emerald green eyes. After the 2 of them finished dinner, it was completely dark. Yi Kongqing went to the kitchen to wash the dishes, while Xia went to the balcony to check the situation outside. There were no stars in the dark blue sky, but the crescent moon was exceptionally bright. Although it was night, the visibility was not low, and the appearance of the building opposite could be clearly seen. In this case, there is naturally a shadow. Xia turned her head and glanced behind her. A faint shadow connected to the soles of her feet lay quietly on the floor. It looks no different from an ordinary shadow. She didn't move and just stood there quietly for a while. When Yi Kongqing finished washing the dishes and was about to come over, she stretched out her hand to lower her trousers and glanced at her thighs. After she took a shower, she traced the eroded edge of the shadow on her thighs with eyeliner. This eyeliner was taken away from her when she was in the National Financial Building. At this time, the shadow has broken through the line drawn by the eyeliner, but it has only broken through a little bit, like an ant's outstretched legs. Confirming this, she put her pants back on. When Yi Kongqing came in, she had already retreated from the moonlight and hid in the darkness. "I just tried it," she said proactively without hiding anything from Yi Kongqing. "The shadows produced by the moonlight will also erode the player, but the speed is slower than the sunlight and the intense light of the National Finance Building." Yi Kongqing frowned slightly. "You are doing an experiment on yourself again." Xia walked over and threw herself into Yi Kongqing's arms. Her clear voice was a bit delicate. "It's only for a short time. It won't have much impact." Yi Kongqing suddenly lost his temper. He couldn't possibly not know that Xia experimented on herself because she didn't want him to become a test subject. He was unhappy and just didn't want Xia to do this. But she did it secretly and acted like a coquettish girl, which really made him unable to even say a harsh word. Xia felt Yi Kongqing's attitude soften. She rubbed her cheek against Yi Kongqing's chest, and then said, "Let's go. Let's go explore in other houses." Yi Kongqing followed Xia out of the room obediently. There is one elevator for each apartment here, but the elevator requires a card to enter and exit, so they chose to take the stairs. Chapter 845 Under the Light 18. When walking to the 5th floor, Yi Kongqing said to Xia, "Since under the influence of moonlight, the speed of shadow erosion is slower than during the day. Then we will change our schedule and work at night and rest during the day. It's up to you." Xia agreed with a smile. Since they had agreed to rest during the day, the 2 decided to look for things all night tonight and go back to bed at dawn. In this way, they spent one night searching half of the community. A total of 5 fake badges were found, but nothing else was gained. Seeing that the sky was white and the sun was about to rise, Xia yawned. "I'm so sleepy. Ah Qing, Let's go back. After Yi Kongqing found the last bit of space in the room, he and Xiaoxi returned to their original residence. The two of them took a bath separately before falling asleep. Yi Kongqing originally wanted to sleep in the second bedroom, but Xiaoxi stayed there on the grounds that it would be inconvenient to take care of each other in case of an emergency. So Xiaoxi nestled comfortably in Yi Kongqing's arms and fell asleep deeply. On the other hand, Yi Kongqing and the warm and fragrant nephrite in my arms will inevitably reduce the quality of sleep. Asterisk. The two of them slept until they got up in the evening. After washing and eating, it was almost dark again. After another night, they finally found all the houses in this community. In fact, they not only searched the inside of the house, but also the green belts between each building. Under the bright moonlight, it is not difficult to find a sparkling crystal diamond, but the grass in the green belt is lush, so you have to use a stick to find it bit by bit. Fortunately, the shadow erosion rate is slower under the moonlight, and they don't stay outside all the time. After 2 nights, the shadows of the two people only eroded the entire waste. Unfortunately, apart from finding 3 more fake badges, there was no other gain. Now there are a total of 17 fake badges collected in the pocket, but not a single real badge of light. Although it was the early morning of the 3rd day of the game, and there was still plenty of time, it still couldn't completely relax me. Since we have finished searching here, let's rest until evening, and then set off to change places. On the way back, Yi Kongqing suggested, we can set off now, Xiaoxi said to Yi Kongqing, to change places today. It will inevitably take a little more time. It is better to change places now and rest. We can go out to find the Guangming badge on time in the evening without reducing the search time. Okay. Yi Kongqing nodded in agreement. How about going to a community closer to here? Xiaoxi asked Yi Kongqing. It's better to follow the current process and schedule. Rest during the day and look for things at night. In fact, if you think about it, you will know that the game only lasts 15 days. And it is absolutely impossible to find all the places in a city. But if you find a place and immediately move to a new one far away, it may not be a good choice. It stands to reason that the 25 bright badges should be evenly distributed in various places in the city. So there will be at least 1 bright badge in this area. Therefore, it is better to select an area and then conduct a blanket search to try not to miss anything. Okay. Yi Kongqing is a man of action. As he said that, he put on fairy wings, picked up Xiaoxi and flew out. Chapter 846 Under the Light 19. There is already a hazy light in the distant sky that creates a beautiful golden edge, as if the sun will rise immediately in the next second and shine on the entire land. Xiaoxi nestled in Yi Kongqing's arms. When she turned her head slightly, she could see the huge pair of wings behind Yi Kongqing. They were transparent and shimmering, with a dreamy beauty under the gray-blue sky. She raised her head and looked at Yi Kongqing's angular jaw, feeling her heart beat a little faster uncontrollably. Her Qing is so good-looking that she never gets tired of it, and her heart flutters endlessly. Yi Kongqing quickly took Xiaoxi into the neighborhood next door. This is a high-end apartment with a good security system, but the layout is different from that of ordinary houses. The kitchens here are all open and have no gas, only induction cookers. However, whether or not the gas can be connected has little impact on Xiaoxi and Yi Kongqing. They don't have to pay the electricity bill anyway, so cooking with an induction cooker will only taste a little worse. The two of them chose to live on the top floor with a terrace. The apartment building has 15 floors, but the number of buildings is smaller than that of the previous community. In total, the number of places to find was slightly less. It took the two of them nearly 2 nights to find all the places. Still only 3 fake badges were found. There are still more than 2 hours before dawn. Yi Kongqing raised his eyes and looked into the distance, pointed in one direction and said, "Let's go there later." It was a commercial street that was still brightly lit even late at night. If you choose to go there, you can't avoid being eroded by shadows. But after searching 2 communities in a row, but unable to find the badge of light, it would be a good choice to try another commercial street. Okay. Xiaoxi didn't object and just said, "But this time we don't have to fly over. We can just walk all the way from here and take a look along the way." Yi Kongqing agreed and planned the route along the way, trying to choose a place that could avoid the moonlight. Speaking of which, it has been 4 days in this game, and the moonlight has been exceptionally bright every night. There has never been a night with low visibility. There were no cloudy or cloudy days during the day, and the sun was always shining brightly, regardless of whether this kind of weather is a coincidence, or it is the only kind of weather here. In short, this situation is detrimental to the player's actions. While Xiaoxi was thinking about it, She suddenly felt a pain in her stomach. Her heart thumped and she grabbed Yi Kongqing, who was walking a little ahead of her. Yi Kongqing didn't know why, so he turned back to look at Xiaoxi. What's wrong? Xiaoxi reached out and touched her lower abdomen. The cold discomfort was relieved by the warm temperature of her palms, and there was an unnatural look on her face. My stomach hurts a little. You better take me to the commercial street, and let's find a toilet first. Yi Kongqing didn't ask any questions. Immediately put on the fairy wings, picked up Xiaoxi and flew quickly towards the commercial street. The commercial street was brightly lit, and every shop was open and looked like it was in business. But there are no clerks in the shops. The commercial street is deserted, and there are no customers. But there is also a benefit. That is, there is no queue for the toilet. As soon as Yi Kongqing landed outside the toilet and put Xiaoxi down, Xiaoxi rushed into the toilet. After checking her own situation, Xiaoxi relaxed a little. Fortunately, she arrived in time, and her clothes were still clean. All she needed was a sanitary napkin. Chapter 847 Under the Light 20. Xiaoxi cleaned herself up, and when she came out of the toilet, her face was even worse than before. The light here was excellent, no different from daytime. Yi Kongqing could see Xiaoxi's pale face at a glance. He walked up and asked, "What's wrong with you?" Xiaoxi clutched her lower abdomen, and her words became a little weak. "I don't feel very comfortable." In the past, her menstrual periods were always on time, and she never had menstrual cramps. Growing up, I don't know how many female classmates envied her for having no dysmenorrhea. She herself had always felt that menstruation had little impact on her. This was the first time I had any discomfort. And as time went by, the discomfort became more and more severe. In addition, the time seems to be a little wrong this time. A little earlier. But think about it. Since entering the survival game, the time calculations in each game may not be consistent. So she can only roughly calculate her menstrual cycle. What's more, sometimes in order to meet the needs of the task, I have to stay up late or reverse my work and rest schedule. And I often drink cold mineral water directly. If you do it too often, your body will inevitably experience some disorder and discomfort. Dysmenorrhea becomes natural. Yi Kongqing saw that Xiaoxi's face was getting worse and worse, and the blood on her lips was getting lighter. There was a trace of anxiety in his eyes. "What's wrong with you? Are you feeling bad?" Xiaoxi glanced at Yi Kongqing. Feeling helpless, she leaned into Yi Kongqing's arms, letting Yi Kongqing's body temperature dispel the coldness in her body. "It's okay. It's just menstrual cramps." Her voice was muffled. "It'll be better in 2 days." Although she and Yi Kongqing were already boyfriend and girlfriend, they had never discussed this matter with each other. This is the first time. Although she had always been generous, she felt a little shy at this time. When Yi Kongqing heard this, his whole ears turned red instantly. He looked around, then picked up Xiaoxi and walked forward. Xiaoxi subconsciously hugged Yi Kongqing's neck, without waiting for Xiaoxi to ask. Yi Kongqing took the initiative and said, "I saw a milk tea shop in the distance. There should be equipment there to boil some hot water for drinking. I will take you there to rest." Xiaoxi felt warm in her heart. She said, softly, and leaned softly on Yi Kongqing's shoulder. For the first time, she knew that dysmenorrhea was so painful. She had dizziness, stomach pain, chills all over, and no strength. It was really painful. Although her physical fitness is not very good, her physical condition has always been acceptable. And she has never been sick since she was so old. She had hardly experienced this kind of uncomfortable situation in the past 20 years. At this moment, she deeply understood the feelings of girls who suffered from dysmenorrhea, and felt that it was understandable that some girls were in pain to the point of crying. Yi Kongqing quickly brought Xiaoxi to the milk tea shop. He put Xiaoxi on a chair and sat down. He went to the counter to find the water boiler. He turned on the water boiler, and while waiting for the water to heat up, he rummaged under the counter, and luckily found a bag of brown sugar ginger tea powder. He pulled out another glass from under the counter, after washing it with water. Just as the water boiler was about to be heated, he scalded the glass again with boiling water. Then he poured a small packet of brown sugar ginger tea powder, and brewed it with boiling water before walking over and handing it to Xiaoxi. Chapter 848 Under the Light 21. "It's a bit hot. Wait a while before drinking." Yi Kongqing put the cup on the small round table in front of Xiaoxi and told Xiaoxi. Xiaoxi said, and leaned back on the chair without moving. Yi Kongqing thought for a while and asked, "I remember you used a thermos cup before. Are you still there?" "Yes," Xiaoxi replied softly, then raised her hand to flip through, took out 2 thermos cups from the storage compartment, and handed them both to Yi Kongqing. Yi Kongqing made 2 more cups of brown sugar and ginger water, filled them in thermos cups, and asked Xia Shi to put them back into the storage compartment. Xia Shi took a few sips of the brown sugar ginger water in the glass. The hot water flowed down her esophagus into her stomach. A wave of warmth instantly spread through her body, making her feel more relaxed. Yi Kongqing tentatively stretched out his hand to cover Xia Shi's lower abdomen, and his tone was softer than ever before. Are you feeling better? His palms were wide and warm, pressing against Xia Shi's abdomen, as if the ice hidden inside had melted away. Xia Shi gave Yi Kongqing a big smile. Yes, quite a bit better. Although Xia Shi's face was still very pale, seeing her smile made Yi Kongqing feel more relaxed. After calming down for a while, Xia Shi finished a cup of brown sugar ginger tea and said proactively, We can't waste too much time. Let's start searching the commercial street later. Although her current condition is very bad, the game time will not be suspended because of her poor condition, so they cannot waste too much time on resting. Whether it is finding the badge of light or the erosion of shadow, it is not good for them. Yi Kongqing knew that Xia Shi was right. He pursed his lips and said after a while, I'll go alone. You rest here. It's faster for 2 of us to find things together. Xia Shi insisted. Don't worry. I'm really much better now, and I won't show off. If I feel very uncomfortable, I will take the initiative to ask for a rest. Then it is never too late for anyone to act. Seeing what Xia Shi said, Yi Kongqing had no choice but to compromise. Then if you feel uncomfortable, you must tell me immediately, he warned uneasily. Xia Shi agreed obediently. The 2 of them started from the milk tea shop and walked all the way to the depths of the commercial street. In a barber shop, they finally found a badge of light. It was an oversized lucky cat ornament in the barber shop, with the badge of light embedded in the bell around its neck. The sparkling crystal diamonds shine under the bright lights of the barber shop, which is really beautiful. As long as you look up at the lucky cat, you will definitely stop at its neck for the first time. This is so conspicuous that no other player has taken it away. Xia Shi couldn't help but laugh after finding a badge of light. It seems that no one has been to this commercial street yet. But it's normal that no one has been here. There are only 50 players in a city. If the players are evenly distributed, then there won't be too many players in an area. It's not surprising that no one has time to come to the commercial street yet. Xiao Shi, submit it, Yi Kongqing said to Xia Shi. Submit it early to avoid being snatched away by other players. Xia Shi glanced at the pop-up window that popped up in front of her. Congratulations to player Xia Shi for finding the badge of light. Do you want to submit it? Without any hesitation, she chose yes. The badge of light in his hand disappeared immediately, and the text in the pop-up window in front of him changed to, Congratulations to player Xia Shi for successful submission. Chapter 849 Under the Light 22. Xia Shi knew that even if she gave this badge of light to Yi Kongqing would not submit it, considering her current physical condition. Instead of refusing to resign here with Yi Kongqing, she might as well follow Yi Kongqing's wishes and submit this badge of light, and then go look for it elsewhere as soon as possible. She will definitely help Yi Kongqing find another badge of light. Seeing the light badge disappear in Xia Shi's hand, Yi Kongqing knew that her submission was successful. Yi Kongqing reached out and touched Xia Shi's head. It's almost noon. Let's find a restaurant to rest first, and I'll make you something to eat. Her current physical condition is not good. It is better not to eat those compressed fast food, but to eat some hot and fresh meals. Xia Shi's eyes instantly became extremely bright. Okay. What should we have for lunch? Yi Kongqing took Xia Shi to a restaurant not far away and asked Xia Shi, Is there anything you want to eat? As long as you do it, it's fine, Xia Shi said with a smile. In fact, her physical condition was not very good today. Her appetite had also decreased, and she didn't particularly want to eat anything. But when she thought that Yi Kongqing was going to cook, she looked forward to it. Although she didn't particularly want to eat anything, she could eat anything made by Yi Kongqing. Yi Kongqing thought for a while and said to Xia Shi, Do you have pork liver and spinach? We have everything, Xia Shi said as she followed Yi Kongqing's request and took out various ingredients and seasonings. After entering the restaurant, Yi Kongqing asked Xia Shi to sit down on the soft sofa, and he went to the kitchen to cook alone. This time Xia Shi didn't have to accompany Yi Kongqing. While Yi Kongqing was cooking, she searched all the places in the hotel, including cashier, box and lobby. Nothing gained. Not to mention the real badge of light. Even the fake ones have not been found. But she didn't feel disappointed either. She had just found a bright badge. And it was not an unexpected result that there was no second bright badge in the entire commercial street. But with a slim chance, she still had to look for it to be sure. Now that she was sure there was no such thing in the hotel, she sat back down on the soft sofa, clutching her stomach. After a while, Yi Kongqing came out with dishes. Fried pork liver with onions, scrambled eggs with spinach and black chicken soup. There are only 2 dishes and 1 soup, but the portion is enough for 2 people.
You can eat something first if you're hungry. I'll serve the noodles.
Yi Kongqing handed the washed chopsticks to Xiaoxi and went to the kitchen. Xiaoxi looked at the 2 dishes and 1 soup in front of her. Her eyes bent into a crescent shape with a smile. These are foods that nourish blood and qi, and are very suitable to be eaten during menstruation. Unexpectedly, Yi Kongqing looked like a large animal that was easily angry. But he also had such a considerate side. Oh, she really is. I like him more and more. After eating this lunch, Xiaoxi felt that her condition was much better, and even her menstrual cramps seemed to be relieved. She was just thinking about continuing the mission while she was in good condition, when she suddenly saw someone outside quickly passing by the floor-to-ceiling window. Although she was very fast, Xiaoxi could still tell that it was a woman whose appearance could no longer be distinguished. Only the wrist and palm of her right hand and the forehead of her face still retain her skin color, while the rest of the woman's body is covered with dark shadows. The woman quickly passed by the floor-to-ceiling window, but instead of leaving the commercial street, she turned around and entered the hotel. Chapter 850 Under the Light 23. As soon as the woman entered the door, her eyes fell exactly on Xiaoxi and Yi Kongqing. It was obvious that she knew there were players here early on. Yi Kongqing didn't look back and concentrated on clearing the dishes, as if he didn't notice anyone approaching at all. Xiaoxi raised her head and looked at the woman. She raised a smile with a polite and distant attitude.
Excuse me. What can I do? I've seen you too.
The woman and Xiaoxi looked at each other, with an inexplicable look of annoyance on their faces.
On the first day of the game, I saw you 2 walking into the National Finance Building.
Xiaoxi tilted her head and suddenly remembered something.
Oh, so you are the one wearing the raincoat under the scorching Sunday.
After entering this game, she has almost never seen other players. In addition, this woman emphasized that the only person she might have met with on the first day of the game was the woman wearing a raincoat on the street outside the Guijin building.
You did see me.
The annoyance on the woman's face became even more intense, but she quickly endured it and just said with some discomfort.
But you didn't say anything.
Although what the woman said was a bit unclear, Xiaoxi still understood what the woman meant. It was probably only a few days later that the woman realized that the raincoat was not working, which meant that her shadow erosion was already serious. If someone had reminded her on the first day, her situation would definitely be much better than now. So this woman is now complaining that Xiaoxi did not take the initiative to remind her.
Are you okay?
Xiaoxi spoke casually and did not respond to the woman's words. She didn't know this woman at all, so she had no obligation to remind her. Now it would be too unreasonable to come here and ask for help.
I want to ask you to help me.
The woman obviously knew that she had no position to accuse. Although she was resentful in her heart, the focus was no longer here.
I may be completely eroded by the shadow in another hour. Compared with the 2 of you, my situation is very bad.
As she spoke, she looked at the bodies of Xiaoxi and Yi Kongqing. Although the parts covered by clothes could not be seen, it could be roughly inferred from the exposed skin that the 2 people were only half covered by shadows. It's so much better compared to her. She showed an envious look, and then said,
I hope I can act together with you and find the badge of light together.
Yi Kongqing put the stacked dishes back on the table with a crisp sound. He turned to look at the woman and said impatiently,
Get out!
The woman was startled, and she subconsciously took 2 steps back with a look of caution in her eyes, fearing that Yi Kongqing would attack her in the next second.
We have no reason to let you join.
Xiaoxi's attitude was much kinder than that of Yi Kongqing, but her refusal was unequivocal.
You have found the wrong person.
The woman was not surprised that she would be rejected, but she did not give up.
I will not cause you any trouble, and as long as I can find the badge of light, I will leave immediately and will not ask you to protect me until the end of the game. It sounds like you think your requirements are very low.
Xiaoxi chuckled, with a hint of ridicule in her eyes.
We found the badge of light. Why should we give it to you? Do you have any advantages in exchange? Or are there enough materials to make my heart beat in exchange for protection?